In a realm of martial prowess, the reincarnated Bo unexpectedly discovered the devouring ancestral symbol embedded within his soul upon his arrival in the Dou Qi Continent. As a man of honor, dwelling beneath the heavens, how could he remain subdued for long? The title of Dou Emperor, the sole emperor, should it not belong to him? Bo, a man of great stature? In this life, he vowed to ascend to the pinnacle of strength in the world. Chapter 1. A relatable young scion. In the northwest of the Dou Qi Continent lay the Gama Empire. This night, shrouded in darkness and a howling wind, was perfect for nefarious deeds. In the outskirts of Gama, a holy city commonly referred to as the imperial capital, two young attendants clad in green carried a bundle of straw matting, their steps lively as they darted through the desolate hills. The piercing mountain winds and the treacherous paths posed no hindrance to them. These were no ordinary servants. Those capable of affording such capable retainers were surely persons of notable standing. After a brief moment, the two paused in a clearing, retrieving shovels from behind to commence their grim task. With swift motions, the shovels glimmering faintly in the moonlight, a rectangular pit soon emerged before them. Alas, poor 9527, such misfortune to have met his end at the hands of young Master Yun Kong, remarked one attendant, driving his shovel into the ground, intrigued, while giving a playful kick to the substantial bundle. Indeed, this is fortuitous, the other attendant grinned. All his savings shall now belong to us. Both of us are orphans, yet this fellow lacked even the grace to enjoy life. All those years of accumulated gold coins are now ours. Ha ha ha. Quite so, the first attendant rubbed his hands together, excitement evident on his face. Exactly, the other echoed, lifting the straw mat towards the pit. Wait, head first, head first. The first attendant exclaimed hastily. They say that this way, the soul dissipates quickly and won't seek us out. Have you lost your senses? The second attendant shot him an incredulous glance. We are fighters, are we not? Should we fear such things? Yet, despite his words, the second attendant complied and positioned the head of the figure downwards into the pit. At that moment, a faint murmur emanated from within the bundle, causing the second attendant's hands to tremble slightly. He's not dead. The two attendants exchanged wide-eyed glances, fear etched upon their faces. Finish him, commanded the first attendant, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he brandished his shovel, its azure energy swirling around it, and aimed a fierce strike at the straw. Mat. The sharp edge of the shovel sliced through the air, hurtling towards the head of the body within the mat. Just as the shovel was about to cleave through the mat, a pale hand emerged, effortlessly catching the blade's edge. The second attendant's expression morphed into one of terror, yet a fierce resolve flickered in his eyes as he swiftly reached for a horned dagger tucked at his waist, leaping forward to deliver a powerful thrust. However, upon hearing a faint buzz, the cow's horn dagger eerily halted just outside the straw mat, ripples stirring gently as though upon the surface of water, yet the dagger could not penetrate, as if an invisible force were impeding its advance. The two attendants looked on in horror indeed. 9527 lay within the mat, the very one we had placed there with our own hands. He was like us, a one-star fighter. How could he possibly possess such power? With a soft crack, the straw mat erupted, and amidst the flying debris, a young attendant clad in green gradually emerged. His features were strikingly handsome, with red lips and white teeth, sword-like brows, and starry eyes exceedingly attractive, yet he exuded an air of fragility that made him seem vulnerable. Such a person is colloquially known as a pretty boy. In truth, his complexion was indeed pale, devoid of any blush, a sickly whiteness that was unsettling. This pallor was a consequence of the deep wound on his left chest. Dark red stains of blood splattered upon his green garb, which had begun to congeal. Damn it! Bo touched his chest, his lips twitching. The heart of his body had been pierced, its pulse only a faint flutter. A fatal wound had he not arrived. This body would surely have perished. Bo attempted to move slightly, discovering that this body oddly resonated with his own, yet felt somewhat clumsy. This is rather peculiar. Bo couldn't help but exclaim softly within his soul. There seemed to linger a will resisting him, feeble yet perceptible. The soul of the original owner. Bo raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the original soul had not yet fully departed? Contemplating, he raised his hand, summoning a gentle mist that coalesced in his palm, forming a thin mirror of water, allowing him to behold his current pretty face. This visage so relatable. Bo gasped in awe. With such a face, one had already achieved half of life success. Well then, if that is the case, he would claim this body as his own, without a second thought. You 9527, are you human or ghost? The attendant to the left stammered, unable to restrain himself from interrupting Bo moment of self-admiration. 9529, 9530. Bo looked at them and instinctively uttered two strings of numbers. In the next instant, a torrent of memories surged forth that Bo narrowed his eyes, slowly absorbing the overwhelming influx of memories. Though to call it absorption was perhaps a misnomer, such an impact was to him as inconsequential as an ant shaking a tree. Within these memories, the original owner hailed from a slave market in the holy city of Gamma, aged 16, with no knowledge of his parents, bearing only a designation truly a woeful existence, worse than that of a Dou Qi the age of 10. The original owner had been sold and assigned to serve a person known as Young Master Yunjin. Yet for reasons unknown, this young master had pierced the original owner's heart 2 hours prior, intending to discard the body in the wilderness. I see this is the continent of fighting spirits. No wonder it is so ruthless. Bo smacked his lips, feeling sorrow for the original owner's plight. It was simply too tragic. You too. Enlightened Mui, did young Master Yunjin wish to kill me? Bo flicked his fingers, an invisible force emanating forth, completely immobilizing 9529 and 9530. The gaze was truly terrifying, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression, surpassing even that of Lord Yunling. You have defiled Miss Nalan Yanran, and were reported by 9528 you deserve to die. Murmured 9529. I have defiled Nalan Yanran? Bu tilted his head in bewilderment, puzzled about the matter at hand, but a twitch at the corner of his mouth accompanied a subtle scratching of his toes within his shoes. This was utterly humiliating. Of course, these were not the pressing issues. The real dilemma lay in the fact that the original body had been betrayed. The betrayer, codenamed 9528, was a childhood friend with whom the original had shared a bed. This young master Yunlang harbored feelings for Nalan Yanran. While he might overlook others, how could he allow a servant beneath him to disrespect the goddess he adored? In this ruthless world of the Dou Qi Continent, there could be no other outcome. Thus, a pierced heart and a complete corpse would be the utmost fortune. Simultaneously, a strange redness filled Bu's eyes as a surge of wrath erupted from the depths of his soul. He loathed the informant who had orchestrated his demise. He despised young Master Yunlang, who regarded him as mere vermin. If only he possessed strength, he would surely annihilate both. A faint smile graced Bu's lips. Indeed, the original body had a modicum of spirit. Very well. I shall lend you a hand, so you may find peace sooner. Yes, indeed, it is for the original body, not for any other reason. Bu silently reassured himself. What does this mean? Upon hearing this, the two young servants exhibited sheer horror. Who was this person? What connection did he have with 9527? Bu's gaze lifted slightly, an intangible flame of mental energy slowly emanating from his eyes. The faces of the two servants drained of color. They were oblivious to what was transpiring, yet an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped them. They simply knew that disaster was imminent. 9527. Wait. We have not offended you. We are merely following orders. Please do not kill me. The two screamed in terror, their piercing voices shattering the stillness of the night. Have you not offended me? Ha! Regardless of their frantic cries, Bu maintained an indifferent demeanor as the intangible flame of mental energy pierced through their skulls, and in the blink of an eye, their souls completely dissipated. What a pity that the Celestial Talisman Master's authority to harness the power of the heavens is ineffective on the Dou Qi Continent. Bu mused, grasping at the void, reflecting on how the Celestial Talisman Master without the power of the heavens was akin to being crippled. Nonetheless, it should suffice against the Dou Kings and Dou Emperors of the Gamma Empire. Never mind. I shall first focus on condensing my life talisman. Bu floated in the air, gradually closing his eyes. He, was not one to seek vengeance, but rather to resolve grievances, as long as he eliminated that young Master Yunlang. The enmity between the original and himself would be settled, which would be a commendable deed. However, Bu suddenly opened his eyes wide. His expression akin to encountering a ghost, a rune floated from his brow, an ancient symbol that lingered in the air, slowly rotating and distorting, forming a small black hole. Devour. The ancestral talisman? Bu's face was a mixture of horror and unparalleled delight. Chapter 2. The talented master Elbo, a youthful figure from the great celestial empire, hails from a region historically untouched by warfare. However, that is now a relic of the past. Today, with a ship in hand, he dares to laugh in the face of rivals. Yet, it would be prudent not to be overly boastful. To return to the main narrative, Elbow was born under a red banner and nurtured by the gentle spring breeze. He is an optimistic and ambitious young man. In a swift turn of events, he barely had time to push his girlfriend aside before calamity struck. And then there was silence. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a prestigious family within the Eastern mystic domain, specifically in the illustrious lineage of Lin Dong, the one associated with the 8 ancestor talismans. Fortune smiled upon Elbow. He was the legitimate eldest son, with a father who was a formidable figure, holding the noble title of Duke. Coupled with his considerable talents, he received substantial support and training. Utilizing family resources and the unfolding narrative, Elbow navigated through challenges, ultimately acquiring the Devouring Ancestor Talisman ahead of Lin Dong and leading a team to participate in the Battle of the 100 Dynasties. Prior to his journey to 100 Dynasties Mountain, Elbow had already attained the 6th Yuan Nirvana realm, achieving the status of a first-rank talisman master. It is fair to assert that, apart from a certain celestial demon, no one within the battlefield of the 100 Dynasties could rival him, including the so-called Heavenly Origin Dynasty. However, an unexpected incident occurred. Just after he had acquired the inheritance of the Azure Dragon King, while en route to 100 Dynasties Mountain, one of his own unexpectedly collided with a group from the Western Mystic Domain. Elbow reacted swiftly, annihilating the adversaries, yet they were quicker still. Before Elbow could send a distress signal, 2 beings from the Birth Realm arrived with the pure Yuan treasure, the Sealing Heaven Formation Diagram, isolating Elbow and his companions. In a desperate struggle, Elbow managed to severely injure one of them using the Devouring Ancestor Talisman. But the other Birth Realm being shattered his Nirvana golden body and spirit in a brutal counterattack. And thus, we arrive at the present moment, where Elbow discovers he has traversed once more, now finding himself in the Dou Qi Continent. Surprisingly, the Devouring Ancestor Talisman has accompanied him. Gazing at the familiar talisman before him, Elbow felt a surge of emotions. If that world were to lose an Ancestor Talisman, could Lin Dong still contend with the alien Demon Emperor? Yet, such matters were no longer of his concern. He was now a denizen of the Dou Qi Continent. Let me first recuperate, Elbow murmured. With the Devouring Ancestor Talisman, he could mend his grievous wounds. He clasped his hands together, altering the hand seal. As a faint black mist emanated from beneath his feet, enveloping the 2 corpses, open the realm of devouring. With a soft command, the 2 bodies instantly transformed into desiccated remains, and signs of healing began to manifest on the ghastly wound upon Elbow's chest. In the eastern part of the sacred city of Gamma, within the serene pavilions of a vast estate, a young nobleman, with his gaze lowered, gently caressed the strings of a zither. Beneath the silvery moonlight, he donned a robe of moon white adorned with golden embroidery, exuding an air of opulence. At that moment, an elderly steward approached briskly, accompanied by a young servant clad in green. "Young master, 9528 has arrived," the steward announced softly. The young servant bowed his head, refraining from any movement. "For meritorious service, from today onwards, you shall be named Yun Chun. You may go," young master Yun Feng stated indifferently, not even casting a glance at 9528, regarding such a servant as unworthy of his attention. The sole reason for making an exception to meet was purely to demonstrate a clear distinction between reward and punishment. "Let us proceed," the old steward remarked. "Thank you, young master Xia. I shall never forget your grace, and I will devote myself entirely to repaying you." The young servant in blue bowed respectfully, yet suddenly spoke up. However, the old steward's eyelids twitched, and a glimmer of fierce light flickered in his murky old eyes. This foolish imbecile, does he not know when it is appropriate to speak? He. Upon hearing the words from 9528, presumably from Yun Chun, young master Yun Zhang suddenly chuckled, finally shifting his attention from the zither to Yun Chun. "Yun Chun, what do you think?" Yun Zhang said, casting a glance at the old steward. 9527, the old steward murmured softly. "Do you believe that the matter concerning that insignificant insect holds any significance for me?" Yun Zhang replied with a smile that was neither genuine nor false, referring to Lu Bo Yuan as an insect. For Yun Zhang, eliminating 9527 was merely a trivial act. A mere insect was not worth his consideration. "I did not know," Yun Chun said, cold sweat breaking out. He recognized his mistake. "I only know that no one must offend the young master. Look into my eyes and repeat that," Yun Zhang ordered with a cold smirk. Cold sweat dripped from Yun Chun as he slowly raised his gaze to Yun Zhang, but the moment their eyes met, his heart raced, feeling an overwhelming pressure that made even breathing a challenge. As the master, Yun Zhang exerted immense pressure upon him. "I only know that no one must offend the young master." "Your willpower is commendable," Yun Zhang said indifferently, "but your betrayal of your friend in pursuit of personal gain will not earn you my favor." Upon hearing this, Yun Chun's face drained of color. His cleverness had backfired. "You may leave." Yun Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "Yes," Yun Chun said, his face pale. He realized he had made a grave error, gaining nothing but a name. Yet he felt solace in the accumulation of 9,527. Good brother, you aid others to the end. I thank you. Yun Chun exhaled, lowering his gaze, his spirits slightly lifted. Although he had not achieved his expectations, he had not returned empty-handed. Just then, the old steward suddenly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed on the southeast. With a clang, Yun Zhang drew a moon-white long sword from beneath the zither, his demeanor alert. Yun Chun stared blankly at the two, bewildered by the unfolding events. Was there an enemy? Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, a figure stepped lightly upon the water's surface, handsome of visage, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. A slight smile gracing his lips. Compared to the previous delicate and vulnerable demeanor, Lu Bo now emanated an air of serene confidence, transcending the ordinary. You arrive unannounced at midnight without a greeting. Is this not a breach of etiquette? Yun Zhang reversed his grip on the sword, a faint azure aura slowly enveloping it, with grayish flames dancing around. He did not recognize Lu Bo's face and remained unaware of the gravity of the situation. Esteemed guest, I am the Grand Elder of Yunlan's sect, Yunling. Perhaps you have heard of me, the old steward said, his hands lowered. Grayish-white aura gradually forming a vortex as he stepped to block Yun Zhang, raising his voice. Yet he too did not recognize Lu Bo's face. Hee, everyone is gathered. Lu Bo observed the three individuals in the pavilion at the center of the lake, a slight smile gracing his lips, though a flicker of surprise stirred within him. Yunling? Wasn't he the unfortunate Dou Wang who met his demise at the hands of Xiao Yan? 99,527. Yun Chuan's face contorted in shock, as if he had encountered a ghost, pointing at Lu Bo and exclaiming in a high-pitched voice, Impossible, you were supposed to be dead. Upon hearing this, both Yun Zhang and the old steward furrowed their brows, only to soon relax, their prior trepidation dissipating like snow under the fierce sun. Although they were unaware of what fortuitous event this insignificant creature had experienced, he remained merely an insignificant being, incapable of stirring any significant waves. The two of them summoned their Dou Qi, with a grayish-blue energy robe slowly manifesting around Yun Zhang, while the old steward conjured small rocks that floated and coalesced into two sharp stone blades. You were but a mere child in life. I could have dispatched you with a single slap, let alone now that you are dead. The old steward sneered. Yun Chuan's eyes darted around, and as he discreetly retrieved a dagger from his waist, his tongue involuntarily flicked across his lips, sensing that this might be an opportune moment. The energy robe, a Dou master, the materialization of Dou Qi, and a Dou spirit. Lu Bo assessed the two individuals, their rank characteristics surfacing in his mind. As for the 9528, he would deal with that later. Young master, allow this old servant to charge forth. The Dou spirit roared, suddenly retracting his shoulders with a violent jolt. In an instant, countless powerful gusts of wind coursed through the night sky, hurtling towards Lu Bo and swiftly surrounding his vital points. His eyes, throat, dantian, perineum, and back, the grayish-white rocks, barely visible under the moonlight, exuded a deadly aura. With a soft whoosh, the old steward vanished, appearing above Lu Bo with lightning speed. The two grayish-white stone blades aimed at the Baihui point atop Lu Bo's head, descending with lethal intent. On the pavilion, Yun Zhang's thin lips curled into a smirk. This mere insect, oblivious to its own mortality, truly believed it could defy its master after returning from the dead? An insect remains an insect, even if resurrected. Still just an insect. Uncle Yan, spare his life. I have words for him, Yun Zhang declared, his gaze flashing. Chapter 3. Yet, before he could finish, Yun Zhang suddenly felt a constriction in his chest, followed by a thunderous explosion. His complexion paled as he instinctively crossed his arms protectively over his chest, lowering them only after the shockwave had passed. However, a Dou Emperor? The old steward found himself ensnared by Lu Bo, who grasped him by the crown of his head, muttering in disbelief, his gaze vacant. A faint chuckle resonated as a black hole materialized in Lu Bo's palm. A devouring force erupting instantly, the burly Dou spirit was transformed into a lifeless husk in the blink of an eye, slowly descending. The horrific wound at the center of Lu Bo's chest began to mend, the formidable vitality characteristic of a Dou spirit swiftly healing his injuries. Perfect. Now it is your turn. Lu Bo smiled faintly. Yun Zhang's previously indifferent complexion began to pale gradually. This was a grave predicament. To the west of the imperial capital, several dozen kilometers away, stood a majestic mountain range, the abode of the Yunlan sect. Thus this mountain was also known as Yunlan Mountain. At the very moment when El Bo erupted with overwhelming force, in a shadowy corner of the back mountain of the Yunlan sect, a pair of eyes opened from the darkness. Such pure soul power. It appears to be a splendid quarry, came the echoing, sharp laughter, resonating eerily. Suddenly, Dark mist surged in that corner, accompanied by the clinking sound of rattling chains. In the next instant, the black mist vanished, and the eyes disappeared, as if everything that had just transpired was but a figment of imagination. In the imperial capital, at the lakeside pavilion of the manor, the old butler's corpse slowly sank beneath the water's surface. Witnessing this scene, Yunzong and Yun Chun were utterly horrified. Impossible, impossible. Yunzang's face turned from ashen to a deep shade of blue. How could you possibly possess such formidable power? You are merely a slave. Elbow let out a cold chuckle, raising his right hand, where an elusive black hole manifested within his palm. Just then, Yunzong suddenly flicked his finger, and a jade token appeared in his grasp, which he promptly crushed. With a swift whoosh, a pair of grayish-white wings of battle energy sprouted from Yunzang's back. He then propelled himself upwards with a forceful leap. You slave, await the encirclement from the Yunlan sect. Yunzong sneered as his wings beat powerfully, ready to soar away. Can you truly escape? Elbow shook his head slightly, stamping his foot. A layer of luminous patterns spread out like lightning, enveloping the entire lake in an instant. Confinement. Elbow formed a hand seal and uttered a soft command. Immediately, the gently rippling waters of the lake froze, the wind stilled, and the waves ceased. Yunzong, who was about to take flight, suddenly felt his body grow heavy and uncontrollable, crashing down with a thud onto the path. Although the celestial talisman master could not summon the forces of heaven and earth here, Elbow's own abilities remained intact, making it effortless for him to set up a formation to confront his adversaries. Why you? Cold sweat began to bead on Yunzang's forehead, his lips trembling. The trump card his father had given him was useless, the butler was dead, and now he found himself utterly forsaken. 9527. Do not kill me. The one who betrayed you is him. He is the true murderer. Yunzong cried out, pointing at Yun Chun, who was similarly trapped by the formation. His complexion pale and his robes disheveled, no longer resembling the dashing young master he had been moments prior. Elbow shook his head slightly. Such trash. You acted so convincingly just now, and yet I thought you were a formidable foe. Rest assured, neither of you will escape. He spoke coolly, raising his left hand as yellow battle energy surged upwards, flickering like flames. The essence of his battle energy was fire-based, intertwined with a hint of wood energy, indicating that he possessed the potential to become an alchemist. Alas, he was merely a slave. Despite his extraordinary talent, he had no mentor to guide him. Upon hearing Elbow's words, brimming with murderous intent, Yunzang's expression shifted instantly. His opponent had no intention of sparing him. 9527. Are you truly willing to bring about our mutual destruction? Yunzong gripped his long sword, blue-gray flames flickering and dancing within his battle energy attire. Truly deserving of the title master. How lofty you are! Elbow's eyes glinted with cold light. Even at this juncture, Yunzong refused to bow down. Qingming flame slash. Yunzong bellowed, his longsword emitting a brilliant azure-gray glow, unleashing a strike imbued with azure-gray flames towards Lu Yu, intent on seizing the initiative. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the azure-gray flames. With a flick of his fingertip, the array beneath him illuminated, and a column of water erupted from the lake. Morphing into a serpent as thick as a water barrel, its jaws wide open, ready to strike. With a splashing sound, the azure-gray flame strike was extinguished as if it were a candle submerged in water. What? Yunzang's eyes widened in disbelief. Spare me, Lu Yu lightly tapped his foot, and the array's light surged, transforming the water serpent into countless water ropes that swiftly bound Yunzong, tying him up securely. With a delicate touch on the water's surface, Lu Yu's figure flickered and vanished, leaving Yunzong momentarily blinded, as Qiao Gui appeared directly before him, a speed that surpassed his comprehension. What do you intend to do? Yunzong shrieked, his voice sharp and panicked under the weight of extreme fear. Lu Yu remained silent, his expression impassive, as he thrust his fingers into Yunzang's abdomen, extracting a mass of azure-gray flames. Uft! You scoundrel, that is my Qingming fire, return it to me. As the fire, integral to his power, was drawn out, Yunzong immediately spat blood, his flushed visage turning ashen. Crack! Lu Yu lifted his foot, crushing Yunzong beneath it. Ha ha ha! An ant like you dares to speak to me? Lu Yu scoffed, a wave of inexplicable satisfaction surging from deep within his soul. Yunzang's face contorted in humiliation. The cold, earthy-smelling sole of Lu Yu's shoe pressing against him, his eyes bloodshot with rage, consumed by a fury that reached its zenith. Yet, he had learned to be wise. He clenched his jaw and refrained from uttering another word. Just wait. The might of Yunlan is beyond your comprehension. And when the time comes, I shall ensure you endure the most excruciating tortures known to man. Yunzang's eyes blazed crimson, his mind racing with countless methods to make Lu Yu wish for death. How dull. Noting his silence, Lu Yu scoffed, applying a slight pressure with his foot. And with a crack, Yunzeng's neck was completely broken, his eyes forever vacant. He rendered Yunzeng unable to wish for death any longer. Lu Yu seized his spatial ring to inspect its contents. TSKSK, as expected of a young master, such valuable treasures. Inside the ring lay a substantial collection of gold coins, estimated to be several tens of thousands, along with a few vials of elixirs, some martial arts techniques, and garments. Turning his gaze towards the young servant clad in green by the corridor, he noted the fellow was far more astute than his master, quietly attempting to crawl away, albeit with pitifully slow speed due to his feeble strength. 9527, do not kill me. Yin Chuan suddenly shrieked, catching Lu Yu's attention. We are brothers. We grew up together, shared the same bed, and ate from the same bowl. We are the best of brothers. Lu Yu stroked his chin, a smirk playing on his lips as he inquired curiously, then why did you not think of this when you were betraying me? Aye. Yin Chuan was rendered speechless. Lu Yu flicked his fingers, and an invisible mental flame shot forth, swiftly incinerating Yin Chuan's soul. He did not utter a single sound, merely gazing at the lifeless forms of the two individuals. Lu Bo felt an instantaneous lightness envelop his body, as if he could leap up effortlessly. Had the original soul dissipated? He stroked his chin, sensing that he now controlled this body with greater ease. It seemed so. It was time to depart. However, before leaving, he decided to leave behind a mark. With a sinister chuckle, Lu Bo extracted a drop of blood from Yunzeng and inscribed on the wall, "The murderer is Xiao Hua." The blood-written characters, crafted with iron brush and silver hook, were grand and imposing. With a triumphant cackle, Lu Bo composed himself, rubbing his face to suppress his eerie smile. How could he find amusement in such a grim act? It was Xiao Hua who committed the deed. What did it have to do with him, Lu Bo? If they sought retribution, they should pursue him instead. Half an hour later, a black mist silently drifted into the lakeside pavilion. As the mist swirled, a wisp of it flickered and slowly glided towards the east. Oh, so that was where it had gone. A crimson glow erupted, and the black mist coalesced, transforming into a streak of light that sped toward the direction from which Lu Bo had vanished. Chapter 4. A true man exists between heaven and earth. As the golden sun ascended, morning light bathed the city of Gamma. Dressed in a golden-edged, cloud-patterned robe, Lu Bo adjusted his trousers slightly. This attire belonged to Yunzeng and fit Lu Bo's frame well, though the pants were a bit snug. Nevertheless, he decided to make do. He muttered to himself, blaming his own stature, and then stepped into the train station. Indeed, it was a train station in the Dou Qi Continent. Those who possessed strength above the Dou Wang level could transform their Dou Qi into steeds. No, wings. Those above Dou Wang could soar freely, unbound by earthly constraints. But who would frivolously fly about? Wouldn't he that squander their Dou Qi? Did Dou Wang warriors not care for their dignity? Thus, it was customary to have a private mount, which not only conferred prestige, but also a sense of grandeur. For those without the means, one could simply rent a flying beast, provided they were not averse to the slower pace of such creatures. For those below the Dou Wang level, aside from state-owned flying beasts, there were also rail beasts to pull the trains. The Gamma royal family had established tracks connecting various major cities, facilitating rapid exchanges and, crucially, allowing for swift troop movements during wartime, a dual benefit, indeed. Standing in the station, Lu Bo observed a multitude of carriages adorned with equine magical beasts, his expression slightly twitching. What if, while aboard, a band of masked robbers leaped forth from the bushes to ambush him? He was neither in the previous Goose City nor accompanied by an aide or a lady. Oh well, he decided to board anyway. Last night, he had absorbed a considerable amount of life force, mending his broken heart. Now, he required rest. A flying beast would be too jarring for his recovery. After purchasing a ticket and passing through security, he searched for a seat. The entire process bore a striking resemblance to his previous life as train journeys. However, due to his need for recuperation, Lu Bo spent a bit more gold to secure a place in the most luxurious carriage. Yet, he found it puzzling that there were no private compartments akin to soft sleepers. Instead, the seating arrangement resembled that of a dining hall. Elbow found a seat by the window and settled in. Before long, a resounding roar of beasts filled the air, followed by the carriage beginning to move. As he gazed at the retreating scenery outside, Elbow exhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing his lips. Fortune had smiled upon him, granting him a second chance. This time, Elbow resolved to fortify his defenses, amass resources, and bide his time before claiming the throne, ultimately aspiring to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, the title of Battle Emperor. A true man, dwelling between heaven and earth, could not languish beneath others for long. If Xiao Yan could become the Battle Emperor, and the Soul Heaven Emperor could do the same, why should Elbow be any less deserving? He intended to first venture to the Monster Beast Mountain range, seek out treasures, and commence his cultivation, not only in fighting spirit, but also in alchemy. His innate talent as an alchemist should not be squandered. Naturally, his knowledge of alchemy would be acquired from the esteemed Yao Lao. As for how he would gain this knowledge, Bo had ample means. He was a transmigrator, with leverage enough that Yao Lao would find it hard to refuse. Why choose Yao Lao? The answer was simple. He was formidable. After all, he was a revered alchemist. Who else would one consult for alchemical arts? Of course, there was no rush. Bo smiled, and with a flick of his fingers, a book titled 3 Years of Alchemy, 5 Years of Fire Control appeared in his hands. According to the memories of his former self, in a few days, Nalan Yinran would be heading to Wutan City to annul her engagement with the Xiao family, which meant the plot had yet to unfold, granting Bo ample time. If the Soul Heaven Emperor were to learn that Xiao Yan embarked on his cultivation journey due to this incident, ultimately becoming the Battle Emperor and disrupting his millennia-long schemes, would he hasten to Wutan City to officiate the wedding between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yinran? Bo couldn't help but smirk at the thought, relishing the dark humor of it all. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of high heels echoed, and a graceful figure appeared at the carriage door. Clad in a red gown, exuding elegance and charm. Yafei, find a place to sit. We have a day until we reach Wutan City. An elder said in a deep voice behind her. All right, Elder Gunny, Yafei replied. Just then, her eyes lit up as they fell upon a young man by the window. Following her gaze, Master Gunny frowned, his expression darkening. Just a pretty boy, what is so captivating about him? I was much more handsome in my youth. Though the young man was undeniably striking, Yafei maintained her composure. Very well, Master Gunny remarked, stroking his beard with satisfaction. What does looks matter? Without skills, they are of no use. Besides, I was renowned for my good looks in my youth. Can this lad compare? Wait, is that lad reading an alchemy book? Master Gunny was momentarily taken aback. After all, he was a second-tier alchemist. Yafei, you sit tight. I shall have a word with that young man. His interest piqued. He raised an eyebrow. Young man, I will show you that looks are meaningless. True strength lies in ability. Yafei, her lips slightly parted in confusion, wondered what Master Gunny intended. Just moments ago, he had expressed disdain for that individual. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp footsteps approached slowly, and instinctively, Yafei looked up, her face lighting up with joy. Sister Nalan? At the entrance of the carriage, a graceful figure clad in a moon-white fitted gown appeared, seemingly around 14 or 15 years of age. Her youthful features, though still innocent, were exquisitely delicate, exuding an air of nobility that marked her as a beauty in the making. She was none other than Nalan Yinran, one of the future founders of the Yin Empire. Behind her followed an elderly man, his eyes gleaming with intensity, a long sword at his side, clearly a formidable warrior. He was Gu Yi, a 7-star battle master. Yafei, elder sister? The young girl exclaimed, her delicate steps carrying her to sit beside Yafei. The green jade pendant dangling from her earlobes swayed gently, producing a melodious chime that was both refreshing and delightful. Where is my little sister headed? Yafei inquired softly, her hand covering her lips as she smiled. To Wutan City. Traveling alongside my sister, Nalan Yinran replied with a smile, revealing her plans without hesitation. Wutan City? Yafei paused. Then realization dawned upon her. Has my little sister made up her mind? My marriage is a matter I shall dictate myself, Nalan Yinran asserted, her tone resolute. This decision had received her mentor's approval. Even if her grandfather were to rush from home, he would be unable to thwart her resolve. Nalan, you truly possess a determined spirit, Yafei remarked, her eyes sparkling momentarily before dimming. In terms of battle prowess, she lacked any innate talent. Aside from the skills she acquired in the realm of commerce and her beauty, she had no exceptional attributes. Unless fate intervened, her future was likely to be that of a pawn in a family alliance, perhaps finding a peaceful life as a wife and mother, or, if fortune turned ill, becoming a mere footnote in the annals of her husband's household. Sensing Yafei's melancholic mood, Nalan Yinran pursed her lips, keenly aware of her elder sister's thoughts. Are you traveling alone, Yafei, elder sister? Nalan Yinran skillfully shifted the topic. No, Master Gunny is accompanying me. Yafei quickly regained her composure, a smile gracing her lips. It seems he has encountered someone intriguing. As she spoke, her delicate fingers gestured towards the window where Lu Bo sat. Nalan Yinran glanced over, her eyes brightening. This young man was exceptionally handsome, undoubtedly the most striking among his peers. Ha! Has Nalan Yinran taken a liking to him? Yafei giggled, covering her mouth playfully. Before long, you shall be free. Why not consider him as a potential husband? Yafei, elder sister, you jest. A faint blush appeared on Nalan Yinran's fair cheeks, and she replied earnestly, if I were to marry, I would wed a hero of unparalleled greatness. I cannot simply settle for anyone. If that were the case, I might as well marry Xiao Yan. Yafei chuckled softly, yet Master Gunny approached with a troubled expression. Master? That lad seems rather peculiar. He sighed, explaining, just now. He inexplicably elaborated on alchemy to that young man, even more thoroughly than he does with his own disciple. It is utterly unreasonable. By the window, hearing Nalan Yinran's words, Lu Bo scoffed, feeling indignant that he was deemed inferior even to Xiao Yan. How absurd, he thought, rising to demonstrate his prowess to Nalan Yinran. However, a sudden tightening in his chest enveloped him with an ominous premonition. Lu Bo's pupils slightly contracted. As a celestial talisman master, how could anyone dare to threaten him within this carriage? He scanned the surroundings and swiftly dismissed the notion. Those present were merely familiar strangers, lacking such capability. This implied that someone was tracking him. The thought sent a chill down Lu Bo's spine. Who could it be? Chapter 5. The Celestial Talisman Master and the Earthly Guardian. Does Sister Yafei have any insight into this Xiao Yan who resides in Wutan City? Nalan Iran inquired. This individual is remarkably timid, unable to confront reality. Nalan Iran remarked with a hint of disdain. Sister Iran, your words are misguided, Yafei countered, shaking her head. Living in seclusion does not equate to being despondent or ineffectual. If he has persistently cultivated for years, even without the presence of fighting spirit, he may indeed possess a resolute will. What Sister Yafei suggests is merely conjecture. Nalan Iran replied. Your words could also be seen as mere speculation, Yafei chuckled softly. Let us drop the subject of that individual, Nalan Iran said gloomily. Though her decision to break off the engagement stemmed from not wanting to marry a stranger, it was also partially due to her disdain for her betrothed. Why not consider a son-in-law instead? Yafei teased, pointing to the window. That man's appearance would be a suitable match for you. Sister Yafei, do not jest. Nalan Iran exclaimed suddenly, her expression shifting with suspicion. Where has that man gone? Yafei was momentarily taken aback, glancing toward the window. She realized the figure had vanished without a trace. Where could he have gone? Yafei's expression changed as she scanned the area, but still could not locate him. As time passed swiftly, night fell, and the moonless, windy night transformed the once lush woods outside the window into a foreboding scene. In a secluded forest, sounds of rustling echoed, startling flocks of birds. Upon reaching a clearing, Lu Bo halted abruptly, glancing toward a shadowy tree to the west. He was uncertain of the intruder's identity. Having arrived in this world for less than 3 days, his only adversary was Yun Ling. Yet even Yun Ling, a mere Do Wang, lacked the capability to pose a threat. Suddenly, 2 crimson lights ignited from the dark shadows, accompanied by a piercing, eerie shriek. Damn it! Lu Bo's expression shifted as he recognized the presence of Soul Palace members. Their infamous laughter echoed throughout the myriad realms, known to all. Kid, how did you discover this guardian's presence? The dark mist quivered slightly, speaking with interest. Lu Bo remained silent, allowing his soul power to emanate from his brow, enveloping his entire being. Enough of the silence. Come along with this guardian. I have taken an interest in your soul, the dark mist solidified, its crimson glow intensifying as the Soul Palace guardian cackled ominously. Lu Bo exhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening. There was no way to resolve today's predicament peacefully. A confrontation was inevitable. The Soul Palace's arrogance left no room for reason. With a swift motion, the dark mist convulsed, launching 2 sharp chains like venomous snakes from their lair. Kid, I am the guardian Wu of the Soul Palace. Surrender your soul. Umph. Lu Bo scoffed coldly, sweeping his sleeve as his soul power transformed into a spear that shot forth with tremendous force. Clang! The crisp clang of metal reverberated throughout the forest, as fierce winds surged from the point of collision, uprooting nearby shrubs. The guardian, with a maniacal laugh, remarked, Young one, you possess quite the skill. Among the human-level guardians of my soul hall, you are indeed among the elite. Human-level guardian? LV Bo raised an eyebrow. As a celestial talisman master, he was uncertain of the status such a level commanded in the realm of Dou Qi, the pinnacle of Douhuang, as you would say, the guardian elaborated. Before dark mist billowed forth, revealing intricate runes illuminating the chains. I am a terrestrial level guardian. To battle with me is still beyond your capabilities. Suddenly, the chains trembled violently, curiously penetrating LV Bo's mental spear, hurtling directly towards his face. Your soul's power is utterly insignificant before me. Surrender it. The mention of the pinnacle of Douhuang startled LV Bo. It was evident that one could not simply equate the realms of Xian domain with those of Dou Qi. In that instant, LV Bo stomped his foot, causing formations to radiate, a golden light ascending from beneath him, forming a protective pillar. With a resounding crash, the pillar quivered violently, ripples cascading outward, narrowly deflecting the oncoming chains. What foul flame is this, capable of searing the soul? The anguished cries of the guardian echoed from the black mist, clearly indicating that LV Bo had gained the upper hand in their recent clash. Damnation! Today, I shall make you wish for death. The guardian roared, as the dark mist expanded infinitely, obscuring the scant starlight above. Within the gloom, a brilliant crimson light emerged. revealing a spectral figure that floated forth, bewildered by its surroundings. The aura it exuded suggested it was a being of formidable strength, rivaling LV Bo. Yet, before it could react, it was engulfed by the dark mist, followed by the dreadful sounds of chewing and the cries of anguish, presumably from the unfortunate soul it had just consumed. A twitch at the corner of LV Bo's mouth surfaced. How could a guardian resort to such extreme measures after a minor setback? Shouldn't the guardians of the Soul Hall unleash a torrent of curses instead? If they possessed such a mindset when facing Xiao Yan, he might not have ascended to the rank of Dou Di. Oh, to perish beneath the 9 forests and 100 devouring souls of my Soul Hall, you shall find your life worth living. The guardian cackled. As the oppressive dark mist began to contract and coalesce, a silhouette of an armored figure becoming vaguely discernible. Humph. LV Bo scoffed, rapidly forming seals with his hands, moving with such speed that afterimages trailed behind him. He stomped his foot and clapped his palms together, bellowing, "In demon howl." Instantly, a translucent silver skeleton, adorned with various arcane runes and towering like a multi-story building, materialized above him. Damn it, this young man is truly bizarre. The guardian, who had been consuming souls, was taken aback. In all his years of capturing souls, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. However, LV Bo would not grant him the luxury of time. Seizing the opportunity to strike when one is weak had always been his principle. A torrent of soul power surged forth from his brow, as the silver skeleton slowly opened its mouth, unleashing a piercing shriek that shattered the silence. Eek! With a resounding thud, the shadowy figure clad in the armor of the protector of the marsh was sent hurtling backwards, the ebony armor becoming increasingly ethereal as dark mist began to rise once more. Ah, the scoundrel, it's a soul attack? The crimson light within the dark mist flared intensely, a terrifying aura erupting forth. You have thwarted my 3 years of arduous cultivation. I shall claim your soul as recompense. It appeared that the previous attack had inflicted significant harm upon him, the dark mist swirling relentlessly as the armored figure grew ever more insubstantial. Devour the souls of the 9 forests, manifest. With that incantation, a chilling wind swept through the mountain forest, rendering the night so dark that one could not see their own hand in front of their face, a sinister and cold presence emanating from the protector. Kik. Hand over your soul willingly, young one. The countenance of Bo, shrouded in the array, twitched in apprehension. This is problematic. Lin Bei cannot possibly match him. The overwhelming aura was beyond his current capabilities to contend with. Even employing the Devouring Ancestral Talisman would yield little chance of victory. And Bo had no desire to consume such a thing either. What to do? His eyes flickered, dark orbs darting about, until he finally sighed in resignation. Very well. It seems I cannot win. I must flee. With a swift motion, he altered his hand seals, and the silvery, translucent light beneath him transformed into a brilliant, resplendent silver. Immediately, dark streaks shimmered within, accompanied by the delicate sound of shattering glass. Not good. It's spatial power. This fellow intends to escape. The protector exclaimed in alarm, unable to fathom how someone at the peak of the Battle Emperor realm could wield spatial force. He hastily raised a single palm and struck down fiercely. Clang! A thunderous reverberation shook the earth. A colossal serpent, composed of chains and cloaked in darkness, surged forth, shattering the air in its wake. Thunderous roars echoing across the mountain forest. You cannot escape. Boy, come and face your demise. The protector cackled, the serpent's maw agape, lunging towards Bo's form. However, Bo had already enacted the array, the dazzling silver light illuminating the pitch-black forest, where one could not see their own hand. Just as the serpent was about to descend, the radiant silver abruptly halted, vanishing as if the power had been cut off. Boom! The ground trembled, mountains shattered, and waves of earth surged into the sky as the dark, chain-like serpent obliterated half of the peak with a single strike. Such destructive power was truly terrifying. Cursed be it, he has managed to escape. The protector roared in fury, throwing his head back in a howl, stirring the tumultuous clouds above as if his roar had disturbed the very heavens. You have ruined my 3 years of painstaking cultivation, mark my words. I shall find you and make you endure the torment of 1,000 souls. Half an hour later, sensing the complete disappearance of the protector's aura, a mound of earth began to swell from the ground, and Bo, looking disheveled and covered in dirt, emerged from within. Cursed be it. I'm fortunate to have deceived him. Bo spat out the mud from his mouth, feeling a sense of relief despite his disheveled appearance. Did he possess knowledge of spatial arrays? He did, to an extent. His understanding of spatial power was adequate, but it could not be manifested at this moment. In the continent of fighting spirit, only the ancient dragon of the void and that formidable Xiao Yan could wield spatial power without having reached the battle sovereign level. Others lacked such capability, and Bo was no exception. Previously, he had merely cast an illusionary array to deceive, but fortunately, he successfully misled the Protector Wu. The grudge of today, Lin Bei shall remember. A fierce glint flickered in Lu Bu's eyes. Protector Wu, wait for it. In the future, Lin Bei will express his gratitude properly. Gritting his teeth, Lu Bu vowed that this matter was far from over. He was determined to settle the score with Protector Wu. Even the Lord of the Soul Hall would not deter him, as Lin Bei had proclaimed. With a sudden push, Lu Bu transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly heading towards the eastern Beast Mountain range. Chapter 6. The Azure Sky Dragon Transformation Technique, the Little Medicine Sage. Under the scorching sun, the intense heat caused the distant air to shimmer with subtle distortions. His feet occasionally crunched upon the fallen leaves from the trees lining the road, producing a crisp sound. These leaves had been desiccated by the relentless heat. On the spacious yellow earth path, a young man clad in black strolled with ease. In stark contrast to others who were drenched in sweat and exhausted by the heat, he bore no trace of moisture. His complexion remained unperturbed, as if the sweltering temperature held no sway over him. Passers-by occasionally cast glances his way, not only due to his extraordinary demeanor, but also because, compared to the burly men of the town, whose faces were adorned with excess flesh and scars, this youth appeared as a refined gentleman amidst a turbulent world, akin to a brilliant pearl in the night. Some scantily clad female mercenaries could not help but lick their lips, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Sensing the predatory gazes surrounding him, Lu Bu sighed deeply. Indeed, a young man must safeguard himself when venturing out. However, just as the female mercenaries were about to approach him, an inexplicable chill washed over them, a profound sense of dread, as if they were being scrutinized by a formidable beast. Uncertain of what had transpired, they instinctively halted their steps, allowing the handsome young man to depart gracefully. I have arrived at Qingshan Town, Lu Bu remarked with a light chuckle, glancing at the grand sign above. His immediate purpose was to acquire the map, not merely a map, but a legacy of the pure Lotus Demon Fire. The ancient array of the pure Lotus Demon Saint held an irresistible allure for him as a talisman master. Should he comprehend its intricacies, it would undoubtedly lead to a transformative enhancement of his combat prowess. Furthermore, Lu Bu intended to journey to the Tagore Desert. The acquisition of was paramount. After obtaining it, he would also visit the Canaan Academy, not for the sake of the fallen heart flame, but rather for Xiao Yan. In his previous life, during the 100 Dynasty War, Lu Bu had obtained the ancient key, unlocking the Azure Dragon Hall of the Four Great Profound Sect, thus acquiring the legacy of the Azure Dragon King, Qingji, the Azure Sky Dragon Transformation Technique. Regrettably, he had not yet had the opportunity to propagate this extraordinary skill before meeting his demise at the hands of a powerful adversary in the Western Mysterious Domain. It must be said that luck is indeed a form of strength. With a deep sigh, Lu Bu recalled the training method of the Azure Sky Dragon Transformation Technique etched in the depths of his soul, yet without the essence of the celestial dragon. He could not practice it. Lu Bu resolved to experiment with the bloodline of the ancient void dragon. Such a formidable technique must not languish in his hands. As his thoughts raced, he entered a pharmacy named Wan Yaozhai. Having conversed with Guanai a few days prior and acquired some rudimentary pharmacological knowledge, he intended to procure some medicinal materials and attempt alchemy himself. Ah, esteemed guest, welcome to the pharmacy of 10,000 remedies. May I inquire what medicinal items or herbs you require? As Elbow stepped through the doorway, a beaming attendant approached him with an affable smile. Elbow thought to himself, this situation seems rather peculiar. Should there not be a lack of attention directed towards me, followed by an inability to afford the herbs, only to be met with disdain from the attendant? Is it possible that I am being treated differently simply because I am not the protagonist? How absurd, esteemed guest. The attendant chuckled. Our humble establishment offers a plethora of medicinal products, externally applied, orally ingested, finished products, and raw herbs alike. What might you desire? Coughing lightly, Elbow, with a fist gently pressed to his lips, responded, allow me a moment to browse. Should I find something of interest, I will call upon you. Certainly, dear guest, the attendant replied, promptly turning to assist another customer who had just entered. Elbow surveyed his surroundings, contemplating the rare herb he believed Xiao Yan had discovered here. What was it again? As he focused, a pulse of spiritual energy emanated from his brow, enabling him to sense the environment. Before long, his gaze fixed upon a corner on the right side of the shop, where a bundle of herbs lay. Eureka! How fortuitous! The attendant, noting Elbow's interest, hurried over with a grin. Ah, little medical sage Elbow, the attendant exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. I would like to purchase that bundle of Huanglian essence. Elbow stated. However, I have a query. Do you know the whereabouts of the little medical sage? That will be a total of 2,300 gold coins. The attendant calculated, rubbing his hands together while eagerly gazing at Elbow. With a flick of his finger, Elbow sent a sizable pouch of gold coins soaring through the air. During his time in the imperial capital, he had withdrawn the entire sum from the golden card within his spatial ring, over 300,000 gold coins, to be precise. One must commend the elder Yunling for his generosity towards his son. Here you are, dear guest. Please take your herbs, the attendant said cheerfully after counting the coins. Elbow glanced around, picking up a piece of Huanglian essence. With a gentle stroke of his fingertip, the dry, earthy surface revealed a faint crimson hue. Blood lotus essence. The primary ingredient for the 5th-tier medicinal concoction, blood lotus pill. In other places, one would hardly acquire it for less than 100 to 180,000 coins. Though Elbow had no need for it, Xiao Yan certainly did. He would relish the opportunity to leverage this against Xiao Yan later. A mischievous grin spread across his face. There was nothing quite as delightful as capitalizing on the protagonist's misfortunes. With a sweeping motion, he gathered all the herbs into his spatial ring, causing the attendant to gaze at him with envy. The spatial ring, a luxury beyond his reach, would be a treasure worth a lifetime if he could ever obtain one. As Elbow exited the pharmacy of 10,000 remedies, he set off in search of the little medical sage and her treasures. As dusk approached, within the pharmacy, the little medical sage concluded her day's duties, deftly arranging various medicinal vessels. Humming a cheerful tune, she felt quite pleased with herself. Ah, finally done. Her assistant, Liffey, sighed, as if shedding a colossal burden. This life is truly monotonous, day in and day out. How utterly tedious. Not so. The gentle smile of the little healer illuminated her face as she remarked, healing and saving lives is a noble vocation, one that brings immense joy. The happiness of those unsightly men is of little consequence. Li Fei pouted and inquired, Dear little healer, have there been any intriguing happenings of late? Intriguing happenings? The little healer tilted her head, playfully twirling a strand of her hair, and replied, I have discovered a superb white orchid fruit that can be used to concoct many exquisite medicines. Her assistant, Li Fei, rolled her eyes dismissively. And what is so fascinating about that? It merely translates to a bit more gold in our coffers. The little healer pressed her lips together, her delicate fingers idly stirring a lock of hair as she appeared deep in thought. Li Fei's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she refrained from interrupting, resting her chin on her hand as she awaited the little healer's words. Li Fei, this is something I will only share with you, and you must keep it secret. The little healer whispered, pulling Li Fei closer. Of course. Li Fei nodded eagerly, her eyes ablaze with intrigue, convinced that the little healer was about to divulge news of a dashing mercenary. Today, while gathering herbs, I stumbled upon a cave at the base of a cliff. A treasure? Li Fei asked softly, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She had heard numerous tales of adventurers who fell from cliffs only to discover ancient legacies, ultimately vanquishing their foes through newfound powers. A smile played on the little healer's lips as she reveled in Li Fei's eager gaze, which brought her a sense of satisfaction. Lost in her own contentment, she remained oblivious to her assistant's peculiar demeanor, contemplating a visit to the cave in hopes of discovering a legacy for herself, thereby becoming an unparalleled master. Outside, Lu Bo stood silently, taking in the scene, dressed in a flowing white gown. The little healer possessed a charming visage and an ethereal presence, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. She was a rare beauty, particularly her slender waist, which, if embraced, would surely evoke delightful sensations. However, Lu Bo kept such thoughts at bay. He aspired to become a formidable warrior, undeterred by fleeting desires. He then stepped forward. Noticing the sudden intrusion, the little healer looked up with displeasure, her brows furrowing as she prepared to scold. Yet, the words froze on her lips, her eyes brightening with recognition as she smiled. Young sir, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit to the apothecary? Are you feeling unwell and in need of my assistance? Lu Bo sighed. Alas, it is my own handsomeness that troubles me. It is quite a challenge to maintain an air of nonchalance. Chapter 7. A gallant gentleman, young sir? The little healer called softly, noticing Lu Bo's momentary distraction. Clearing his throat, Lu Bo smiled and said, I have heard you discovered a cave, and I am quite intrigued. Shall we explore it together? The little healer's expression shifted abruptly. She snapped out of her daydream, and her gaze sharpened. Let us go, she commanded, seizing Li Fei's hand and rushing towards the door. However, Lu Bo chuckled softly as intricate patterns at his feet glowed and expanded, enveloping the two women in an instant. Their rapid strides halted abruptly, and with a deft movement, Lu Bo leapt forward, landing gracefully before them. Little medical fairy, you cannot escape, Lu Bo chuckled, raising his fingertip as soul energy slowly coalesced, an invisible pressure enveloping the air. The little medical fairy's complexion paled as she hastily exclaimed, Wait, I will take you there, but you must spare my assistant. She knows nothing. Lu Bo paused, furrowing his brow in contemplation for a moment before replying. Very well, I agree, but should you dare to play tricks, Do not blame me for being unkind. The last statement was directed at the little medical fairy's assistant, Liffey. I will keep the secret. Liffey's face turned pale, and she nodded repeatedly. Lu Bo placed a hand on the little medical fairy's shoulder, and with a swift motion, they vanished into the night sky. As Lu Bo departed, Liffey felt a sudden release, the force that had confined her body dissipating in an instant. Damn it, the treasure will be lost. Watching the direction in which the two had vanished, Liffey's expression turned anxious, biting her lip in turmoil for a moment. Determination flashed across her face as she hurried towards a certain direction in Qingshan Town. There lay a renowned force in Qingshan Town, the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. In the forest, Lu Bo held the little medical fairy, his toes lightly tapping as he swiftly navigated through the trees. He refrained from wrapping his arms around her waist, wary of being too forward. However, the little medical fairy glared at Lu Bo's handsome face, cursing inwardly. That damn scoundrel, looking so good yet doing despicable things. Which way next? Lu Bo inquired with a smile. That way, the little medical fairy said, raising her delicate finger to point toward the darkness of the forest. You are lying, Lu Bo retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Your soul fluctuations are abnormal. It is clear you are deceiving me. How infuriating. The little medical fairy gritted her teeth, muttering curses before seriously surveying her surroundings, eventually pointing in another direction. Lu Bo nodded in satisfaction, grasping her shoulder as they soared into the air once more. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a cliff. The cave is just below the cliff. Are you satisfied now? The little medical fairy said, visibly irritated. She crossed her legs, disregarding her white dress and the earthy ground, and plopped down, clearly waiting for Lu Bo to take action. Lu Bo chuckled at her, realizing she had mistaken him for a villain. I am undeniably handsome, resembling a good person. No. Lin Bei is the good person. Ahem, little medical fairy, do you not wish to see what lies below? Lu Bo smiled, extending his hand toward her. Seated on the ground, awaiting her fate, the little medical fairy's body stiffened as she looked up at Lu Bo in disbelief. You won't kill me? Why would I kill you? Lu Bo tilted his head, curiously asking. The little medical fairy stammered, good question, I do not know. Let us go. Lu Bo motioned with his lips, urging her to take his hand. After a moment's hesitation, the little medical fairy finally placed her hand in his palm. Lu Bo exerted a gentle pull, lifting her from the ground while brushing off the dirt from her backside. Damn it, what are you doing? The little medical fairy's cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering as Lu Bo's touch left a strong impression. I was merely helping you remove the dust, Lu Bo replied with conviction, his handsome face betraying no hint of ulterior motives. All right, let us prepare to descend. Elbow tapped twice more, extracting a rope from the ring and securing it. With arms outstretched, he beckoned to the little healer. Come up. Up where? She queried. Come up. He insisted. What if I don't? Then I might just ascend without you. Seeing Elbow's beaming countenance, the little healer sighed and reluctantly stepped into his embrace. What kind of expression is that? Elbow retorted, somewhat irked. Am I not a man of honor, not a lecherous rogue? Do you truly believe I would take advantage of you? That is hard to ascertain, she replied, albeit inching closer into his arms. Elbow encircled her slender waist with his left arm, relishing the sensation he had long coveted. It was undeniably delightful, a perfect fit, neither too thick nor too slim, providing him with immense satisfaction. Instinctively, he tightened his hold on her. The little healer murmured softly, her cheeks flushed. You scoundrel. We should hurry. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she felt a sudden loss of weight as the space between them widened. A chill ran through her as she realized they were suspended in midair, yet a strong arm firmly secured her waist, preventing her from plummeting. Just as gratitude began to swell within her for Elbow, she was abruptly halted, her chest colliding forcefully against his. What are you doing, you idiot? She exclaimed, teeth clenched in frustration. You claim not to be a lecherous rogue, yet here we are. We miscalculated the distance. We need to exert some effort, Elbow remarked, his gaze fixed on the mountainside obscured by a fallen log, a slight furrow creasing his brow. The little healer felt a flicker of relief. It was unintentional. Then what shall we do? She asked anxiously. They were precariously perched on a steep cliff, with an abyss yawning beneath them. Only a single rope to ensure their safety. Not a problem. I have a plan, Elbow responded with a smile, adjusting his grip on the rope. He then propelled himself forward, swiftly loosening the rope as he dashed toward the cave. Once more, the sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, prompting the little healer to instinctively clutch Elbow tighter. But at that moment, they collided once again. The little healer bit down on her silver teeth, her bright eyes glistening with unshed tears. Before she could voice her feelings, the sensation of weightlessness hit her again, sending her crashing into him once more. Collision after collision. You scoundrel. The little healer's delicate hand formed a fist, unable to suppress her anger any longer, ready to deliver a blow to this rogue. But just then, Elbow relaxed his grip entirely, letting go of the rope as he stomped firmly against the cliff wall, executing a graceful flip to land on a protruding tree branch. We have arrived, Elbow chuckled lightly. How was that? I told you I had a solution. The little healer, her chest aching with indignation, refused to respond. Elbow surveyed the dark entrance of the cave ahead. Limited by his current martial prowess, he could not discern much, but his spiritual perception swept through, revealing its contents. Apart from some scattered rubble and a few animal bones, the cave was empty. A large stone blocked the passageway after about 5 to 6 meters, sealing it entirely. Lubo tossed aside the ring he had been holding and took out a luminous pearl. My dear girl, follow closely behind me. Given the displayed prowess of their opponent, he realized that his medicinal powder would be utterly ineffective against him. Lubo chuckled softly. Are you certain? This cave is a favored habitat for venomous insects and serpents. Just imagine those numerous legged centipedes and the legless poisonous snakes. If they were to wriggle into your clothing and against your skin enough. Don't say another word. The young healer, feeling a surge of indignation, felt goosebumps rise on her fair skin. She was still just an ordinary girl. How could she not be frightened by such things? Let us proceed, Lubo said with a light-hearted laugh. The young healer cautiously followed Lubo, wishing to be as close to him as possible. Noticing her apprehension, Lubo reached out and pulled her beside him, wrapping his arm around her shoulder as they walked side by side like a couple. The young healer gritted her silver teeth, recalling Lubo's earlier words. I am a man of honor, not one to indulge in lewdness. Bah, such a handsome face wasted. Chapter 8. Young Master, you are truly kind. At the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps base, darkness enveloped the area, obscuring any trace of light, yet shadows moved about. And the sound of footsteps echoed continuously. All 20 skilled men are in position. A burly man with a fierce scar on his face reported to Mu Shi. Excellent. Mu Shi nodded, standing at the center of the area, flanked by his son Mu Li and the young healer's assistant, Liffy. Gon Mu, take Liffy and join us. Mu Li, you and Captain Hemong will remain at headquarters. Let us set off. Mu Shi commanded, surveying his surroundings. Father, Mu Li's face flashed with anxiety. The young healer had been taken, and he longed to rescue her. Naturally, acquiring those treasures would be even better. What do you wish to say? Mu Shi glared. Asserting his dominance in the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, his word was law, even for his own son. Yes, father. Mu Li immediately straightened, daring not to speak further. Mu Shi snorted coldly and turned to leave. Follow closely. Gon Mu gestured, beckoning Liffy to follow as he grasped her shoulder, keeping pace with Mu Shi. Yes, Captain. The 20 skilled men responded in unison, trailing behind. Mu Shi, his gaze dark and brooding, clasped his hands behind his back and asked in a deep voice, Liffy, which direction? Liffy, being lifted like a chick by the second captain, swallowed hard, unable to meet Mu Shi's piercing gaze, and lowered her head to indicate a direction. Speed up. With a wave of his hand, Mu Shi quickened his pace. Within the cavern, Lu Bo and the young healer reached the end of the passage, where a massive stone radiating a faint earthy glow stood before them. This stone appears incredibly solid, the young healer murmured, brushing her fingers against its surface. It seems to be a mechanism of earth type. There must be a way to open it. Let me investigate. As she examined the stone, her peripheral vision caught a glimmer of light. She looked up to see Lu Bo lightly tapping with his fingertip, causing a silver luminescent array to manifest upon the stone, enveloping it entirely. Break. Elbow flicked his fingers, and an intangible force of spiritual energy acted upon the massive stone. In an instant, the entire boulder shattered, transforming into a myriad of fragments that scattered across the ground. How did you accomplish that? The petite healer exclaimed, her red lips parting in astonishment. Guess. Elbow replied with a light chuckle. As the great stone crumbled, a faint glow illuminated the surroundings of the cave. Inside, there lay a simple and spacious stone chamber, its walls adorned with luminous stones that cast a warm light throughout. In the center of the chamber sat a solitary chair, upon which rested a desiccated skeleton, devoid of any muscular tissue, leaving only stark white bones, with the skull having fallen upon the thigh bone. Before the chair stood a jade stone platform, upon which were 3 stone boxes secured with locks. Adjacent to the left wall, a sizable pile of gold coins shimmered brilliantly under the illumination of the luminous stones. Even the most indifferent of souls would feel a twinge of excitement upon witnessing such a wealth of glittering gold. To the right of the chamber stood several flower pots, each nurturing a variety of precious herbs. Simultaneously, the petite healer's gaze fell upon these remarkable plants. Purple-blue leaves, white spirit ginseng fruit, snow lotus seeds, ice spirit flame grass. Oh my, so many precious herbs, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. I want that ice spirit flame grass, the rest is yours. Elbow replied with a smile. This is one of the key ingredients for refining the blood lotus pill. It is quite significant. The petite healer felt a surge of frustration. This was supposed to be hers. Humph, do you have any objections? Elbow remarked with a disapproving glance. No, I have no objections whatsoever, she retorted through clenched teeth, her anger palpable. Repeat that. I did not appreciate your tone just now, Elbow said, patting her shoulder with a smile. Taking a deep breath, the petite healer allowed a smile to grace her delicate features and sweetly stated, this gentleman, whatever you say goes. I shall heed your words. With that, she cast Elbow a flirtatious glance, albeit clumsily, resembling more of a squint than a flirt. Elbow nodded in satisfaction. Very well, proceed to excavate all the herbs, and remember to set aside that which I require. The petite healer pouted in indignation but complied obediently. Although Elbow often took advantage of her, had it been anyone else, they might have resorted to violence upon entering, claiming all the treasures for themselves. Elbow could be considered a decent man, albeit a rather insufferable one. While observing the petite healer diligently unearthing the herbs, Elbow scrutinized the skeleton, eventually noticing a set of keys dangling from its withered right hand. How did Xiao Yan discover the map to the pure lotus demon fire? Elbow pondered. Stroking his chin, if I recall correctly, it was found while retrieving the keys, wasn't it? Thus, he raised his hand, grasping the keys, and inadvertently snapped the right arm bone. Indeed, a small, ochre scroll emerged from within the bone. Elbow promptly stored it within his spatial ring. With this, he felt he had secured a significant advantage over the pure lotus demon fire. Before long, the petite healer had gathered the herbs and, in a show of compliance, presented the ice spirit flame grass to Elbow. Come here, let us open the boxes. Elbow tossed the keys in his hand and remarked, my dear sir, you truly are something. The charming little healer smiled sweetly, her voice laced with a delicate tone. Please, just speak normally. Elbow wiped the goosebumps that had risen on his arms, thinking her to be quite the petty woman. The little healer huffed, crossing her arms in silence. Elbow picked up the keys and directly opened the stone box closest to him, revealing a roll of purple scroll. Advanced flight technique of the mysterious rank, Wings of the Eagle. The little healer's face lit up with delight as she exclaimed, although she was unaware of its true nature. The name alone suggested it was something that granted flight. I cannot give this to you. Elbow grasped the flight scroll firmly, prompting the little healer to glare at him in anger. Why are you looking at me like that? Elbow boldly declared, shamelessly continuing, this is for your own good. As the saying goes, a common man is not guilty, but possessing treasures brings trouble. Holding this would be akin to a child flaunting gold in a bustling market, surely attracting unwanted attention, and that would spell disaster for you. Therefore, this must remain with me. I am saving you. With that, Elbow stored the purple wings in his spatial ring. Well, I suppose I must thank you. The little healer retorted, please, continue. Elbow opened the second stone box. Advanced combat technique of the mysterious rank, Roar of the Savage Lion. What a worthless item, consider it a gift. He merely glanced at it before discarding it. Though it benefits me, it still leaves a sour taste. The little healer pouted, the 7-colored poison manual? Elbow opened the final stone box and offered the item to her as well. I have no need for this. It's yours. Should I despise him or be grateful? That is indeed a dilemma. She pondered, those gold coins are mine, correct? Elbow pointed to the gleaming gold in the corner. Feeling frustrated that he had only kept one item from the stone boxes and believed he deserved more gold to compensate for his losses. No, I demand half. The little healer insisted, knowing that in Qingshan town, gold was the sole circulating currency, far more useful than medicinal herbs or techniques. Her protests fell on deaf ears. Elbow scoffed and collected all the coins into his spatial ring, finding amusement in the sight of the little healer puffing her cheeks in indignation, her teeth clenched. How infuriating. She cursed, how can such an attractive person be so detestable? It's maddening. Enough of this treasure hunt, it's time to leave. Elbow guided the little healer to the cave's entrance and grasped the rope, spreading his arms wide. Come up. All right. The little healer readily agreed, securing her jars of herbs and 2 scrolls with a cloth around her chest before lunging into Elbow's embrace. Damn it. I dislike clever women. Elbow exclaimed, shocked. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. The little healer smiled slightly, a hint of pride in her voice. Smack. Elbow raised his hand and playfully swatted her rear. How dare you? The little healer shouted in anger. Elbow lifted his hand again, causing her to instinctively shrink her neck, obediently wrapping her arms around his waist, falling silent, like a wronged little wife. Now that's more like it. Elbow seized the rope, pushed off the ground, and soared up with a single leap, reaching the edge of the cliff. The little healer stood there, speechless. Thus, I have come to realize your lascivious nature. However, as soon as the two of them touched the ground, a multitude of torches suddenly illuminated the surrounding mountains and forests. Little medical fairy, and this friend of mine, how delightful it is to encounter you here. Mushi exclaimed, wielding a long spear and laughing heartily. The little medical fairy's complexion instantly paled. Cursed be it, it was Mu Shi. He was the foremost expert in Qingshan town, a 2-star dome master whose might was utterly despairing. Chapter 9. The Schemes of Various Parties. Mu Shi. The little medical fairy's face turned slightly ashen, and she quickly demanded, "How did you find this place?" Yet soon, her gaze fell upon Liffey, who stood beside Ganmu, the vice-captain of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps. "Liffey, is it you?" The little medical fairy's anger flared, her delicate face contorted with rage, her almond-shaped eyes widened. I was only trying to save you," Liffey said, her voice trembling with vulnerability. "You speak nonsense." The little medical fairy retorted vehemently. "Why did you seek out that despicable Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps to rescue me? In Qingshan town, who is unaware of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps' insatiable ambitions? These scoundrels are greed personified, eager to lay their hands on anything valuable, and their detestable vice-captain, Mu Li, has set his sights on me. Seeking their help is akin to throwing meat buns to a dog. If you truly wish to save me, you could have rallied the other mercenaries whom I have treated in Qingshan town, rather than approaching the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps." Tears welled in Liffey's eyes, and she fell silent under the little medical fairy's scathing reprimand. "Ha ha ha, enough, little medical fairy," and this esteemed friend, Mu Shi clapped his hands, laughing heartily to draw everyone's attention to himself. "We, the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps, are not villains. If you surrender everything from the cave, I assure you, we shall release you immediately without any trouble." Mu Shi, still holding his spear, laughed boisterously, thumping his chest for emphasis. The little medical fairy remained silent, narrowing her beautiful eyes, gripping a small medicine pouch, while Lu Bo continued to stand with his hands clasped behind his back, observing Mu Shi's performance with indifference. Noticing their lack of response, Mu Shi's expression began to darken. "Dear friends, I, Mu Shi, am not unreasonable. It is not wise to resort to violence when one can prosper through amicable means. Allow me to introduce those present. Why not simply take them down?" Ganmu, the vice-captain, whispered. "Be silent, fool," Mu Shi reprimanded in a low voice. "That individual is a dome master. The forces backing such a young dome master are beyond our reckoning." Having said that, Mu Shi once again wore a smile, indicating himself. "I am the leader of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps, a 2-star dome master, who has single-handedly slain a 2nd-tier magical beast. This is my good brother, Ganmu, a 9-star Dou fighter on the brink of becoming a dome master." Before he could finish, the determined expression of the little medical fairy, who was prepared to fight to the death, shattered in an instant, her fair face turning ghastly pale as cold sweat began to bead on her pristine forehead. Her strength was merely that of a 1-star Dou fighter. Mu Shi was not an opponent she could contend with. Lu Bo tilted his head in confusion. How could this man mistakenly regard himself as a dome master? Where did he derive such an impression? The original body possessed merely the cultivation of a 1-star fighter, and I was unaware that I had already ascended to the rank of a fighter. Over there, Mu Shi spread his arms wide, gesturing towards the 20 adept individuals behind him, each wielding a torch. "These," he proclaimed, "are my elite Wolf-Head mercenary group, each a formidable warrior with a cultivation level of at least 5 stars. The little healer's lips quivered slightly, her back against a precipice, and before her stood a fighter, a 9-star combatant, accompanied by 25-star fighters. "I shall reiterate for the last time, little healer, and to you, sir. If you hand over the items you acquired in the cave, I assure you of your safe passage." Mu Shi was certainly not one to revel in conflict. Upon hearing this, hesitation flickered across the little healer's face. There was no chance to overpower them or escape. The only recourse left was to surrender the items in the hope of preserving her life. Noticing her moment of uncertainty, Mu Shi felt a surge of delight. Her wavering signified potential success in his endeavor. Mu Shi, the little healer, began to speak, but was abruptly restrained by Lu Bo. "What are you doing?" She frowned, questioning him. "Do you genuinely believe that relinquishing the items will ensure your safe departure?" Lu Bo replied, irritation evident in his tone. A mercenary group entrenched in the art of combat would never allow a tiger to return to the mountain. That series of promises was merely a test. Should we acquiesce to their demands for the sake of survival, it would only reveal our inadequacy and invite their predation. What then? The little healer bit her red lips, unwilling to concede, yet feeling trapped in this dire predicament. Observing Lu Bo's intervention, Mu Shi realized that his plan had faltered. "Prepare for battle," he declared, his gaze darkening as he spoke to his companions behind him. At this declaration, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the eyes of the little healer's assistant, Liffey. A confrontation was imminent. The clash was finally about to unfold. "Boy, do you truly believe that with your cultivation as a fighter, you can prevail against all of us?" Mu Shi barked, gripping his spear with authority. "Fighter?" Lu Bo chuckled lightly. "What led you to believe I am merely a fighter? You're just putting on a show." Mu Shi scoffed. "Kill him." Upon hearing this command, Ganmu sprang forward, his verdant fighting spirit erupting as his fists took on the hue of withered wood, charging straight at Lu Bo. Behind him, 20 fighters unleashed a vibrant array of fighting spirits, 5 engaging head-on, 10 flanking from the sides, while the remaining 5 trailed behind as reserves, evidently prepared for any eventuality. Meanwhile, Mu Shi, surrounded by a pale blue fighting spirit, leaped atop a great tree, orchestrating the entire battlefield with a commanding presence. The coordination displayed by the wolf-head mercenary group was undeniably impressive. Yet, it was of little consequence. Lu Bo pressed forward, a resonant hum emanating from his feet as silver glyphs radiated outward from him, enveloping the entire wolf-head mercenary group in an instant. This is bad. As Mu Shi witnessed the unfolding scene, his pupils constricted suddenly. Although he was unaware of the exact circumstances, it was undeniably the moment when the enemy commenced their assault. Quick, leave that circle of light, Mu Shi shouted, unleashing his fighting spirit as he retreated with the swiftness of lightning. Yet, in this world, such endeavors seldom proved facile. Before Mu Shi could evade, he felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, an invisible pressure that forced him to the ground with a thud. He knelt, his body bent and his spine curved, unable to lift his head. This fate befell not only him, but all members of the wolf-head mercenary group. Those of lesser strength collapsed entirely, prostrate on the ground, immobilized. A Dou Master? Is this truly a Dou Master? Panic gripped Mu Shi as he recalled the words of that woman. Liffy, the little medical sage, has discovered a cave said to harbor an extraordinary individual who has captured her, a boy of about 15 or 16. I am unsure of his strength, but when he seized the little medical sage, he bore an ethereal robe much like yours, Captain Mu Shi. Damn it. I have been deceived by that woman. Mu Shi seethed with fear and anger. That so-called Dou Qi robe had incapacitated them all in an instant, and with such ease, indicating that this power was at least on par with a Dou Ling. With a cold sweat trickling down his brow, Mu Shi trembled, praying that this formidable being would possess the mercy to overlook someone as insignificant as himself. Otherwise, his demise was assured. In the distance, Liffy's countenance reflected sheer terror. She had anticipated a mutual downfall, yet she never envisioned that this so-called strongest individual of Qingshan Town would be utterly defeated in a single encounter, taking down the entire wolf-head mercenary group with him. This is not what I envisioned. Liffy's face paled as the gravity of the situation dawned upon her. Little medical sage, how do you intend to handle this assistant of yours? Lu Bo gestured toward the unfortunate assistant who lay prostrate on the ground. It was evident that this individual harbored ill intentions. As a certain bodhisattva once said, he was on the path to his own demise. Upon hearing this, the little medical sage cast a silent glance at Liffy. Given the circumstances, even she, despite her naivety, could discern Liffy's ulterior motives. Chapter 10, The Crafting of Puppets. Little medical sage, I only wish to save you. I harbor no intentions of harming you. Liffy cried out in a hoarse voice, her eyes filled with terror. Only the little medical sage could rescue her now. If she chose to end her life, Liffy would truly be finished. Little medical sage, this woman has long admired Lier and shares a deep bond with him, Mu Shi rasped, delivering a scathing remark aimed at Liffy. The Lier he referred to was his son. I do not. Liffy shrieked, little medical sage, I have always been loyal to you. Enough. Silence. The little medical sage admonished softly, grasping a wooden staff as she approached. The truth is evident to me. There is no need for your explanations. With that, she raised the wooden staff, her pale yellow fighting spirit enveloping it, with faint flames flickering upon its surface. Little medical sage. Liffy cried out sharply, with a whoosh. The sound of air being sliced through resonated sharply, followed by a crack, and Liffy's anguished wail echoed as the little medical sage shattered her leg. In light of past affections, I shall spare your life, little healer. Relinquishing her wooden staff, she seized the girl, declaring, however, you will fend for yourself within the Beast Mountain range. As she spoke, she thrust a packet of medicine into Liffy's mouth. Instantly silenced, Liffy could only gasp helplessly, her mouth agape yet devoid of sound. The little healer abruptly grasped Liffy and hurled her into the impenetrable depths of the dense forest. Mu Shi and Ganmu watched in a cold sweat, astonished by the unexpectedly ruthless demeanor of this seemingly delicate healer. Having completed her task, the little healer exhaled a long sigh of relief and surveyed the kneeling and prostrate members of the wolf-head mercenary corps. Turning to Lu Bo, she remarked, this matter is no longer mine. It is now yours. Ah, no rush, Lu Bo responded, stroking his chin. Little healer, what are your plans henceforth? Why do you inquire? The little healer shot him a glance. Would you care to cultivate alongside me? Lu Bo suggested. Qingshan Town is too small. It is not suitable for you. The little healer glanced between Lu Bo and the subdued wolf-head mercenary corps. After a moment's hesitation, she shook her head. She had known Lu Bo for merely a few hours. Instinctively, she chose the familiarity of her previous life over the uncertain path of cultivation. I present these to you, Lu Bo said, producing a gleaming jade slip. This contains my spiritual energy. Shatter it, and I shall sense it. You may use it to contact me. Thank you. This is wonderful, the little healer replied, accepting the items. With a gentle leap, she danced like a butterfly into the woods, speeding towards Qingshan town. My lord, please do not kill me. I am willing to serve as your servant, Mushi cried out in terror. Yet, before he could finish, Lu Bo waved his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of potent spiritual energy that transformed into over 20 long needles, piercing the souls of every member of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. A sound akin to bursting bubbles echoed, and in an instant, their eyes bulged as they met their demise. Who needs you to be a servant? Lu Bo said disdainfully, as he swept his sleeve, gathering the corpses with his overwhelming spiritual power and casting them into the abyss. He chose to spare Mushi's body, intending to refine a puppet, as it had been some time since he practiced his craft, and this particular specimen was of little value to him. With a nimble leap, Lu Bo became a flash of lightning, darting into the depths of the Beast Mountain Range. In Qingshan town, at the 10,000 Medicinal Herbs Pavilion, the little healer continued her routine, opening the door to patients, treating the wounds of passing mercenaries, and earning her fees. The only notable difference was the mysterious disappearance of her assistant, Liffey, who had vanished without a trace. Not only Liffey, but also the captain and vice-captain of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps were missing. As time passed, the townsfolk began to notice the strange occurrences surrounding the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, as if a portion of their formidable members had vanished overnight, leaving no trace behind. In light of these developments, tensions began to rise in Qingshan town, with some mercenaries openly challenging the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. However, they were disappointed. The leader of the Wolf Head 3rd Brigade, Herman, was an 8-star fighter, renowned as a formidable warrior in Qingshan town. His counterpart, the vice leader Muley, was equally impressive, having remarkably broken through to become a 7-star fighter under pressure. Together, they successfully subdued the treacherous individuals within their mercenary group on multiple occasions and jointly confronted several rival mercenary factions in Qingshan town. Despite a significant reduction in their sphere of influence, they managed to retain their fundamental strength. In the face of such external threats and internal strife, Muley displayed no animosity towards the suspected Xiao Yan. Instead, he maintained an air of indifference, as if the disappearance of his father had no connection to her. Xiao Yan, for her part, remained unresponsive, continuing her daily consultations and diligently studying the 7-colored poison scripture, leading to an eerily tranquil routine. Deep within the depths of the Beast Mountain Range, amidst a dense thicket, shouts echoed, accompanied by gusts of wind that caused the surrounding trees to sway. LV Bo stood bare-chested, his body enveloped in yellow fire attribute fighting energy, with his well-defined muscles exposed to the air. His fists, charged with fighting energy, struck relentlessly against the massive white-furred giant ape before him. This beast was an ice snow demon ape, its 3 ice-blue tufts of fur on its chest indicating its 3rd-stage prowess. With a resounding thud, the ice snow demon ape swung its colossal fist, crashing down upon LV Bo's chest. The impact sent him crashing into the thicket, carving a deep furrow through the underbrush, letting out a ferocious roar. The ice snow demon ape was poised to pursue its advantage when it suddenly felt a chill coursing through its body, followed by an intense burning sensation, as if its very soul was aflame. Instinctively, the ape retreated, distancing itself from the bipedal creature. Coughing, LV Bo emerged from the earth, gasping for breath. He was honing his physique, for mastering the Azure Sky transformation technique was no simple task. His physicality needed to be formidable, or he would invariably suffer the consequences. Thus, LV Bo embarked on the most primal form of training, battling magical beasts and engaging in solitary weightlifting. Coupled with the abundant meat resources within the Beast Mountain Range, he had made remarkable progress over the past few months. If he had previously been perceived as a delicate young master, he now embodied the essence of Bruce Lee. To the casual observer, he appeared refined and scholarly, exuding the demeanor of an erudite intellectual. Yet, upon shedding his attire, he transformed into a ferocious and potent beast. In essence, he was slim in clothes, but muscular without. While his results were commendable, he realized they were insufficient. As he brushed the dirt off his body and donned clothing retrieved from his spatial ring, he mused, "It seems I must seek out some rare treasures to refine my body. This pace is far too sluggish." He needed to lay a solid foundation for mastering the Azure Sky transformation technique before heading to Canaan Academy. As for his journey to the academy, it posed little concern. At merely 16 or 17 years of age, he was still a youthful lad, more than capable of joining Canaan Academy. Moreover, as a transmigrator, he possessed numerous methods at his disposal. However, LV Bo did not immediately enter the cave. Instead, he descended onto the surface of the lake beneath the waterfall, where a soft glow illuminated the area, revealing a formation that floated above the water. LV Bo positioned himself at the center of the formation, sitting cross-legged and forming hand seals. Suddenly, a low hum echoed in the air, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to be stirred by an unseen force, forming a vortex of spiritual energy above Lu Bu. Taking a deep breath, Lu Bu began to circulate his cultivation technique, refining the spiritual energy and transforming it into his own fighting spirit. This was a spirit-gathering formation that Lu Bu had established. Through it, he had ascended from a 1-star warrior to a 9-star warrior in just 9 short months. Such progress was commendable, yet when compared to Xiao Yan, who had soared from a 1-star warrior to a 9-star warrior in merely 8 months, Lu Bu's pace appeared somewhat lacking. Entering a meditative state akin to a deep trance, Lu Bu immersed himself in his training, his body becoming as inanimate as stone. Time passed unnoticed within the mountains. The years of cultivation seemed to vanish. When Lu Bu finally opened his eyes, dusk had fallen. Observing the slowly dripping fighting spirit within the vortex, he exhaled a long breath, releasing the stagnant energy within him. His cultivation speed was indeed a bit slow, but he chose not to dwell on it, shaking his head. Rushing would lead to failure. One cannot hasten the path of cultivation, for it is no trifling matter to fall into madness. Gently stroking his chin, Lu Bu waved his hand, and a corpse floated above the formation. It was the body of Mu Shi. After training his fighting spirit for so long, it was time to refine some talismans. The skills of a talisman master must not be forgotten, as they were the foundation of his existence. As the mark on his forehead stirred, the Devouring Ancestor talisman slowly emerged. To forge a talisman puppet, one cannot do without the innate celestial talisman. Lu Bu pondered softly, curious about the strength of the talisman puppet created using the Devouring Ancestor talisman. Chapter 11. The Arrival of Xiao Yan. 3 months later, outside Qingshan town, a youth with an unremarkable appearance and equally ordinary features trudged along, beads of sweat dotting his brow. With each step he took, it felt as though he was dropping heavy weights onto the dry ground, stirring up a cloud of yellow dust. "Damn it, this thing is too heavy, master," Xiao Yan exclaimed, panting. On his back rested an enormous black sword, a gift from Yao Lao, which he had named the Xianzhong Qi. Not only was it inherently heavy, but it also possessed the bizarre ability to suppress the flow of fighting spirit, making training while carrying it a most arduous task. "You are currently undergoing rigorous training," Yao Lao's voice echoed in his mind. "Without hardship and fatigue, how could it be called rigorous training?" "All right, I understand," Xiao Yan replied weakly, knowing well that Yao Lao meant well. After walking several hundred meters, utterly exhausted, he had no choice but to stop and rest. "Master, look at this Xianzhong Qi," Xiao Yan exclaimed in his mind. "What about the Xianzhong Qi?" Yao Lao inquired, puzzled. "Look at the cut on it." Xiao Yan chuckled. "Doesn't it resemble the marks left by an earth-tier fighting technique?" Yao Lao remained silent. "Master, look at that white cloud in the sky." Xiao Yan called out again. "What about it now? Doesn't it look like it was cleaved by an earth-tier fighting technique?" Xiao Yan laughed, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Yao Lao snorted. "You greedy little rascal. Do you think earth-tier fighting techniques are so easy to learn? Don't end up injuring yourself before you even master them." "But I have you as my teacher," Xiao Yan retorted with a grin. "Fine. Once we enter the Monster Beast mountain range, I will begin your instruction," Yao Lao conceded. Exasperated by the youth's incessant questions, much like a landowner fretting over his possessions. Qingshan town. Previously, she treated ailments and injuries primarily to sustain her livelihood. Now, with an abundance of gold coins at her disposal, her focus has begun to shift towards the study of the 7-colored poison cannon. Were it not for her concerns about the Wolf Head mercenary group, the little medicine fairy would have even considered leaving the Wan Yao pharmacy behind. Perhaps I should have accompanied her back then, she mused, resting her chin on her hand, the image of a remarkably handsome young man floating through her mind. Amidst her wandering thoughts, the little medicine fairy retrieved the 7-colored poison cannon, where one page detailed a particular subject, the innate poison body, also known as the accursed poison body. Unfortunately, her own physique aligned precisely with the description in the canon. A conflict brewed within her regarding the decision to awaken her accursed poison body, her delicate brows furrowing in contemplation. With no external threats looming, she felt little urgency to enhance her abilities, compounded by the terrifying descriptions of the accursed poison body within the canon. Thus, she remained entangled in indecision, fearful that awakening her powers would render her a pariah, akin to the toxic women portrayed in the canon. "Cursed thoughts," she exclaimed in frustration, grasping the cannon to continue her research, reassured by the absence of immediate danger. Meanwhile, on the streets, Xiao Yan walked with an odd expression, sensing an eerie atmosphere despite the presence of numerous mercenaries and the town's fierce demeanor. Here, Unlike the raucous confrontations typical of Wutan City, groups of individuals coexisted, maintaining a careful distance from one another. What do you think, Master? Xiao Yan inquired. Having managed a marketplace at home and aware of how unruly these bloodthirsty individuals could be, sometimes drawing blades in public at the slightest provocation. Yet, in this setting, while overt hostilities were absent, the air felt stifling. It appears that two factions are in a standoff, the medicinal elder pondered. In such a scenario, tensions can easily escalate into violence, prompting restraint among members of both sides to prevent an all-out battle. Is that so? Xiao Yan stroked his chin. Realizing the need to depart swiftly, he could not afford to be ensnared in a conflict that would squander his precious cultivation time. As nearly a year had already passed since their 3-year agreement, let us proceed to the mountain range at once, he declared, abandoning his earlier intention to procure medicinal herbs from the Wanyao pharmacy. Very well, let us go, the medicinal elder replied, pleased with Xiao Yan's decisiveness. Xiao Yan hesitated momentarily before turning to settle the bill and leaving the restaurant. What troubles you? The medicinal elder inquired. I just have this nagging feeling that not visiting the Wanyao pharmacy is a grave error, Xiao Yan admitted, scratching his head, uncertain of the source of his unease. Just when I praised you for your decisiveness, you begin to waver, the medicinal elder noted dryly. Then it is settled. We shall not go to the Wanyao pharmacy, but head directly to the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Prompted by the elder's words, Xiao Yan quickly affirmed and set off toward the depths of the mountain range, disappearing into the vast expanse of the forest. At the base of a waterfall within the Monster Beast Mountain Range, Elbow stood with the Devouring Ancestor talisman above his head, his left hand forming intricate seals while his right hand occasionally sketched in the air. His soul power manifested as profound runes that flew forth, merging with the corpse before him. It was no easy task. Soon, Lu Bo's face began to flush and his breaths grew labored. The corpse of the moose serpent, under Lu Bo's meticulous refinement, had transformed into a figure gleaming with a lustrous black metallic sheen, resembling a being clad in an aura of overwhelming might. Yet, from its surface emanated a subtle, insatiable pull, continuously devouring the spiritual essence of the world around it. Buzz, as the last rune integrated into the puppet, the intricate symbols upon its form seemed to come alive, slowly writhing. As the runes shifted, a pale azure energy gradually manifested on the surface of the puppet. With only one final step remaining, Lu Bo took a deep breath, activating the gathering formation beneath him, allowing the world's spiritual energy to flow into his body, gradually restoring his strength. With a parting of his lips, an intangible flame of mental energy erupted forth, enveloping the puppet. Instantly, the intense heat began to sear the puppet's form. The runes upon it flickered erratically, and a somewhat intricate small formation began to emerge upon its chest. Lu Bo's eyes gently closed as he settled into a cross-legged position, intent on permanently inscribing these runes into the lifeless body. With a resounding thud, the puppet fell to the ground, resembling a statue forged from black iron. Lu Bo raised his hand and struck down with force. A loud crack echoed as the puppet staggered back, fissures appearing across its dark skin. Lu Bo furrowed his brow and sighed helplessly. The combat prowess of this puppet could only be considered average. Against a Dome Master, victory was assured, yet against a great Dome Master, the outcome was uncertain. Perhaps, with its devouring trait, it might prevail, but against a Dou spirit, defeat was inevitable, perhaps even unable to withstand a single strike. Never mind, he thought. One cannot expect too much. Patting the puppet, Lu Bo sighed. After all, the moose serpent was merely a 2-star Dome Master. Let us make do with it. I should find a magical beast to test it out, he murmured. However, at that moment, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, as if something were observing him. Instinctively, his gaze swept toward a thicket on his right, where a pair of black eyes seemed to lurk. Damn, teacher, it has spotted us. Xiao Yan's voice echoed in his mind. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Lu Bo's eyes. An opportunity for practice had presented itself. Eliminate it. With a command, the black puppet sprang forth like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. Chapter 12. You strike my puppet, do you? Half an hour prior, as Xiao Yan wandered through the dense forest, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. Teacher, what should I do next? It's nothing but trees here. Search for medicinal herbs. Find a suitable location. The voice of Yao Lao resonated in his mind. Didn't you wish to learn earth-level Dou techniques? Look for a place with a waterfall, preferably a high one, and gather some herbs along the way. I regret not purchasing them in Qingshan Town. Yao Lao expressed his slight remorse, realizing that what could have been solved with money now required the expenditure of time, a lapse in judgment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan rolled his eyes. I knew it. Not going to Wanyao Zhai might lead to regret. Delve deeper. There's nothing suitable here, Yao Lao instructed, his spiritual perception swiftly surveying the terrain. All right. With that, Xiao Yan plunged into the depths of the vast forest, heading toward the heart of the magical Beast Mountain range. Yet, he had scarcely begun when Yao Lao suddenly called out. Wait a moment. With a sudden halt, Xiao Yan inquired, Teacher, what is it? To the north. There appears to be a formidable soul force, Yao Lao mused, astonished that there were indeed strong individuals within the Beast Mountain range. Shall we take a look? Xiao Yan stroked his chin and asked. As you wish, Yao Lao replied with a light chuckle. Though the opponent is not weak, I still possess confidence in our victory. And the location seems rather appealing. Licking his lips, a gleam of excitement flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. Then let us proceed. With that, he propelled himself northward, quickly arriving at the banks of a river under Yao Lao's guidance. As they stealthily approached the river, Xiao Yan was met with a shocking sight. Damn it, why does that person have to be so much more handsome than me? Xiao Yan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. We both have shoulders to bear a head. What gives him the right to be so striking? What is happening here? Xiao Yan exclaimed in astonishment. But soon his attention shifted, for as a man, it felt somewhat inappropriate to gaze at a shirtless handsome figure. There, at the waterfall's edge, lay a corpse shimmering with a black metallic luster, adorned with numerous strange runes. It must be a puppet, Yao Lao intoned solemnly, as soul energy gradually seeped forth, enveloping Xiao Yan entirely. In his perception, the puppet did not float aimlessly but was supported by a ball of flame, slowly burning it. This flame was intangible and formless, yet its temperature was far from low. Even at a considerable distance, they could feel the heat radiating from that place. Could it be the Fallen Heart Flame? Yao Lao pondered. The Fallen Heart Flame? Xiao Yan's heart leaped, excitement bubbling within him. Is it a? He had grown weary of the torment brought by the lowly Huang class-burning decision. You fool, Yao Lao retorted with irritation. Just as Xiao Yan wondered why his teacher's tone was so harsh, a chill suddenly ran through him as he locked eyes with a pair of piercing gazes. Damn it! Teacher, he has spotted us. Xiao Yan shouted hurriedly. Eliminate him. In an instant, the black puppet, shrouded in dark light, sprang forth like a black streak, its iron-like fist crashing down upon Xiao Yan's face with terrifying force. Damn it! Xiao Yan was jolted, instinctively drawing the Xian Zhong to shield himself. Clang! A resounding boom echoed, and Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending him uncontrollably flying backward and creating a large crater upon impact. So powerful! Xiao Yan was horrified, struggling to rise from the pit. Teacher, I cannot defeat him. This puppet's combat strength is not particularly high. It merely sent you flying. Try to see if you can overcome this puppet. Yao Lao encouraged. Xiao Yan replied. Is that what you call not strong? Before he could express his disbelief further, the puppet flickered and charged once more, its black fist aimed at Xiao Yan, delivering another devastating blow. Damn it! Anger surged within Xiao Yan as he swiftly stowed the Xian Zhong into his storage ring. With a fierce grip, he clenched his right fist, sidestepping the puppet's strike, and retaliated with a powerful punch to the puppet's body. 8 extremes collapse. Xiao Yan bellowed internally, his fist tearing through the air with a resounding crack. Elbow stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silently observing the clash between Xiao Yan and the puppet. He had spent 3 entire months refining this puppet and was eager to witness its true combat prowess. A resounding thud echoed as Xiao Yan's fist struck the puppet's chest. Yet, contrary to expectations, there was no sense of triumph in Xiao Yan. Unlike the sensation he experienced when employing the 8 extremes collapse, the impact against the puppet felt devoid of any metallic resonance. Instead, there was a subtle pulling force emanating from the puppet, as if it diminished his strength upon contact. Thud! The puppet staggered back 2 steps, only to bend its spine and lunge forward once more. Blast! Xiao Yan exclaimed as the hidden energy from his 8 extremes collapse detonated within the puppet's body. Fool! That is merely a corpse, devoid of sensation. Your hidden energy is futile. Yao Lao interjected, unable to restrain himself, as Xiao Yan had made a grave error in judgment during the battle. As Yao Lao had predicted, a faint sound erupted within the puppet, yet it remained utterly unperturbed, charging relentlessly towards Xiao Yan. Damn it! Xiao Yan raised his hand to grasp the wide, heavy ruler, using it as a shield. Clang! Another deafening crash resonated as Xiao Yan felt half of his body go numb, propelled backward into the earth. Teacher, I truly cannot contend with this thing, Xiao Yan remarked with a wry smile. Let us depart, Yao Lao suggested. Xiao Yan stowed the heavy ruler in his storage ring, leveraging his hands to spring out of the pit and dart into the dense forest. Humph, it won't be so easy. Elbow scoffed, swiftly forming hand seals. Instantly, a faint azure aura materialized, enveloping the puppet's feet. With a swift whoosh, the puppet teleported to Xiao Yan's side. The leg, imbued with the aura, lashed out ferociously, striking Xiao Yan with immense force. Wait, how can this puppet utilize Dou Qi? Yao Lao exclaimed, taken aback. This is not the time for such inquiries. Xiao Yan shouted. drawing forth the heavy ruler once more to use as a shield. With a clang, he was sent flying sideways like a football, crashing against the cliff beside the waterfall. Indeed, it is Dou Qi, Yao Lao marveled. This was the culmination of Elbow's 3 months of diligent effort. He had sealed the Dou Qi within the corpse using formations, storing it within the array, and then established specific techniques to convert it into combat skills. In simpler terms, while a typical person must manipulate a controller and press buttons repeatedly to unleash a powerful move, Elbow had inscribed particular techniques within the puppet, allowing for a single button release when required. Thus, the puppet's combat skills operated like skills in a mobile game, instantly activating with unparalleled ease. Moreover, its capabilities were tethered to the strength it possessed in life, with the upper limit being the combat prowess it held prior to death. Elbow nodded. Aside from the complexity of inscribing the formations, there are no flaws. Stroking his chin, his eyes gleamed with inspiration. If he could devise a method to retain the devouring power within the puppet's body, perhaps he could create an entity akin to the devouring heavenly corpse. Brilliant. With this thought, Elbow's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Make a note of this. I shall explore it further later. Xiao Yan, leave the next matters to me. In the depths of his mind, the elder spoke solemnly, acknowledging that relying solely on Xiao Yan would lead to failure. Prolonging the struggle might even result in the demise of his own disciple. It should have been this way long ago, Xiao Yan retorted, rolling his eyes, his arms numb and devoid of sensation. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of soul power erupted forth, sending a tempest through the tranquil forest. As if the very air began to lament. Xiao Yan's dark eyes were veiled in a faint white hue. With a swift motion, he wielded the heavy scale in his hand, striking down upon the puppet. With a resounding thud, the puppet was sent crashing into the lake beneath the waterfall, a distinct mark appearing upon its chest. So you dare to strike my puppet? Lu Bo grinned, intricate patterns materializing beneath his feet as his own formidable soul power surged forth. With a thunderous clash, the two immense forces collided, causing the lake to erupt and the trees to be cleaved asunder, waves of shock reverberating outward. Xiao Yan, we are in trouble, the elder declared gravely, as a cold white flame gradually manifested in his palm. The soul power of this opponent was alarmingly on par with his own, a truly terrifying prospect. Oh, bone spirit cold fire. Lu Bo chuckled lightly, his hands hanging low, fingers curled as his own mental fire began to rise within his grasp. Chapter 13. The Howl of the Shadow Demon. This youth has discerned my strength at a glance, the elder noted, his expression turning more serious. This individual was indeed formidable. Lu Bo grinned wider, his mind concentrating as the puppet slowly emerged from the depths of the lake. Xiao Yan, under the elder's control, felt a spark of determination in his eyes as he lifted the heavy scale, bringing it down with force, the wind pressure howling as it stirred up clouds of dust. Huh, Lu Bo sneered, raising his hand to conjure a spear formed of condensed soul power, its tip swirling like a venomous dragon as it collided fiercely with the heavy scale. The sound of metal clashing resonated, followed by a tremendous explosion that echoed like thunder through the mountains, the violent gusts of wind pushing the earth outward from the point of their collision. Dust and debris were sent flying. As countless trees were uprooted, the lush green forest transformed into a hue of earthy brown. Lu Bo lightly tapped his feet, gradually retreating to hover above the lake, his intangible spear raised, aimed at Xiao Yan and the elder. In response, the elder staggered back, his expression darkening. Utilizing his disciple's body was manageable against weaker foes, but facing an equally powerful adversary left him at a disadvantage, unless he chose to reveal his true self. Humph. After traversing the continent for so many years, I refuse to believe I cannot overcome a brash young lad like you. The elder's eyes flashed with intensity as his left hand shot forward with lightning speed, forming a claw-like grip before thrusting forward. In an instant, the bone-chilling bone spirit cold fire surged forth, transforming midair into a colossal serpent of flames, its maw gaping wide, a frigid aura emanating. Layers of white mist cascaded around the serpent, the coldness intrinsic to the bone spirit cold fire. Come at me. Lu Bo chuckled, sharply shaking the spear, the intangible mental fire extending from his palm, as the spear morphed into a dragon of flames in an instant. The scorching heat distorted the air in an instant, and wisps of white smoke rose beneath my feet, a mist formed by the lake water evaporating under the relentless flames. The pale white fire serpent clashed with the transparent fire dragon, both colossal beasts gnawing and tearing at each other, unleashing a terrifying whirlwind. Flames erupted, splattering onto the soft, rolling ground, and the dreadful heat immediately melted the soil into specks of magma. Humph, how arrogant. You dare to compete with me in fire control? The old alchemist snorted coldly. He was the foremost alchemist of the continent, and few could rival his mastery over flames. With a single hand seal, a formidable surge of soul power roared forth, whipping up a whirlwind. Suddenly, the once evenly matched pale fire serpent, seemingly aided by divine intervention, transformed its tail into a spear, piercing into the body of the fire dragon, its maw gnawing and tearing off one of the dragon's front claws. Hee. Lu Bo was not angered but rather delighted, a smirk playing at his lips. You've fallen for my trick. Upon seeing the smile on Lu Bo's face, a sense of unease surged within me. Something was amiss. This boy as flames can burn the soul. The old alchemist gasped in shock. Could it truly be the heart of fallen flames? Impossible. There should be a special resonance between, yet I feel nothing at all. As my mind raced, Lu Bo opposite me suddenly clapped his palms together, and the soul power in his brow surged violently, a terrifying storm of soul power rising, causing waves to ripple across the lake's surface. This boy is about to unleash a powerful move. The old alchemist's heart raced. The fire serpent born of bone spirit cold fire swelled dramatically, but it was too late. The transparent fire dragon opened its maw wide and directly swallowed the fire serpent. The old alchemist chuckled coldly, about to change his hand seals to explode the fire serpent. However, at that moment, the soul power attached to the fire serpent bizarrely dissipated, as if someone had forcefully drawn out its power. Yet, if he had looked closely, he would have noticed that within the fire dragon formed from the spiritual flames, strange black patterns flickered ominously. That was the power of devouring, the devouring power of the ancestral talisman. Once it entered Lu Bo's mouth, escape was impossible. In the blink of an eye, the fire serpent born of bone spirit cold fire vanished entirely, and waves of burning sensation surged within the old alchemist's soul, causing him to feel flustered. What to do? His gaze flickered, instinctively glancing in a certain direction within the forest. He was not the only protector of his apprentice. Perhaps it was best to handle this himself. If word got out that he couldn't even subdue a mere novice, he would be the laughingstock. A fierce glint flashed in the old alchemist's eyes as he grasped the Xian Zhong ruler tightly. Meanwhile, Lu Bo, who had absorbed the old alchemist's soul power, reopened his eyes, his black pupils sparkling with vitality. Indeed, this soul power was a tremendous boon. For a brief moment, Lu Bo entertained the thought of devouring the old alchemist's soul. However, it was merely a fleeting thought. On the path to becoming a Dou Emperor, one must be patient and avoid drawing attention, lest he become the target of envy. It was better to let Xiao Yan draw the fire away from him. Suddenly, the energies of heaven and earth began to stir, and on the Xianzhong ruler in the old alchemist's hand, peculiar red patterns began to creep across the dark ruler's surface. Lu Bo arched his brow, contemplating the earth-level Dou technique, flame-dividing wave-slicing ruler. Xiao Yan had vanquished numerous foes with this technique, yet he pondered the paradox of wielding Dou techniques without Dou Qi. Regardless of Lu Bo's skepticism, on the opposite side, the Xuanzhong ruler in Yao Lao's grasp had transformed from a deep black to a vivid crimson, exuding a terrifying aura. Lu Bo had no doubt that this strike possessed the capability to annihilate him, provided it could reach him. With a firm step, Lu Bo activated the spirit-gathering array, causing the energies of heaven and earth to boil under the array's influence, rapidly forming a vortex of energy. Changing his hand seal, Lu Bo unleashed silver patterns that enveloped the entire lake's surface as the shimmering waters converged. Suddenly, a brilliant blue beam of light surged skyward, enveloping Lu Bo within its embrace. Flame-dividing wave-slicing ruler, Xiao Yan shouted, as the resplendent, fiery ruler descended with ferocity, sending forth a streak of crimson energy that howled through the air. A shimmering aura of faint red flames danced around the radiant ruler, emanating an overwhelming pressure that was suffocating. In an instant, as the fiery brilliance detached from the Xuanzhong ruler, it flickered and sliced towards Lu Bo's position. Truly, the earth-level Dou technique was formidable, especially in the hands of a powerhouse like Yao Lao. With a chuckle, Lu Bo had already prepared his defenses, diverting his attention from the oncoming ruler, instead shifting his hand seal to unleash his soul power. In an instant, a translucent silver skeleton, entwined with mysterious runes, materialized. Just as the fiery ruler struck hard against the azure beam of light, a thunderous roar erupted in the valley, reminiscent of a muffled thunderclap, followed by rippling waves emanating from the blue beam, causing the lake's surface to churn violently. The ground trembled, cliffs shook, and countless fragments of stone cascaded down, while surrounding magical beasts shrieked in alarm, fleeing in all directions to escape the tempest. With a resounding crash, the fiery ruler exploded, unleashing a fierce energy storm that assaulted the azure beam. However, despite the tumultuous energy, the blue pillar remained steadfast, showing no signs of fracturing or fading. As a white mist enveloped the lake, this young man had managed to harness the entire lake for his defense. Yao Lao's lips twitched, given his current weakened state. It was impossible for him to obliterate the entire lake in an instant. Xiao Yan, retreat. I cannot contend with him, Yao Lao sighed. Teacher, something feels amiss. Xiao Yan exclaimed, sensing an unusual presence. Yao Lao's expression shifted, and the ghostly white flames swirled around him, enveloping both himself and Xiao Yan. Screaming demon. Lubo bellowed as the silver skull within the azure light slowly opened its mouth. With a piercing shriek, an invisible sound wave erupted forth, crashing brutally against Yao Lao's soul. Run! Yao Lao gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, shouting as he propelled himself towards the forest. Yet, just as he moved, a sudden chill enveloped him from above, prompting Yao Lao to instinctively halt. Elbow, adorned with dark wings, lightly flapped his wings to hover in the high sky, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed down upon the fleeing master and disciple. Damn it, there's no escape, Xiao Yan muttered, his face a shade of iron. Chapter 14. Ha ha ha. Can you really escape? Elbow chuckled softly. A resolute expression surged across Xiao Yan's face as he fixed his fierce gaze. Master, let us fight with all our might. Elder Yao nodded, gripping the Xian heavy ruler and fixing his eyes on Elbow. Though I may not be able to defeat you, you shall certainly pay a price if you seek to take my life. With a piercing gaze, Elder Yao's black robes billowed without wind, exuding a formidable aura akin to what Xiao Yan had described. Let us fight to the death. Regarding that, Elbow shrugged. You are indeed correct. Eliminating you would require quite a significant cost. The determination of Elder Yao, ready to engage in a desperate battle, suddenly faltered, his expression freezing in place. This fellow is certainly unpredictable. Shouldn't it be a matter of come at me or today either you perish, or I do? Elbow smirked. Having previously struck Elder Yao merely to showcase his strength and lay the groundwork for future negotiations, he bore no enmity towards Xiao Yan. Why engage in a life-or-death struggle? Moreover, Elbow cast a glance towards a shadow beneath the tree. If he was not mistaken, that was the bodyguard assigned by Xiao Suner to her beloved. He was confident in defeating Elder Yao in this state, but he certainly did not have the confidence to take on two opponents. Master, it seems he has no intention of killing us? Xiao Yan cautiously inquired, wary of making assumptions after having committed two errors in quick succession. Without Elder Yao, he might have perished at the hands of the puppet. Indeed, Elder Yao concurred with Xiao Yan's observation. There was no trace of murderous intent emanating from this individual, which certainly did not align with the notion of wanting to end their lives. Given this, esteemed sir, may I take my leave? Elder Yao inquired. Of course. Elbow replied with a light laugh. But you have disturbed me. Leave something behind before you depart. Medicinal pills, techniques, treasures, fighting skills, anything of the sort. Elbow smiled, or, if you prefer, an arm will suffice. Elder Yao sighed. Taken aback to encounter such a formidable opponent even in the desolate region of the Beast Mountain Range. Very well, this is for you. With a wave of his hand, a scroll shot forth. Elbow caught it, discovering it was a high-level fire attribute technique. Shaking his head, he remarked, this hardly seems worthy of your stature. Elder Yao. He continued, prompting Xiao Yan below to glare fiercely, the Xian heavy ruler igniting once more with a fiery glow. Do not be so agitated, Elbow waved dismissively. Your identity is hardly a mystery. When the bone spirit cold fire appears, even a fool can discern it. The glow from the Xian heavy ruler gradually dimmed. And Elder Yao lowered his weapon, having already engaged in combat without success against Elbow Master Yu. You're actually a Dozun? Xiao Yan exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Such a powerful being was only ever heard of in legends. What do you wish for? Elder Yao ignored Xiao Yan's enthusiasm and inquired. Nothing. Elder Yao scoffed. That treasure is something I covet for myself. Then let us engage in battle. Lu Biao suddenly let out a sinister laugh, and intricate patterns began to emerge beneath his feet, revealing a phantom silver skull that flickered in and out of sight. Yao Lao felt a tremendous headache, realizing he could neither fight nor flee, truly a tiger fallen into the lowlands, beset by hounds. What troubled him even more was that he could not even hold back to allow Xiao Yan to escape. That puppet possessed formidable strength, and Xiao Yan could not withstand it. Wait, I can offer you a low-level earth grade. He, the sinister demon howls. Lu Biao laughed menacingly, unfazed. As he slowly altered his hand seals, the skull's mouth gradually opening wider. Mid-level earth grade. Yao Lao shouted. I will give you mid-level earth grade. Lu Biao's aura suddenly contracted, and a gentle smile graced his jade-like face. All right, dear, no problem. Mid-level earth grade it is. Damn, Yao Lao's face darkened. If only he could hold on for a few more minutes. With a wave of his hand, a fiery red scroll shot forth, which Lu Biao snatched up. This was a mid-level earth grade technique named the Heavenly Gang Red Flame Decision. Quite good. You may leave now. Lu Biao waved his hand, fixating on the technique without casting a glance at Xiao Yan or Yao Lao. This fellow truly does not care about me, Xiao Yan thought, feeling speechless. He then took a step and dashed into the forest. Xiao Yan paused, glancing up at Lu Biao in the sky, nodded, and vanished into the woods. Lu Biao paid them no heed. Given Xiao Yan's opportunistic nature, he might already be contemplating how to leverage this to ascend to the Cloud Flame sect. Lu Biao had openly stated his intention to provide them with an excuse to seek him out. But was there not a better opportunity? Lu Biao flipped the scroll in his hand, chuckling softly, then sat cross-legged, pressing the scroll against his forehead to begin studying the technique. The Heavenly Gang Red Flame Decision lacked any remarkable features, its only distinction being its endurance. After cultivation, the fighting spirit would be prolonged and unceasing, its potency far surpassing that of other practitioners of the same tier. This technique was derived from the 3000 Flame Blaze. Yet while the 3000 Flame Blaze could utilize starlight for self-repair, this technique drew upon sunlight. Quite commendable, Lu Biao nodded appreciatively. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, Xiao Yan paused breathlessly beneath a tree. Damn it, I was extorted out of a mid-level earth-grade technique. Xiao Yan cursed indignantly. Never mind that. Yao Lao floated out slowly. That individual is not without merit. Knowing my identity, he merely extorted a technique. Had it been someone else, they might have resorted to murder for treasure. Yao Lao was quite aware of this. As the continent's foremost alchemist, he possessed ample treasures. And had he encountered a weakened version of himself, he might have indeed resorted to killing for them. Merely extorting a technique in this land where lives are as trifling as grass is already a testament to a high moral standard. Let us continue seeking a place to begin our cultivation, Yao Lao suggested. However, Xiao Yan stroked his chin, pondering aloud. Teacher, he previously mentioned repaying our favor. Hearing this, Yao Lao raised an eyebrow. What are you getting at? Teacher, may I pose a question? Xiao Yan inquired. If I could utilize that puppet to hone my combat skills, would it expedite my cultivation process? The old medicine man murmured for a moment. It was undoubtedly the best method of cultivation during battle. If Xiao Yan could utilize that puppet for training, it would certainly expedite his progress. Does this person harbor any intent to kill us? Xiao Yan continued to inquire. Beneath the waterfall, Lu Bo sat cross-legged within the spirit-gathering array, his pale yellow Dou Qi rising. However, as he operated his cultivation technique under the sunlight, the pale yellow Dou Qi gradually transformed into a brilliant yellow, inexplicably imbued with an air of nobility. He was transitioning his cultivation method, and within approximately half an hour, the pale yellow Dou Qi had completely metamorphosed into a radiant yellow, signifying the successful completion of the technique's transformation. Simultaneously, the energy vortex above him suddenly became agitated, and the energies of heaven and earth began to surge into his body. Is he about to advance to Dou Master? Lu Bo was instantly elated. He swiftly altered his hand seals, causing the Dou Qi within him to spin violently, with drops of brilliant yellow Dou Qi liquid beginning to fall into his dantian. Not far away, Xiao Yan, who had just arrived, was left astounded. Teacher, he is merely a Dou Master? Does he, like me, possess an entity akin to yours within him? The old medicine man furrowed his brow. Their previous confrontation had been a clash of spiritual forces. It doesn't appear so. Perhaps his spiritual power is extraordinary, or he has encountered some unique fortuity. Never mind, let us not dwell on that, Xiao Yan muttered, his gaze fixated on Lu Bo. He had just reached the 6-star Dou fighter rank and had recently advanced to Dou Master. Observing the advancement of a Dou Master was a rare opportunity for him to learn. However, his anticipation soon waned as he discerned not much of significance. An aura of brilliant yellow energy slowly enveloped Lu Bo. This signified that Lu Bo had indeed advanced to Dou Master. Chapter 15. I possess special sources of information. Before long, Lu Bo gradually opened his eyes and spotted Xiao Yan standing several meters away. Xiao Yan, you know me? Upon hearing Lu Bo call out his name, Xiao Yan was taken aback. He had not disclosed his name during their earlier battle. Who doesn't know your name? Lu Bo teased with a smile. The third young master of the Xiao family from Wutian City, fiancé of Nalan Yanran, and your phrase 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river is quite resounding. Hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Xiao Yan's face. He had not expected this person to know so much about him. Yet before he could recover from his discomfort, Lu Bo continued. You are notorious on the Dou Qi Continent as a lecher. At the age of 3, you sneaked into your cousin's room, groping her all over, justifying it as nurturing your body. At 10, you spied on your older cousin bathing, and when discovered, you were so humiliated that you lashed out. Wait, isn't Xiao Yu your paternal cousin? How did she become your older cousin? How do you know all this? With his secrets laid bare, Xiao Yan's face flushed crimson as he exclaimed in indignation. I have special sources of information, Lu Bo replied with a mysterious smile. Xiao Yan's face turned even redder. You are speaking nonsense. I am not. I am not a lecher. You, my friend, are infamous as a lecher throughout the vast universe and beyond. Lu Bo scoffed disdainfully. Xiao Yan, you scoundrel. If it weren't for the fact that I cannot defeat you, I would make you unrecognizable even to your father. Returning to the matter at hand, Lu Bo inquired, "What brings you here?" Xiao Yan let out a slight sigh of relief, grateful that this rascal was not dwelling on the previous issue, and promptly conveyed his purpose. He sought to borrow a venue and a puppet for training. "Very well, take it. Use it as you wish." Lu Bo waved his hand, producing a puppet upon which he had already inscribed his spiritual imprint, rendering it unstealable by others. Xiao Yan nodded, despite his rogue nature. Lu Bo was indeed a man of his word. "Not bad, lad." Yao Lao floated out from the ring, smiling in admiration, acknowledging Lu Bo's commitment. His presence was already known to Lu Bo, making concealment unnecessary. Lu Bo cast a glance at him, chose to ignore him, and continued to seal his hands in meditation, solidifying his post-advancement stage as a Dou Shi. As time flowed gently, a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lu Bo diligently engaged in his training, occasionally venturing into the Beast Mountain range to battle magical beasts, steadily enhancing his Dou Qi prowess. Within the month, he broke through again, achieving the rank of a 2-star Dou Shi. Xiao Yan's training pace was equally brisk. With the aid of Yao Lao's elixirs, he advanced 2 stars in a month, steadily approaching the Dou Shi level. Clang, clang, clang. By the waterfall, Xiao Yan clashed with the puppet once more. Without employing Dou Qi, the puppet's attack power was not particularly formidable, merely at the level of a 3 or 4-star Dou Shi. Lu Bo had determined that the puppet could hold its own against a great Dou Shi due to its lack of pain perception, tirelessness, and commendable defensive capabilities. It must be said that Xiao Yan had an astute eye. The puppet indeed made for an excellent sparring partner, noticeably accelerating Xiao Yan's training speed compared to the original text. Bang! The puppet's iron fist struck Xiao Yan with force, sending him crashing into the lake. "All right, let's take a break." Yao Lao gestured, releasing his soul power to activate a formation inscribed on the puppet, causing it to freeze in place as if it had lost power. Exhausted, Xiao Yan lay by the lake, panting heavily. The puppet lacked human intellect and delivered blows without restraint, posing a risk of injury to Xiao Yan. While recuperating from injuries was not a concern, it would consume a significant amount of time, something Xiao Yan could ill afford. Thus, he needed to summon all his energy each day to contend with the puppet's onslaught. Lu Bo paid them no heed, holding a weathered scroll, a fragment of a map, upon which a peculiar black fire lotus was faintly visible. This map of the pure lotus demon fire was the key to extracting the alchemical techniques from Yao Lao's grasp. The exotic fire map in his possession served as bait. The pure lotus demon fire and the ancient formation of alchemy were paramount to Lu Bo, and he would not allow Xiao Yan to acquire either. Before long, Xiao Yan, now clad in clean attire, approached Lu Bo, panting heavily. Noticing Lu Bo lost in thought, staring at the yellowed paper, he leaned in closer. "Brother Lu, what is this?" "Little Xiao Yan, this item is rather extraordinary." Yao Lao exclaimed within his mind. "That lotus flower bears a striking resemblance to the pure lotus demon fire." "The pure lotus demon fire? The third-ranked exotic fire?" A flicker of joy crossed Xiao Yan's face. His current flame decision was still at the nascent level of the yellow rank, lacking significantly in every aspect. Within mere minutes of combat, his fighting spirit would dwindle, and he was fervently eager to elevate his skills, longing for to the point of envy. "Brother L, this map of yours appears quite mysterious." Xiao Yan licked his lips and inquired tentatively. Elbow cast him a sidelong glance, fully aware that the bait had been taken. "What? Are you intrigued?" Elbow asked casually. "Haha," Xiao Yan chuckled obsequiously. "I find these enigmatic matters exceedingly fascinating." "Do you know what this is?" Elbow asked with a light laugh. "I have no idea. I am merely curious." Xiao Yan shook his head. This matter involved, and he wished to keep it under wraps, especially since Elbow's fighting spirit was also of the fire attribute, which could lead to potential conflict. "Would you like to know?" Elbow smiled. "Brother L, do you know the essence of this item?" Xiao Yan's expression turned astonished, yet his heart sank. Trouble was brewing. This item was left behind by the pure lotus demon saint. Elbow flicked the map and chuckled. "The pure lotus demon saint?" Xiao Yan's face paled. The very name indicated a formidable powerhouse. Indeed, the pure lotus demon saint. Elbow nodded, grinning. He was a peerless expert at the pinnacle of the 9-star, teetering on the brink of becoming the first following the ancient. Xiao Yan's mouth fell agape, parched and speechless. He had presumed that this item was merely related to, but he had not anticipated the involvement of a semi-empowered expert. What? Xiao Yan stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Meanwhile, Yao Lao emerged from the ring, his countenance grave. Seeing their reactions, Elbow continued. "The reason the pure lotus demon saint is renowned as such is that he refined the pure lotus demon fire. The purpose of this map is to aid future seekers in obtaining the pure lotus demon fire. In other words," Elbow waved the map, grinning. "This is the legacy of the pure lotus demon saint." With a resounding thud, Xiao Yan felt as though his mind had exploded. he was rendered speechless, staring vacantly with his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. What do you mean? Xiao Yan stuttered, struggling to form a complete sentence. Yao Lao squinted, deep in thought, before asking, young man, why are you sharing this with us? Furthermore, how did you come by this information? The seasoned Yao Zun, who had traversed the world for decades, could only recognize the pure Lotus Demon fire, entirely unaware of the pure Lotus Demon saint and his legacy. How did this young man possess such knowledge? Xiao Yan suddenly realized, indeed, why share all this? Would it not be better to keep it hidden? Of course. I have special sources of information. Elbow chuckled, patting the map. Would you like it? What do you mean? Xiao Yan's expression shifted. If you desire it, I can offer it to you. Elbow replied, as long as you can provide something of equal value in exchange. Upon hearing this, Yao Lao's eyes sparkled with excitement. As the continent's foremost alchemist, he may not possess much, but he certainly had wealth. In Xiao Yan's eyes, a fervent glow surged forth. This was a legacy of a semi-emperor. Though imperfect, it heralded hope. Speak, young one, what is it that you desire? Laughed Yao Lao. Techniques, combat skills, elixirs. There is nothing I possess that you cannot conceive of. That is precisely what I wish to hear. Liu Bo chuckled softly. I wish to learn the art of alchemy. Chapter 16. There are times of absence, indeed. Alchemy? Yao Lao raised an eyebrow, gazing at Liu Bo with astonishment. Do you aspire to be an alchemist? Is that not permissible? Liu Bo responded with a smile. Perhaps the esteemed Yao Zun could take me as a disciple? I cannot afford such a disciple, Yao Lao chuckled, shaking his head. He had observed Xiao Yan since childhood and only took him as a disciple after witnessing his trials during the disappearance of his fighting spirit. Accepting an individual of unknown origins was beyond his means. A flicker of disappointment crossed Liu Bo's eyes. Though he had anticipated this outcome, he could not help but feel disheartened. It implied he would have to rely solely on himself to ascend, with no other recourse available. Then let us proceed with this transaction, Liu Bo said, tapping the map lightly and smiling. I can grant you the art of alchemy, but it is not my legacy. Yao Lao declared proudly, my legacy is not something just anyone is qualified to receive. At this, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a faint smile, rather inconveniently. He was indeed that qualified individual. Does this include high-level alchemy? Liu Bo inquired, deliberately disregarding the latter remark, deeming it unnecessary. Naturally, my integrity would not allow me to engage in such petty dealings, Yao Lao replied with a smirk. I have one more request, Liu Bo stated. When I seek your guidance, I hope you will not decline. Agreed, Yao Lao nodded. Addressing the queries of junior disciples was hardly a troublesome matter. Then it is settled. Liu Bo handed over the map to them. Yao Lao grasped it, and in return, a white jade slip emitting a faint scent of medicinal herbs was presented. This is what you seek, a treasure I stumbled upon, worthy of your incomplete semi-emperor legacy. The Herb Valley Legacy. Liu Bo's face brightened as he grasped it, pressing it to his forehead. Instantly, a torrent of colossal information surged forth, crashing into his soul with overwhelming force. Liu Bo gently closed his eyes, patiently enduring the onslaught of information. After a while, he exhaled slowly, though his countenance was less than favorable. This alchemical knowledge was quite impressive, encompassing teachings from the 1st to the 9th grade. Imprinted directly into his mind through a soul projection method, one could say it was a hands-on teaching experience. With Liu Bo's adept control over his soul's power, he quickly mastered a portion of it. However, the dilemma lay in the absence of any formulae. This alchemical heritage bore no recipes whatsoever. Damn it. This old fellow is deceiving me. Seeing Liu Bo awaken, Yao Lao grinned and asked, how is it? This alchemical knowledge is rather commendable, is it not? You old fool are deceiving me. Liu Bo retorted, his gaze sharp. What brings you to such a conclusion? Yao Lao feigned innocence. You requested the art of alchemy, not the recipes. Our agreement contained no mention of any formulas. Yao Lao chuckled, unable to restrain a hearty laugh. Liu Bo, this old man is retaliating against me. Liu Bo snorted coldly. There are indeed times of absence, aren't there? Behold how I shall make Xiao Yan wish he were never born. News of thee. In exchange for 100 alchemical recipes, what say you? LV Bu cleared his throat, stating that without the recipes, even his alchemical skills would be of no use, compelling him to continue trading. After all, it costs nothing to be generous with another's wealth, and LV harbors no regret. The mention of sparked a glimmer in Xiao Yan's eyes, his posture straightening with newfound vigor. 100 recipes, you truly dare to make such an offer? The old alchemist's lips twitched, rendered speechless. For items below the 7th rank, I believe the news of is worth such a price, LV Bu declared. Including the 1st and 2nd ranks? The old alchemist inquired. Naturally. What news of? The 15th ranked, the Sea Heart Flame, LV Bu chuckled lightly. Deal. The old alchemist immediately acquiesced, snapping his fingers, causing a flurry of scrolls to cascade forth, floating before LV Bu. 10 recipes for 6th grade elixirs, 10 for 5th grade, with the remainder being 1st to 4th grade recipes. The old alchemist was forthright, eschewing any tricks this time. LV Bu nodded contentedly, collecting all the scrolls with delight. Cough, cough. Brother LV, Xiao Yan interjected regarding this news. Haha. A wicked grin spread across LV Bu's face. It resides with the lord of the alchemist city in the Black Corner domain, the alchemist king. Already claimed by another? The old alchemist's expression darkened, visibly displeased, pondering if this young man had deceived him. Ha ha ha. That alchemist king's name is Han Feng. LV Bu smirked. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and the old alchemist's demeanor shifted dramatically, unleashing a formidable aura that sent Xiao Yan, who had been spectating, hurtling away. What transpired? Xiao Yan inquired. Bewildered. TSK. The elder is rather irate, LV Bu remarked, raising a protective barrier, teasingly stating, this news is quite repugnant. Isn't it? He shrugged, claiming he was only trying to assist the old alchemist in clearing the air, acting out of goodwill. Could someone explain? Xiao Yan timidly raised his hand, utterly bewildered, having been blown off his feet by the overwhelming aura, narrowly avoiding injury. In due time, I shall inform you, the old alchemist sighed, his enthusiasm waning. For LV Bu's revelation indeed troubled him greatly. LV Bu chuckled, turning to enter his cave, activating the array and sealing the entrance. Intent on delving into the study of alchemy, the old alchemist and Xiao Yan exchanged glances, paying him little mind, and resumed their endeavors, controlling the talisman puppets in their cultivation. Over a year had passed since their 3-year pact, and they could not afford to squander time, needing to seize every moment. In Qingshan town, over a year had elapsed since Mu Shi's disappearance, and the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, having endured significant losses, was gradually regaining its strength. A 7-star Dome Master paired with an 8-star Dome Master, while not capable of dominating the entire Qingshan town, was sufficient for ensuring their own safety. As for the third leader, Herman, his reluctance to depart from the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps stemmed from the shame of his prior arrogance during Mu Shi's tenure, which had incited the townsfolk's ire. Should he dare to leave, he was certain his corpse would be found in the foulest of gutters by the next day. Thus Herman had no choice but to persist in upholding the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. Fortunately, Muli was not lacking, achieving a breakthrough just in time to prevent disaster. After over a year of recuperation, the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps began to re-establish its presence in Qingshan town, gradually consolidating its power and cautiously testing the waters of its former territory. The entire Qingshan town began to succumb to an undercurrent of tension. On the surface, it appeared tranquil, yet beneath lay an atmosphere thick with hostility. A few days later, beneath the waterfall deep within the monster beast mountain range, Xiao Yan and the medicine elder, engaged in combat with a talisman puppet, suddenly halted, their gazes drawn to a certain location in the forest. Shortly thereafter, Elbow emerged from the foliage. It seemed this young lad was about to embark on alchemical endeavors, the medicine elder remarked with a smile. Having secluded himself for several days, he was now hastily seeking medicinal herbs, indicating his confidence in his abilities. Yet he lacks an alchemical cauldron. Xiao Yan thought of this fact, a peculiar grin spreading across his face as he stroked his chin, secretly contemplating how to sell his dilapidated cauldron for a handsome price. Elbow paid them no heed, raising his hand to summon several herbs from his spatial ring. Fire spirit mushroom, tranquil heart grass, and crystal fruit. This lad intends to concoct an explosive chi pill, the medicine elder observed. Explosive chi pill? Xiao Yan's expression shifted. For this was a first-grade pill capable of enhancing a fighter's strength by approximately 20% for a brief duration, a veritable treasure in battle. However, the difficulty of its concoction was substantial. Although Xiao Yan had spent considerable time honing his combat skills, he had dabbled in alchemy under the medicine elder's tutelage, only to fail in his initial attempt. With a slight furrow of his brow, Elbow exhaled a breath of mental fire, an intangible flame enveloping all the herbs instantaneously. Is he not using a cauldron? Xiao Yan's lips twitched, his plans thwarted as he sensed the valuable materials slipping further from his grasp. Enough chatter, pay attention, the medicine elder instructed. What is there to observe? He is merely a novice, Xiao Yan retorted with a chuckle. Chapter 17. Elbow, I actually do not possess alchemical skills. I am merely exceptionally gifted. However, in the blink of an eye, under the scorching embrace of the transparent mental fire, all 12 herbs were refined to completion, the speed rendering Xiao Yan utterly astounded. Alchemy was not merely about refining herbs. It required achieving the specific standards dictated by the alchemical formula. Yet, this was only the beginning. The true challenge lay in proportionately dividing the essence of the herbs and subsequently combining them in a prescribed order. Elbow flicked his fingertips, and the 12 herbs were enveloped in flames and divided into 36 portions. Before Xiao Yan could fully comprehend the unfolding events, a pockmarked embryonic pill materialized amidst the flames. Thanks to the transparent mental fire, Xiao Yan observed clearly as the embryonic pill spun and tumbled in the flames, and within mere breaths, it transformed into a plump and aromatic orb. Elbow raised his hand, scrutinizing a fire-red pill the size of a longan, adorned with faint patterns. It does not seem particularly difficult, he mused. Xiao Yan rolled his eyes in exasperation, feeling a twinge of envy. As if the comparative prowess of others was a bitter pill to swallow. With a flick of his finger, Elbow seized the explosive qi pill and consumed it. The fighting spirit within him swelling and surging under the pill's potency. This substance, designed for combatants, would yield effects for him as a fighter, albeit with diminished efficacy and minimal side effects. Continue, he urged. With a wave of his hand, Lu Bo conjured a dozen varieties of medicinal herbs to float in the air. Among them were Changqinghua, ice crystal fruit, and the second-order ice element magic core, ingredients for the ice heart pill. Yao Lao nodded slightly. This formula was his creation. Lu Bo cast a glance at the old man, noting that the formulas Yao Lao provided were obscure and seldom utilized, such as the ice cleansing pill for alleviating fire poison, the turtle breath pill for inducing a state of suspended animation, or the rejuvenation pill for altering one's appearance. None of these were reliable auxiliary cultivation elixirs. Not even the Dou Ling pill or the Emperor's pill, which were known to enhance strength, were included. Instead, they consisted solely of those rare and intricate concoctions. How vexing this old codger truly was. Lost in thought, a pristine white pill was successfully refined. Xiao Yan gazed enviously at Lu Bo, wishing he could master the art of alchemy with such effortless grace. There is no need to envy him, Yao Lao remarked. His soul power is formidable, and it is only natural for his alchemical skills to advance swiftly. Ignoring the exchange between the master and disciple, Lu Bo retrieved more herbs, effortlessly concocting the third-order turtle breath pill and the fourth-order tranquil heart pill, eliciting admiration from Xiao Yan, whose eyes gleamed with envy. Yao Lao observed with surprise. Even with immense soul power, alchemy is a meticulous craft, and Lu Bo's display of fourth-order alchemical skill was indeed impressive. It was noteworthy that just days prior, this lad had never engaged in any systematic study of alchemy. Given Lu Bo's background, where he had cultivated both spiritual and elemental powers, it was not unexpected that he could achieve such feats. His proficiency in formations was equally commendable, as crafting formations is as intricate as alchemy. And Lu Bo's control over soul power was on par with that of alchemists of his level. Could he be a genius in alchemy? Yao Lao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. At that moment, Lu Bo flicked his storage ring, and several herbs emerged. Yet this time only 3 distinct varieties floated before him: blood lotus essence, a third-order magic core, and ice spirit flame grass. Is that the blood lotus pill? Xiao Yan exclaimed in astonishment. It was a 5th-order elixir. Moreover, these 3 ingredients had been elusive for him. He needed the blood lotus pill to absorb, or else he would perish before even encountering it. A peculiar sensation washed over him, as if he were being publicly ridiculed. Yao Lao's lips twitched. He regretted providing such a formula. The blood lotus pill was a rare and seldom used concoction, and he had not anticipated that Lu Bo would have successfully gathered the necessary materials for its refinement. Lu Bo did not commence the refining process immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. The crafting of a 5th-order pill was far more complex than that of a 4th-order, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a loss of precious materials. He had no spare ice spirit flame grass. After a while, Lu Bo reopened his eyes, and his spirit flame surged forth once more, enveloping the third-order magic core. The temperature gradually rose, and moments later, a soft crack echoed as the core shattered into powder. Lu Bo retrieved a jade vial, storing the essence of the magic core within, and grasped the blood lotus essence to begin the second refinement. The recent refinement process proved to be significantly slower than the magic core. Xiao Yan watched intently, his eyes wide open as the transparent, colorless flames churned, transforming the blood lotus essence into a viscous paste. However, Elbow did not cease there. He continued to refine for an additional half-hour, meticulously removing the yellow impurities from the crimson mixture before finally sealing it in a jade bottle. The subsequent refinement of the ice spirit flame grass took even longer than that of the blood lotus essence, lasting a full half-day. By the time Elbow had completed the refinement of all 3 herbs, an entire day had elapsed. On the next day, Elbow commenced the fusion of the herbs. Under Xiao Yan's astonished gaze, Elbow meticulously divided the 3 herbs into over 100 portions, each varying in size and capacity. The multitude of medicinal liquids and powders floated beneath the small waterfall, leaving Xiao Yan in a daze. He had toiled immensely to refine a 1st-tier pill. How could he possibly endure the labor of a 5th-tier one? Yet, despite his shock, The thought of one day becoming a pharmacist of such caliber ignited a fervent passion within his heart. By the third day, the fusion of the herbs concluded, and the next phase was to nourish the pill until it fully formed. You have indeed performed admirably, the medicine elder remarked, observing Elbow's arduous efforts over the past 3 days, unable to suppress his admiration. If the blood lotus pill represented a perfect score of 100, Elbow had achieved an impressive 98, especially considering he had only recently begun his foray into alchemy and had no prior experience. Even now, the medicine elder might not surpass Elbow in crafting the blood lotus pill, perhaps achieving the remaining 2 points solely through the advantages of his extraordinary fire. Yet, Elbow's flames were anything but ordinary. After another half-day, Xiao Yan, having remained seated for several hours, could no longer resist the urge to stand and stretch his stiff limbs. At that moment, the colorless, transparent flames enveloping the blood-colored pill quivered gently, emitting a soft hum as a torrent of energy surged forth from the flames. What is happening? Xiao Yan's expression shifted, astonished. It is the phenomenon of a fifth-tier pill taking shape, the medicine elder explained, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What a promising alchemist we have here. As the words left his lips, a wave of crimson energy erupted outward, rippling like the surface of a disturbed pond. Accompanied by a rich aroma of the medicinal pill that soared into the air, Elbow felt the exhaustion from 3 sleepless days dissipate entirely in that moment. A wave of delight washing over him that he could barely contain. Haha, we have finally succeeded. Elbow laughed heartily, raising his hand to catch a round, blood-colored pill adorned with faint patterns that fell into his palm. He retrieved a pristine, white jade bottle, carefully placing the pill inside and giving it a gentle shake, an immense sense of achievement swelling within him. Ha ha ha. Elbow laughed once more, a feeling he had not experienced in a long time. Akin to solving an exceedingly challenging calculus problem, he felt utterly elated and invigorated. Well done, young man. The medicine elder floated over slowly, smiling and nodding slightly. You've truly matured. Cough, cough. It is nothing. Elbow humbly waved his hand. I am merely a novice who has only recently ventured into the art of alchemy, lacking any substantial skill, merely endowed with a rare talent, which is hardly noteworthy. Xiao Yan's lips twitched in annoyance, finding the situation rather vexing. Would you be interested in taking me on as your disciple? The elderly alchemist inquired with a smile, yet his words left both Lu Bo and Xiao Yan utterly astonished. You wish to accept me as your apprentice? Lu Bo's expression was somewhat peculiar. Indeed, the alchemist affirmed with a nod, having changed his mind. Oh. Lu Bo's face flushed slightly, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. But how can that be? The legacy of the esteemed alchemist is not something just anyone can qualify for. The elder's expression darkened immediately. You little rascal. Have you not learned the virtues of respecting your elders and cherishing the young? Oh, very well. Xiao Yan dared not retort, nodding repeatedly as he commenced his training. Chapter 18. The Transaction of Blood Lotus Pills. The following day, Lu Bo tossed a pristine white jade vial in his hands, pondering quietly. He had not prepared the ingredients for the 6th grade pills, thus refraining from any attempts. Moreover, the formula provided by the elder was exceedingly troublesome. He could not find a single normal 6th grade pill that could be completed with materials sourced from the Monster Beast Mountains. Consequently, Lu Bo's aspirations of refining 6th grade pills had to be put on hold. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's gaze followed the jade vial in Lu Bo's hand, recognizing it as the blood lotus pill, a vital safeguard on the path of devouring. However, as of today, he had only acquired a 3rd-tier magic core. Thanks to the elder's assistance, the blood lotus essence and ice spirit flame grass were nowhere to be found, eluding his every search. What? Do you desire it? Lu Bo chuckled lightly, shaking the vial in his hand. Ahem, of course, Xiao Yan nodded. Name your price. This was a directive from the elder, who had outlined a training plan for Xiao Yan, with the Tagore Desert as the next destination. According to the information he gathered during his travels across the continent, it was said that existed in the Tagore Desert. Thus, obtaining the blood lotus pill was imperative, otherwise, encountering would leave him helpless. He preferred to be well prepared with pills in hand rather than frantically concocting them upon the discovery of. Return the map to me, and this item shall be yours. Lu Bo said with a grin. Do you truly believe that is possible? Xiao Yan rolled his eyes and huffed. Then I shall require 30 formulas, Lu Bo replied cheerfully, handing over a slip of paper. Upon examining it, Xiao Yan's expression darkened. Breaking King Pill, Fighting Spirit Pill, Emperor's Pill, Breaking Sect Pill, and even the 7th grade Transformation Pill. Damn it. Who do you think you are, asking for such exorbitant prices? Xiao Yan exclaimed in exasperation. Lu Bo chuckled. You should understand. The challenge of these pills lies not in their refinement, but in the procurement of the ingredients. Although the blood lotus essence is rare, it is not non-existent. However, you are well aware of the ice spirit flame grass. Lu Bo laughed. Therefore, these formulas are not as costly as you presume. They are merely common formulas, valuable, yet not exceedingly rare. Others possess these items as well. His words rendered Xiao Yan speechless. At that moment, the ring trembled slightly, and the elder emerged. Glancing at the blood lotus pill, he remarked, "Yet, we are the only ones in need of the blood lotus pill. Your argument holds no weight." Lu Bo rolled his eyes. "Do you wish to take it? If you find it too expensive, I find it exorbitant as well." "Yes, but I can only provide 15 recipes," said the esteemed pharmacist. 25. Lu Bo immediately retorted. 20. "No problem, deal?" Lu Bo chuckled, quickly picked up a pen to sketch out the agreement, and handed the paper over. The pharmacist glanced at it, flicked his fingers, and 20 scrolls flew forth. All the recipes Lu Bo desired. Truly, the master of medicine is straightforward. Lu Bo thumbed up with a grin, then tossed the elixirs over while simultaneously stowing away the 20 recipes. After patting his storage ring, Lu Bo smiled with satisfaction, having essentially accomplished all his objectives in the Monster Beast Mountain range. With these items acquired from the esteemed pharmacist, his path ahead would be exceedingly smooth. Xiao Yan and the pharmacist shared a satisfied smile. They had obtained the Blood Lotus elixir and, unexpectedly, a fragment of a semi-emperor inheritance map. This discovery was immensely gratifying. "All right, Xiao Yan, continue your cultivation." The pharmacist clapped his hands, noting that more than half of their 3-year agreement had passed, leaving them little time to squander. Just then, a violent energy wave and a thunderous roar of a lion suddenly erupted in the air, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, capturing their attention. Xiao Yan turned to the pharmacist and Lu Bo, his face reflecting astonishment. "Is there a powerful being engaged in battle?" Lu Bo rolled his eyes. "It's merely a fight." "What's so rare about that? Is there a day on the Dou Qi Continent without battles? What a fuss over nothing." The pharmacist replied, somewhat exasperated. Xiao Yan offered an awkward smile, acknowledging the truth. His teacher had previously orchestrated a rather grand display in his and Lu Bo's battles. So there was indeed little to be surprised about. "Shall we go take a look?" Xiao Yan asked, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. "It would be beneficial for you to broaden your horizons," the pharmacist agreed with a smile. "It wouldn't hurt to have a look," Lu Bo added, as he had yet to witness the true might of a formidable warrior on the Dou Qi Continent. By formidable warrior, he meant a living being. Unlike himself and the pharmacist, who relied on souls and formations, or souls and... "Let's go," Lu Bo called out, taking a swift step, dark energy swirling around him as the purple cloud wings slowly unfurled. With a light flap of his eagle-like wings, he propelled himself forward, creating a gust of wind. Xiao Yan cast an envious glance at Lu Bo's flying technique. It was truly remarkable. Onward, the pharmacist entered his ring, guiding Xiao Yan's body swiftly towards the epicenter of the battle. In the azure sky, two brilliant hues clashed fiercely, the explosive sounds of energy reverberating deafeningly, accompanied by the roars of beasts and the crisp sounds of swords ringing through the air. "The purple crystal-winged Lion King?" Xiao Yan exclaimed in surprise. How audacious of someone to target her. Within the violet light, there loomed a massive beast, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, its fur resembling a translucent purple crystal, appearing as though it were enveloped in a layer of crystal from afar. Its dark red spiraled horn and broad, powerful wings quivered gently, suspending its hefty body in the air. Engaged in combat with it was a human female warrior, enveloped in azure wind attribute Dou Qi. Her delicate figure adorned in a simple white dress, with a face both exquisite and captivating, exuding an air of noble grace. With azure wings of Dou Qi and a uniquely radiant long sword in hand, Lu Bo furrowed his brow slightly. Why does this lion lack a mane?" Xiao Yan rolled his eyes. "Brother L, your focus is rather peculiar. Shouldn't you be admiring that beautiful lady instead? Deny it all you want, but you are indeed a lecher." Elbow scoffed. "Well, it seems your true nature has been revealed. Besides, what's so captivating about Yun Yan? She's merely another woman toyed with and discarded by a scoundrel. Why do I say another?" This remark instantly flushed Xiao Yan's face with embarrassment. Damn it. He had inadvertently revealed his true self. "Human woman, why do you disturb my repose?" A sultry voice rang out from the heavens, imbued with a seductive, slightly husky tone, a quintessential mature woman's voice. The amethyst-winged Lion King's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of cold light flickering within. "I wish to borrow the amethyst spirit crystal from the Lion King." Yun Yan's crimson lips parted slightly, her voice as melodious as pearls falling onto a jade plate. Crisp, pleasant, and enchanting. Elbow raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "Oh, this lion is actually a lioness?" It seemed the original text did not specify its gender, yet the manga depicted it as a male lion. However, the amethyst-winged Lion King was predominantly female. What was so surprising about that? Besides, only female Lion Kings could generate the amethyst spirit crystal nearby, Xiao Yan remarked, his tone aged. clearly echoing the words of Yao Lao. Ah, indeed, Elbow realized. Only a lioness would have cubs. As for male lions, well, refer to the fatherless mud dogs. So this lioness is a married one. Suddenly, Elbow's eyes sparkled. A surge of warmth coursing through his heart, as if something akin to the lingering spirit of Wei Wu was flowing within him. The more he looked at this lioness, the more he found her striking. If she could be tamed as a steed, it would indeed be a splendid choice. He just wondered if her offspring might be a daughter. If so, he would be elated. How marvelous. How marvelous. Huh. Who just voiced my innermost thoughts? Turning his head, he noticed Xiao Yan fixated on Yun Yun. Elbow rolled his eyes, but soon a mischievous grin crossed his face as he wrapped an arm around Xiao Yan's neck. Little Yan, do you wish to uncover the identity of that woman? Elbow smirked wickedly. Chapter 19. The 3-year agreement unfolds. Xiao Yan instinctively shifted to the side, feeling uneasy under Elbow's unnerving smile. Even if Xiao Yan could not deduce it, what about Yao Lao? He had spent a considerable amount of time in the Gamma Empire, far exceeding that of the Xiao clan. How could he possibly remain oblivious? It was evident that one of these two was an adept at feigning ignorance. Elbow leaned towards Yao Lao. That old codger, despite claiming he wouldn't be stingy, had a knack for underhanded dealings when it came to transactions. Clearly, he was a debauched old rogue who refused to die. A Dou Huang powerhouse from the Gamma Empire, proficient in wind attribute fighting energy, and a female Dou Huang. Elbow chuckled, his arm still draped over Xiao Yan's shoulder. So, tell me, who do you suspect? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression shifted slightly. As the pieces of information coalesced, even he, no matter how naive, could discern the identity of this woman. Nalan Yinran's teacher, the sect leader of Yunlan sect. Yun? Xiao Yan murmured, his expression grave. The earlier excitement of seeing a beautiful sister replaced by an overwhelming sense of disgust. What kind of person could raise a woman like Nalan Yinran? What was her purpose here? With a furrowed brow, Xiao Yan spoke in a low voice. Lubo chuckled slyly and continued. The reason purple spirit crystals are so precious is due to their potent medicinal properties, which are both powerful and gentle. They benefit not only the strong, but also those who are still laying their foundations. Do you understand what I mean? Nalan Yinran and Yun Yun have come to the Beast Mountain range for Nalan Yinran. Xiao Yan's expression darkened with each passing moment. Nothing was more unsettling than the knowledge that a foe was growing stronger. He gazed at Yun Yun's graceful figure, his fists clenched. Faint traces of bloodshot appearing in his eyes, flickering with uncertainty. Noticing this, Lubo grinned and proposed, how about we make a deal? Return the map to me, and I will help you eliminate that woman. He gestured towards Yun Yun in the distance. Xiao Yan's eyes brightened momentarily, his body trembling slightly. But he soon lowered his eyelids, deep in thought. Observing his contemplation, Lu Bo maintained a cheerful demeanor, while the medicine elder refrained from interrupting his musings. However, Xiao Yan swiftly shook his head, meeting Lu Bo's gaze, his fists resting firmly against his chest as he declared, I refuse. I will defeat Nalan Yinran with my own strength, not through underhanded means. And what of her Dou Huang teacher? My own master is no less capable than Yun Yun. Within the ring, the medicine elder nodded in satisfaction, proud of his disciple's mature mindset, unwavering determination, and quest for the path. What was there to worry about in achieving great things? Lu Bo, however, merely scoffed, boring. He then pulled out a jade hairpiece from his storage ring. Gathering his disheveled hair, and with a swipe of his hand across his face, a faint stubble appeared, transforming his youthful countenance into that of a refined young man in his 20s. After rummaging through his storage ring, he donned a light robe tinged with blue, instantly presenting himself as an elegant nobleman before Xiao Yan. With a face like jade, cultured and poised, he exuded an air of grace and warmth. What are you trying to do? Xiao Yan retreated repeatedly. Although the man was handsome, he radiated an unsettling flamboyance. There is no profit for you here. I can only seek out Yun Yun, Lu Bo asserted emphatically, fabricating a tale. I am a 6th-grade alchemist. Joining the Yunlan sect and assisting Nalan Yinran in refining pills to elevate her to Dou Ling before our 3-year agreement is not a challenge for me. Xiao Yan was taken aback. This scoundrel has twisted the 3-year agreement. Oh, and I must thank you for that. Without your pill formulas, I would not be able to accomplish this. Xiao Yan felt as though an arrow had pierced his heart. How painful. Lu Bo brushed his long hair aside, his expression gradually turning indifferent, exuding an aura of aloofness and arrogance, unmistakably a person of significance. I must take my leave. We shall meet again in 3 years. Lu Bo remarked with a smirk. If you will not trade with me, I assure you, others will. Yet, as he attempted to depart, Xiao Yan grasped Lu Bo's arm, halting him. Youngster, what brings you here? Lu Bo said, waving his sleeve with an air of indifference. I wish to propose a transaction, Xiao Yan replied, his expression unyielding. Oh, you have half a minute, Lu Bo scoffed, tilting his head and regarding Xiao Yan with disdain. My time is invaluable, worth millions in mere moments. You cannot afford to waste it. Xiao Yan thought to himself, what an insufferable brat. A year from now, I shall visit the Yunlan sect. And you will ensure my safety, he said with a serious demeanor. He was left with no choice. If he did not act, Nalan Yunran would. Thus he had to concede to this arrogant fellow. Sure, no problem, my friend, Lu Bo chuckled, rubbing his hands together and draping an arm over Xiao Yan's shoulder. Xiao Yan retorted, you act so high and mighty, looking down your nose at others? Purple crystal seal. At that moment, a radiant purple light soared into the sky, with energies from the heavens swirling together. The purple crystal-winged Lion King let out a thunderous roar as a deep violet beam shot forth, appearing instantaneously before Yun Yun. Whirlwind dance. Yun Yun formed seals with her hands, the space before her shimmering slightly as wind surged forth like a tidal wave. In an instant, countless azure wind blades took shape in front of her, densely packed and intertwining. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a spiraling vortex. Hurtling towards the incoming violet beam, Lu Bo clicked his tongue, anticipating disaster. This attack from Yun Yun was nearly on par with that of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. As expected, the myriad azure wind blades merely delayed the violet beam for a fleeting moment before being shattered, and the beam surged forward, crashing towards Yun Yun. Despite her efforts to erect dozens of wind shields, they could not hold against the onslaught. Having secured a successful strike, the purple crystal-winged Lion King unfurled its massive wings, appearing before Yun Yun, its claws glistening ominously as they lunged towards her chest. Lu Bo sighed, lamenting the unnecessary strife between women. Ultimate windfall. In a moment of dire peril, a fierce glint flashed across Yun Yun's face as she shouted, sending forth a brilliant white thread from her fingertips, clashing against the purple crystal-winged Lion King. With a sharp clang, half of the Lion King's horn was severed. She had managed to evade the worst of it. Had she not ducked, it might have been her head that was lost. However, Yun Yun too suffered. The razor-sharp claws raked across her chest, producing a faint sound of metal scraping against metal, sending her flying back like a broken kite. I find great delight in watching women fight, Lu Bo exclaimed. Damn the human. The purple crystal-winged Lion King howled, its eyes ablaze with fury. Search the mountains. Find that human woman. I shall devour her alive. Instantly, the entire Beast Mountain range stirred as countless low-tier magical beasts were roused to hunt for Yun Yun. Looks like this is going downhill. Let's go, Xiao Yan said, rolling his eyes. Yun Yun had it coming. This time he sided with the Lion King, who was, after all, a striking beauty. What are you up to now? Xiao Yan asked, his lips curling in annoyance. Can you not stir up trouble? Lu Bo puffed out his chest, declaring, I am an alchemist. If no one intervenes, Yun Yun will perish. As a healer, I cannot turn a blind eye to suffering. Lu Bo asserted with conviction. Xiao Yan remained silent. How long have you just become an alchemist? Xiao Yan reminded him. It's not a big deal, merely saving a life. It won't affect the transaction, Lu Bo chuckled. Then with a swift motion, he soared towards the place where Yun Yun had fallen. Chapter 20. I Lu Bo, a man of integrity. In a small river, Yun Yun lay unconscious, her complexion pale, delicate brows slightly furrowed. Her hair, styled into a phoenix ornament, appeared somewhat disheveled, with a few strands clinging to her lovely face, evoking a sense of compassion. The river's current brushed against her pristine white dress, which clung to her skin, rendering her figure alluringly translucent. Her long, fair legs were slim and well-proportioned, a sight to behold. Regrettably, her upper body was clad in a blue and gold inner armor, concealing her form from the waist to the chest, leaving little to the imagination. For distinct gashes marred her chest, blood seeping through the armor, tainting the surrounding water with a faint crimson hue. If she were not rescued, she would surely perish. Lu Bo clicked his tongue, bending down to lift her, his arms encircling her legs and delicate neck, instantly feeling the soft, tender warmth akin to jade. In his cave, Lu Bo gently laid Yun Yun down, allowing her to rest against a stone chair he had carved. Gazing at her unconscious form, he stroked his chin in contemplation, slowly extending his hand to untie her dress for easier access to her wounds. A healer's heart is akin to a parent's. How could I, Lu Bo, a man of virtue, be a lecherous rogue? Lu Bo murmured, briefly examining the garment before reaching out to loosen it. However, just as his hand was about to touch Yun Yun, she awoke. Her eyes snapped open, fierce and commanding, then softened in shock upon seeing Lu Bo's face. My lady, you are gravely injured. If not treated promptly, it may lead to further complications, Lu Bo remarked with a gentle smile, his countenance radiating warmth. I intended to assist you, but since you are awake now, you may tend to yourself, he said, retrieving a healing ointment and placing it gently before her, then turning to leave without hesitation. In truth, it mattered little whether he stayed or departed. Yun Yun's body had been struck directly by the purple crystal-winged lion seal, which not only temporarily sealed her fighting spirit, but also obstructed her meridians. With her vitality stagnant, she found it difficult to even move her fingers. Yun Yun paused, her red lips pressed together. Although she did not know him, he appeared to be quite agreeable. "Thank you, kind sir," she said softly. Lu Bo waved his hand dismissively, indicating no need for thanks, and continued to walk toward the cave's entrance. Yet soon, a soft call rang out behind him. "Might you please wait, sir?" The voice carried a hint of frustration, not directed at Lu Bo, but rather at the purple crystal-winged lion. The seal was not a great inconvenience. It would dissolve in a few days, but it was undeniably awkward. As Lu Bo had anticipated, Yun Yun could not even move her fingers at the moment. "What is it?" Lu Bo turned, once again donning a gentle smile. I am numb all over and cannot apply the medicine myself," Yun Yun admitted, a faint blush creeping onto her pretty face. Lu Bo furrowed his brow slightly, taking a deep breath as he spoke. "Miss, although it is said that a healer possesses the heart of a parent, as an alchemist, I am bound to alleviate suffering and heal the afflicted. However, the location of your injury is rather delicate, and one must acknowledge the distinctions between genders." As he spoke, Lu Bo subtly moved his hand behind his back, forming a seal, and instantly, the clashing sounds of battle from the adjacent cave eerily ceased. Yun Yun's eyelid twitched. She was acutely aware of her predicament, yet was unable to move. "How about I fetch someone else to assist you with your medicine?" Lu Bo suggested. "Someone else?" Just as Yun Yun was about to nod in agreement, Xiao Yan rushed in from the next cave. "Lu brother, why has this puppet suddenly stopped moving?" Upon seeing Xiao Yan burst in, Yun Yun widened her beautiful eyes and glanced at his face, hoping he wouldn't be the one to apply her medicine. "Xiao Yan, please help with the application," she implored. "No need, young sir, your presence is sufficient," Yun Yun resolutely stated, her tone smooth and devoid of hesitation, betraying no hint of her injury. Xiao Yan observed Yun Yun, then glanced at Lu Bo, his expression darkening as he turned to leave. Lu Bo scratched his nose, contemplating. "It seems I have become rather unscrupulous." With a look of determination in her eyes, Yun Yun's gaze remained fixed on Lu Bo as he approached her. As he drew nearer, her delicate face flushed a deeper shade of crimson, for her injury was directly on her chest. Thoughts swirling, she felt the man's presence envelop her, and as she closed her eyes momentarily, her long lashes fluttered gently. In the next instant, she sensed a movement at her collar. "Ugh!" In the neighboring cave, Xiao Yan's expression turned grim as he desperately swung his Xian Zhongqi, engaged in a fierce battle with the puppet. Although he was aware that Lu Bo had orchestrated the earlier events, he felt it was none of his concern. After all, she was merely a woman. He had experienced far more than this. Sun Er surpassed these superficial beauties by leagues. She was all he needed. Meanwhile, Lu Bo, having tidied up the medicine bottles, emerged from his cave with a sense of satisfaction, reflecting, "This sister is truly charming." Clearing his throat, he glanced at his hands and resolved not to wash them for the next few days. Inside the cave, after a brief respite, Yun Yun regained her ability to move. She donned her clothing, and the unmistakable scent belonging to Lu Bo enveloped her, causing her face to redden involuntarily. "Surely, he has not given me unwashed garments?" she muttered under her breath, her voice trembling with annoyance. Despite her complaints, she swiftly donned her inner armor and dressed. For this place was not solely occupied by herself and Lu Bo. Another presence lingered. Sighing, Yun Yun lamented, "After 3 decades of solitary cultivation, I never anticipated naturally exquisite." She exuded an air of noble elegance. Now clad in male attire, she appeared spirited and striking. After retrieving some meat from her storage ring, Lu Bo began to kindle a fire for roasting. Mindful that lighting a fire in a closed cave is generally ill-advised due to the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning, necessitating ventilation. However, in this fantastical realm, even the most potent toxins posed little threat to them, let alone carbon monoxide. As he busied himself, Lu Bo inquired, "What name do you go by?" During the treatment of her injury, he had revealed his own name, but Yun Yun had kept her eyes shut, gritting her teeth. Her neck flushed with embarrassment. "I am called Yun Yunji." Yun Yun hesitated for a moment before providing a fictitious name. "Oh, Sister Yunji." Elbow handed over a piece of roasted meat, contemplating briefly whether to feign ignorance. Exposing Yun Yun would yield no benefits and might even provoke her disdain. A faint blush crept across Yun Yun's delicate face, but she quickly regained her composure, reluctantly accepting the somewhat intimate address. With a graceful lift of her jade hand, she accepted the roasted meat and began to nibble on it gently, her own hunger evident. "How is Sister's injury?" Elbow cast a glance at her chest. "What are you looking at?" Yun Yun exclaimed in a fit of anger, deeming him a rogue. "Does Sister think I am some lecherous man?" Elbow straightened his back. adopting an expression of righteous indignation. I am but an apothecary. A healer's compassion for the wounded is only natural, is it not? Oh, Yun Yun's face flushed with guilt. Had she misjudged his intentions? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. Elbow had maintained a serious demeanor throughout the treatment, his gaze unwavering, which hardly fit the profile of a lascivious man. Elbow stole a glance at her, secretly relieved. At this moment, Yun Yun found herself in turmoil due to unforeseen events, granting him an opportunity to exploit her vulnerability. Had it been her usual self, aloof and indifferent, he would have had no chance. Her external injuries were no longer a concern, yet the seal would require several days to lift. As she pondered this, Yun Yun's delicate brows furrowed. She had not anticipated that the amethyst-winged Lion King possessed sealing abilities, catching her completely off guard. Oh, I see, Yun Yun murmured, her face tinged with a rosy hue as she chewed on the roasted meat. Does this mean we must stay here together? Chapter 21. L. A man who seldom holds grudges. Sister Yunji, will you still go to retrieve the purple spirit crystal? Elbow inquired. Indeed, Yun Yun nodded. That item is of great significance to me. Ah, I understand, Elbow muttered, realizing that Nalan Yanran's ascension to the great fighter level was indeed due to the purple spirit crystal, or rather, the elixirs crafted from it. Yes, Elbow remarked while savoring the roasted meat, a smile gracing his lips. I have a friend who is an apothecary. After the matters in the Beast Mountains are settled, I could introduce you to him. Yun Yun replied, her lips, glistening with grease from the meat, looking particularly alluring. Ahaha, that won't be necessary. Elbow shook his head, chuckling. His apothecary friend was limited by the available herbs, not by any other constraints. No one in the Gamma Empire could teach him the art of alchemy. Yun Yun's lovely face briefly displayed surprise before shifting to irritation. It was the first time someone had so directly declined her offer. Elbow smiled, recognizing that Yun Yun was attempting to reciprocate in her own way, thus clearing the air between them, rendering their relationship ordinary and unlikely to advance further. Generally, Elbow would avoid entangling himself in a woman's emotions. However, this was Yun Yun. The hiding place of the rogue protector should be within the Yunlan sect. Elbow had not forgotten the grudge of the past pursuit and yearned to personally exact vengeance against the rogue protector. Thus, the bond between Yun Yun and himself could not become commonplace. She must be firmly tethered to his chariot of war. When they ascended to the Yunlan sect, it would mark the day of the rogue protector's demise. A man who seldom holds grudges, merely wished to settle the score. Certainly, Yun Yun possesses a delightful fragrance, which is yet another reason for my intrigue. Observing the astonishment on Yun Yun's face, Lu Bo chuckled softly, asserting, my alchemical skills are commendable. I do not require anyone's tutelage. With that, he settled into a meditative posture, commencing his cultivation. Yun Yun huffed in annoyance, thinking to herself that this arrogant brat was overly proud. Having practiced alchemy for a mere few days, he believed himself superior. Could his skills truly rival those of Guhi? At that moment, a silver array emerged around Lu Bo, and the energies of the cosmos began to converge slowly, forming a small vortex of energy that hovered above him. Yun Yun gazed at Lu Bo in astonishment. Such a formation could be carried with him? However, the bright yellow aura emanating from Lu Bo left her even more astounded, suggesting that his cultivation level was not inferior to her own. Such a mysterious fellow, she muttered. But her irritation lingered. After all, he was merely a dome master. Even if he could concoct elixirs, how formidable could he truly be? Forget it. I shall ignore this scoundrel. Finding a spot within the cave, Yun Yun began to dissolve the seals within her body. Without strength, she felt utterly powerless. As dusk fell, the trio sat beneath a waterfall, silently gnawing on roasted meat. With Xiao Yan's presence, Lu Bo introduced Yun Yun to Xiao Yan, acknowledging the necessity of their acquaintance given their frequent encounters. However, both individuals opted to present false names, one claiming to be Yao Yin and the other, Yunji. Regrettably, Yun Yun remained oblivious to the fact that her true identity was already known to them. Clearing her throat, she inquired softly, I see you both possess considerable talent. Would you be interested in cultivating in a different location? The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as she attempted to broach a new topic, her intentions genuine. These two young individuals, already comparable in strength to her own disciple, could potentially yield limitless prospects if they were to join her Yunlan sect. Oh, where might that be? Lu Bo inquired with a smile, fully aware of the answer, but seeking to spare Yun Yun any discomfort. He noticed Xiao Yan's perpetual cold demeanor, seemingly indifferent to Yun Yun. Without her backing, Nalan Yanran would never have dared to propose the dissolution of their engagement. The humiliation he endured was partly attributed to her presence. Yunlan sect. Yun Yun, predictably, promoted her own sect. Not interested. Xiao Yan cast a fleeting glance at Yun Yun, speaking with disinterest as he continued to munch on the roasted meat. Xiao Yan, Yun Yun's brow furrowed, her displeasure evident. Cough, Sister Yunji, your meat is about to char? Lu Bo interjected, noting that her clumsiness had caused her to thrust the meat directly into the flames, reducing it to carbon in no time. Ah, Yun Yun exclaimed, swiftly raising her wooden skewer. Yet, unbeknownst to her, even the skewer had caught fire. A gentle shake resulted in the meat snapping off and falling into the flames. With no other recourse, Yun Yun had to begin the roasting process anew. Devoid of Dou Qi, she was merely an ordinary woman, possessing little beyond her striking beauty. Xiaobo, what about you? She gently inquired while tending to the fire. Oh, does the Yunlan sect boast beautiful female disciples? Lu Bo replied with a grin. If so, I might consider it. Xiao Yan's countenance darkened. Yin Yun's beautiful female disciple was none other than his betrothed, Nalan Yinran. Damn it, was he to be cuckolded? A flicker of displeasure sparkled in Xiao Yan's eyes, and he felt quite irked. Although he had already divorced Nalan Yinran, their 3-year agreement had yet to lapse. Yun Yun, bewildered, gazed at Xiao Yan, uncertain of what had incited his ire. Yet, soon enough, a glimmer of indignation appeared in her eyes. How could her goodwill be mistaken for foolishness? And why was he throwing her a cold shoulder? Sister Yunji, my brother has a rather irritable temperament. Please excuse him, Lu Bo chuckled, yet from that moment forth, the possibility of reconciliation between Xiao Yan and Yun Yun seemed utterly extinguished. He considered it a noble deed to rescue a damsel from the clutches of a scoundrel. Forget it, it matters not, Yun Yun muttered, feeling more aggrieved in these past few days than throughout her entire life. And you, Xiaobo, do you intend to visit the Yunlan sect? Again, Lu Bo rolled his eyes. This woman was indeed a bit single-minded. Could you introduce me to any lovely female disciples? He inquired cheekily. Yun Yun's delicate face darkened. Xiaobo, I recall you stating that you are not a lecherous man. Ah, cough, of course not. But at my age, is it not the perfect time to seek a partner? Lu Bo shamelessly retorted. Look, like this, like that. The wretched fellow. Yun Yun bit her red lip, a wave of grievance swelling within her. She genuinely wished to assist him, yet he displayed not an ounce of gratitude. In the adjacent cave, Xiao Yan concluded his cultivation, scratching his head in irritation. This Yun Yun was truly insufferable. The next day, in the cave, as Yun Yun gradually awakened from her meditation to dissolve the seal within her body, she mused that in 3 to 4 days, she would break free from the confinement. Lu brother, are you there? At that moment, Xiao Yan's voice echoed from outside. Yun Yun raised her brows and stepped outside. Xiaobo has gone to gather herbs. What business do you have with him? Approaching the cave entrance, she inquired with curiosity. Xiao Yan raised the garments in his hand, saying, I intend to wash my clothes. I can take care of Lu brothers as well. Let me lend a hand. Yun Yun glanced at the clothes, momentarily taken aback before responding. I can manage such matters myself. Thank you. Oh, very well then. Xiao Yan nodded and added, if possible, please also handle that bloodstained garment of yours to avoid attracting other magical beasts. After speaking, Xiao Yan turned to depart. All right, I understand, Yun Yun replied. Returning to the cave, where she noticed Lu Bo's soiled garments discarded nearby. I truly am kind-hearted, Yun Yun murmured to herself. In this lifetime, washing clothes is a task I must undertake personally. Consider yourself fortunate, she remarked, picking up Lu Bo's filthy clothes while also grabbing her tattered dress before heading to the lakeside to commence cleaning. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that Xiao Yan had swiftly darted into the forest, quietly collecting some medicinal powder and magical beast droppings. The once sturdy defenses began to weaken, allowing a few smaller magical beasts to stealthily infiltrate. Elder Yao did not intervene with Xiao Yan. He would only take action in times of crisis, refraining from interfering with Xiao Yan's decisions under normal circumstances. Moreover, the heart of the youth, burdened with unexpressed emotions, risks becoming obstructed if not released. In the future, it may lead to a lack of clarity in thought. By the lakeside, Yun Yun, who was washing clothes, remained oblivious to the sudden detachment of a small, blood-stained fragment from her tattered dress, which drifted gently away with the flowing water. In the thicket, Xiao Yan, his complexion pale, wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply, cursing under his breath, recognizing the arduousness of harnessing spiritual power. Devoid of strength, Yun Yun remained unaware of her surroundings, continuing to hum a tune as she laundered. Observing this, Xiao Yan turned to Yao Lao with a request of his own, seeking a means to expedite his cultivation. And soon he too ventured into the depths of the monster beast mountain range. Outside the cave, Lu Bo summoned his mental flame, meticulously beginning to refine the medicinal materials. Although the item known as burning blood was of low grade, transforming the violent fire energy into a gentler, more absorbable form required considerable effort. Nevertheless, Lu Bo's alchemical skills had reached the 6th rank, making the process manageable for him. Before long, A thick, crimson liquid was successfully condensed. However, at that moment, rustling sounds echoed from the shadows of the forest, and a pair of luminous violet eyes emerged from the darkness. Just as he completed the burning blood, Lu Bo was startled, abruptly turning with a sharp gaze towards the source of the disturbance. Who dares intrude? Lu Bo demanded in a deep voice, his irritation palpable as he held the medicinal liquid. At that moment, a creature emerged from the shadows, a colossal lion, its body cloaked in violet fur, adorned with grand wings, and a sharp horn upon its forehead, albeit broken. The violet crystal-winged Lion King, the sovereign of the monster beast mountain range, had come to pay a visit. What brings the Lion King here? Lu Bo inquired with a glimmer of interest, noting that the violet crystal-winged Lion King's strength was approximately at the level of a Dou Huang. The Lion King regarded Lu Bo with surprise, recognizing him as an alchemist, and noting the unusual transparent flame in his grasp. You must be aware of my battle a few days prior, the violet crystal-winged Lion King stated, offering the alchemist due respect, its magnetic voice causing Lu Bo to raise an eyebrow, though he was too engrossed in his work to show much interest. My subordinate informed me that the woman is here. The Lion King's pupils contracted, glimmering with a cold light. Despite having shown courtesy, it seemed the alchemist was reluctant to cooperate. In the cave, as Yun was dissolving the seal, a sudden alarm surged within her, an invisible pressure instinctively prompting her to open her eyes. Damn it, have I been discovered? Her delicate face turned pale, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. She felt no fear. From the moment she embarked on the path of cultivation, she had prepared herself for the possibility of death. Yet, she worried for Lu Bo. He was still young, a prodigy, and should not fall victim to her plight. As these thoughts arose, the conversation from outside the cave reached her ears, causing her complexion to pale further. It truly was the violet crystal-winged Lion King. What should she do? Biting her red lips, the normally indifferent Yun found herself in a state of panic, completely at a loss. The adversary, Yun, bit her crimson lips tightly, a layer of mist forming in her eyes. He was merely a fighter. Facing the amethyst-winged Lion King could lead to his demise. I cannot drag him down with me. Yun's expression suddenly hardened, and without further hesitation, she stepped out of the cave. Outside the cave, the amethyst-winged Lion King merely fixed his gaze on Elbu. Human, I have come solely for vengeance and have no desire to engage with you. Do not compel me to act. Lion King, I reiterate, I do not know the woman you seek, Elbu replied solemnly. As radiant patterns began to spread beneath his feet, a faint humming resonating softly. Soul power? The pupils of the amethyst-winged Lion King constricted slightly. Could this individual truly be one of the parties involved in that battle? Deep, rumbling breaths emanated from the Lion King's abdomen. If the human woman were not present here, he would be offending a formidable opponent, one who was also an alchemist. However, if that human woman was indeed here, he would have to contend with two Emperor-level beings, an utter calamity, and he might even face death. The purple light in the Lion King's eyes flickered, wavering in uncertainty. Just then, a delicate voice rang out. Amethyst-winged Lion King, I am here. Do not trouble him. Elbu's lips twitched. That foolish woman was indeed here. The momentary doubt in the Lion King's eyes transformed into a fierce glimmer, and with a mighty roar, he was engulfed in purple flames. A scorching wave of heat rushing towards them. The surging flames coalesced upon his front paw as the amethyst-winged Lion King flapped his wings. Appearing before Elbu as if by teleportation, his powerful front paw crashing down towards Elbu's face. He was acutely aware of his advantage being his formidable physique, while the opponent, adept in soul power, had a vulnerability in their physical form. No, stop. Yun screamed in panic. She had not anticipated that the amethyst-winged Lion King's first action would not be to target her, but rather to assault Elbu. Yet, facing the Lion King's seemingly lethal strike, Elbu's eyes sparkled, and he concentrated his soul power into his right fist, delivering a tremendous blow. Bang! The fierce, beastly visage of the amethyst-winged Lion King halted abruptly, the momentum of his charge ceasing instantaneously, and he was sent flying back with a thunderous crash into the forest. His massive form crushed through the trees, akin to a typhoon laying waste to the landscape. Yun stood astounded, her beautiful face contorting in disbelief, appearing somewhat comical. Elbu, he is just a fighter. How can he be so powerful? Elbu's lips twitched in frustration, silently cursing his predicament. His eyes darted, and with a shudder, he spat a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen as he collapsed into Yun's embrace. Save me. Chapter 23, The Small Nirvana Gold Body. Not far away in the forest, Xiao Yan observed the unfolding events, his lips curling in bemusement. One punch, and it's over? This amethyst-winged Lion King is far too fragile. That lad's soul power is comparable to the pinnacle of an emperor. The Lion King is at most a 4- or 5-star emperor, being defeated so swiftly is entirely reasonable. The medicinal elder stated matter-of-factly in his mind. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Xiao Yan retorted angrily. Does that mean all his efforts were in vain? It was not entirely in vain, was it? Weren't you quite pleased just now? The old man teased with a smile. Xiao Yan let out a resigned sigh, realizing that without strength, even his anger would only be perceived as a jest by others. In the adjacent cave, Yun gazed at Lu Yu, who was clinging to her like a koala, her lips twitching in irritation as she remarked, "Little Yu, do you think me foolish?" Lu Yu, looking pale and feeble, pressed his head against Yun's chest, feeling the weight of the mountains. "If you continue like this, I shall leave," Yun declared through gritted teeth. Lu Yu lifted his head, unable to see clearly due to the obstruction, and tilted it slightly to catch a glimpse of Yun's mildly irate countenance. "Hurry down." Yun's brows furrowed, her annoyance evident. Coughing awkwardly, Lu Yu reluctantly released Yun, though his pallor persisted and his steps remained unsteady, revealing the toll on his body. "I am certain my acting was flawless. How did Yun see through it?" After Lu Yu dismounted, Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief, assisting him to a stone chair. "I have had some fortuitous encounters pertaining to the soul," Lu Yu fabricated, his eyes wide as he spoke nonsense. "Though it can be explosive, the after-effects are considerable." Yun's expression shifted. She had never delved into such matters. "Rest for a few days. And I also possess medicinal pills," Lu Yu reassured her. "Do not fret. Then take care to rest," Yun said, biting her full lip as she gently guided Lu Yu to rest his head upon her lap. Lu Yu nuzzled against her, chuckling softly, and closed his eyes. However, Xiao Yan wore a dark expression, feeling discontented. It seemed he had made a foolish mistake, inadvertently pushing the already tenuous bond between the two closer together. Within the cave, Lu Yu lay bare-chested on the stone platform, grimacing and occasionally gasping for breath. "Sister, take it easy. I can hardly bear it." "Enough. Be silent," Yun scolded. Her cheeks flushed, vexed by his incessant complaints. "Such unhealthy thoughts," Lu Yu muttered. "The burning blood is inherently intense. I speak no falsehood." Yun's delicate hand trembled as she grasped a jade piece, applying the burning blood liberally across Lu Yu's entire body. As the fiery energy infiltrated him, Lu Yu let out a satisfied groan, forming hand seals to swiftly refine the energy into fighting spirit. What a little rascal, Yun thought, her gaze softening momentarily before she resumed her task of applying the burning blood once more. "Little Yu, tomorrow, I shall break the seal." "Huh." Lu Yu looked at Yun, then his expression darkened slightly. Congratulations, you shall grow stronger again. Will you seek the amethyst-winged Lion King once more?" "Yes. I require amethyst spirit crystals," Yun replied, gently scraping the burning blood, her head bowed slightly. "Very well, I shall assist you," Lu nodded. "You draw away the amethyst-winged Lion King, and I will search her cave." "That sounds acceptable." Yun observed Lu Yu on the stone platform, a fleeting glimmer of emotion crossing her eyes before it quickly dimmed. The next day arrived. In the cave, deeply engrossed in his training, Xiao Yan suddenly opened his eyes, startled by a powerful aura emanating from the neighboring cave of Elbow, akin to a ferocious beast awakening. This formidable presence instantly disrupted Xiao Yan's meditative state. "Teacher, has that woman recovered?" Xiao Yan exclaimed in astonishment. "It seems so," Yao Lao nodded in affirmation. Shortly thereafter, Yao Lao sensed that both Elbow and Yun had departed, soaring into the sky. Nanlong Yin Ran must have acquired the purple spirit crystal. Xiao Yan sighed, acknowledging the increasing strength of his adversaries, the dwindling time, and the mounting pressure. "Come on, Xiao Yan," Yao Lao said, producing a vial of burning blood and gently shaking it. Xiao Yan's expression soured momentarily, but he quickly steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he accepted the burning blood. Above in the sky, "Sister, I'm afraid of heights," Elbow exclaimed, his small face filled with panic as he clung to Yun like an octopus. With a powerful flap of her Dou Qi wings, Yun felt a wave of annoyance. This little rascal was becoming increasingly intolerable. "Elbow, do you remember what I told you?" she inquired, ignoring Elbow's antics. Though she contemplated dropping him, she ultimately decided against it. "Cough, cough. I remember," Elbow replied, feeling a bit embarrassed and loosening his grip. If Yun had resisted, he would have continued to cling, but her lack of response left him feeling awkward. "Very well. We've arrived. Let us commence," Yun stated as she patted Elbow's shoulder. The entrance to the purple crystal-winged Lion King's lair now clearly visible in the distance. "All right." Elbow shrugged and released Yun, stealthily approaching the cave entrance. Meanwhile, Yun surged upward, her sword bursting forth with a resplendent sword aura that sliced through the air, instantly dispatching two fourth-tier magical beasts guarding the entrance. "Damn woman, how dare you!" A fierce roar echoed from within the lair, a voice belonging to another woman. Surrender the purple spirit crystal, Yun Yun declared, her tone now devoid of the previous respect. Come and die. The purple crystal-winged Lion King disregarded Yun Yun's words, its aura swelling as it lunged at her. Seizing the opportunity, Elbow sprang into the lair, which was adorned with stunning purple crystal walls, a spectacle to behold. It's so hot in here, Elbow muttered, sensing an unusual warmth that felt excessive. The purple crystal-winged Lion King's purple flames can't be that intense, can they? He pondered, his brow furrowing in suspicion. Yet, Elbow was not there for exploration. He expanded his soul power, quickly locating a purple crystal platform at the center of the cave, upon which rested a spherical purple crystal the size of a head. I found it. Elbow's eyes sparkled with excitement, recognizing it as the abundant purple crystal, the very objective of his journey. Cultivating the celestial transformation dragon technique was no simple feat. Prior to that, Elbow intended to practice the lesser Nirvana golden body to enhance his physical form. However, training the lesser Nirvana golden body was not as straightforward as it seemed. Its principle lay in mimicking the true Nirvana golden body, using special energy to refine the physical body and combining unique methods to achieve the solidification of the golden body. But what if the body could not withstand the energy's impact? It was essential to remember that Elbow was currently merely a Dou master, hardly even a novice. Thus, before Elbow could proceed, it was imperative for him to cleanse his tendons and marrow, fortifying his physical form. The accompanying purple crystal source was a rare treasure meant for this very purpose. As he tapped the purple crystal source, a brow arched in contemplation. It could indeed be breached, albeit with some difficulty. Utilizing the purple spirit crystal would prove more advantageous. With a determined step, he plunged deeper into the cavern, intent on engaging with the young lion. Chapter 24, The Approach to Canaan Academy Roar. However, before Elbow had traversed far, a half-meter-tall young lion appeared before him, crouched low with poised limbs, emitting a series of low, rumbling growls from its throat. Upon closer inspection, Elbow found himself at a loss for words. Adorned with a mane, it was evidently a male lion. Instantly, his thoughts of the purple crystal-winged lioness dissipated. He had no desire to assume the role of a caretaker, preferring instead the company of Sister Yun Yun. Come here, little lion, Elbow beckoned, reminiscent of coaxing a dog in his youth. Roar. The young lion erupted in fury. Infuriated that this two-legged creature dared intrude upon its territory and insult it so brazenly. With a mighty leap, it charged at Elbow. Bang. Roar. After being repelled by a single punch, the young lion's aggression intensified. Baring its fangs, it lunged once more. Bang. Roar. Bang. Roar. Bang. Roar. Bang. Whimper. Bang. Whimper. The young lion, now with a sizable bump atop its head, lay sprawled on the ground, panting woefully. This two-legged beast is truly terrifying. Elbow, thoroughly satisfied, approached from behind, his soul energy radiating outward, swiftly locating the purple spirit crystal concealed within a hidden compartment. Concurrently, his soul energy surged forth, deftly suspending all liquid and transferring it into a jade vial. Unlike Xiao Yan, Elbow remained composed, successfully filling 7 jade vials with the entire purple crystal source. With the task complete, he prepared to exit. However, a mischievous thought struck him. A smirk graced his lips as he retrieved the purple crystal source and took a small sip. Instantly, his complexion flushed, warmth coursed through his body, and he dashed outside in a frenzy. In the sky above, the purple crystal-winged Lion King engaged with Yun Yun, its expression shifting dramatically. The accompanying purple crystal source resonated with the young lion, creating a connection with her as well. Damn it! Yun Yun gasped in alarm, realizing Elbow was in peril. With a rapid flutter of her wings, her speed surged as she rocketed toward the cavern's entrance, despite her wind attribute granting her swift movement. The purple crystal-winged Lion King possessed formidable strength and was equally fast. With the advantage of a head start, it ultimately arrived at the cave entrance before Yun Yun. At that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted forth. The purple crystal-winged Lion King felt its heart constrict. Was it that human? The very human who had sent it flying with a single punch? Instinctively, it hesitated, and in the blink of an eye, a figure burst forth from the cave, crashing into Yun Yun's embrace. Xiao Ku, is that you? Yun Yun exclaimed, her face pale. Elbow's visage was flushed, his body radiating heat to the point of discomfort. As she held him, Yun Yun keenly sensed the turbulent energy coursing within him. The cursed wings of Dou Qi behind Yun Yun suddenly trembled, soaring into the sky and vanishing like a meteor through the vast forest. The crystal-winged Lion King dared not pursue. Those two humans, when united, could undoubtedly take her life, and she was not bold enough to chase after them. At the base of a cliff, Yun Yun's delicate face was etched with anxiety as she pressed her hands against Elbow's back, channeling her formidable Dou Qi into him. At that moment, Elbow lay with his eyes tightly shut, his body flushed red like a boiled lobster. However, under the overwhelming force of Yun Yun's Dou Qi, the energy of the accompanying crystal source was swiftly refined. Gently extracting the purple spirit crystal from Elbow's grasp, Yun Yun sighed softly and carefully laid him flat. With a tender kiss upon his face, she murmured, "Little troublemaker, thank you," cautiously scanning the surroundings to ensure no other creatures lurked nearby. A faint blush unexpectedly adorned her fair cheeks. Her delicate fingers trembled as she began to unveil her dress, revealing a flawless body of jade-like perfection. Yun Yun's complexion flushed as her fingers quivered towards her back, preparing to unfasten the blue-golden armor she wore, intending to gift it to Elbow. Just then, a frown creased her brow. It felt as if someone were watching her. Her expression shifted. It was impossible. She had confirmed that there were no other beings around. Instinctively, she glanced down and met Elbow's gaze. "What are you looking at?" "Continue," Elbow urged. Yun Yun's face paled, then flushed with indignation. Her lips quivering slightly as fury ignited within her, white vapor rising from her head. "You scoundrel, come here." Her furious cry echoed throughout the Beast Mountain range, the potent aura of a Dou Huang causing the beasts to tremble in fear. "Wah wah wah," Elbow exclaimed, immediately unleashing his purple cloud wings to flee. With a swift sound, a sword aura grazed his scalp, cleaving through a swath of forest. "Rogue, where do you think you're going?" Yun Yun flapped her wings, instantly appearing behind Elbow, her sword point aimed at his rear. That area was soft and would only cause pain without injury. But at that moment, Elbow twisted his body abruptly, crashing into Yun Yun's embrace and pulling her close. Hee. Yun Yun's grip on her sword trembled, slowly lowering it as she sighed. Leaning gently against Elbow's shoulder, "What a little rascal. What was it you wanted to say earlier, sister?" Elbow inquired softly, rubbing his cheek against hers. "Nothing. Just some farewell words," Yun Yun replied glumly. "Will we meet again?" Elbow asked, holding her delicate form, a hint of reluctance in his voice. The response was a long silence. Evidently, Yun Yun was uncertain about Elbow's position in her life. Perhaps this separation was the best arrangement for their relationship. "Could you do me a favor? It's very important." Elbow's tone grew serious. Yun Yun's heart skipped a beat as she straightened to meet his gaze. "Tell me. If I can do it, I will. I wish to go to the Canaan Academy. I wonder if sister has a way." Elbow spoke solemnly. "This is crucial for me." "Canaan Academy?" Yun Yun furrowed her delicate brows and said softly, "It can be arranged. I shall write a recommendation letter. And with your identity as my disciple, you could be considered for special admission. The esteemed Canaan Academy will certainly give you an opportunity due to the influence of the Dou Emperor. However, whether you can meet the Academy's standards depends entirely on your own efforts." Lu Bo's face brightened at her words. Indeed, dealing with officials from the Gamma Empire was rather convenient. Yet, why not go to the Yunlon sect? Yun Yun gazed into Lu Bo's eyes, her expression slightly displeased. As she had clearly extended an invitation, Lu Bo remained silent, his eyes sparkling as he looked at her. Yun Yun was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the mischievous glint in his gaze, and then her body trembled slightly, her fair face flushing crimson. How infuriating. Her background had been exposed. Hee. "It seems I still have a chance to meet my sister," Lu Bo chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around Yun Yun's slender waist. "You little rascal," Yun Yun said, her teeth gritting in frustration, yet she felt helpless and could only sigh deeply. After a brief embrace, she finally released him. "I must take my leave now. Farewell, sister." Lu Bo obediently let go of her waist. "I will come to find you at the Yunlon sect, and remember not to forget about Canaan Academy. Please give me a heads up before you arrive." Yun Yun flicked her wrist, sending a jade slip flying towards him, a means of communication. In an instant, her graceful figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Lu Bo stored the item in his spatial ring and soared towards the waterfall cave. Reflecting that a true man's aspirations should be as vast as the Yangtze River, rushing towards the sea, rather than lingering in the gentle embrace of home. Chapter 25. My profound bond with Yun Yun, deep affection. Upon returning to the base of the waterfall, Xiao Yan was in the midst of advancing to an 8-star Dou practitioner, which indeed piqued Lu Bo's interest. He paused momentarily, channeling his Dou Qi, only to realize that he had reached the 4-star Dou master level, a result of the accompanying purple crystal source and the Dou Qi left within him by Yun Yun. Lu Bo's lips twitched. While his realm had ascended, his Dou Qi now felt somewhat ethereal. It appeared he would need to exert himself more. He shrugged, deeming it a minor issue, and decided to discuss business with Yao Lao. At this juncture, it was impossible for Lu Bo to accompany Yun Yun to Yunlon Mountain, as he had an old enemy there, the Protector Wu. A man of honor could not leave vengeance unaddressed. He had set his sights on this individual, declaring that no one could hinder his resolve. Xiao Yan sighed in resignation. It seemed he would have to part with a considerable sum again, yet this transaction was unavoidable. If he refused, Lu Bo would undoubtedly pursue Yun Yun to Yunlan Mountain, and he was neither capable of defeating nor escaping him. I would like to request your protection down the mountain after the 3-year agreement. As compensation, here is a formula for a 7th-grade advanced pill. Xiao Yan said expressionlessly, sliding a scroll towards Lu Bo. Brother Xiao Yan. It appears you have misunderstood something, Lu Bo replied seriously, his voice low. My bond with Yun Yun is profound, and my feelings for her are deep. Do you expect me to confront her on your behalf? To undermine her dignity and authority? Do you have any idea how much I cherish her? The spatial ring trembled slightly as Yao Lao emerged, his brow furrowed. Kid, what do you mean by that? You'd better increase the payment. Yao Lao, Xiao Yan, poor Yun Yun. 2 pill formulas. With a flick of his fingers, the old pharmacist produced another scroll. Elbow chuckled softly, glancing at the 2 recipes with feigned indifference, stroking his chin as he said, It appears that you both are somewhat unclear about the value. Let us analyze the situation, and you shall comprehend what price to expect. Xiao Yan's expression darkened. What do you mean, Brother L? Is the Yunlan sect truly that troublesome? You've already embraced their sect master. Isn't this matter a piece of cake for you? Elbow raised his index finger, stating, First, the Yunlan sect boasts a Dou Huang sect master and a high-ranking Dou Huang elder. You understand this, correct? Xiao Yan nodded, well aware of the Yunlan sect's formidable reputation. Second, they possess a protective grand formation, the smoke and cloud covering sun formation, which, in the hands of a Dou Huang, can unleash power comparable to that of a Dou Huang. Xiao Yan's face shifted, realizing that they would be contending with 2 Dou Huang-level combatants. Thirdly, they have a former sect master, Yin Shan. Elbow's expression turned grave. This individual is a Dou Zone powerhouse. What? Xiao Yan's countenance truly changed. He never anticipated that the Yunlan sect concealed such a figure. The old pharmacist's expression also grew solemn. He was currently no match for a Dou Zone. Is there more? Xiao Yan's expression was one of utter dismay. Elbow sneered. Lastly, within the Yunlan sect, there exists a guardian from the Soul Palace. The old pharmacist's face darkened abruptly. The Soul Palace. It is indeed them. Soul Palace? What is that? Xiao Yan inquired, bewildered. Your teacher's current state owes much to the Soul Palace. Elbow replied with a light chuckle. Xiao Yan's face paled suddenly, but anger surged within him. I shall remember this name, Soul Palace. Young man, how do you know the Soul Palace is within the Yunlan sect? The old pharmacist asked sternly. I possess special intelligence sources, Elbow replied cryptically. In summary, 2 Dou Zong, 2 Dou Huang. This is quite a predicament. As he spoke, Elbow rubbed his fingers together, implying something significant. What do you desire? Faced with such a formidable lineup, the old pharmacist had no choice but to be on high alert. Elbow, a peak Dou Huang powerhouse, could not be overlooked. Not everyone could bravely confront challenges when aware of the Soul Palace's identity. Soul cultivation techniques, Elbow declared. Since arriving in this world, his progress as a celestial rune master had stagnated. The cultivation methods from the Xian domain proved ineffective here, and Elbow sought new techniques. Soul cultivation techniques, the old pharmacist frowned. The rarity of such items warranted his utmost caution. Senior, you must understand that this expedition to the Yunlan sect is akin to courting death. Without some valuable resources, I shall not risk my life alongside you, Elbow asserted, shaking his finger earnestly. After a moment of silence, the old pharmacist reluctantly nodded. The 3-year agreement held immense significance for Xiao Yan, akin to life itself, and he could not turn a blind eye. Thus, even if the items were exceedingly precious, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and provide them. With a flick of his fingers, a weathered sheepskin scroll flew forth, appearing before Elbow. Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with gratitude, his breath quickening. His teacher had sacrificed so much for him. Thank you, esteemed elder. Lu Bo's lips curled into a grin as he swiftly captured the object and stored it in his spatial ring, erupting into hearty laughter. Xiao Yan, fret not too much. Lu Bo chuckled, wrapping an arm around Xiao Yan's shoulders. As long as you do not reveal the existence of your master, those from the Soul Palace are unlikely to emerge. However, whether or not that remains concealed is not solely within your control. He continued, as for Yun Yun, as long as I appeal to her emotions and reason, she shall refrain from taking action. With the 3 of us in good standing, we can certainly depart from the Cloud Mist sect unscathed. As he spoke, Lu Bo's gaze drifted toward a shadow beneath a tree. Xiao Yan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. 2 Dou Huangs and 2 Dou Zongs, such formidable adversaries were hardly a source of comfort. Moreover, there were 2 of them, not 3. He had yet to match the strength of a Dou Huang. Lu Bo paid him little mind, raising his palm to the heavens in a gesture of invocation. A soft glow emanated from his hand, and 5 array flags materialized. swiftly dispersing and embedding themselves into the ground in various directions. With a flick of his finger, a stream of light descended into the earth, and in an instant, a formation emerged, its intricate runes pulsating in a mesmerizing dance that strained the eyes to behold. As the formation manifested, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth began to converge. Within mere moments, a swirling vortex of energy, nearly 100 feet in diameter, appeared in the valley. Lu Bo intended to utilize the purple crystal source to refine his body, though his physical form had undergone extensive training and was commendable among his peers. The inherent volatility of the purple crystal source energy necessitated the aid of the formation, as he could not employ the Devouring Ancestor Talisman in the presence of Yao Lao. Lu Bo found himself in a somewhat precarious situation. With Yao Lao nearby, he wished to avoid revealing the Devouring Ancestor Talisman. Venturing elsewhere would only antagonize the purple crystal-winged Lion King, and should it appear while he was cultivating, he would be unable to divert his focus to contend with a 6th-tier magical beast. Stepping into the formation, Lu Bo expanded his soul power, conjuring a smaller formation above his head and sending forth a vial of purple crystal source. In an instant, the jade bottle shattered, unleashing a torrent of purple flames that surged skyward to a height of over 10 feet. With a decisive hand gesture, Lu Bo activated the formation, instantly compressing the tumultuous purple fire to a height of roughly 1 foot. Now let us commence. Lu Bo inhaled deeply, shedding his garments and settling into a lotus position at the center of the formation. Inside the cavern, sensing the commotion, Xiao Yan and Yao Lao rushed out once more, gazing in astonishment at the two formations, a large one and a smaller one. "Master, what on earth is this fellow intending to do?" Xiao Yan exclaimed, bewildered. Yao Lao furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. "I cannot fathom it either. However, it seems this lad intends to incinerate himself with those purple flames." Before his words could settle, the towering purple flames above began to descend slowly, enveloping Lu Bo within their embrace. "Is he out of his mind?" Xiao Yan gasped in shock. "That is not the purple crystal-winged Lion King's fire. It is a manifestation of the accompanying purple crystal source." "The flames are illusory," Yao Lao remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of envy. At the heart of the formation, as the purple flames enveloped him, Lu Bo felt as though his entire being were being pierced by 1,000 needles, accompanied by waves of intense pressure. "This truly hurts." Lu Bo's expression quivered, revealing an uncontrollable pang of pain. He swiftly altered his hand gesture, allowing the spiraling energy to cascade down and cloak him further, intensifying the agony. The sensation of needles piercing him grew ever more potent, yet fortunately, the oppressive pain had begun to subside, assuring him that his physical form would not shatter under the strain. As the process of refining his body with purple fire commenced, a layer of black substance gradually surfaced on Bo's body, and an unusual odor swiftly permeated the air. Xiao Yan instinctively retreated a few steps, exclaiming, "Damn it, that stinks." It turned out that this lad was employing a marrow-cleansing elixir, prompting Old Jun's astonishment. Could it also be the accompanying purple crystal source? Amidst the purple fire, Bo could not help but cry out in agony, for the violent surge of energy was no trifling matter. Approximately half an hour later, as the purple crystal source was exhausted, the purple fire dissipated. In the center of the formation, Bo took deep, even breaths, albeit with an additional thin layer of black substance enveloping him, which emitted a rather pungent odor. Chapter 26. The Connection with the Little Medicine Sage. With a crisp crack, Bo moved, and the cocoon formed by the thin black substance shattered instantly. With a leap, he plunged into the lake to cleanse himself. Observing this, Xiao Yan's lips twitched. "I never wish to drink this lake water again." After a while, having finished washing, Bo leaped out of the lake, wiped the droplets from his skin, and couldn't help but smile broadly, feeling utterly refreshed. "Very good." He clenched his fist, sensing the surging power within him, and let out a howl towards the heavens. Forming a hand seal, the talisman puppet emerged from the cave, and Bo struck it with a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, the talisman puppet was sent flying, crashing into the cliff, leaving a distinct imprint of his fist upon its chest, revealing the stark white flesh beneath its black skin. Bo nodded in satisfaction. With just his physical prowess, he could withstand a formidable Dou master, even overpowering them. Not far away, Xiao Yan's brows twitched at the display of such formidable physical strength. "What are you staring at?" Noticing Xiao Yan's gaze, Bo retorted irritably. "Hurry up and practice on your own." With a huff, Bo settled into the spirit-gathering array to meditate. However, after forming a hand seal, he quickly opened his eyes, astonished. The originally unstable Dou Qi, caused by the energy from the purple crystal source and Yun, had solidified due to the body refinement with the purple crystal source, becoming even more substantial than before. A 4-star Dou master is quite commendable. It has saved me a lot of time, Elbow mused, his expression one of surprise. But even more astonishing was the soft sound of a puff as a small flame of purple fire ignited at his fingertips. How did this come to be within me? Elbow pondered, rubbing his chin. Could it be because of the purple crystal source? After a moment of contemplation, he quickly realized it was the little medicine sage. He had once gifted her a soul jade slip for communication. Elbow had assumed she would no longer reach out to him, yet here she was at this moment. Perhaps I should visit Qingshan town, Elbow mused, stroking his chin. After a brief contemplation, he summoned the talisman puppet, and with a gentle flutter of the purple cloud wings behind him, he soared into the sky, heading towards Qingshan town. The events concerning Qingshan town date back a month prior. After a year of recuperation, the Wolf Head mercenary group had nearly restored its former glory. Herman, an 8-star Dou master, had ascended to 9 stars. Mu Li, a 7-star Dou master, had also advanced to 8 stars. Though they could not dominate as they once did under Mu Shi's leadership, they had alleviated the threat of being swallowed up within Qingshan town. Realizing the futility of their ambitions, the Blood Battle mercenary group and other forces within Qingshan town abandoned thoughts of annexation, opting instead to collaborate with the Wolf Head mercenary group, treating each other equally and uniting to pursue profit together. One night, Mu Li alone found the cave spoken of by Liffey. However, apart from a skeleton and 3 open stone boxes, there was nothing else within. Yet, one thing was certain. There had indeed been treasure here, but it had already been taken away. After exploring the cave, Mu Li secured the rope and made his way down to the base of the cliff, where he discovered the remains of Captain Gon Mu and 20 capable men. Although his father's remains were not among them, it was evident that the outcome was grim. The little medical sage looked at the scattered bones. While Mu Li clenched his fists, his face twisted in a grimace. I will make you pay the most excruciating price. Little medical sage, I must trouble you. A burly man with a bushy beard entered the Wan Yao Zhai and unwound the bandages from his right arm. The little medical sage examined the wound and nodded slowly. It's healing well. In 2 or 3 days, it should be nearly healed. The claws of the Gale Wolf are indeed vicious. Haha, I must thank your medicine. Without it, I would have needed much longer to recover. My family of 3 will run out of food next week. The bearded man laughed heartily, clearly in good spirits. The little medical sage smiled, reapplying the medicine. The man paid for the treatment, but did not leave as he usually would. Instead, he spoke mysteriously. Little medical sage, have you heard? There is some news circulating in the town. What is it? The little medical sage furrowed her brow, puzzled. At the base of a cliff in the eastern valley. It is said there is a treasure cave, the man said conspiratorially. Oh, is that so? The little medical sage chuckled. I'm not particularly interested in such matters. Well, the bearded man replied, smacking his lips, you're right. Such things are better discussed over drinks with brothers. Speaking to you one tea yield the desired awe and applause. How many people know about this? The little medical sage inquired, maintaining her composure. Quite a few. The bearded man scratched his head and replied, I heard it in the tavern. With that, he nodded and departed from the Wan Yao Zhai. As he left, the little medical sage's brows knitted together. Wasn't he that the very cave she had discovered at the base of the eastern valley? It was already empty. If someone else had found it, it was of no concern, she thought, and soon turned her attention back to her practice. In the following 2 days, the news spread like wildfire, growing increasingly lively. Even skeptics had heard a whisper or two. Eventually, some could no longer contain their curiosity and formed a group to search for the treasure, only to find the stone chamber barren. The cave existed, but it yielded nothing, prompting the mercenaries of Qingshan town to lament and sigh. Alas, the cave was clearly home to treasure, but we arrived too late. It has already been snatched away. Indeed, if there were profound level techniques, my ascension to a battle master would be imminent. Haha, I think you're dreaming. If there were profound level techniques, would it be left for you? Hey, what do you think those 3 stone boxes contained? Who knows? Amidst the fervent discussions, tales of the cave's treasure gradually devolved into mere gossip, only to be exchanged over drinks, serving as light-hearted entertainment for the mercenaries. It is well known that rather than indulging in impractical dreams, one would be wiser to contemplate how to slay a few more beasts. However, just as the fervor surrounding this matter was beginning to wane, a rumor emerged from an unknown source. It was said that the little medical sage was the first to discover the cave entrance and had also taken the treasures within. This news was met with derision. The little medical sage? She is merely a healer. Who would assist her in descending into the cave? Ha, what a jest. Indeed. Even if it were true, how could a frail woman possibly carry so much while scaling a cliff? The signs at that location clearly indicate an accumulation of gold or silver coins. No one could have silently transported them away. This jest proved remarkably amusing. The townsfolk of Qingshan dismissed the rumor with laughter, as the little medical sage hardly seemed capable of emptying an entire cavern. In the northwest of Qingshan town, at the headquarters of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, the young leader received a report. "Everything is prepared," said a middle-aged man, bowing to Mu Li. Mu Li nodded. "In that case, let us commence. Once we acquire the treasures from the little medical sage, we shall restore the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps to its former glory." Beside him, He Ming licked his lips and laughed heartily. "Mu Li, your mind is quite sharp. Who would have thought an abandoned cave could yield such opportunities?" "Uncle He, this would not be possible without your support," Mu Li replied with a smile. "Before long, we shall seize that treasure and reassert our dominance over Qingshan town." He Ming guffawed, throwing his head back in mirth. Chapter 27. Victory and Joy, Defeat and Despair. The little medical sage felt quite vexed by these rumors, yet she refrained from clarifying. Some matters, when denied, only serve to reveal one's insecurities. Moreover, due to the absurdity of the rumors, they soon faded from public attention. Despite Qingshan town's vast expanse, its population was small, and within days, everyone who needed to know was aware, while those who ought not to know were also informed. Aside from boasting, this matter held no utility. Just as the townsfolk began to forget the incident, remains of the missing members of the Wolf Fang Mercenary Corps were discovered at the base of the cliff. Notably, the remains of the second leader, Gan Mu, were found clutching a small piece of women's clothing in his skeletal hand, which bore a striking resemblance to the garments typically worn by the little medical sage. Consequently, the atmosphere in Qingshan town shifted from lightheartedness to unease. Everyone had fantasized about claiming the treasures from the 3 stone boxes, envisioning themselves carting away heaps of gold coins. With such wealth, they would no longer need to endure the perilous life of a mercenary, but instead could enter the grand city and relish a life of tranquility and stability. As mercenaries who grappled with life and death in the marketplace, they understood the value of life, who would willingly seek a livelihood in the Beast Mountains if not compelled by necessity. If given a choice, who would choose to hone their skills in combat? Is it not preferable to exist as a mere layabout? However, they lacked the luxury of idly waiting for death. They could only exhaust every ounce of their strength in a desperate bid for survival. As rumors began to circulate, the gaze of everyone in the room shifted towards the little medical sage, their unspoken intentions evident in hushed conversations that hinted at their willingness to serve as her bodyguards, provided she offered a suitable price. The little medical sage found this incessant attention unbearable and sought assistance from her employer, the Wan Medicine Pavilion. To her surprise, however, the pavilion's master, Yao, suggested that protection could be arranged, but only in exchange for a share of any treasures. Infuriated, the little medical sage stormed off, though kind-hearted. She was no fool, and she knew these scoundrels were adept at exploiting any sign of weakness, which could lead to greater trouble. Do you think that treasure was truly taken by the little medical sage? A group of mercenaries gathered in a tavern, chuckling as they engaged in lively discourse. "Isn't it obvious?" one drunken mercenary replied, shaking his head. "Otherwise, why would Gan Mu be holding onto her garments?" "I doubt it," countered a more sober companion. "We previously agreed that she could not possibly carry off such a large haul alone." "Fools," another mercenary scoffed. "Are you unaware of the existence of spatial rings in this world? Consider this. Is the medicine box she carries particularly heavy? Not at all. Yet she manages to utilize it for an entire morning. It simply does not add up. Perhaps the treasures are concealed within a spatial ring." The tipsy mercenaries, upon hearing this, felt a spark of understanding ignite within them. It made a certain sense. A spatial ring, in and of itself, would be a rare treasure for them. And think about it. When has the little medical sage ever held consultations for half a day? Seeing that everyone was captivated by his words, the drunken mercenary continued. "Exactly. It was a year ago, and that coincided with the time of significant upheaval within the Wolfhead mercenary group." At these words, the atmosphere in the tavern grew palpably intense. Hearts began to race, and breaths became heavy. They did not know how the little medical sage had accomplished such feats, but that was of little consequence. All they needed to grasp was the existence of this event, and the rest could be uncovered in due time. Several mercenaries, already in a fervor, licked their lips in anticipation, eager to engage. They were, after all, individuals who thrived on the edge of danger, valuing riches over life. For the promise of martial arts secrets, gold coins, or untold treasures, they were more than willing to take the risk. Victory would lead to indulgence. Defeat would lead to servitude in the underworld. A life was merely a fleeting matter. Since embarking on the mercenary path, the value of life had diminished. And should a head roll, it would merely leave a scar the size of a bowl. 18 years hence, one would emerge as a true hero. Just as they were preparing to bolster their courage with a hearty drink, a sudden crash erupted as a bottle shattered violently against the floor, the deafening sound silencing the tavern and freezing the fervent atmosphere. It was akin to a menacing pop-up appearing on a computer screen. posing the question of whether one wished to comprehend the meaning of life. In that instant, the fervor of their blood turned to ice, and they nearly suffered heart palpitations from the shock. "You ungrateful wretches!" A bearded man, with his right arm bound in bandages, pointed at the individuals from earlier, cursing vehemently. "Tell me, who among you has not been treated by the little healer? Who has not availed themselves of her remedies? Is this how you repay your savior? Is this how you treat the little healer?" The mercenaries' faces turned pallid, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment, their expressions awkward as they stood speechless, chastised like children. Each of them had, to varying extents, benefited from the healer's kindness, and the earlier remarks filled them with shame, regardless of who may have taken the treasure. "What of the little healer?" the bearded man exclaimed. "The virtuous deserve the treasures. If she has claimed it, what of it? Shouldn't she be entitled to what she discovered first? You lot are despicable. I scorn you." With that, he strode away, leaving several patrons in the tavern exchanging glances of profound guilt, and they promptly vacated their seats, realizing they had been blinded by greed. The previously intoxicated burly man sneered and muttered to himself as he quietly departed the tavern. After meandering through the town to ensure he was not being followed, he slipped into a secluded house. "Captain, I have failed." He knelt on one knee, expressing regret. "I could have succeeded, but the little healer has saved too many." On high, Muli slowly shook his head. "It is not solely your fault. Depart now. This matter does not rest upon your shoulders." "Understood, Captain," the man replied, taking his leave. Once he was gone, Muli rubbed his temples in exasperation. The little healer had rendered too many favors. A mere ephemeral treasure was insufficient to sway her supporters. If that is the case, then let the treasure be more tangible. A glimmer ignited in Muli's eyes as he clenched his teeth with determination. In a room, the little healer sat cross-legged on her bed, hands forming seals. As a purple-gray aura of energy swirled around her, the noxious scent of toxins permeating the air. After a while, the purple-gray energy began to envelop her, and she opened her eyes. The little healer's finely arched brows knitted together, her pearly teeth biting her crimson lip. Rather than feeling joy from her breakthrough, a look of worry clouded her features. Just as recorded in the toxic scriptures, she found herself unable to quell her desire for poison. Nor could she control the rapid growth of her energy. "If only I had not awakened this toxic body," she lamented, running her fingers through her hair in regret. Chapter 28. To kill is to strike at the heart. Suddenly, a hand struck the bearded man's forehead. Muli, with one hand behind his back, inquired softly, "Do you understand now?" The bearded man clenched his jaw, his chewing muscles tensed, and his breaths deepened, humiliation and fury evident in his lowered gaze. Unfazed, Muli turned the man's head towards another direction, where two individuals were bound and kneeling, a woman and a child of about 10 years. "Do you comprehend your mistake now?" Muli pressed. "Who sent you?" "I understand." The bearded man inhaled deeply. "Was it the captain and the deputy captain who commanded you?" Muli asked, his tone indifferent. "It was my own decision to go. No one forced me." The bearded man slowly closed his eyes. "It was my own choice. It was my own choice." "How astute you are." Muli chuckled as he patted the bearded man's shoulder, offering words of praise. The following morning, as per her usual routine, the little healer emerged from her residence to attend to patients at the Wanyao pharmacy. However, the moment she stepped outside, she sensed an unusual atmosphere. People on the street greeted her with smiles and nods. Their discussions of treasures were inconsequential, for they recognized her as their savior. Some turned crimson upon seeing her, overtaken by shame for having harbored ill thoughts against their benefactor the previous day. Others, however, exhibited furtive glances and restless expressions. Qingshan town was not small, and the little healer was not the only physician. Many had not been treated by her, and thus bore no obligation of gratitude. Yet, there were far too many who felt indebted to her, and they dared not act recklessly. Any ill-conceived actions could lead to their own ostracism from Qingshan town, risking betrayal by their comrades at any moment. Indeed, the little healer's reputation soared. Mu Li and He Meng surveyed the scene from above, remarking on her esteemed status. There was little doubt that she had saved many lives. Mu Li's expression darkened. "Even we have received her care." In Qingshan town, the little healer possessed an inviolable stature. To harm her would invite universal scorn. "What shall we do then?" He Meng mused, frustration flickering in his elongated eyes. As a witness to the events of that fateful evening, he was acutely aware of the treasure's authenticity, with at least a portion of it in the little healer's possession. The knowledge of something so tantalizing yet unattainable was infuriating. "We must shatter her invincibility," Muli replied with a light chuckle. "We need only to let everyone know the treasure resides with her." On the street, the little healer felt a weight settle upon her heart. The increasing attention from the townsfolk signified that the rumors of the treasure were once again gaining traction. As she walked, her emotions sank deeper. After all these years, She held a deep affection for Qingshan Town. With a subtle motion of her fingers, she grasped a jade tablet concealed in her sleeve. It was time for her to depart from Qingshan Town. This tablet would connect her to Lu Bo's soul. She pondered whether he still resided in the Beast Mountain range. Shaking her head, she returned the jade tablet to her spatial ring, suppressing a flicker of regret. Perhaps, had she chosen to leave with him back then, her circumstances would have been different. Yet, as her thoughts wandered, a sudden rush sliced through the air, and a figure emerged from the side, accompanied by a jarring sound of disruption, lunging towards her neck. Ha ha ha, little healer, come with me. Let us find a more suitable place to discuss matters of the treasure. Cackled a gaunt, sharp-featured man, his body enveloped in a wind attribute aura. Scoundrel, halt! The onlookers shouted in unison, their bodies igniting with colorful auras of energy. Yet, the assailant, having anticipated their reaction and possessing superior speed, rendered them unable to assist. The little healer, caught off guard, never imagined a mercenary would dare to attack her in broad daylight. Was he truly reckless enough to do so? In a moment of instinctive reaction, the young healer felt her energy surge within her body as she instinctively retreated, avoiding her opponent. Being still at the level of a fighter, she was unable to release her energy externally, and she had no desire to reveal her true capabilities. However, she underestimated her adversary. The speed of the wind attribute energy was astonishingly swift. In a fleeting instant, the scarred man seized her, his fingers tightening around her slender fair neck. Ha ha ha, come with me, he sneered, preparing to drag her towards the Beast Mountain range. Yet, as a purplish-gray hue crept up his arm, a tingling, prickling sensation radiated from his palm. The man's expression shifted dramatically as he noticed his hand turning a sickly shade of purple-gray. Instinctively, he released her. However, the venom coursing through his arm did not cease its advance, continuing to spread insidiously. Within mere breaths, his forearm was engulfed in the ominous hue. Damn it! The scarred man's face paled. Being a decisive individual, he swiftly drew his left hand across, summoning a flash of blinding light from his blade. Severing his right forearm at the elbow, with a sizzling sound, the severed limb hit the ground, its blood splattering and promptly corroding the earth, forming a small pit. What poison is this? He gasped in terror, clutching the stump of his arm and retreating hastily. Had he not acted decisively, the toxic fumes would have surely claimed his life. Casting a resentful glance at the young healer, he activated his energy technique and fled towards the Beast Mountain range. Realizing he could no longer remain in Qing Mountain Town. What a terrifying poison! Observing the disintegrating severed arm on the ground, the mercenaries felt a chill run down their spines. That man had merely brushed against the healer and ended up in such a state. Wait, the young healer's energy cultivation seems remarkably strong, one mercenary exclaimed, recalling the immense pressure he felt when she unleashed her energy. Does this mean the treasure is real? Another whispered excitedly. On the street, the young healer pressed her lips together, her complexion slightly pale. Listening to the hushed discussions around her, she felt a prickling unease and hastily made her way towards the pharmacy of 10,000 medicines. On a nearby rooftop, Mu Li and He Meng exchanged glances, each reflecting the exhilaration in the other's eyes. Initially, they had aimed merely to provoke the healer's true strength, but they had inadvertently unveiled a startling surprise. This is truly a poison maiden, He Meng marveled softly, recognizing that the young healer's golden exterior had shattered, revealing the demon hidden beneath. With a mere flicker of her power, she could embody the essence of a demon. Though they dared not seize the beloved healer's treasures, they were emboldened by the prospect of transforming her into a demon and then claiming the treasures under the guise of exterminating evil. Haha, Uncle He, I shall venture down. That venom will serve a grand purpose. Mu Li laughed heartily, leaping down. Very well, I shall deal with the scarred man. He knows too much. He Meng replied with a chuckle, springing into action as he pursued the direction in which the scarred man had fled. Chapter 29. Sometimes, the dead are more useful than the living. Pharmacy of 10,000 medicines. The saying goes that good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. The tale of the little healer using poison to fend off enemies quickly circulated throughout the entire Qingshan town, including the renowned Wanyao Pharmacy. When the little healer arrived at Wanyao Pharmacy and settled into her position to see patients, it wasn't long before the head of the pharmacy, Master Yao, along with 2 guards, approached her. The little healer furrowed her brow, uncertain of their intentions. Master Yao, with a grave expression, stated after thorough deliberation among the entire staff of Wanyao Pharmacy, we kindly request that you leave voluntarily. In return, the pharmacy is willing to offer you 5,000 gold coins. The little healer's complexion shifted slightly. Although she had considered leaving, she had not yet made a firm decision. Being abruptly expelled left her feeling somewhat disoriented. I have worked at Wanyao Pharmacy for 5 full years, she replied, her eyes inexplicably welling with tears. She had always been alone, and Wanyao Pharmacy was her only sanctuary. "We need a physician, not a poison master," Master Yao replied coolly. The little healer's breath caught in her throat, her heart inexplicably aching at his words, which struck her like a dagger, piercing deep within her. In a tall building overlooking Qingshan town, Muli soon learned of the little healer's expulsion from Wanyao Pharmacy. He raised his cup in delight, laughing heartily. "He shoo. Everything is in place. Tomorrow shall be our moment of triumph." He Meng raised his cup, equally exhilarated. Simultaneously, news of the little healer spread throughout Qingshan town. The shocking fact that a 5-star warrior had lost an arm with just a touch was beyond comprehension. Such terrifying power could only belong to those of the fighter level. Could it not? Yet, the little healer achieved it through her skill with poison. She truly was a formidable poison mistress. A mercenary, trembling with fear, wiped the sweat from his brow, recalling, "Just a few days ago, I had her treat my ailments." This remark elicited unanimous agreement from the crowd. Indeed, it's terrifying. Who could have imagined that a seemingly charming young woman harbored the lethal skills of a venomous master? "I've been taking her medicine for days," another mercenary stuttered. "Heaven forbid. What if that medicine is tainted? Who knows? Only the poison master can ascertain such matters." A mercenary chuckled maliciously. "Perhaps you could seek the counsel of an apothecary or a more proficient poison master." Upon hearing this, the man's face turned pale. He had no means to locate an apothecary, and seeking a stronger poison master would be akin to courting death. The little healer cannot remain in Qingshan town. It is far too perilous. Indeed, she must not stay. She is a poison master, unflinching in her lethal intent. No one knows who the next victim will be. The expulsion from Wanyao Pharmacy confirmed their suspicions, backed by Master Yao's years of medical experience. What shall we do now? Naturally, we must seek assistance from higher authorities. When calamity strikes, they should bear the burden. Yes, this matter should be decided by the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps and the Blood Battle Mercenary Corps. Indeed. Let us approach them. Why are we still dawdling? Move. Bang. A resounding crash echoed as a wine bottle shattered violently against the ground. The immense noise silencing the crowd instantly. Shards of glass flew, striking the faces of those nearby. "You scoundrels!" bellowed a man with a bushy beard, his facial hair bristling as he fumed. "Consider this. How could someone as benevolent as the little medicine sage ever wish harm upon another? For years, she has devoted herself to healing the wounded, and this is how you repay her?" Yet, this time, no one was swayed by his words. "She is a poison master, and that alone is sufficient. I shall not accept treatment from a poisoner, nor will I feel gratitude towards one." "Indeed," chimed in a mercenary, nodding fervently. "Her toxins can be released without any medium. Her very being is poison. A mere touch, and one is afflicted. Her very breath is laced with venom. Poison masters deserve to perish, and those like her deserve it even more." Beneath her hood, the little medicine sage bit her crimson lip, blood trickling down the corner of her mouth. She felt wronged, despondent, sorrowful, pained, and regretful. Sighing deeply, she realized it was time to leave Qingshan town. "No matter what you say, I will always believe the little medicine sage is kind-hearted," the bushy-bearded man declared resolutely. "I shall seek her out for medicine again tomorrow. I will prove she is a good person." A glimmer of light shone in the little medicine sage's dim gray eyes. His words brought a flicker of hope to her despairing world. Not everyone in this realm despises her. Amidst the jeers of the crowd, the little medicine sage quietly departed, postponing her planned exit until the morrow. In light of this, she resolved to treat her final patient with utmost care. In a house on the outskirts of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, the bushy-bearded man knelt, head bowed. "Captain, I have spoken all that you asked of me." "Excellent," Mu Li said, patting the man's shoulder with satisfaction, chuckling heartily. "Let the little medicine sage enjoy one final peaceful slumber. Tomorrow marks her day of reckoning, and you shall be free." "Yes," the bushy-bearded man replied, kneeling before Mu Li, unable to voice a single rebuttal, for his family was in another's grasp. The following day, within her chamber, the little medicine sage slowly opened her eyes, the purplish-gray aura around her gradually subsiding. Surveying the room, she noted that all her belongings were neatly packed away, ready for her departure after treating her last patient. "This place can no longer harbor me," she thought with a hint of self-mockery. Indeed, being a poison master is a profession that invites scorn from all. Outside her dwelling, a throng of mercenaries gaped as the bushy-bearded man approached the little medicine sage's door. When she presented her medicine box, she proceeded to replace his medication in full view of everyone. Locking the door behind her, she returned the key to the landlord and, with a small pack slung over her shoulder, prepared to leave, crushing the jade slip given to her by LB in her hand. Regardless of whether he remained in the Beast Mountain range, she longed to see him once more. "You lot are absolute fools for doubting the little medicine sage." Behind her, The bushy-bearded man laughed heartily, thumping his chest. See, I told you all along that she is not that kind of person. You all owe a profound apology to the esteemed little physician. Not far away, Mu Li exchanged a glance with He Ming. Is it about time? He Ming inquired. Certainly. Mu Li replied with a light chuckle, tossing a small wax ball in his hand, a white orb that shimmered with a hint of purplish-gray luster. At times, the dead prove more useful than the living. My dear uncle, are the brothers prepared? Mu Li asked. Of course, we have been ready for quite some time. He Ming responded, his fists clenched, eagerly watching the little physician departing below. The mercenaries' expressions shifted, feeling the weight of the bearded man's scorn, not daring to raise their heads. Despite the little physician's reputation as a poison master, no one had ever perished at her hands. You have lost. The little physician walked silently, steadfast in her identity as a healer regardless of the circumstances. Suddenly, a thud echoed as a body fell, silencing the previously noisy surroundings. The little physician turned sharply, only to find the bearded man sprawled on the ground, his weathered, dark face now tinged with purplish gray, his brows furrowed in agony. With a muffled groan, blood began to flow from his orifices, his eyes wide open in eternal disbelief. The little physician's face turned ashen. Had she truly taken a life? From the heights above, witnessing her helpless expression, Mu Li's lips curled into a smirk. Indeed, sometimes the dead are more advantageous than the living. Chapter 30. The Disheartened Little Physician. The entire street fell into an eerie silence. The mercenaries stared blankly at the lifeless body and the little physician not far away. Had he truly died? The little physician's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. She hadn't poisoned him. Her initial reaction was to deny the possibility, suspecting a nefarious plot against her. But soon she spiraled into self-doubt. The toxin was undeniably her own. Could it have been released involuntarily? My cursed toxic body should not have reached such a threshold. Or perhaps it was due to last night's cultivation. Contemplating this, the little physician felt her limbs tremble slightly. Was this the fate of a cursed toxic body? To inadvertently harm everyone, abandoned by heaven and humanity, ultimately succumbing to the explosion of her own poison? A woman stumbled forward, her gaze falling upon the bearded man's corpse. Tears welled in her eyes as her lips quivered. Wordlessly, she bent to gather her husband's lifeless form, casting a deep, sorrowful glance at the little physician before turning away in silence. The little physician's face was drained of color. A sharp pain pierced her heart, instinctively causing her to step back twice. That one glance had inflicted a profound wound upon her soul. If the woman had berated her, it might have eased her torment. But instead, little physician, how dare you poison us in broad daylight? A booming voice rang out, as Mu Li and He Ming approached with weapons drawn. The mercenaries hastily cleared a path, allowing the taller figure to advance. I did not. The little physician retorted, her delicate hands clenched tightly. You still dare to deny it? We witnessed it with our own eyes. Could it possibly be false? A mercenary shouted from behind Mu Li. They dared not lay a hand on the little physician. Yet they felt emboldened to hurl insults at her. Verbal attacks posed no danger, especially with the wolf-head mercenary corps standing resolutely in the forefront. Indeed, we witnessed it with our own eyes. Could it possibly be a fabrication? Another mercenary shouted. You, the poison master, the venomous woman. This toxin is clearly the very same you unleashed yesterday. Could it belong to anyone else? If it was not you who killed him, then who could it possibly be? Little physician, he held you in such high regard, placed his unwavering trust in you. Why did you have to take his life? A woman with a heart as cold as a serpent's. Why not simply depart quietly? Have we wronged you? We merely spoke ill yesterday, and you would resort to murder? What accounts for such cruelty? A chorus of vitriolic accusations surged forth, leaving the little physician's mind in a tumultuous haze. I did not. I have served as a healer here for many years, saving countless lives. Why does no one believe me? I did not poison him. I never laid a hand upon him. Faced with the relentless onslaught of blame, she was utterly flustered, gazing at the fierce countenances of the mercenaries, attuned to their biting, scornful words. Her heart ached with each insult, sorrow flooding her mind. Was this truly the fate of the accursed poison body, forever to be loathed and despised? Little physician. Mu Li raised his weapon, pointing it accusatorily and proclaiming coldly, previously, out of respect for your healing abilities, I refrained from pursuing your identity as a poison master. Yet now, you dare to commit murder in the streets. Your crimes are beyond forgiveness. His righteous declaration elicited a wave of approval. As the wolf-head mercenary corps finally took a stand, with the young Captain Mu Li stepping forward, it seemed the matter was all but settled. However, a few individuals furrowed their brows, for they had not forgotten the treasure affair. The little physician's identity as a poison master had been exposed due to an assault instigated by those seeking riches. Yet now, with Mu Li leading the charge against her, No one dared voice dissent. Upon hearing Mu Li's scathing rebuke, the little physician's expression shifted dramatically. She could not approach the wolf-head mercenary corps. Mu Li was cunning and treacherous. Despite her own formidable strength, confronting the mercenary corps would not be a simple task. So, you intend to resist? Mu Li bellowed, his pale blue fighting spirit surging forth, infusing his spear. Beside him, Herman grinned, the grayish-white rock attribute fighting spirit swirling around his hands. A translucent veil of energy flickering in and out of view. He remained a 9-star fighter, yet was perilously close to becoming a master fighter. Little physician, as one of the foremost mercenary corps in Qingshan town, we bear the duty of protecting the entire town, Mu Li proclaimed. Since you refuse to surrender, I am left with no choice but to resolve this through force. Behind him, the mercenaries silently drew their weapons. If a battle was to ensue, they could not remain idle. Beyond the monster beast mountain range to the east lay the empire of Yun, and they were acutely aware of the terror a poison master could unleash. Should the little physician seek vengeance, the entirety of Qingshan town would surely become a poisoned wasteland. Captain Mu Li, we stand ready to fight alongside you. Several mercenaries shouted from the crowd behind him. The fervor surged among the mercenaries, their weapons gripped tightly, their fighting spirit coursing through their veins. Mu Li couldn't help but smirk. It was truly intriguing. Just days ago, had he dared to lay a hand on the little medical sage, he would have undoubtedly been besieged by mercenaries. Yet, he had not tasted that bitterness. Instead, it was the little medical sage who had become the target of their collective ire. How amusing. Those of the wolf head, prepare to attack, Mu Li bellowed, and several figures surged forth from the crowd behind him, brandishing long spears and short swords, forming a formidable battle formation. Meanwhile, other members of the wolf head mercenary group lurked in the shadows of the street, effectively sealing it off. A few astute mercenaries noted the change in the atmosphere. The wolf head's preparations were far too meticulous, indicating a long-planned ambush rather than a spur-of-the-moment decision. The little medical sage appeared increasingly dazed, her hands hanging limply, devoid of any sign of combat readiness. A flicker of surprise crossed Mu Shi's eyes. He had not anticipated that the recent events would inflict such profound psychological damage on the little medical sage, robbing her of her fighting spirit as well. What a splendid opportunity. Kill! Mu Li shouted, stomping his foot and unleashing a surge of wind attribute fighting energy that exploded forth in a straight line. His finely crafted steel spear shimmered with a greenish hue, darting towards the little medical sage's throat like a viper striking from its lair. As the glinting spear approached, the little medical sage was engulfed by a whirlwind of emotions, her senses overwhelmed. She inhaled deeply, the purple-gray fighting energy within her beginning to subside. Thus, the treasure is mine. Father, I shall avenge you. Mu Li cackled maniacally, his face contorted into a grotesque mask of glee, reveling in his malevolent thoughts. However, at that moment, a powerful gust of wind roared down from the heavens. Mu Li's sinister grin and inner delight froze instantaneously. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted into the air, obscuring the scene, as a chasm suddenly formed between the little medical sage and Mu Li's group. Above them, Elbow stood with his palm shaped like a blade, the intangible power of the soul coalescing at its edge, yet his expression was grave, his countenance as dark as the stormy sky. Chapter 31. What a coincidence. I too relish in the art of killing and breaking spirits. The sudden onslaught disrupted Mu Li and his cohort's assault, prompting all mercenaries to cast wary glances toward the source of the attack. Who was the scoundrel obstructing them? Who was this wretch sheltering the poison maiden? A Dou powerhouse. Mu Li's face paled in horror as he beheld the figure with black wings above. Such a being was akin to a legend for them. He Ming's expression mirrored Mu Li's dread, his jaw quivering. A Dou powerhouse. How could such a formidable figure be present here? What was their interest in this matter? Could it be related to the little medical sage? If that were the case, He Ming discreetly shifted his feet. He had no intention of accompanying Mu Li to his demise. The little medical sage slowly lifted her dazed gaze to the sky, spotting Elbow. A flicker of confusion passed through her eyes, quickly replaced by clarity. Indeed, that was the flight technique, purple cloud wings, not a transformation of fighting energy. What has transpired, little medical sage? Elbow descended, his voice grave. Even when she had been beside him, she had thought of resisting. How could she have lost her fighting spirit entirely? I saw an old acquaintance. The little medical sage replied, her eyes reddening, lips trembling, as tears welled up in her eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, the mercenaries felt a chill run down their spines. The Dou relationship with the little healer was unexpectedly intimate. Cursed be the circumstances. If this were the case, why remain in Qingshan town? Would it not be more delightful to depart early and indulge in a life of leisure? The mercenaries seethed with resentment and jealousy, lamenting their own fates. Why was it that they did not share such fortune? They cautiously shifted their feet, stealthily retreating, for this was a formidable Dou Wang. Should he pursue the earlier incident, their lives would scarcely suffice as reparation. Muli clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. He had long harbored feelings for the little healer, yet now she had the audacity to throw herself into another's embrace before his very eyes. Mushi lowered his gaze, fury boiling within him, but he knew better than to provoke such a powerful Dou Wang. Just then, a flash of light illuminated the ground, revealing mysterious runes that abruptly immobilized everyone present. Lu Bo, cradling the little healer, felt a mix of frustration and concern. The healer had been deeply affected by recent events. Her spirit nearly shattered. One might even say she bore the weight of psychological scars. He was adept at combat and alchemy, yet he lacked the skills of a psychologist to soothe her troubled heart. Squinting slightly, Lu Bo wrapped one arm around her waist while the other gently caressed her back. Gradually, under his tender ministrations, the little healer's emotions began to stabilize. "Are you feeling better?" Lu Bo softly inquired, wiping away the tears that had streamed down her cheeks. The little healer lifted her gaze from Lu Bo's embrace. Momentarily taken aback by the warmth of his hand on her face, a blush crept onto her cheeks as she hastily pushed away, breaking free from his hold. Lu Bo smacked his lips, relishing the sensation, reluctant to let go. "You and I," the little healer stammered, suddenly acutely aware of her indiscretion in such a public setting. "What transpired?" Lu Bo gently prompted, steering the conversation away. Upon mentioning the incident, the little healer's bashful demeanor shifted. She hesitated briefly before recounting the events of the past month. After listening to her account, Lu Bo furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The coincidences were too striking to ignore, particularly the recent death incident. Its uncanny nature was evident, yet the little healer, lost in her turmoil, had failed to grasp the underlying issues. "Who is Muli?" Lu Bo inquired, turning his attention to the group of mercenaries he had ensnared. "Relate the events as they unfolded." Muli felt a cold wave wash over him as he swallowed hard. He knew that the little healer's current state was a result of his manipulations from the shadows. To reveal the truth would surely spell his doom. "My lord, I will tell you everything." Hyman interjected rapidly. "It was all Muli's idea. I had no part in it." "Scoundrel!" Muli's face flushed crimson as he bellowed. "Hyman, do you think you can escape unscathed?" Lu Bo snapped his fingers, and the array shimmered, sealing Muli's lips. "Speak." Elbow raised his chin slightly, declaring, "I promise you, I shall not take your life." Upon hearing this, Hemin was filled with uncontainable joy, speaking at a rapid pace as he divulged everything Muli had done, as if pouring out beans from a bamboo tube. The little healer furrowed her brow, her expression darkening with each detail Hemin recounted. It became evident that all of this was a trap. Elbow's lips curled slightly. What a cunning individual this lad was. Though his methods were somewhat crude, they proved effective, leaving the little healer in a state of utter despair. Had she not arrived in time, she might have perished. In a flash, Hemin fell silent, but Muli felt a sense of relief wash over his face, allowing him to speak once more. "Do you have anything to say?" Elbow inquired nonchalantly. "Where is my father?" Muli did not attempt to defend himself. He understood that his fate was sealed. In his final moments, he yearned to know the fate of his father. "I know it was you two who slaughtered the members of our Wolfhead mercenary group." Muli ground his teeth, his eyes ablaze with hatred. "What have you done to him? Is that all you care about, your father?" Elbow scoffed, flicking his fingers, causing a puppet imbued with symbols to materialize before Muli. "Father!" Muli gasped in horror. Though the moose snake was shrouded in darkness, adorned with numerous runes, Muli instantly recognized his father. "Kill him," Elbow stated coolly. "You enjoy tormenting hearts, do you not? How fortuitous, for I share your taste." The puppet, emotionless, obeyed Elbow's gesture, seizing Muli by the throat and dragging him to the other side. "How shall we deal with the remaining ones?" Elbow asked the little healer softly. Hemin's eyes flickered with desperation, pleading silently. Elbow had promised not to kill him. How could a dignified Dou Wang warrior go back on his word? "Hand over the Wolfhead members to me. Let the rest flee." The little healer replied coldly, her palms glowing with Dou Qi, enveloped in a violet-gray energy shroud that cloaked her delicate form. Elbow chuckled in disbelief. This was more like the little healer he knew. "My lord, you promised not to kill me." Hemin cried out, panic etched on his face. The intensity of the little healer's earlier display of power, evidenced by her Dou Qi shroud, indicated her ascension to the rank of Dou Master. He knew he could not defeat her, especially not a poison Dou Master. "I do not kill you, but that does not guarantee others will spare you," Elbow stated indifferently, turning to approach the puppet and Muli. With a swift motion, his delicate white hand, enveloped in violet-gray Dou Qi, struck Hemin's face with tremendous force. Bang! "You bastard! Even if I die, I will tear off a piece of your flesh. Hemin held, blood splattering his face, his features twisted with rage. The gray-white rock attribute Dou Qi coalesced in his fist, unleashing a fierce strike toward the little healer. Humph. The little healer's enchanting visage turned cold, and with a disdainful snort, she raised her jade arm, sending several silver needles flying. Swish, swish, swish. Damn you, vile woman. Hemin shrieked in agony, clutching his eyes as he fell, writhing in despair on the ground. Blood seeped through his fingers as he continued to scream and curse incessantly. Humph. I shall see just how profane your tongue can be. The little medical sage's delicate face was covered in frost, and with a swift motion of her jade-like arm, a shimmering blue needle pierced into Herman's throat. He gasped and flailed, his face turning a deep crimson, yet he could utter not a single word. The little medical sage stepped forward, swirling violet-gray energy coalescing in her palm. With a commanding cry, she struck fiercely upon Herman's dantian. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as Herman fell back, mouth agape, spewing forth a torrent of blood, his complexion paling to a ghostly hue, collapsing limply to the ground. The little medical sage disdainfully wiped her hands, a cold huff escaping her lips, her charming visage illuminated with a sense of satisfaction. Herman's dantian was rendered useless. He would soon experience a fate worse than death. Lu Bo nodded in satisfaction, reassured that the little medical sage's compassion had not hindered her resolve. In a corner, Fu Kuei relentlessly pummeled Mu Li's face, reducing it to a grotesque mask, blood streaming and mingling with the grime, exposing the ghastly whiteness of bone beneath. Even in death, I shall not spare you. Mu Li glared at Lu Bo, his eyes brimming with boundless resentment. I fear not your living self. Why would I dread your ghost? Lu Bo retorted with a chilling laugh. Does it sting to know you were slain by your own father? With a piercing shriek, Mu Li lunged desperately at Lu Bo, the words striking deep into his heart, shattering his defenses in an instant. Yet, his father stood as an insurmountable barrier. Fu Kuei suddenly advanced, his expression devoid of emotion. His fists as dark as ink clenched tightly, and with a sudden strike, he unleashed a devastating blow. Thunk! The metallic fist punctured Mu Li's heart, dark red blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wait for me. Even in death, I shall not forget you. Fear not. You shall not even become a ghost. Lu Bo replied indifferently. With a mere thought, Fu Kuei forcefully withdrew his arm, a spray of crimson mist erupting forth, and with his other hand, gripping Mu Li's neck, he twisted it with a swift motion. Crack! Mu Li uttered not a single sound, his eyes closing forever in eternal silence. Chapter 32. Lu Bo, I fear heights. Are you satisfied now? Lu Bo held the little medical sage's hand, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, she nodded, subtly extracting her hand from his grasp. What are your plans next? Lu Bo inquired, unperturbed by her reluctance. He paused momentarily, recalling that the little medical sage had once discovered a valley abundant with medicinal herbs and rich in spiritual energy. Will you accompany me? He asked, considering the inconvenience of her presence alongside Xiao Yan. He wished to avoid her meeting with him if possible. What is this about? Lu Bo questioned, puzzled. My companion. The little medical sage replied with a smile. Come, let us go greet her. With that, she sprang forward, leaping gracefully to the highest point of Qingshan town. Lu Bo hastily followed, and soon, a colossal blue eagle, propelled by a fierce gust, swooped down. This is Xiao Lan, my dear friend. I saved her once, and she is immensely grateful. She is a second-tier magical beast, the little medical sage explained. Let us ascend. With a swift motion, she leapt onto the back of the blue eagle, and upon seeing this, the creature spread its wings and soared upwards, racing towards the magical beast mountain range. On the back of the blue eagle, Elbow looked at the swiftly retreating white clouds beside him and suddenly shuddered, instinctively wrapping his arms around the petite figure of the little healer. What are you doing? She gasped, her body trembling with a hint of embarrassment. I have a fear of heights, Elbow stammered, his voice quivering with fear. The little healer, bemused, thought to herself, how could someone skilled in aerial combat be afraid of heights? Indeed, he was quite the lecher. However, she did not resist. Instead, she shifted slightly to find a more comfortable position, leaning against Elbow and gently closing her eyes. Elbow found himself at a loss for words. You should resist. If you don't, how can I take advantage? Under the guidance of the Blue Eagle, they arrived at a secluded basin. As soon as they entered, Elbow sensed the abundant spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surrounding them. This place is quite splendid, wouldn't you agree? The little healer chuckled. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a paradise. Elbow nodded in agreement. This was discovered by Little Blue unintentionally. She continued, from above. It is shrouded in mist, making it impossible to discern its exact location. From the ground, the terrain is steep and rugged, with no clear path. It is truly hidden. Excellent. Then we shall cultivate here, Elbow smiled. Over there is a makeshift shed I constructed for resting. The little healer pointed to a nearby area abundant with flowers and grass. Very nice, Elbow nodded, but before we proceed, I have a question. The little healer cocked her head in curiosity. What do you plan to do after we leave this place? Elbow asked solemnly. The little healer's expression stiffened. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, I wish to travel through the Union Empire and then consider my next steps. Will you not accompany me? Elbow gently took her hand and inquired. He intended to venture to the Tagore Desert in search of foreign flames and the map of the purifying Lotus Demon Saint. And having the little healer along would not be a problem. The little healer hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. I possess the curse poison body. Toxins can easily erupt, and I am often met with hostility. As she spoke, her gaze dimmed. The memories of the mercenaries from Qingshan town, their faces twisted in rage, haunted her. She feared that her presence might bring Elbow into such perilous situations. This time, they had merely faced a group of ordinary mercenaries at the fighter level, but what if next time it were a band of grand fighters? Or even stronger opponents? A flicker of dread passed through her eyes. The thought was too terrifying. She was indifferent to her own fate when she awakened the cursed poison body. She had already prepared for such consequences. However, she did not wish to endanger Elbow, terrified that he might suffer because of her. Elbow sighed, realizing she bore a psychological burden. Indeed, the world can be cruel and unforgiving, he thought. Little healer, you need not worry about me, he reassured her. I am strong. In the Gamadi Empire, there are only a handful who can defeat me. Being by my side will be beneficial for you. We can cultivate together. That would endanger you. The little healer bit her lip and shook her head gently. She had only awakened her cursed poison body 3 months prior. Yet she had already ascended to the fighter level, rising from a mere fighter to a grand fighter. Such speed was terrifying even to her. Mushi had toiled for most of his life to achieve merely the second level of fighter, while she had accomplished it in just 3 months. The rapid increase of combat energy signifies a swift accumulation of toxins, and once it erupts, those nearby will inevitably be harmed. The young healer, not wishing to bring harm to Lu Bo, expresses her concern. Lu Bo, feeling exasperated, questions her lack of trust. Do you truly doubt me? To which she replies, I do not even trust myself. With a shake of her head, she speaks earnestly. Lu Bo, frustrated, exclaims, how infuriating. The young healer smiles faintly, her expression tinged with melancholy and self-mockery, realizing she is hesitant to approach even her soul friend. Suddenly, a slap resounds. What are you doing? The young healer protests, covering her backside, her cheeks flushed with indignation. I'm hitting you. Lu Bo retorts with a huff. If you don't trust me, who else should I strike? Raising his hand again, he feigns a slap. Lu Bo, please don't push me. She pleads, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice pitiful. Seeing her distress, Lu Bo lets out a long sigh, cursing the troublesome Mu Li and the torment of betrayal. Very well, do as you wish, he concedes. However, I will find a way to help you with your toxic body. You must trust me and refrain from recklessly seeking death as you did in Qingshan town, understand? I do not wish to toil in vain only to lose you. Rest assured, that will not happen, she replies, wiping the corners of her eyes with a hint of joy. Now let us get back to our tasks. Lu Bo responds curtly, I will gather some medicinal herbs. With that, he leaps into the valley, preparing to refine the purple flame. Once completed, he intends to depart from the Monster Mountain range. Though the spiritual fire is immensely useful, it consumes a great deal of soul power, and the herbs and elixirs needed for recovery are arduous to concoct. Weighing the pros and cons, Lu Bo resolves to begin refining the purple flame, for the combat energy and purple fire within him cannot be squandered. Upon observing the flame, he finds it rather unimpressive, even inferior to the purple fire, leading him to abandon the idea of refining it. Perhaps exchanging it for something of value from Xiao Yan would be a more prudent choice, he muses, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Perfect. I can both swindle and negotiate. Chapter 33. The Mother-Son and Father-Son Communication Talisman. A month later, beneath the waterfall, the formation intertwines and solidifies. A tumultuous purple flame roaring fiercely, with Lu Bo seated serenely at its center. Unlike the first experience with the purple crystal source, Lu Bo appears remarkably calm this time. Once a vial of the purple crystal source is fully consumed, he notices minimal change in himself. The results are disappointing, showing a decrease in effectiveness by half. Furrowing his brow, he realizes that further attempts at refining his body with the purple crystal source will be futile. Continuing would merely waste precious resources. Clenching his fist, he delivers a powerful blow. Boom. The sound of an explosion reverberates, and a massive splash erupts from the lake's surface. This punch, executed without any combat energy or soul power, is purely a physical strike. Not far away, Xiao Yan observes with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Teacher. Even a grand fighter would struggle to withstand that, wouldn't they? A low-level doling might not endure it either. Indeed, the medicine elder remarks thoughtfully. This method of body refinement is truly remarkable. I once considered offering it to Xiao Yan, but the purple crystal source is far too precious. This boy would undoubtedly demand an exorbitant price. He is notoriously frugal, making it exceedingly difficult to extract anything of value from him. Secondly, the esteemed elder Yao is unable to discern the potential side effects. Yet just because Lu Bo can utilize it does not imply that Xiao Yan is equally capable. He has meticulously outlined Xiao Yan's training regimen, advancing step by step, with a clear structure and defined objectives. To pivot suddenly to an alternative path is beyond his capacity, especially when it involves uncharted territory. Lu Bo pinched the skin on his arm, pleased with its resilience. Although there remains a slight gap, he is not far from the foundational training of the lesser Nirvana golden body. Pondering, Lu Bo stroked his chin, realizing that the continent of Dou Qi lacks Nirvana energy, rendering the cultivation of the Nirvana golden body impossible. However, this is of little concern. He is striving for the lesser Nirvana golden body, not the authentic Nirvana golden body. The lesser Nirvana golden body involves purifying the flesh through Nirvana energy, combined with specific techniques, to achieve a martial art akin to the golden hue of Nirvana. The lesser Nirvana golden body is a martial art, whereas the true Nirvana golden body embodies the laws of heaven and earth. Similar to the Dou Wang's transformation into wings through Dou Qi on the continent, the former can be cultivated while the latter cannot. Nonetheless, the Nirvana energy is merely a unique type of energy and is not irreplaceable. Lu Bo could substitute it with other energies, such as the exceptional purple crystal essence. However, having already consumed 2 vials of purple crystal essence, he is left with only 5, which may not suffice to provide the vast energy required for refining the golden body. Rubbing his chin, Lu Bo momentarily dismissed the idea of refining the golden body. He would wait until he procured superior materials, such as the lotus seeds from the Qinglian earth heart fire. With a flick of his hand, a swirl of purple flames danced in his palm. It was time to refine this substance. Yet, before proceeding, he intended to make a trade. Xiao Yan, what do you think of this purple fire? Lu Bo inquired, a smile gracing his face as he held the flames in his palm. Not far away, Xiao Yan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This fellow was up to his usual tricks. I know you are also a pharmacist. Consider this. If we use this purple fire for alchemy and combat, what marvelous effects might we achieve? Lu Bo rubbed his hands together, his smile widening. Xiao Yan thought to himself, I wish to leave. Yet the item he presented is simply irresistible. Having endured enough suffering from his low-tier Huang-grade techniques, Xiao Yan recognized that while this purple fire is not an exotic fire, the burning decision technique can consume even, making this modest beast fire an easy feat. Teacher, what is your opinion? Xiao Yan queried. For Lu Bo's intended trade partner was not him, but Elder Yao, the only one capable of providing what Lu Bo desired. With a quiver of the spatial ring, Elder Yao emerged, casting a discerning glance at the purple fire in Lu Bo's hand. This purple fire was nurtured with purple crystal essence, was it not? Truly commendable. Elder Yao, Lu Bo chuckled, raising a thumb in admiration. Your insight is remarkable. It must have been nurtured for a month, correct? Are you willing to part with it? Elder Yao regarded Lu Bo with a composed demeanor, or do you wish to exchange it for purple crystal essence? I am reluctant to part with either. Lu Bo replied with a grin. Before Elder Yao and Xiao Yan could respond, Lu Bo produced the Qingming fire. However, this particular item is available. The Qingming fire. Elder Yao exclaimed in astonishment. The beast fire of the 5th-tier magical beast, the Qingyan eagle? Lu Bo's expertise in fire was evident, as Elder Yao immediately recognized the origin of the flames in his hand. The azure flame sculpture, a formidable flying beast, is characterized by its swift speed, fierce attacks, and its elusive nature, making it exceedingly difficult to capture. Obtaining its beast fire is no simple task. What do you think? El Bo inquired with a smile. It is feasible, Master Yao nodded, acknowledging that while it may not match the prowess of the purple flame of the amethyst wing lion king, it is still quite formidable. What do you desire? El Bo stroked his chin and replied, I have a friend who possesses the evil poison body. Do you have a remedy for her condition? Master Yao raised an eyebrow, old man. Previously, I was referred to as the old immortal, and now you seek my assistance and address me as old man. Indeed. Master Yao spoke solemnly. I once had a friend afflicted with the evil poison body as well. After years of research, we discovered a potential remedy. Yet he perished before he could utilize it due to a sudden toxin outbreak. This solution, which we developed together, is exceedingly precious. What do you mean by that? A sense of foreboding stirred within El Bo. Additional compensation, Master Yao said with a grin. El Bo's lips twitched with irritation. 1 vial of accompanying amethyst source. Master Yao raised his demand. I possess a piece of information. Elbow scoffed. You shall not lay your hands on my amethyst source concerning the Soul Palace's motives for capturing numerous souls. Impossible. Master Yao stammered, momentarily taken aback. This information was of utmost significance and rarity. For centuries, the Soul Palace has been amassing souls across the continent, their intentions obscured, with no apparent benefit to their actions. Curse it, Master Yao's eye twitched. Possessing the amethyst source could significantly enhance Xiao Yan's cultivation speed. But the choice was arduous. Opt for the information, Xiao Yan asserted. I wish to know their intentions and what they seek from my master. Master Yao was his sole reliance. He could not afford any missteps. He would rather forfeit the 3-year agreement than witness Master Yao in peril. Elbow observed Master Yao, recognizing that Xiao Yan was not yet in a position to make decisions. The information, Master Yao declared. The Soul Palace's collusion with Han Feng to orchestrate his downfall renders it imperative to comprehend the intricacies involved. The Soul Palace's motive for capturing souls is to extract the essence within them, Elbow laughed. You must be aware of the significance of soul essence and the dire consequences of its extraction, correct? Once captured by the Soul Palace, one would endure unspeakable sufferings. Now it makes sense, Master Yao realized. Their fixation on alchemists stems from the power of their soul, which is dense with essence. Moreover, unlike other powerful beings, alchemists lack formidable combat capabilities, making them prime targets for the Soul Palace's voracious appetite. Elbow chuckled. The Soul Palace's pursuit of souls is not solely for the essence. While it can propel an individual to the imperial realm of the soul, the Soul Clan also aims to establish formations. The Soul Emperor's refinement of imperial-grade elixirs relies on the devastating formations laid by the Soul Palace over the years. Once we reach Zhongzhou, we must systematically dismantle the Soul Palace's strongholds. This will not only allow us to seize soul essence and enhance our strength, but also serve to hinder the Soul Emperor. Elbow contemplated. In response, Master Yao snorted, flicking his fingers to produce a dark, grayish scroll. Elbow swiftly seized it, unraveling it to discover that it indeed contained the method for concocting poison pills. If possible, Lubo would prefer to arrange for the 20th nether poison fire for the little medical fairy. Unfortunately, he was completely unaware of its location and could only search for it slowly in the future. Oh, by the way, as he stored the scroll in his spatial ring, Lubo remarked, in a few days, I shall depart from the Warcraft Mountains. What? Xiao Yan exclaimed in astonishment, questioning whether this fellow intended to collect money without delivering results. Why are you so shocked? Lu Bo retorted. Am I the kind of person who lacks integrity? I will seek a few helpers. Perhaps Do Wang or Do Huang, just the 3 of us. I feel uncertain about going to Yunlan sect alone. Oh, I see. Xiao Yan wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that the worst-case scenario had not materialized. Lu Bo rolled his eyes. How could he possibly flee? He was eagerly anticipating old Yao's assistance in battling the Guardian. With a swift motion, he tossed a palm-sized jade token. What is this? Xiao Yan instinctively caught it. Examining it closely, he could only ascertain that it contained a formation, nothing more. This is the father-son communication talisman, Lu Bo asserted with a serious demeanor. What you hold is the child token. To contact me, simply infuse it with your soul power, and we can communicate in real time. This item was rather complex to create. With intricate formation engravings and a limited communication range, a contraption Lu Bo had devised himself. Xiao Yan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Dismissing the notion of being taken advantage of, this item was essentially a telephone. As a time traveler, he found it amusing, albeit his own transition was not as overt. That puppet is a gift for you. We shall meet again in a year. Xiao Yan shrugged. After spending several months together, he discovered that this individual was quite amiable, trustworthy, decisive, remarkably powerful, fearsome in combat, and carefree in character, worthy of friendship. The only downside was his excessive handsomeness, which often overshadowed Xiao Yan. Chapter 34. Lu Bo. This is a customary farewell from my hometown. In a valley shrouded in mist, within a bamboo house, Lu Bo gradually floated in the air. Within his dantian, the cyclone began to spin rapidly, and the nurturing purple flames were expelled. The expelled purple flames seemed momentarily stunned before they began to swell wildly. The scorching heat immediately starting to sear Lu Bo's dantian and Qi Si. Humph, do you still wish to act recklessly? Be suppressed. Lu Bo sneered. The Devouring Ancestor talisman appearing above the purple flames, showering it with devouring power. In an instant, the once tumultuous purple flames transformed into something as docile as a little lamb. With a mere thought, Lu Bo guided the purple flames to circulate and refine within his meridians. Should there be any resistance, the Devouring Ancestor talisman would emit a dark light, causing the purple flames to tremble in fear, unable to mount any form of rebellion against Lu Bo's refining. Outside the bamboo house, the little medical fairy occasionally glanced towards the interior, having sensed the intense heat emanating from within. Although she did not understand what was happening, she felt a twinge of worry for Lu Bo. What on earth is going on? Everything was fine before, the little medical fairy muttered. Suddenly taken aback as the wave of heat dissipated, it seemed his cultivation had concluded. Just as the thought crossed her mind, Lu Bo opened the door and stepped outside, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Having felt no flame, Xiao Yan decided to leave, but Elbow abruptly seized her, gently brushing his fingers against the corner of her mouth. "What are you doing?" Xiao Yan quickly retreated, but Elbow caught a whiff of the faint black powder on his fingertips and frowned, inquiring, "Have you ingested poison again?" Xiao Yan paused for a moment, then sighed. "Once the Enan poison body is activated, these toxins possess a peculiar allure that I cannot resist." Elbow grasped her wrist, sensing her condition, and was rendered speechless. Xiao Yan had already attained the rank of a 6-star Dou Master, while he had only progressed from a 4-star Dou Master to a 5-star one in the past month. Truly, the Enan poison body, he murmured with a furrowed brow. He had refrained from showing her the method of concocting poison pills, fearing that the alarming ingredients would overwhelm her and shatter her confidence. He merely stated that he had found a solution, intending to discuss the details when the time was right. Xiao Yan was not entirely convinced, perceiving his words as mere flattery, and Elbow felt helpless in response. After a month of training here, it was time to embark on a journey. "Then shall we depart?" he suggested, retrieving a bamboo whistle to summon the blue eagle beast once more. "It's time to part ways," Elbow sighed deeply, wishing that Xiao Yan could accompany him. Her expertise in toxins would be invaluable, yet she stubbornly refused, leading Elbow to occasionally entertain the impulse to forcibly take her away. "Indeed, it is time to say goodbye," Xiao Yan admitted with reluctance. For Elbow was her only friend, but she could not endanger him. "Embrace is fine, but do not move recklessly," she chided, albeit still wrapping her arms around Elbow. "Heh." He chuckled. "How vexing. I told you not to move." Xiao Yan playfully pinned his hands down. "Indeed. News has arrived from afar," Elbow replied cheerfully, unabashed. Xiao Yan shot him a disapproving glance, kissed him lightly on the cheek, and quickly retreated from his embrace. "Oh." Elbow smacked his lips, feeling a sense of lingering desire. "You lecherous rascal," Xiao Yan scolded, tapping his forehead. Suddenly, a resounding eagle cry echoed from outside the valley, interrupting their moment. "I must take my leave," Xiao Yan said softly. "Safe travels," Elbow replied. She nodded, leaping onto the eagle's back, waving goodbye as she transformed into a blue silhouette, vanishing into the sky. "I too must depart," Elbow declared, leaping into the air as his purple cloud wings materialized. Haiyansheng, a prominent city in the eastern part of the Jimar Empire, was home to the He family, whose patriarch was a 4-star Dou Huang and had crossed paths with Xiao Yan, who was soon to become a Dou Huang. However, Elbow held no interest in them. Instead, he was intrigued by Gu Te, the brother of Gu He, particularly by the ice spirit spring in Gu Te's possession. This artifact could surely be bartered for something valuable from Xiao Yan, and when the time came, they would have no choice but to comply with Elbow's demands. Indeed, Lu Bo must assess the identity of an alchemist, for the status of an alchemist is quite esteemed, granting one a favorable regard wherever they may tread, and significantly alleviating many unnecessary troubles. A few hundred meters away from Black Rock City, Lu Bo descended and entered the forest, subsequently walking towards the city gate. The Guardian, Wu, remained within the Yunlan sect, an entity rivaling the imperial family of the Jimar Empire, prompting Lu Bo to maintain a low profile. After all, what if news of his presence reached Wu's ears? Upon entering the city, he replenished his supplies, water, food, and clothing, before making his way directly to the Alchemist Guild. Within the guild, Lu Bo misrepresented his age, claiming to be in his 20s rather than the actual 17 or 18 years. And since he did not flaunt his prowess during the assessment as Xiao Yan had, no ripples were stirred. Moreover, he was merely testing to become a first-tier alchemist. After leaving a message at the guild expressing his desire to exchange blood lotus essence for a 4th-tier pill formula, Lu Bo vanished without a trace. His intent was straightforward, to lure the snake from its burrow. An hour later, within the office of Vice President Otto at the Alchemist Guild, bang, with a resounding crash. The door was violently kicked open, and a disheveled old man rushed in, his urgency palpable. "Otto, where is the one seeking to trade for blood lotus essence?" The old man inquired, his face flushed as he leaned against Otto's desk, pressing for answers. "Gu Te, you old rascal, you've broken my door," Otto erupted, slamming his hand on the table in fury, his aura flaring and transforming him into a figure of wrath. "Stop stalling. Just tell me where the blood lotus essence is. I've nearly purchased all the Huanglian essence in Black Rock City and still haven't located it." Gu Te insisted, unabashed in his urgency. "Is this how you beseech someone? What kind of attitude is this?" Otto retorted, his expression incredulous. Gu Te's lips twitched in irritation. "Fine, If you want to speak, I shall seek out Faklan. Have you forgotten? I am the vice president in charge of transactions, and I have yet to report this to the president, Otto remarked coolly while grooming his nails. Damn it, how could I have overlooked that? Gute lamented, his demeanor deflated. Speak, what do you require? Repair the door and come back properly, Otto instructed. Gesturing to the entrance with a smile, do remember to show some courtesy. Gute grimaced, veins throbbing on his forehead, yet he complied, mending the door before respectfully knocking and greeting Otto once more. In the presence of rare treasures, his obedience was unwavering. Ah, your conduct is commendable, Otto said, stroking his beard with a nod of approval, his smile reminiscent of a proud parent witnessing their child's growth. This is your point of contact. You may proceed. Otto handed him a slip of paper with a smile. Gute scoffed inwardly at the old man's pettiness before hastening out. Outside the Alchemist Guild, Lu Bo observed Gute rushing forth and followed at a measured pace. Chapter 35. The Arsonist, Xiao Huahua. What? You say that person has already departed? Gute slammed his palm on the table, glaring at the innkeeper, spittle flying as he vented his frustration. Are you certain you did not mistake him? My lord. The other party has indeed departed, leaving me in half an hour ago. The innkeeper wiped the spittle from his face and muttered, I am certain I did not mistake him. That esteemed first-grade alchemist was exceedingly handsome, a detail I remember vividly. Curse it, this is all Otto's fault. Gute clenched his fist and cursed, if it weren't for that old scoundrel wasting my time, I would not find myself in this predicament. No, I cannot confront him. I would be overmatched. With a sigh, Gute ambled dejectedly toward his home, acknowledging the disparity in their ranks. He was merely a grand fighter, while his adversary was a spirit fighter. However, unbeknownst to him, a shadow lurked in a dark corner, trailing him from a distance. As night fell, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, casting a radiant glow that illuminated the path even without a lantern. This evening was indeed a delightful one. In the southern part of the city, within a secluded building, Gute cautiously cradled a white jade box the size of a basin, his expression filled with obsession. My precious treasure. He carefully opened the white jade box, revealing numerous ice cubes, at the center of which lay a rouge jade bottle. This was the Ice Spirit Cold Spring, a coveted item that Gute had painstakingly acquired through a transaction with a fellow practitioner. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded as the door to his room, along with its frame, was forcefully kicked in. Gute trembled, nearly dropping the Ice Spirit Cold Spring, but instinctively protected it with his embrace, cherishing it dearly. Otto, you madman, what are you up to? Gute bellowed, instinctively assuming that Otto sought retribution for the door he had kicked in that morning. Yet, entering through the broken door was a figure cloaked in black, floating effortlessly above the ground, their hood obscuring a face that absorbed all light like a black hole. Damn it, who are you? Gute exclaimed, panic-stricken. Hand it over. The figure cackled, extending a hand, and in an instant, the Ice Spirit Cold Spring slipped from Guter's grasp and fell into the thief's possession. Ah, my precious, Gute shrieked. But before he could react, a swift strike to the back of his neck rendered him unconscious. The figure chuckled sinisterly, pulling out a rope to bind Gute tightly to a pillar. Now, all these treasures belong to me. Without hesitation, the thief began to pack every medicinal ingredient in Guter's room into a storage ring. Then, extending their spiritual energy, they meticulously scanned every corner of the room. It seems there is something here, the thief remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. With a swift motion, they pried off a section of wall, revealing a palm-sized jade box within. Opening it, a look of astonishment spread across their face. Inside the jade box lay a thumb-sized gray stone, smooth and flawless like exquisite jade, yet with a fissure that allowed a glimpse into the stone's interior. Within it danced a flicker of ethereal blue light, gently writhing. A spirit-nurturing stone? Elbow could not help but exclaim, astonished that Gute possessed such an item. The three essential components for devouring were the Blood Lotus Pill, the Ice Spirit Spring, and the Spirit Gathering. According to the renowned pharmacist, all three were indispensable. However, Elbow was somewhat different. With the Devouring Ancestor Talisman protecting him, the first two components were unnecessary, yet the Spirit Gathering was imperative, for without it, the Fire Seed would have no place to reside. This trip proved fortuitous. Elbow chuckled lightly, dismantling the walls of the room and meticulously collecting all the items within, storing them in his spatial ring. What a bountiful harvest. He chuckled again, turning to leave the building, but suddenly halted. Since he was already there, it would be remiss not to leave something behind. With a glint in his eye, he pulled out brush and ink and inscribed a message on the pillar binding Gute. The arsonist is none other than Xiao Huahua. Perfect. He chuckled once more, then produced a fire starter, igniting the entire house in flames before striding away, vanishing into the night. Minutes later, flames soared into the sky, vividly illuminating the darkened landscape. Within the Alchemist Guild, For Clan and Otto simultaneously emerged from their offices, gazing in astonishment toward the southern part of the city. Old Otto. That direction is Gu Tai's residence, isn't it? For Clan inquired, uncertain. Indeed, it is, Otto replied, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Could it be that someone has raided his treasure vault? Who could be so kind as to help us take our revenge? Suddenly, a wailing cry echoed from the southern direction, reminiscent of a cuckoo lamenting in sorrow, heart-wrenching and desolate, truly stirring grief in those who heard it. Ah, my treasures! My treasures! Otto exclaimed, bursting into laughter, slapping his thigh in amusement. At long last, that old fool's treasure vault has been plundered. Ha! Otto, you mustn't behave this way. We are trained alchemists. We must maintain our composure. For Clan admonished, grasping Otto by the arm. Ha, come. Let us pay a visit to our old friend. Otto chuckled heartily. Remember, we mustn't laugh. The following day, the orchestrator of the chaos, Elbow, arrived at the heart of Blackrock City, making his way to the airport, preparing to board a flight to the Tagore Desert. Naturally, in the Dou Qi Continent. Such places were not termed airports, but rather flying transport stations, responsible for aerial transportation, predominantly catering to passenger services. Strong individuals, such as Great Dou Masters and Dou Spirits, occasionally required swift travel and, being well off, opted for this mode of transportation. Although Elbow could fly himself, it was rather exhausting to traverse through wind and rain. A wearisome endeavor that also depleted his Dou Qi. Why exert oneself physically when one could afford the convenience? Of course, lacking funds would present a different scenario. Thanks to his identity as an alchemist, Elbow boarded a special flight designated for alchemists, enjoying the journey entirely free of charge. It must be said, being an alchemist was indeed advantageous, saving one a great deal of hassle. As the flying beast ascended steadily, under the guidance of its tamer, it sped toward the eastern direction of the Jamma Empire. Gazing out at the gradually diminishing Blackrock City, Elbow's eyes sparkled with thought. If only the little medical sage were here. The journey felt solitary, and a companion to converse with would be most welcome. Shaking his head slightly, Lu Bo suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, settling into a cross-legged position to commence his cultivation. 3 days later, the flying magical beast landed steadily in the heart of Mo City, one of the largest cities on the edge of the Tagore Desert. Perhaps due to not being the protagonist, Lu Bo encountered far fewer troubles on his journey compared to Xiao Yan. The accompanying alchemists were relatively amicable. Apart from one or two who dallied with the maidens, the others remained quiet, and there were no incidents of aerial bloodshed. Upon exiting the city center, Lu Bo leisurely strolled through the streets, purchasing some snake-repellent potion and the excrement of high-level magical beasts to ward off threats and safeguard his camp. He had already prepared various provisions and food while in Heiyan City. Next on his agenda was to acquire a map. After inquiring, he learned of a shop called Gu 2, reputed to be the finest map store in all of Mo City. According to his informant, the maps produced here were astonishingly detailed and accurate, surpassing even those made by the official cartographers of the Gamma Empire. Lu Bo found himself speechless. If he was not mistaken, this shop belonged to Haibo Dong. However, what kind of reclusive reputation was that? Never mind, it was of no concern to him. He simply needed to procure a map. Chapter 36, Haibo Dong. In the southeastern part of Mo City, a bustling street lined with map shops thrived with the ebb and flow of people. At the far end of the street stood Gu 2, a map store that, while quiet, was not deserted. Only a few patrons came and went, all seemingly in tacit agreement, exchanging gold coins for maps without uttering a word. When Lu Bo arrived, the shop was momentarily vacant, save for an elderly man with white hair diligently sketching maps, utterly absorbed in his task, oblivious to Lu Bo's presence. Lu Bo scrutinized the elderly cartographer, recognizing him as one of the 10 strongest in the Gamma Empire, the Ice Emperor Haibo Dong. With his hair as white as snow and a face etched with age, a prominent scar ran from his forehead to his chin, lending him an air of foreboding. One would naturally surmise that a man of such appearance could not be benevolent. The city as strongmen should exercise caution, lest this old wretch be a remnant of a bygone era's criminal. Yet, to Lu Bo's keen perception, no one seemed to be watching. Perhaps the enforcers of Mo City had turned a blind eye. An idea sparked in Lu Bo's mind. Among the herbs he had pilfered from Gu Te, some could be combined to form half of a revitalizing purple pill, comprising some of the rarest ingredients required. Gathering what he needed appeared to be within reach. He glanced around before approaching an ancient wooden rack laden with a plethora of yellowed maps. Are you looking to purchase a map? Haibo Dong lifted his gaze, his cloudy old eyes resting on Lu Bo, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he assessed the young man's appearance, reminiscent of his own youth. Those are merely discarded maps. You would do better to seek elsewhere. Lu Bo's face twitched slightly. He recalled that in the original text, he had been indifferent to Xiao Yan. Why was he suddenly so attentive towards me? Lu Bo's hand moved, grasping a tattered, yellowed map from the wooden frame. And he chuckled softly. No, I have already found what I sought. Hai Buodong's pupils constricted suddenly, and a chill began to rise from the feather quill in his hand. Do you recognize this map? His voice trembled, and he stared wide-eyed at Lu Bo. I know a little, Lu Bo replied with a light laugh. Could you share that knowledge with me? Hai Buodong inquired, gradually lowering his quill and speaking with a hint of detachment. Everything in this world is an exchange of equivalent value, Lu Bo responded, shaking the remnants of the map in his hand before storing it away in his ring. What does the old gentleman wish to trade for information? Lu Bo's demeanor darkened Hai Buodong's expression, for this young man seemed to regard him with utter disdain. You are quite right, Hai Buodong said, his hands falling to his sides, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. A surge of white energy began to rise above his palms, and a frigid ferocity erupted from within him. If everything is an equivalent exchange, then that information will cost you your life. With a crash, the heavy door slammed shut, sealing the entire shop. Lu Bo remarked, let it be clear. He provoked me first. Assaulting the elderly cannot be held against me. A violent gust of wind swept through, and in an instant, Hai Buodong vanished from sight. Before the wind had fully settled, a withered hand, enveloped in a chilling white aura, appeared before Lu Bo, lunging for his throat. Even before the hand reached him, the bone-chilling aura sent goosebumps prickling across Lu Bo's skin. Hai Buodong, indifferent in expression, believed that even in his sealed state, dealing with a mere first-grade alchemist would be childish play. However, a flicker of doubt crossed Hai Buodong's otherwise impassive face as his fingers grasped Lu Bo's form, only to find himself clutching at thin air. It was merely an afterimage. Hai Buodong's face turned pale with shock. How is this possible? His speed is astonishing. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind erupted nearby, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a violet light and a scorching presence rushing towards him. What? Hai Buodong's pupils narrowed to pinpricks, and in the next heartbeat, boom. A seemingly ordinary fist struck him like a cannonball, landing squarely on his face. White smoke erupted as Hai Buodong tumbled, crashing against the wall with a thud. His aged visage now swollen and marked with a distinct fist imprint. Lu Bo shook his hand, somewhat surprised. This old man's face is remarkably tough. In a flash, Hai Buodong sprang to his feet, his expression devoid of emotion, yet commanding, exuding an aura of dominance, as if he were a master of the hidden realms. Disregarding the crimson imprint on his face. Kid, such formidable physical strength, he muttered, wiping the corner of his mouth. That last punch caught him off guard, leaving him utterly defenseless. Even sealed, he possessed the power of a peak Douling. This young man was indeed peculiar. Too much praise, too much praise. Lu Bo replied with a cheerful smile. I acknowledge your strength, but it is still far from sufficient. Hai Buodong said coolly. As he spoke, the elder Hai Buodong, with his flowing white hair, seemed to summon a chilling mist that gradually emanated from his hands. An ice-blue spear, crafted from crystallized frost, materialized slowly, its frigid aura expanding instantly. The atmosphere turned tense. He was prepared to give his all. LV Bo chuckled softly, realizing that without subduing this old man, a proper exchange would be impossible. With a thought, violet flames began to rise from his palms, their eerie flicker dispelling the cold that had pervaded the room, banishing the chilling aura that Hai Buodong's energy had cast. Observing the purple flames in LV Bo's hands, Hai Buodong's gaze shifted. Who was this young man, possessing such extraordinary abilities? Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he would not permit anyone to seize the map he held in such high regard. Youngster, no matter who you are in my presence, you are merely a fighter. Hai Buodong barked, propelling himself forward. The stone floor beneath him cracked and splintered, resembling a spider's web as it spread in all directions. In an instant, Hai Buodong vanished, the faint sound of wind barely perceptible. In the next breath, he appeared behind LV Bo like a phantom, the sharp tip of his spear lunging toward LV Bo's back, akin to a striking serpent. Hai Buodong refrained from delivering a fatal blow, deliberately avoiding LV Bo's heart. This thrust was intended to inflict severe injury, not to take a life. However, as the spear pierced through, he felt no resistance. As though he had struck nothing but air, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Hai Buodong's expression shifted. If he was not mistaken, the young man would soon reveal himself to his right. Suddenly, a fist enveloped in violet flames struck his face with tremendous force, the dreadful impact reverberating through him. LV Bo shouted as he straightened his arm, unleashing a surge of power. Boom. Swish. Hai Buodong sprang to his feet once more, maintaining the demeanor of a high-ranking master. Yet in the next moment, he touched his swollen left cheek, which had ballooned painfully, blood and fluid seeping from the wound, creating a woeful sight. Youth. I concede that I underestimated you. Hai Buodong managed to utter, his mouth agape, striving to speak without moving his swollen cheeks. LV Bo's eyes sparkled with delight. It appeared they could now converse amicably. Old man, I admit I cannot defeat you. Hebadong inhaled deeply and stated calmly, take the map. This time, I concede. Haha. LV Bo chuckled lightly, pinching the air with his fingers until the enchanted map appeared at his fingertips. Elder, this map is only half, is it not? Hebadong's expression soured instantaneously, his face contorting as the pain surged through the swollen tissue, causing him distress. Hand it over, and I shall spare your life, LV Bo declared, his right hand waving as the violet flames vanished, replaced by an intangible, ethereal spirit fire. The rising heat, though invisible, radiated a palpable aura of terrifying power. Yet, upon the emergence of the spirit fire, Hebadong's previously determined demeanor shifted dramatically. The puffy visage betrayed none of his intentions, yet an unmistakable air of delight emanated from him. Bo curled the corner of his mouth. Splendid, the bait was taken. Chapter 37, 2 Transactions. Bo's aim was not to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Hebadong, but rather to engage him in earnest dialogue. When confronting such a formidable adversary, a confrontation was inevitable. Without it, meaningful conversation would be unattainable. The purpose of showcasing his spiritual flame was straightforward, to provide the other party with a means of collaboration. As a traveler from another realm, he possessed an intimate understanding of Hebadong's limits. Sure enough, the moment the spiritual flame manifested, Hebadong mistook it for a rare fire. A pharmacist, a rare fire, and terrifying power, Hebadong could no longer underestimate Bo, regarding him instead as a potential savior to unlock his own seal. Ha ha ha, young man, do not presume to intimidate me with death threats. Hebadong scoffed. I have lived more than half my life, traversing the Gamma Empire for decades. Do you think I fear your threats? Are you certain? Bo inquired, flicking his fingers and speaking with feigned bravado. My fallen heart flame is of little use elsewhere, but it inflicts considerable damage upon the soul. Once I extract your soul and burn it for a decade or so, I find it hard to believe you would remain silent. Hebadong's body stiffened, a shiver racing down his spine. This young man was indeed ruthless. Swallowing hard, Hebadong feigned calmness. A decade or so is not a short time. You wouldn't wish to squander it, would you? If you refuse to speak, I have no choice. Bo smiled, revealing a hint of uncertainty. A flicker of joy crossed Hebadong's brow. I can provide you with the remaining map, but I hope you can concoct a pill for me. Bo's lips curled into a smirk. Success. A transaction? He replied with a smile and a nod. Certainly, do enlighten me. I am not one to act with arrogance or aggression. Hebadong's eye twitched. After being beaten to such a state, you dare call yourself non-confrontational? Why do you regard me with such disdain, old senior? Bo retorted. Let us not forget it was you who struck first. Hebadong inhaled deeply, conceding yes. I initiated the attack, but you did seize my possessions first. Naturally, he refrained from voicing this thought, instead steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. You must have noticed the peculiarities about me, Xiao brother? Hebadong inquired. Indeed, Bo nodded, relishing the moment. Once a Dou Emperor, now unfortunate enough to be sealed. Even a Dou Wang can bully you. Hebadong's lips twitched. He wanted to retort, yet knowing he was outmatched, he bit his tongue. May I be so bold as to inquire, Xiao brother, what is your level of alchemical skill? Hebadong clasped his hands together, needing to ascertain the other's strength. Otherwise, he might remain tight-lipped out of desperation. Bo remained silent, casting a cool glance at him, as a torrent of soul energy surged forth from his brow. The overwhelming aura instantly drained the color from Hebadong's face, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Damn it, he is at the pinnacle of Dou Emperor. Hebadong cursed inwardly, yet felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, the other was not entirely unreasonable. After years of searching, I obtained a recipe for a pill that can unravel the seal upon me. Hebadong asserted with gravity. It is a 6th-grade recipe, and it requires rare fire for its concoction. The 6th-grade alchemist is indeed present, yet a 6th-grade alchemist possessing is exceedingly rare, which is why I remain troubled by the seal to this day. Very well. Bo nodded and readily agreed. Provide me with the formula and the necessary herbs, and I shall assist you in concocting the elixir. In return, I expect the map. I, have never been one for conflict. I prefer transactions that simplify matters. However, a look of embarrassment crossed Hebadong's face as he scratched his head, seemingly at a loss. What is the matter? Are the herbs not prepared? Bo inquired lightly, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, Hebadong replied with an awkward smile. My seal was placed by Queen Medusa, and the missing ingredient is the mandrake of sand, which grows deep within the desert, within the territory of the snake people. Due to the seal, I cannot venture into the desert without being discovered by Queen Medusa. Hence I have been unable to procure this herb. Elbow let out a cold laugh. You seek my assistance in alchemy, yet lack the necessary materials. And you expect me to help you locate them? Particularly in the heart of the snake people's domain? Old friend, do you believe that is feasible? Ah well, that would require additional payment. Upon hearing this, High Boating's eyes brightened. What about information on? Oh, do elaborate. Elbow maintained his composure, for he was already an alchemist in possession of, and must not appear overly eager in its presence. High Boating produced a map from his storage ring and handed it to Elbow. This contains information regarding that I gathered in the Tagore Desert. Elbow accepted it, glanced over it, and nodded slightly. Excellent, let us proceed. Huh, I cannot enter the desert, High Boating stammered. I shall assist you in alchemy. You provide me with the map, and you will help me locate while I search for the herbs, Elbow stated, raising 2 fingers. 2 transactions, independent of one another. Is there a problem with that? I cannot enter the desert. Medusa would discover me, High Boating sighed. You overestimate your own importance, Elbow scoffed. Do you truly believe that a decrepit old man like yourself warrants Queen Medusa's constant vigilance? Besides, you need not delve deep into the desert. The map indicates 2 potential locations for that are distanced from the snake people. What is there to fear? The reason Xiao Yan did not bring High Boating along to the desert was due to the need to keep the existence of the medicinal elder concealed. However, Elbow had no such reservations. He traversed the Dou Qi Continent relying solely on his own strength, unlike Xiao Yan, who depended on external aids. Moreover, with a combatant like High Boating aiding him, he would find traversing the magma depths significantly easier. High Boating furrowed his brow, and after a long pause, reluctantly nodded. Very well, since you insist, I shall accompany you. Humph, do not be so unwilling. This is all for your own benefit. Elbow snorted. A transaction is a transaction. No one owes anyone anything. Let me gather my things, High Boating said repeatedly as he entered his dwelling to prepare. Entering the desert is not a matter to be taken lightly. One must be thoroughly prepared. In the depths of the Monster Mountain Range, beneath the waterfall, Xiao Yan's face contorted in pain, surrounded by a swirling hue of grayish-blue, as his originally light yellow Dou Qi began to slowly transform into a shade of grayish-blue. Having just refined the azure fire, Xiao Yan had not yet had the chance to catch his breath before embarking on the arduous journey to transcend to the Dome Master realm. Elder Yao nodded with satisfaction. He had not misjudged this disciple. In just a year, Xiao Yan had already ascended to the Dome Master level. The youth, akin to unpolished jade, was worthy of meticulous carving and dedicated cultivation. Before long, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the azure-gray Dou Qi garment that enveloped him. A look of pure delight gracing his features. Master, I have broken through to the Dome Master realm. Indeed, Elder Yao stroked his beard with a smile. However, do not forget, you have only 10 months remaining in your 3-year agreement. The joy Xiao Yan felt from his recent breakthrough dissipated in an instant. After a moment of silence, he broke into a grin. Master, rest assured, I will continue to strive forward. No matter how arduous the training, I fear nothing. Let it come my way. Elder Yao chuckled. If that is the case, our next destination is the Tagore Desert. Are you mentally prepared? It will be 100 times more grueling than the Beast Mountain. Come on, what hardships have I not endured? Xiao Yan laughed heartily, thumping his chest. Then let us depart. Elder Yao transformed into a stream of light and entered the spatial ring. Haha, let's go. Xiao Yan paused. Master, do you think there might still be treasures within the cave of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King? Stop dreaming. The amethyst source is exceedingly rare. In my time, I explored 8 caves of the Amethyst-Winged Lion Kings and found nothing. What if? Xiao Yan persisted. What if we discover something new? You rascal, Elder Yao sighed, rubbing his forehead. Let us go take a look. Xiao Yan shamelessly replied. Master, you've already explored 8 caves. Surely one more won't hurt? Fine, let us take a look. Elder Yao relented helplessly. Xiao Yan grinned and stealthily approached the cave of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. Under the protection of Elder Yao's spiritual power, the surrounding magical beasts remained oblivious. Suddenly, Elder Yao gasped, his typically calm voice now tinged with agitation. Master, what's wrong? Xiao Yan inquired hastily. Something feels amiss. Elder Yao responded gravely. My bone spirit cold fire seems to sense something unusual. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's pupils constricted, and his expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 38. It's all Elder Yao's fault. In the desert, under the relentless sun, the heat radiated, distorting the air and rendering the landscape a mirage. On a sand dune, Hai Buodong held a jade vial, pouring out a viscous, fiery red liquid, gently applying it to Lu Bo's body with a jade piece. Lu Bo trembled slightly, the intense burning sensation from the blood-burning technique causing him to grit his teeth, yet he refrained from groaning. The one tending to his wounds was an old man, not a delicate maiden. Thus, there was no need to waste expressions. Little brother Lu, this substance is of considerable quality, isn't it? Hai Buodong remarked. surprised as he shook the vial of blood burning. Although he was of the ice attribute and loathed this fiery energy, he could keenly perceive the immense yet gentle force within. This did not align with the typically violent nature of fire attribute energy. Lu Bo glanced at Hai Buodong behind him and sighed. When the opportunity arises, I must find a beautiful maid. Those old codgers are simply unpleasant to behold. Hai Buodong's expression darkened. As a dignified ice sovereign, he was accustomed to being served rather than serving others. He never expected to be relegated to such a position today, only to be met with disdain. However, after Lu Bo spoke, he paid no further attention to him. The blood fire was already applied, and with his hands forming seals. He closed his eyes and began his cultivation. Observing Lu Bo entering a meditative state, Hai Buodong's gaze flickered. With his keen insight, he could easily discern that the young man before him was merely a combat master at the 5 or 6-star level. Yet, how could he possess such formidable soul power? Could it be that some ancient fiend had usurped his body to begin anew? Who would indulge in such trivialities? Moreover, body snatching was not something that could be executed at will. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Hai Buodong rubbed his temples and turned his gaze outward. He had to protect Lu Bo during his cultivation, for should anything happen to the young man, his own elixirs would be in jeopardy. An hour later, Lu Bo concluded his cultivation, opened his eyes, donned his attire, and soared towards Shimo City. Lu Bo, why not head west to that location? Hai Buodong inquired while running alongside him. The unique fire map he had crafted indicated 3 potential locations for rare flames, one to the west of their current position, one to the east, and another deep within the territory of the Serpent people, even further afield. The western site was the closest. Yet Lu Bo had opted for the eastern one instead. The distances are quite comparable, Lu Bo replied with a glance. But the eastern location has a city where I can seek a lovely maid. Hai Buodong's eyes twitched. How much did this lad disdain him? Shimo City, a border town amid the desert, stood as the first line of defense against the Serpent people. It could easily be deemed a vital military stronghold, with the city lord being a combat spirit-level figure primarily responsible for early warnings. Should the Serpent people exhibit any unusual activity, that combat spirit would be tasked with alerting the imperial capital. Within a building to the west of the city, Xiao Ding gazed sternly at his younger brother, Xiao Li. You acted rather impulsively, Xiao Ding said gravely. You should not have attacked the members of the Sand Mercenary group. Brother, Xiao Li retorted, glaring at his elder sibling. That scoundrel Mo Xing has been bullying us. How could we not retaliate? I mean, you struck too soon. Xiao Ding replied, exasperated. You should have waited until our numbers were greater before taking action, ensuring we could break their legs and keep them bedridden for 10 days or so. Heh. Xiao Li scratched his head sheepishly, acknowledging that he lacked his brother's experience. In the future, when faced with such situations, think first, then act. Xiao Ding admonished his younger brother. At that moment, a female mercenary rushed in to report, Captain, someone is here to visit, claiming to be a friend of your brother's. Our brothers? Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged glances. Is it yours or mine? It seems neither. Must be nonsense, Xiao Ding replied. Let him in. 2 captains, one of whom is a first-grade alchemist. Why wasn't this mentioned earlier? Let us go and meet our esteemed guest. With a clap of his hands, Xiao Ding proclaimed. In the reception hall, Lu Bo surveyed the surroundings. The architectural style of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps was rather austere, as he had hardly encountered any ostentatious decorations along the way. In truth, with the talents of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, a visit to the Canaan Academy would have posed no challenge. However, at that time, Xiao Yan was tormented by the mysterious disappearance of his fighting spirit. To ensure a fallback plan for his younger brother's future, their father, Xiao Zhan, arranged for Xiao Ding and Xiao Li to venture forth and establish their own power, both to achieve merit and to secure a path for Xiao Yan. Thus, it is all the fault of the old alchemist. Otherwise, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li could have relished a blissful life at the academy instead of enduring the harsh sands here. Ha ha ha, my friend. Welcome to the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. A hearty laugh emanated from outside as 2 young men strode in confidently. Lu Bo smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Brothers Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, I am Lu Bo. I apologize for any disturbance caused. The 2 were momentarily taken aback. They initially presumed he was a relative seeking connection. However, upon realizing his identity as an alchemist, they selectively dismissed the earlier notion of kinship. Seeing Lu Bo's amiable demeanor, a thought flickered in their minds. Could he possibly be acquainted with their third brother? The brothers, somewhat agitated, urged Lu Bo to take a seat while another called for tea. Lu brother, have you perhaps met my younger brother? Xiao Ding inquired hastily. Having been away from home for several years, it was impossible not to miss his father and brother. Haha, I have indeed met that young lad, Xiao Yan. Lu Bo replied with a smile. Observing their expressions, he proceeded to recount Xiao Yan's recent circumstances. Naturally, the tales of the old alchemist and the purple crystal-winged Lion King were too shocking for them. and Lu Bo chose to withhold such details. Meanwhile, in the northwest of the city, a white-haired elder kicked open the door of the Sand Mercenary Corps, the resounding crash instantly throwing the entire establishment into chaos. Damn it! Who was that blind fool? What audacity to stir trouble here? It turned out to be an old man. How reckless! Hai Buodong surveyed the raucous mercenaries before him and calmly inquired, "Which one of you is the captain, Rob?" "Old man, since you have come here, you might as well stay." A bandaged man with a vulture-like appearance coldly retorted. "What a nuisance." Hai Buodong rolled his eyes, and with a thunderous roar, his imposing aura erupted. A violent, frigid wind instantly encased the nearest individuals in ice, including the bandaged man. The remaining mercenaries, terrified, fled in panic to report to the strongest of the Sand Mercenary Corps, Captain Rob. However, they need not have bothered. At the moment Hai Buodong unleashed his power, Rob was already fleeing like his behind was on fire. "My lord, I have the honor of meeting you," Rob stammered, drenched in cold sweat, his limbs trembling. This was undoubtedly a powerhouse of the Dou Ling level. Annihilating his entire mercenary corps would be as effortless as blowing away dust. Rob shook his face and lowered his head, saying, "My lord, I am entirely at your command and shall undoubtedly give my utmost effort." "Very well," Hai Buodong nodded, tossing a jade vial towards him. "This is your deposit, and more will follow." Upon catching a glimpse of its contents, Rob's face brightened with joy. "Elixirs, third-grade elixirs. My lord, please issue your commands, and I shall brave fire and water without hesitation." Chapter 39, Qinglin. In the western part of the city, at the camp of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were overwhelmed with fervor at the sight of the elixirs. Each third-grade elixir was worth at least 10,000 gold coins, and here lay a full 10 before them. After years of mercenary work, they had scarcely earned enough to procure such treasures. How could my third brother, merely a first-grade alchemist, possibly possess third-grade elixirs? Surely these are your own possessions. Do not jest with us. I am not joking, Elbow chuckled. These were crafted by his master. I lack such resources myself. If you truly do not wish to accept them, do not blame me later. Cough, cough. Brother, since they are a gift from our third brother, we must accept them. Xiao Ding remarked. You have traveled a great distance to bring these. We cannot refuse. Very well then, I appreciate your kindness, Xiao Ding clasped his hands in gratitude and stored the items in his spatial ring. He then summoned the entire mercenary corps for a celebratory banquet, indulging in copious feasts of roasted chickens and cattle. With 10 third-grade elixirs in hand, the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps faced no financial constraints, and the modest cost of provisions was of little concern. The following day, Elbow awoke gradually under the gentle care of Qinglin, a maid assigned by Xiao Ding, who considered Elbow a pampered alchemist. "Oh, it is nothing. Please continue," Elbow chuckled lightly. Qinglin hesitated momentarily before nodding slowly, delicately wiping the beads of water from Elbow's face with a fine cloth. "What is your name, young lady?" Elbow inquired softly, his tone gentle, careful not to startle her. I am called Qinglin," the shy girl replied timidly. "The leader sent me to attend to you, as your maid." Elbow smiled, satisfied that his elixirs had finally procured him the companionship he desired. Though he could easily claim Qinglin for himself, he was unaware of her own thoughts, and thus he chose to proceed with caution. "Oh, where is your leader?" "I do not know," Qinglin replied, her head bowed as if she had erred. "I am merely a maid and am not entitled to such knowledge." "Oh, I see," Elbow said, gently ruffling her hair. "There is no need to worry. I am not blaming you, merely inquiring. Do not overthink it." Oh, Qinglin blushed, nodding shyly. Once she had completed her tasks, Elbow led her to find Xiao Ding, for he intended to seek out the Waihu, as perhaps Xiao Yan had already embarked on his journey through the desert. Upon exiting the room, many mercenaries were already awake. Though they had feasted and drank freely the previous night, none dared to lower their vigilance, for relaxation could easily spell death. As Elbow emerged, all he encountered greeted him with nods and smiles, showing him great respect. Yet the moment they caught sight of Qinglin by his side, their expressions inexplicably turned cold. Qinglin followed closely behind Elbow, her head bowed in deference. Not daring to look up, Elbow gently ruffled her little head and remarked, "My dear, it appears that you have not been faring well here, have you?" "No, not at all." Qinglin hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, "The captain and Sister Xuelan have treated me kindly. They ensure I have enough to eat every day, and they have neither hit nor scolded me, nor have they allowed me to go hungry." Elbow's expression shifted slightly. It had been a long time since he had experienced hunger, perhaps only during his childhood when his family had endured such hardships. However, in the memories of the original owner, there were frequent instances of going days with barely any sustenance. "Would you like to stay by my side from now on?" Elbow inquired, affectionately stroking her head. "When you are with me, no one will look down upon you, and no one will dare to strike or bully you. Qinglin paused for a moment, hesitatingly responding, but the captain has already given me to you. Elbow was momentarily taken aback, his face lighting up with joy. That's splendid. From now on, just call me young master. There is no need for sir. Do you understand? Yes, young master, Qinglin replied, her eyes sparkling as she sweetly addressed him. Come, young master will take you to our new residence. Elbow took her hand, and after bidding farewell to Xiao Ding, they proceeded to acquire a house in the city. Watching Elbow and Qinglin depart, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li fell into a contemplative silence. Brother, do you believe what he said is true? Xiao Li queried. They had established a relatively competent mercenary group in this treacherous desert, not by mere luck, but through intelligence. I suppose it is a mix of truth and falsehood, Xiao Ding replied, shaking his head. I cannot discern his intentions, nor can I ascertain what he desires. However, one thing is certain, he harbors no malice towards us. We possess nothing of significance for him to covet, and he has taken nothing from us. Perhaps he truly has a good rapport with Xiao Yan. Indeed, brother. Under the command of Hai Bo Dong, the Sand Mercenary Group, led by Rob, ventured to a flat expanse of sand southeast of Stone Desert City to commence their excavations. Many within the city took note of this activity. After observing for a while, they soon departed. The actions of the Sand Mercenary Group appeared utterly absurd, akin to aimlessly selecting a random spot and digging with great effort. After digging for a good couple of hours, they encountered naught but sand, soft, yielding sand that quickly filled the freshly excavated holes, rendering their efforts futile. Not only the onlookers, but even Rob himself began to feel a rising irritation. After laboring for so long without discovering anything, he found himself increasingly vexed. Captain, shall we continue digging? Rob huffed. From this moment on, for every hour of digging, each of you shall be rewarded with 100 gold coins. No one is permitted to stop. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries' eyes brightened. 100 gold coins may not compare to what they earned on missions, but the safety it promised was appealing. Instantly, the morale of the mercenaries soared, dispelling their earlier frustrations. Listening to Rob's words, Hai Bo Dong furrowed his snow-white brows. The map had been drawn by his own hand, and there was no reason for it to be inaccurate. After a moment's contemplation, Hai Bo Dong retrieved the map and a ruler, sketching and measuring before heading to the site to delineate a smaller area for the Sand Mercenary Group to continue their excavation. However, Rob was left speechless upon observing the range provided by Hai Bo Dong, which was even larger than the area he had previously excavated. In the heart of the city, within a quaint two-story building, in the bedroom, Qinglin's face flushed crimson, her porcelain-like skin resembling a small apple. As she trembled slightly while using a jade piece to assist LV Bo in applying the burning blood ointment. Be careful, my dear, this is a 4th-grade elixir. LV Bo chuckled lightly. Qinglin's hand trembled at the unexpected remark. Haha, I was just teasing you. Do not worry, it's merely burning blood. It is not something exceedingly precious. LV Bo laughed heartily, jesting. My lord, you frighten me, Qinglin murmured softly, though her hands grew steadier, shedding the earlier shyness. How old are you this year? LV Bo inquired. I do not know, Qinglin sniffed, lowering her head. I was abandoned as a child and have no knowledge of my birth date. LV Bo fell silent, reminiscent of his own origins. Born into servitude with no awareness of his past. But Sister Xuelan said I should be 15 this year, Qinglin added, referring to a kind member of the Mo Tai mercenary group who had always looked out for her. 15, huh? That's not illegal, LV Bo muttered, feeling a tinge of relief. My lord, what did you say? Qinglin did not catch his words. It's nothing, LV Bo replied with a dry chuckle. At that moment, a commotion arose outside the window as Hai Bo Dong climbed through. Qinglin gasped in surprise, retreating behind LV Bo upon seeing the unfamiliar figure at the window. It's all right, this is my, guardian, LV Bo reassured her, patting her head. Hai Bo Dong's lips twitched. How had he become a guardian? Nevertheless, he thought it acceptable to serve as a protector for a 6th-grade alchemist, despite being a crippled Do Huang. LV Bo, the search for the has not gone smoothly, Hai Bo Dong stated solemnly. Chapter 40, Hai Bo Dong. No one understands maps better than I do. Inside the small building, after quietly listening to Hai Bo Dong's account, LV Bo furrowed his brow. Despite a day's efforts, he had made no discoveries. It seemed his luck was rather poor. He was aware that there was no beneath the earth. Yet he was fixated on the 11. The pure energy contained within was undoubtedly capable of helping him refine a small nirvana golden body. Without it, even upon reaching Canaan Academy, he would be unable to cultivate the Azure Sky Transformation Dragon technique. This was an insurmountable obstacle he could not bypass. My dear, do you have any insights? LV Bo inquired gently, glancing at the timid Qinglin. Hai Bo Dong rolled his eyes. What could this maid possibly know? Wasn't she merely here out of disdain for his old age? Upon hearing LV Bo's question, Qinglin momentarily froze, her face turning beet red. After a brief hesitation, she spoke. My lord, there is something peculiar in the southeast direction of the city. Several months ago, I sensed a powerful aura emerging from the southeastern part of the city. It was a resonance from my bloodline. Under the attentive gaze of LV Bo and Hebadong, Qinglin managed to finish her statement. Bloodline. Hebadong's eyes flickered, but he refrained from probing further. Since that is the case, let us venture to the southeast of the city, LV Bo declared, rising to his feet as Qinglin assisted him in dressing. Young Master Qinglin gently helped Lu Bo don his long robe and softly inquired, Do you not wish to ask about the matters concerning bloodlines? Lu Bo, glancing down at the petite maid who barely reached his chest and dared not meet his gaze, smiled and replied, If Qinglin wishes to share, I shall listen. If not, I shall not press further. It is of no great significance. Qinglin lifted her head, her emerald eyes sparkling with light. Young master. Lu Bo paused, for within those verdant orbs, he distinctly perceived 3 swirling points. The 3-hued pupils of the emerald serpent flickered in Lu Bo's gaze, but he soon regained his composure. Wrapping his arms around Qinglin's delicate waist and revealing his violet cloud wings as he soared into the sky. In the southeastern part of the city, after a day of busyness, the glaring sunlight of the desert gradually waned, and the sweltering heat swiftly diminished. My lord, we have toiled all day. Should we not take a moment to rest? The night in the desert can be quite frigid, Rob cautiously suggested. Hebadong remained silent for a moment, then shook his head and said solemnly, Let us wait a little longer. The expression in Rob's eyes subtly shifted as he was about to speak further, but he noticed Hebadong gazing intently at the sky. Out of curiosity, Rob instinctively followed his gaze, only to be taken aback and exclaim, Is that the wings of battle energy? In the sky, a figure adorned with wings rapidly approached, and in the twilight that had yet to fully descend, the person's features remained obscured. Hebadong's expression darkened. Could it be someone from the Lord's residence? If so, that could pose some complications. However, before his thoughts could settle, the figure drew nearer, becoming increasingly familiar, and within moments, landed before them. Lu Bo? Hebadong exclaimed in astonishment. Looking at the wings behind Lu Bo, wasn't his battle energy mastery merely at the level of a battle master? Could he have mastered a flying battle technique? After a brief moment of surprise, Hebadong began to speculate, yet his unease only deepened. This young man was becoming increasingly difficult to fathom. Had he indeed acquired a technique from a powerful faction, coming here to hone his skills? With a swift motion, Lu Bo descended before Hebadong, holding Qinglin, who trembled slightly but bore a hint of excitement on her youthful face. After all, she was no exception to the spirited nature of youth. This is Rob, the steward of the Sand Mercenary Corps. Hebadong indicated towards Rob. Greetings, my lord. Rob immediately bowed in respect. Lacking Hebadong's perceptiveness and unaware that it was a flying battle technique, instinctively mistaking it for genuine wings of battle energy. Moreover, Hebadong's demeanor aligned with his expectations. It was entirely reasonable for a battle spirit to assist a battle king. Have your subordinates pause for a moment. Lu Bo instructed, then turned to Qinglin. Please wait a moment, young master, Qinglin softly replied, gently closing her eyes to attune herself to the surroundings. After a brief while, she pointed in a specific direction, saying, Young master, it should be in that direction. Hebadong hesitated briefly but, after some contemplation, remained silent. Under Qinglin's guidance, Lu Bo approached a sand dune, where Qinglin traced a rough outline in the sand and declared, Young master, it must be right here. The corners of Hebadong's eyes twitched slightly. That location had already deviated from the range he had specified. Upon hearing this, Elbow nodded slightly, and a surging force of soul power erupted from his brow, sweeping forth to envelop the area designated by Qinglin. Beside him, Rob, who had been following closely, nearly fell to his knees, as the pressure emanating from the soul was nearly overwhelming. However, the intensity of this soul power was fleeting. Let us begin, Elbow called out, summoning the members of the Sandshifter mercenary group. The mercenaries sighed in relief. The area specified by Qinglin was significantly smaller than that provided by Hebadong, making the task at hand much more manageable. Is it feasible? Hebadong approached, casting a glance at Qinglin and inquiring nonchalantly. In matters of mapping, he was indeed an expert. My senses will not lead me astray, Qinglin replied, her delicately arched brows furrowing slightly. Hebadong smirked. This was his map, and none understood it better than he did. My lord, we have found it. At that moment, the mercenaries exclaimed in delight. Upon hearing this, Hebadong froze, an awkward expression creeping onto his aged face. Let us proceed, map expert, Elbow chuckled lightly, taking Qinglin's small hand and leading her toward the site of excavation. Hebadong's lips twitched. That insufferable youth had no respect for elders whatsoever. At the excavation site, a hole approximately half a meter in diameter appeared beneath the yellow sands. The mercenaries dared not approach, clearing the area for Dou, vividly recalling the scene of his earlier descent. They would not dare touch anything sought by a Dou Wang powerhouse. Young master, it is here, Qing Lin whispered. The lingering aura of the adversary is still quite potent. As Hai Buodong approached, he suddenly sensed something, his expression shifting dramatically as he retreated in alarm, exclaiming, Queen Medusa. Damn it, her aura is emanating from within that hole. With that, Hai Buodong roared, his fighting spirit erupting. And the chill of the night desert became biting as a sinister wind howled. Hearing his scream, the surrounding mercenaries scrambled away in terror, fleeing from the entrance. Queen Medusa was known as a merciless killer, with a body count sufficient to fill an entire city. What are you so nervous about? Dou retorted. If she were truly here, would you even be able to sense her presence? Hi, why are you still dawdling? Come on. Dou shook his head, urging him to hurry over. Rob, you are in charge of guarding the entrance. No one is allowed to enter. Yes, at your command, my lord, Rob responded. Standing at attention, Hai Buodong gazed into the dark abyss of the hole, a wave of trepidation washing over him. The psychological trauma inflicted by Queen Medusa loomed large in his mind. At the height of his power, he had reached Dou Huang 5-star, yet before Medusa, he had stood no chance, utterly crushed and beaten. Are we going or not? Let us go, Hai Buodong sighed, conceding. He knew Medusa was not present, yet the unease lingered. Clear the way, Dou huffed, pointing toward the hole. Hai Buodong's face twitched. He had no choice but to obediently lead the way, for he was outmatched and had need of Dou's assistance. Being an alchemist is truly a delightful affair. Hai Buodong couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Chapter 41, A Different Expression. Under the watchful gaze of Dou, Hai Buodong gracefully leaped into the entrance of the cave and slid down its slope. The entrance was inclined sharply into the earth, and upon seeing this, Dou embraced Qing Lin and followed suit, plunging into the opening with a splash. As they watched the trio depart, the remaining members of the Sand Mercenary group exchanged glances, bewildered and uncertain about their next course of action. Indeed, observing that only their own faction remained on this territory, they glanced at the dark entrance, and one team member stealthily approached Rob. Captain, should we? The individual gestured, implying a desire to seize some advantage. Rob shot him a fierce glare and swiftly delivered a slap, exclaiming in fury, Are you seeking death? Don't drag me into it. That's a fighter king and a fighter spirit. Have you lost your senses? Yes, Captain is absolutely right. The man nodded submissively, daring not to voice any dissent. Rob huffed, shifting his gaze outward to remain vigilant. Knowing that this group had a solid reputation, they delivered what they promised without hesitation. He had no intention of reaching for unattainable heights and courting disaster. Inside the cave, after several minutes of descent, Hai Buodong and Dou with Qing Lin landed on a relatively flat and spacious fan-shaped area. However, before them lay dozens of passages densely branching in various directions. Holding the moonlight stone aloft, Hai Buodong and Dou stared vacantly at the labyrinth of tunnels, unsure of which path to take. It's up to you, my dear. Dou smiled. Understood, young master, Qing Lin replied, her eyes brightening as she stepped forward, gently closing her eyes to silently seek out the passage with the most potent aura. Hi, what do you think? Dou inquired softly. How would I know? Hai Buodong retorted irritably. I can only map the terrain. I'm not skilled at locating exotic flames. Then let me rephrase that, Dou mused, stroking his chin. Which passage frightens you the most? Hai Buodong. If I weren't at a disadvantage against you, I would make you understand why flowers bloom so beautifully. Speak up, Dou urged. That one, Hai Buodong responded begrudgingly, pointing to a passage slightly to the left after a moment of contemplation. At that moment, Qing Lin opened her eyes and indicated a leftward passage, saying, Young master, although every passage bears that person's aura, this one is the strongest. With a dark expression, Hai Buodong lamented, I should have delayed a bit longer. Ha ha ha, Qing Lin is truly remarkable, Dou exclaimed with laughter, lifting Qing Lin by the waist and spinning her around, his joy evident. Young master, please put me down, Qing Lin exclaimed, her fair face flushed with embarrassment. Let us go take a look, Dou said with a smile, gently setting her down. Though Qing Lin felt a tinge of disappointment, she mused that it would have been fine to remain in his embrace. Hai Buodong nodded, leading the way into the passage he had just indicated, placing a moonlight stone every couple of 100 meters along the route to mark their path and provide illumination. Qing Lin, hold on a moment, Dou said, stopping her and retrieving a jade token the size of his thumb, which he hung around her neck. This is a protective formation chart that will shield you in times of peril, Dou gently remarked, stroking her little head with a smile. This is a minor formation crafted by Dou, primarily serving the purposes of defense and early warning. The two-headed fire spirit snake possesses formidable strength. Hence Liu Bo must remain vigilant. Thank you, young master, Qing Lin replied, cradling the jade tablet and nodding repeatedly, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Hai Bo Dong moved swiftly. In such an environment, caution was a luxury. The long corridor felt as if one could easily touch the rocky ceiling above. In this scenario, danger loomed with no avenue for retreat. It was a narrow path where one must advance courageously. Thus, Hai Bo Dong needed to traverse this passage expeditiously. Liu Bo, holding Qing Lin, followed closely behind Hai Bo Dong, sharing a similar mindset. They must navigate this corridor without delay. Those who have played horror games know that the most dreaded places are the hallways, for they evoke genuine fear. Liu Bo now found himself in a situation akin to a corridor in a horror game. As the three of them hurried forward on their four legs, the moonstone in Hai Bo Dong's hand was depleted, yet the surrounding temperature began to rise. Thanks to the icy fighting spirit within him, Hai Bo Dong quickly sensed this change, his face lighting up with delight. Could it be that there truly exists a foreign flame? With this thought, he quickened his pace. Liu Bo also sensed the shift and quickened his steps, keeping up with him while cradling Qing Lin. Moments later, the passage opened up dramatically, and the trio emerged onto a protruding platform, greeted by an endless sea of molten lava. Upon witnessing this scene, both Qing Lin and even Hai Bo Dong could not suppress their astonishment. As the lava bubbled, numerous bubbles rolled and burst, releasing a foul miasma that wafted through the air. Hai Bo Dong stared blankly at the molten sea before him. What should they do next? Qing Lin, her eyes wide, scanned the expanse of lava, sensing an unusual aura. I shall take a look, Liu Bo declared, his shoulders trembling as he unfurled his purple cloud wings and soared above the sea of lava. To locate the heart of the green lotus flame, he could only rely on the two-headed fire spirit snake, given the vastness of the molten expanse. It was impossible for him to explore it all in a matter of days. Thus, Liu Bo aimed to lure the serpent out from its lair. At the mouth of the passage, Hai Bo Dong plopped down to rest, feeling that he was no longer needed. Faced with the sea of lava, he was at a loss for what to do, especially without the wings of fighting spirit. He felt helpless to assist. Qing Lin, disregarding Hai Bo Dong, continued to scan the lava surface intently. She indeed sensed something, though it felt elusive. What should she do? Should she inform the young master? In her emerald green eyes, three little flowers flickered in and out of view, her expression fraught with conflict. Suddenly, the lava roiled inexplicably, producing a sound that was noticeably louder than the other bubbles bursting. Qing Lin's gaze shifted immediately, and she cried out, "Young master, something is following you." Hai Bo Dong jolted upright, his icy fighting spirit swirling around him. On the other side, Liu Bo had already sensed the anomaly the moment it appeared. Without needing any warning from Qing Lin, with a resounding boom, a colossal pillar of magma erupted violently, surging towards Bo from the sea of molten rock. Finally, it has emerged. A glimmer sparked in Bo's eyes. Chapter 42, The Awakening of the Azure Serpent's Triflowered Eyes. Hiss! A sharp, piercing hiss suddenly echoed, followed by the explosive eruption of the massive magma pillar, striking diagonally upward towards Bo. Beneath the surface of the magma sea, two pairs of crimson beastly eyes flickered ominously, filled with brutality and bloodlust. "I have been waiting for you." A flash of brilliance crossed Bo's gaze as he abruptly turned, slamming his palm downward, unleashing a torrent of soul power that transformed into a colossal hand, striking horizontally. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated through the cave as the soaring magma pillar collided with an invisible barrier, erupting violently in all directions, with countless droplets of magma scattering like petals in the wind. Bo bellowed, his colossal soul hand howling downwards, pressing against the magma pillar, his fingers curling tightly around the two-headed fire spirit serpent. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The two-headed fire spirit serpent, sensing the restraints upon its body, erupted in a series of furious hisses, its robust form twisting and struggling. At the tunnel's exit, Hai Bo Dong gathered his chilling energy, his expression grave as he observed the fierce battle between Bo and the fire serpent. Both Bo's unleashed soul power and the magma pillar from the serpent exerted considerable pressure upon him, particularly the latter. The clash of ice and fire created a delicate balance where the stronger would dominate the other completely. In such an environment, facing that beast would undoubtedly be daunting. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of magma exploding resonated repeatedly, and Bo's expression suddenly changed. The creature was exceedingly slippery, and he felt his grip on it loosening. Attempting to flee, Bo shouted, endeavoring to pull the fire serpent from the surface of the magma sea. Simultaneously, he raised his left hand slightly, channeling a shard of soul power that transformed into a piercing, icy beam, plunging into the body of the two-headed fire serpent with a soft thud. Hiss! The two-headed fire serpent let out a pained scream, but at that moment, a surge of crimson light erupted from its body, as molten rock seeped through the gaps in its scales. Then, with a twist, it managed to break free from the grasp of the soul power and escape. Splash! The magma surged, and the two-headed fire serpent dove into it, vanishing like a fish in the ocean. Elbow's expression darkened. It truly escaped. At the tunnel's exit, the energy that Hai Buodong had gathered slowly subsided, and he silently lamented the missed opportunity, realizing that this magma beast was indeed a formidable opponent. From the aftermath of the battle, it was clear that the creature's strength was on par with his own, likely at the spirit fighter level. Damned Elbow couldn't help but curse inwardly. The two-headed fire serpent was indeed elusive. What now? Elbow furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply. Knowing that to locate the azure lotus heart fire and its corresponding seed, he would need to rely on the two-headed fire serpent, the local creature of this realm. It was utterly impossible for him to find a lotus flower amidst this vast sea of magma. That would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as Elbow was lost in thought, four pairs of vengeful gazes suddenly emerged from below. Elbow's heart stirred, and he instinctively raised an eyebrow. Those vengeful creatures. However, this is a fortuitous circumstance, suggesting that there remains a chance to seize it. Elbow pondered momentarily, then gradually soared towards the distant expanse of the magma sea, his attention shifting from the ground beneath him to the horizon ahead. With a gentle flutter of his wings, he glided languidly, even exposing his back to the two-headed fire spirit serpent lurking below. Yet, after a few breaths, the two piercing gazes in his perception vanished, and the sensation of being watched dissipated. How curious, Elbow mused silently, continuing his ploy to lure the enemy, even presenting a more pronounced vulnerability. At that moment, however, Elbow's body abruptly stiffened. This beast was known for its vengeful nature, unlikely to relent after being struck, yet it was also remarkably astute, adept at avoiding danger. Suddenly, a rumbling sound of churned magma echoed, and the two-headed fire serpent shot forth like an arrow, breaking through the magma surface and ascending towards the platform at the tunnel's exit, swiftly darting towards Hai Buodong and Qinglin. Cunning creature. Elbow's gaze turned frigid as he cursed under his breath. With a sudden surge, his purple cloud wings trembled, unleashing a sonic boom as he transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling towards Qinglin and Hai Buodong. At the tunnel's exit, witnessing Elbow gain the upper hand in a brief skirmish against the fire serpent, Qinglin breathed a sigh of relief. Fear not, your lord is exceptionally formidable, Hai Buodong remarked, casting a glance at Qinglin. Initially, he had assumed Elbow sought out this little maid out of disdain for him, but now, who could possibly think that? Throughout this journey, Qinglin's contributions had far surpassed those of him, a master of cartography and former emperor of the original Dou. Even without his presence, Elbow could have easily arrived here relying solely on Qinglin. Where on earth did this lad find such a girl? Hai Buodong's expression grew solemn. He increasingly found Qinglin inscrutable, and Elbow even more so. Qinglin, oblivious to the shift in Hai Buodong's demeanor, fixated her verdant gaze upon the magma sea, sensing that the beast had either departed or remained. If only she could assist her lord, she thought, grinding her small silver teeth in frustration, feeling utterly powerless to intervene. But just then, Qinglin's expression shifted dramatically as a deafening explosion erupted, and the gigantic two-headed fire serpent burst forth from the magma. Be careful, Hai Buodong shouted, and in an instant, a frost-laden spear materialized in his grasp, striking like a venomous serpent towards the gaping maw of the fire serpent. A chilling wind surged forth, and this strike was potent enough to claim the fire serpent's life. Having witnessed the beast's prior prowess, Hai Buodong understood that stopping it was beyond his capacity. Nevertheless, the two-headed fire serpent possessed two heads. Although he aimed for its vital spot, he failed to compel it to retreat. The fire serpent let out a thunderous roar, the head struck by Hai Buodong exhaling a fiery torrent to meet the icy spear. Meanwhile, the other head opened its gaping jaws, lunging towards Qinglin. With glistening fangs that gleamed ominously and a foul odor assaulting her senses, the two-headed fire serpent's small, vengeful eyes sparkled with malice. Qinglin's face turned ashen. Having never encountered such a terrifying scene, she instinctively screamed in terror. Meanwhile, a delicate yellow aura emerged from the jade pendant upon her chest. A protective array bestowed upon her by Elbow accompanied by her piercing cry, 3 diminutive green blossoms gradually manifested within her emerald-hued eyes. The moment these verdant flowers appeared, a spectral light erupted fiercely from her gaze, enveloping the dual-headed fire serpent in an instant. The serpent, poised to pounce, suddenly froze in place, rendered motionless by the eerie luminescence. As this strange glow began to retract swiftly, it ultimately transformed into 2 tiny green blossoms. which were imprinted upon the heads of the serpent. Elbow, who was rushing forward, momentarily halted, recalling the restraining effect of the green serpent's triflower pupil on serpentine beasts, a detail he had overlooked. Chapter 43. The Earthfire Lotus Seed Acquired. Drink. Hai Buodong bellowed, his spear vibrating violently in his grasp before sweeping horizontally, striking the fire serpent like a whip. A resounding crash echoed as the immense force sent the dual-headed fire serpent flying. Hai Buodong swiftly grasped Qinglin's shoulder, urging her to retreat. Standing firm with his spear, Hai Buodong guarded the dual-headed fire serpent, now ensnared by Elbow. This creature was indeed cunning, yet as Elbow had not dealt a lethal blow, neither did he rush. With their combined strength, they were more than capable of handling this fire serpent. Once Qinglin had sufficiently recovered, Hai Buodong inquired, "How shall we deal with this creature? What is our next step?" Elbow stroked his chin, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. He couldn't simply voice them outright, could he? Young Master Qinglin tugged at Elbow's hand, speaking timidly. "If we seek thee, perhaps it holds some knowledge." Her words caused Hai Buodong's expression to shift. "Does it know where thee is? How do you know this?" Qinglin, lowering her head and avoiding Elbow's gaze, fidgeted with her fingers. "I believe I can sense its intentions." Hai Buodong's eyes widened as he glanced between Qinglin and the green blossoms atop the fire serpent's heads, a dawning realization causing his mouth to twitch in disbelief. "Girl, where does it say thee is?" Elbow inquired with a gentle smile, ruffling Qinglin's hair. Qinglin's cheeks flushed, then she composed herself. "Young master, it says the lies below." She pointed her delicate fingers toward the surface of the magma sea. "What? Thee is beneath the magma?" Hai Buodong exclaimed, his eyes widening in incredulity. "How can we retrieve it?" With a surge of spiritual fire enveloping him, Elbow swiftly shielded himself and leaped into the magma sea, following the dual-headed fire serpent into the depths below. Hai Buodong wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Even in his prime, he would not have dared to swim through magma. As he watched Elbow and the fire serpent vanish from sight, concern flickered in his eyes. If anything were to go awry, all his efforts would be in vain. Qinglin settled down in a nearby spot, her emerald eyes shimmering with a faint glow. Yet her expression remained calm. Observing this, Hai Buodong felt a slight relief. It appeared that the situation was under control. As time gradually slips away, within the subterranean world of molten lava, only the rumbling sounds of the rolling magma can be heard. Hai Buodong, though not particularly loquacious, remains unfazed by the peculiar Qinglin, who, engrossed in her own thoughts, sits quietly, her eyes shimmering with an ethereal glow as she attentively observes Lu Bo's movements. Beneath the molten sea, the surroundings transition from crimson to ebony, then to a deep azure, ultimately revealing a lotus platform enveloped in a blue radiance, coming into Lu Bo's line of sight. Marvelous! His eyes sparkled with brilliance. The accompanying purple crystal source was no longer sufficient to support his cultivation of the Nirvana golden body, yet the earth fire lotus seeds could. There were a total of 11 here, ample enough for him to solidify his Nirvana golden body. Once he further honed his physical form, he could commence the refinement of the lesser Nirvana golden body. He chuckled, rubbing his hands together in anticipation, and produced a sharpened jade shard he had long prepared. After an indeterminate amount of time, a smile of delight suddenly appeared on Qinglin's face as she gazed at the molten sea surface. Noticing this, Hai Buodong felt a stir within him. It seemed Lu Bo had succeeded. After pondering for a moment without any clear insights, Hai Buodong decided to dismiss it, focusing solely on restoring his strength. If he were at his peak, the fire spirit serpent would not dare to launch a surprise attack. A single strike from him could encase it in ice. With a swish, Lu Bo and the two-headed fire spirit serpent simultaneously breached the molten surface, landing beside Hai Buodong and Qinglin. However, upon seeing Lu Bo empty-handed, Hai Buodong furrowed his brow. Although he wielded ice attribute combat energy, he understood that such extraordinary flames could not be stored in a spatial ring. Someone got there first, Lu Bo shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Who? Hai Buodong raised an eyebrow. Without uttering a word, Lu Bo presented two colorful serpent scales. Hai Buodong's eyes twitched, instinctively taking 2 steps back. The scales emanated a distinct aura of Medusa, rendering his countenance grim. Damn it, it's the aura of Medusa? Old Hai, it's merely serpent scales. There's no need to be so tense, Lu Bo teased. What do you know? Hai Buodong's face flushed with embarrassment, anger flaring as he retorted, That's Medusa we're talking about. She kills without a second thought. You have no idea how terrifying she truly is. Lu Bo maintained a bemused smile, remaining silent while Hai Buodong vented his frustrations, accusing Lu Bo of ignorance and foolishness. After a while, he realized Lu Bo was being deliberately provocative, rolling his eyes in annoyance before shifting the topic. So what now? The items are already in Medusa's hands. Do you wish to continue? Of course, I intend to make a trip to the desert, Lu Bo replied lightly. It's a perfect opportunity to witness Medusa's prowess and gather some medicinal herbs for you. However, before that, I need to refine some elixirs. Let South leave this place first, Qinglin said, beckoning to the two-headed fire spirit serpent. Instantly, a green flower atop the serpent's head glowed brightly, transforming into a green light that darted into Qinglin's sleeve. Young master, we may depart now, Qinglin smiled, pleased with her newfound little companion. Hai Buodong sighed. Reflecting on the fact that this creature's combat power was on par with his own, he could not help but feel envious of the young girl. As the trio and their beast departed, this realm of molten rock once more succumbed to an eternal silence. Chapter 44. The Activation of the Celestial Serpent Manor. In the expansive chamber of the Sand Mercenary Core Base within Stone Desert City, Lu Bo sat cross-legged upon a cerulean lotus platform, a translucent flame hovering before him, enveloping a golden ammunition that spun languidly. Intricate patterns radiated across the ground, intertwining and converging at the center, where the azure scale and the fire spirit serpent stood guard. This was a substantial protective formation, primarily serving to conceal his aura, as Lu Bo was engaged in alchemy. In the secluded corners of Stone Desert City, it was all too easy to attract the attention of the authorities. Upon the rooftop outside, Hai Buodong gazed at the elixir floating before Lu Bo, his throat involuntarily constricting, his murky eyes brimming with longing. The Imperial Essence Pill, a 6th-grade elixir. Its purpose being to facilitate the swift and unscathed ascension of a Dou Huang to a higher star rank. Previously, Hai Buodong, boasting exceptional talent, had reached the Dou Huang level by the mere age of 34, his prowess rivaling that of Yun Yun, the current leader of the Yunlan sect. Thus, he had scorned the need to rely on such elixirs, believing himself no less formidable without them. However, now, he found the allure irresistible. Even though separated by the formation, unable to smell a thing, Hai Buodong still felt its undeniable charm. He had endured the torment of being suppressed for over 20 years, his frustration palpable. Buzz. The golden elixir had reached its perfect form. A pale golden energy ripple suddenly erupted from within, striking against the protective formation with a resounding thud, causing the energy shield to quiver. Within the heart of the formation, the azure scale and the two-headed fire spirit serpent trembled slightly, yet the energy ripple was fleeting, dissipating swiftly, leaving the protective formation unscathed. Success in forming the elixir, Hai Buodong murmured upon witnessing the scene. Lu Bo had concocted 2 elixirs in recent days. One was the Dou Ling pill for Dou Huang breakthroughs, and the other was the Imperial Essence pill before him. Hai Buodong felt fortunate that he had not completely antagonized Lu Bo. Indeed, he was a 6th-grade alchemist, his alchemical prowess unparalleled in Hai Buodong's lifetime. If previously he had been compelled to submit to Lu Bo's strength, now he was genuinely convinced, harboring no dissent. Not particularly arduous, Lu Bo mused. 2 Imperial Essence pills and 1 Dou Ling pill, totaling 3 elixirs, completed in 10 days. This is quite satisfactory. The materials had been sourced from the Monster Beast Mountain Range, as well as some collections from the ancient city of Xiao Yan. One could not deny that the old man was quite affluent. Outside, just as Hai Buodong was about to speak, the cerulean lotus platform beneath Lu Bo glowed brightly, a surge of energy flooding into his body. Lu Bo raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his visage, before securing the elixirs and closing his eyes to begin his meditation. Was he attempting to break through to the 6-star Dou Shi realm? Hai Buodong's eyes widened. Wasn't a 6th-grade alchemist essentially a bona fide Dou Huang? How could he merely be a Dou Shi? This individual was truly enigmatic. Hai Buodong sighed, rubbing his temples. Half an hour later, Lu Bo within the formation slowly opened his eyes, feeling the circulating Dou Qi within him, a smile breaking uncontrollably upon his lips. Not bad, another upgrade. Lu Bo nodded in satisfaction. In truth, he possessed numerous methods to enhance his combat energy, such as directly devouring the Earth Fire Lotus Seed and the purple crystal source using the Devouring Ancestral Talisman. He could even consume the lotus platform beneath him. However, since these items were beneficial to him, Lu Bo could only patiently cultivate for the time being, especially the lotus platform, which was crucial for harnessing the blue lotus earth core fire. He could not afford any missteps. Are you ready, young master? Qinglin inquired with a delicate tone, stationed at the focal point of the formation, which did not require the expenditure of combat energy. Although the recent onslaught was absorbed by the fire spirit serpent, it still posed considerable pressure for someone who had yet to reach the fighter level like her. Lu Bo chuckled lightly, tapping his foot, causing the formation to vanish instantly. Understood. Hai Buodong intended to respond, but was taken aback by Lu Bo's soaring figure, prompting him to smirk. He summoned Captain Luo Bu, casually tossing him several medicinal pills and demanding strict confidentiality regarding the recent events. Failure to comply would incur consequences. Young master, can I cultivate? Qing Lin timidly asked, nestled in Lu Bo's embrace. She had merely watched Lu Bo fight during the last few encounters, feeling utterly helpless, unable even to maintain her position at the formation center. Upon hearing her words, Lu Bo, holding the petite Qing Lin, paused momentarily before breaking into a gentle smile. Of course, but I will be departing for the Serpent Clan tomorrow. I will request Old Hai to teach you. Thank you, young master, she replied, her small head nodding with delight. Lu Bo was truly wonderful to her. The following day, when Qing Lin awoke, Lu Bo had already departed, leaving her somewhat dispirited. Yet, upon being called by Hai Buodong, she sprang into action. As he spoke, Hai Buodong retrieved a vial of light green elixir from his storage ring and handed it to her. This is what your young master left for you, specifically for cultivating combat energy. The usage instructions are on this paper. You may read it for yourself. Such cultivation techniques require one to be at the fighter level, so your immediate goal is to reach that level. Yes, sir, she replied. You may go now. Hai Buodong waved her off. In the southeastern direction of the northwest continent, amidst a mountain range that bordered yet did not belong to the Black Corner domain, colossal structures were densely erected across the landscape, extending beyond the horizon. In the central area, a streak of light shot forth, landing within a northern edifice. Moments later, two beams of light, one green and one black, swiftly converged towards the center. However, in less than a few minutes, the two luminous entities soared into the sky. Heading northwest, does the three flower eyes of the azure serpent truly exist? The eight-winged black serpent king rumbled, shaking its massive head. Could the boss have sensed it incorrectly? Why didn't you voice this concern earlier? A woman clad in green shot a glance at it, her tone indifferent. I haven't seen my beloved Medusa in ages. I must go and pay her a visit. The eight-winged black serpent king swiftly changed the subject. Just be careful not to get yourself killed, she replied with a chuckle. As her words faded, the eight-winged black serpent king swayed its body and, accompanied by the green barbarian, surged towards the horizon. In the Taggart Desert, atop a sand dune, the sounds of shouts and clashing weapons reverberated continuously. Serpent Clan, we are from the Golden Goose sect. You cannot. It is you. The denizens of the fallen Goose Empire, who shall face the consequences. A cacophony of clashing sounds filled the air, gradually diminishing as the battle waned. In a corner, Elbow peered cautiously, smacking his lips in annoyance. What a hassle. Chapter 45. Young man, you cannot escape. Surrounding the Tagore Desert are four nations, the Gamma Empire, the Izumo Empire, the Fallen Goose Empire, and the Mulan Empire. While the Izumo Empire is in close proximity to the Tagore Desert, they do not share a border. In the original tale, it was the forces of the latter two nations, under the leadership of the Little Medicine Immortal, that launched an assault on the Gamma Empire. Within the Gamma Empire, the Jinyan sect and the Mulan Valley emerged as the most formidable factions, presenting significant challenges to both Xiao Yan and Medusa at that time. The Serpent Folk not only harbor animosity towards the Gamma Empire, but also hold grudges against the Fallen Goose Empire and the Mulan Empire. Conversely, they maintain a cordial relationship with the Izumo Empire, perhaps due to their mutual proficiency in the art of poison, or possibly as a reflection of the Serpent Folk's strategy of distant alliances and regional aggression. In summary, the geopolitical landscape of this region is extraordinarily intricate, with the four nations intertwined in a web of mutual enmity and balance of power. What Elbow currently observes is the Serpent Folk besieging the intruders from the Fallen Goose Empire. Generally speaking, the Serpent Folk do not concern themselves with skirmishes occurring at the desert's periphery, where Serpent Folk and humans engage in combat without oversight from their higher-ups. As such conflicts do not infringe upon core interests. However, they are now situated in the heartland of the Serpent Folk and the charming Serpent Tribe, where they will show no mercy to the intruders. These individuals from the Fallen Goose Empire are doomed. The full might of the charming Serpent Tribe is engaged, not only to eliminate the invaders, but also to find amusement, as they are encountering such weak humans who dare to trespass upon their territory for the first time. Elbow smacked his lips. The territory of the charming Serpent Tribe obstructed the most direct route to the Serpent Folk's holy city. Under normal circumstances, the garrison here would be minimal, allowing Elbow to slip through, but that is simply not feasible now. Furthermore, the most crucial point is that Elbow does not wish to take a detour. As for flying, that would draw far too much attention. In the original narrative, Xiao Yan attempted to soar over, only to be shot down by the Serpent Folk. While Elbow is not afraid of these Serpent Folk, such actions would surely attract unwelcome scrutiny. Let us wait and see, Elbow murmured, believing that once they recalled their forces, he would be able to proceed. The encircled individuals from the Fallen Goose Empire were reduced to a pitiful few, hardly a cause for concern. With this thought, Elbow concentrated his soul energy, enveloping himself in a guise that concealed his presence. Just then, a small snake, measuring 3 fingers in width, emerged from the sand, raising its body to gaze intently at elbow. Little snake, hisses, on the battlefield. Every single member of the fallen Goose Empire had met their demise, not due to their unwavering resolve or a vow of death before surrender, but rather because they understood all too well the fate that awaited them at the hands of the serpent folk, a fate worse than death. Thus, none dared to capitulate. Propping herself against the waist of a water serpent, Yume swayed slightly, contemplating a refreshing bath to unwind afterward. In truth, the strongest among the fallen Goose Empire were merely great fighters, rendering her presence unnecessary. Yet, she could not resist the urge to involve herself. Sensing the feedback from the energy snake, Yume's expression relaxed slightly. Her enemies had been completely vanquished. Wait, what? There's still one left. A gentle smile blossomed on the enchanting face of Yume as her delicate white hand swiftly struck out, unleashing a torrent of fighting spirit. A colossal azure serpent surged forth with a fierce roar, its gaping maw revealing enormous fangs poised to strike at a shadowy crevice among the sand dunes. With a resounding thud, Elbow executed a graceful somersault, leaping high into the air to evade the serpent's assault. Are there more adversaries? He pondered, realizing the depth of their concealment. Oh, this little man is rather handsome. Yume's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she beheld Elbow's leap. What a striking young gentleman. Elbow's lips twitched. He felt somewhat unfortunate, for his focus had been solely on concealing his presence. In his moment of distraction, he had neglected the fact that the serpent people could command serpents to sense their surroundings. Judging by your attire, you are not affiliated with the fallen Goose Empire, are you? Yume scrutinized Elbow, her azure serpent tail swaying gracefully as her crimson lips parted, her voice sultry and enticing. Elbow's eyes darted. Yet he remained silent, an idea blossoming in his mind. Perhaps he could expedite his journey to the serpent people's sacred city. Instantly, a violet fighting spirit surged forth, coalescing into a flowing garment of purple flames. Is he truly a fighter? The serpents exclaimed, laughter echoing around them. What a peculiar day to encounter such oblivious humans. It seems our bounty shall be plentiful. The sight of Elbow, embodying strength, elicited hearty laughter from the surrounding serpent folk, the weakest among them being formidable fighters, while their leader, Yume, wielded terrifying power at the level of a battle king. Stand down for now. This young gentleman is mine. I shall acquire myself a little slave, Yume commanded with a sultry tone, gesturing to her subordinates. The other serpents complied, retreating quietly, for they had to heed their leader's decree. Come now, this little slave appears quite promising. Let us hope our leader's indulgence will extend to us as well. Do not be foolish. He is merely a child of around 10 years, yet already a fighter. His potential is formidable. The leader must have other uses in mind. Bah, what worth has a mere slave, no matter how gifted? With a resounding explosion, the sands beneath Elbow erupted as he transformed into a streak of violet light, darting away with a speed that far surpassed that of an ordinary fighter. Ah, now this is intriguing. Yume's eyes gleamed with excitement, her interest in Elbow intensifying. With a flick of her azure serpent tail, she propelled herself after him with lightning speed. Handsome boy, you cannot escape. Surrender and become my slave. Elbow cast a sidelong glance, noting the mocking expression on Yume's face, as if capturing him were merely a matter of convenience. With a smirk, he pushed off the ground, accelerating once more. Yume, taken aback momentarily, soon resumed her pursuit with renewed interest, trailing Elbow leisurely, akin to a cat playing with its prey. As the chase unfolded, Yume had distanced herself from her main forces, the vibrant oasis of the serpent tribe shrinking into a mere speck amidst the vast desert. Dear boy, you seem to be losing your way. That direction is a realm even the serpent people avoid. Yume's laughter echoed behind him. Elbow raised an eyebrow, executing a swift pirouette and lightly tapping his toes, coming to a halt. Oh, not running anymore. In a few fleeting moments, Yume had arrived before Lu Bo, her teasing smile growing ever more pronounced. TSK. How rather dull, she lamented, propping her serpentine waist with an air of feigned distress. I expected you to struggle a bit more, As she spoke, Yume sensed something amiss. After such a prolonged flight for survival, this human remained utterly unfazed, his complexion unaltered and breath steady. Greetings, Chief Yume, Lu Bo said, nonchalantly flicking his sleeves, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Yume's expression shifted slightly, realizing she had drifted far from her tribe. This fellow is rather peculiar. A pang of unease struck her heart, prompting her to assess the situation further. If things took a turn for the worse, a strategic retreat would be prudent, with plans to settle the score later. With a swift motion, the wings of fighting spirit unfurled, and she soared into the sky. However, just as she lifted off the ground, a pale hand suddenly appeared before her. Bang! The sound of an explosive impact erupted, a terrifying force crashing against Yu Mei. Little serpent maiden, you cannot escape. Obediently stay and become my slave. Lu Bo's violet wings trembled behind him, his tone mocking, reminiscent of Yu Mei's earlier demeanor. Yet, Yu Mei's cries for aid fell on deaf ears, her countenance darkening with fury. Chapter 46. The advantage is mine. Who are you? Yu Mei's chest heaved with rapid breaths as she clenched her teeth, forcing down the raging blood within her, her delicate face now a shade of iron. A man's name remains unchanged, and his lineage unaltered, Lu Bo declared, playfully flicking his sleeves back, his laughter reverberating into the sky, brimming with bravado. I am Xiao Yan from the city of Wutan in the Gamma Empire. Unfamiliar. Yu Mei's face clouded over, a swirl of azure fighting spirit enveloping her. She had never heard of him. Could he be a recently ascended Do Wang? How can you not recognize me? Lu Bo exclaimed, smacking his lips in disbelief. I am the one who was jilted, the one who embodies the adage of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Yu Mei's expression darkened, realizing this fellow was merely toying with her. Human, leave the desert, depart from the serpent clan. And I shall hold no grudge, as if I have seen nothing, she retorted coldly. Though she had not discerned his true strength during their earlier encounter, she surmised it to be on par with her own. This was the desert, her domain. Here, the advantage lay with her. She resolved to test his capabilities. Armed with her own means of escape, should it come to that. TSK, little serpent maiden, Lu Bo chuckled lightly, poised to exchange barbs. But Yu Mei's gaze suddenly sharpened, a fierce intent igniting within her as she let out a piercing scream. What a decisive little serpent maiden, Lu Bo marveled, noting she had not even awaited the outcome of their negotiations. As her shriek resonated, a cacophony of sand rustling erupted, a vibrant multitude of serpents emerging from the grains, their bodies twisting rapidly as they lunged towards Lu Bo with the speed of lightning. This was the source of Yu Mei's confidence. Serpents in the desert could attack or retreat at will, and engaging in battle with them in their territory was undoubtedly unwise. Since you choose not to flee, shall you forfeit your life? Yu Mei scoffed coldly, poised to strike again. Yet the strikingly handsome youth surrounded by serpents remained utterly motionless. Yu Mei's expression shifted abruptly. Sensing that something was amiss, a chill coursed through her, prompting her to envelop herself with the wings of fighting spirit for protection, while her hands swiftly formed seals, ready to unleash her combat techniques. However, with a resounding thud, a fist, emerging from an unknown angle, struck her fiercely on the face. The impact sent a sharp pain through her visage, causing her nose to sting and her surroundings to spiral chaotically as she was flung through the air like a rag doll. Have you ever witnessed a fist the size of a sandbag? Lu Bo chuckled. Next moment, I'll obliterate Jianai. My apologies, I underestimated you. Yours is truly formidable. Yu Mei emerged from the sand, her enchanting face bruised and battered, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, with blood trickling from her nostrils, transforming the goddess into a vision of distress. Damn it, I shall slay this scoundrel. Yu Mei wiped the blood from her nose, gritting her teeth while cursing his lack of chivalry. Simultaneously, she pondered the anomaly. She had sensed no trace of fighting spirit emanating from him moments ago. Could it be a manifestation of soul power? As one of the leaders of the 8 tribes of the Serpent People, Yu Mei was well versed in the arcane, quickly discerning Lu Bo's peculiarities. Such adept utilization of soul power, could he be an alchemist? Her gaze flickered, but even if he were an alchemist, was he not overly formidable? Now it is my turn, little serpent girl, Lu Bo chuckled lightly, his feet barely touching the ground as an invisible wave of soul power radiated outward. Yu Mei scoffed. Did he truly believe he could initiate an assault in the desert against the Serpent King? Such folly. Transforming her hands into a peculiar hand seal, she cried out, her serpent tail lashing down upon the sandy surface. Boom. The sand dune beneath her erupted, sending towering waves of sand crashing toward Lu Bo amidst the tumult. The hissing of serpents echoed as countless venomous snakes lay concealed, poised to ambush Lu Bo. If he were merely an alchemist, he posed no real threat. Such individuals were notoriously fragile, their combat prowess lamentably weak. Yet, as this thought crossed her mind, Yu Mei's expression shifted drastically. The Serpent People's perception was unparalleled in the desert, and to her dismay, the enemy seemed to have vanished. No, his earlier movements were merely a feint. Terror gripped her as she recalled his ghostly speed. In that instant, her body instinctively softened as she crouched low, attempting to evade. Simultaneously, a wave of searing heat surged from behind her. A fist enveloped in violet flames suddenly materialized, the hot wind howling as it crashed against Yu Mei's smooth, porcelain-like back. Boom. With a splatter, Yu Mei's body quivered, her lips parting as she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her form swept away by the force, rolling across the sand until she finally came to a disheveled halt. Lu Bo stood triumphantly where she once was, hands clasped behind his back, a smirk playing upon his lips. So, how is it, little serpent girl? Do you still wish to capture me as your slave? Bah. Yu Mei spat out blood in fury. Today, I concede. You are indeed powerful, and I cannot best you. Yet, you lack the means to hold me captive. It is time for me to depart. Yu Mei let out a cold laugh, her hands forming intricate seals as a surge of azure energy erupted from her body. Suddenly, she trembled violently, and with a thunderous roar, it exploded into a myriad of tiny serpents that scattered across the sky. You shall await the relentless pursuit of the serpent clan. Lu Bo did not attempt to hinder her. Instead, he wore a cryptic smile, quietly observing her movements. Damn the scoundrel. I will bind you within the tribe and force you to concoct potions until naught remains. Yu Mei thought maliciously about how she would deal with Lu Bo, but was abruptly struck by the realization that she was ensnared within a pillar of earthy light. Unable to escape. What? Yu Mei gasped in shock as several azure serpents shot forth like arrows, colliding against the light pillar, but, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, they had no effect whatsoever. Cursed be this formation. When did it appear? Yu Mei felt both astonished and enraged. Now akin to a turtle in a jar, with no avenue for escape. Little serpent girl, do you truly believe you can flee? Lu Bo chuckled lightly. The countless serpents coalesced once more, revealing Yu Mei, whose complexion was exceedingly grim. You were not merely feigning an attack earlier, were you? You were setting up a formation. Yu Mei had always assumed that the enemy's previous stomp was just a ruse for close combat, never suspecting that he could establish such a formation in mere breaths. Hee. Lu Bo chuckled, his figure flickering before vanishing in an instant. Yu Mei's pupils constricted, her arms crossing defensively before her as her energy surged to shield herself. Suddenly, a soft sound pierced the air, and a sharp pain erupted in her chest and abdomen. Lu Bo's ghostly figure reappeared before her, his palm transformed into a knife, piercing her body. Yu Mei's face flushed with disbelief. All her efforts had been in vain. It was at this moment she realized that her strength was on an entirely different plane than Lu Bo's. With a light chuckle, Lu Bo relaxed his wrist and elbow, then explosively tightened them, transforming his palm into a fist as a terrifying force surged into Yu Mei. Boom. The sound of an explosion rang out as Yu Mei was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the formation. With a splatter, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lu Bo stepped forward, seizing her slender neck while his left hand, fingers poised, pressed against her forehead. An intangible flame of consciousness erupted, flooding into her soul. After several breaths, a slightly contorted, translucent fire mark slowly formed on Yu Mei's forehead. Perfect. The serpent girl slave has been successfully captured. Lu Bo clapped his hands with a light laugh. What have you done to me? Yu Mei screamed in terror, feeling something imprinted within her soul that she could not expel. Just a soul fire mark, Lu Bo replied with a smirk. Now, should I wish it, your soul could be incinerated and reduced to nothingness. Little serpent girl, you had better behave obediently. Upon hearing this, Yu Mei's expression darkened. This scoundrel truly intended to make her his slave. You fiend. I will kill you. She shrieked, her serpent tail whipping violently as venomous fangs erupted, striking towards Lu Bo in a flash. Snap. Lu Bo lightly snapped his fingers, and the oncoming Yu Mei trembled, clutching her head as she collapsed to the ground. Writhing in agony, Yu Mei felt an intense burning pain searing through her very soul. The anguish of a tormented soul is not easily borne. Lu Bo, with a mere thought, subdued her completely. Stop it at once. She cried out. Little serpent girl, you shall call me master. Lu Bo declared with a smirk. Oh, damn it. This pain is unbearable. Yu Mei screamed, her elongated figure writhing in the sand, sending grains flying and creating chaotic furrows in her wake. Lu Bo observed her lamentations with a calm demeanor, feeling no pity for her beauty, for he was a man of ambition, sworn to achieve great endeavors. Not a lecherous fool who would indulge in pity for delicate blossoms. Master, I beg you spare me. I realize my mistakes. Yu Mei finally capitulated to the torment, bowing her head in submission. Pleased by her words, Lu Bo nodded approvingly, snapping his fingers. The spiritual fire released from the soul brand began to retract, leaving the suffering Yu Mei gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat upon the sandy ground. How do you feel? Lu Bo inquired with a smile. Yu Mei's heart skipped a beat, and she swallowed her retort obediently. Consume this, Lu Bo said, tossing her a jade vial with a grin. Yu Mei's skin quivered at the thought of eating it, yet, gazing at Lu Bo's charming smile, she understood the consequences of refusal. Trembling, her alabaster hand opened the vial, and a rich medicinal aroma wafted towards her. Is that a pill? A pill of considerable quality. Yu Mei was startled, realizing that this man was no ordinary alchemist, but such a treasure should not be squandered. This pill was at least of the 4th rank. What sort of pill is this? After swallowing the pill, a refreshing sensation coursed through her soul, offering unparalleled comfort. It is meant to nourish the soul, Lu Bo remarked lightly, flicking his sleeve. The use of spiritual fire demanded energy, and he had concocted numerous soul-nourishing pills, deciding to share one with Yume. Her expression was complex, unable to fathom Lu Bo's intentions. He had already asserted his control over her yet provided such a precious pill. Master, may I inquire about your purpose for coming to the desert? Yume hesitated before mustering the courage to ask. To effortlessly subdue her and casually offer a 4th-rank pill indicated he was at least a 6th-rank alchemist. While it was improbable for a 6th-rank alchemist to possess wealth rivaling nations, it was nearly so. What could he possibly want in the desert, among the serpent people? Biting her crimson lip, she resolved that if this man posed any threat to her kind, she would report him to Her Majesty the Queen, even at the cost of her life. Have you adapted so quickly to your role? Or perhaps fallen victim to Stockholm Syndrome? Lu Bo mused with a smile. Then why have you captured me? Yume was taken aback, bewildered as to how the search for had led to her predicament. You are the one who sought to capture me. Lu Bo's expression darkened. Is that so? Ha ha ha. It seems indeed. Yume chuckled awkwardly, scratching her head, recalling her initial intent to capture a handsome man. Yet, her heart lightened. Fortunately, she was not destined to perish, at least not for now. Let us depart. Take me to your sacred city, Lu Bo instructed, gesturing with his chin. What purpose do you have there? Yume's expression shifted, her vigilance peaked. Thee is in the hands of your queen. Lu Bo brandished 2 iridescent serpent scales, a semblance of a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, What? Did you think your servitude was for naught? Yume ground her teeth, her expression darkening, torn between the urge to curse and her trepidation. Let us go? Lu Bo chuckled sinisterly, pushing her down before seating himself upon her, who possessed no posterior, only a serpentine tail. Yume seethed, incensed that he would dare treat her as a mount, especially after she had felt touched by the elixir moments prior. What a waste of emotions. Are we moving or not? Lu Bo snorted derisively. Instantly, Yume felt a shiver run through her. She was but a pawn, and he the master. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, willing to use her extraordinary flame, but she vowed to resist any attempt to harm her queen, even at the cost of her own life. With a heart full of resentment, she sprouted her battle wings, preparing to escort Lu Bo to the sacred city of the serpent folk. Just then, Lu Bo struck the sandy surface with a single hand, a thunderous sound erupting as the ground beneath them gave way, plunging both him and Yume into a pit within the sand dune. Yume's heart raced, initially fearing an ambush, but quickly realized it was Lu Bo's doing. My lord, what transpired? She inquired softly, her words barely escaping her lips when a layer of sand began to obscure the entrance. Someone approaches, a formidable presence, Lu Bo remarked, his brow furrowing as he sensed multiple powerful auras, 2 of which even rivaled the Duke level. A wave of spiritual energy enveloped him and Yume, who felt a tightening in her chest as her bright eyes darted around, pondering her thoughts. Above the dunes, 4 figures raced through the air, 3 adorned with wings while a cloaked figure rode upon a flying beast. Old he, did you claim there was a battle here? A resonant voice echoed from above. Lu Bo raised an eyebrow. Could it be Dou Qi and his entourage? Considering the timeline, it seemed plausible, but where was Xiao Yan? Why had he not yet arrived at the Tagore Desert? You blind lion, are those marks on the ground not evidence? A blue-clad middle-aged man, the leader of the group known as Dou Qi in the Gamma Empire, retorted. None, Yun replied with a slight shake of her head, stating flatly. It is evident that one side belongs to the serpent folk, but the rest remains unclear. We have arrived too late. Dou Qi remained silent for a moment, then, after a brief sensory sweep, declared, Let us proceed. These matters are of little consequence. With that, the quartet spread their wings and vanished into the horizon like fleeting starlight. Inform your tribe. Enemies are on the move, Lu Bo said, patting Yume beneath him. We too shall depart, heading straight for your sacred city. Yume cursed inwardly, realizing that Dou Qi, the so-called Dan King, along with Lu Bo's mention of the extraordinary flame, indicated that Lu Bo had crossed paths with them. Yet, she dared not oppose him. With a flutter of her battle wings, she surged upward from the pit, transforming into a streak of light as she sped toward the serpent folk's domain. Chapter 48, The Bounty of Nature. Under the night sky, Yume soared with fervor, having already sent word to her tribe to prepare. Yet, even with her presence, she knew full well that facing such formidable adversaries would prove futile. Elbow sat upon the slender waist of Yume, as the winds howled fiercely around them and the world below receded rapidly. Yume, adept in wind attribute martial energy, soared with remarkable speed, unencumbered by any caution. Their brazen flight had already drawn the attention of the anti-air defenses in the city of the serpent people. However, upon closer inspection, They merely observed the elongated tail of a serpent person and refrained from launching an attack. This was the advantage of Bou's grasp on Yume. Not only could they fly without concern, but they were also unopposed. My energy is nearly depleted, Yume exclaimed. Here. Bou flicked his finger, and a pill soared forth, deftly entering Yume's mouth. Yume retorted, you are merely a means of transport. I am stunningly beautiful and incredibly capable. It's a pity you cannot see it. Bou paid little heed to Yume's expression, his chin resting pensively on his hand. With his speed, he was undoubtedly faster than Dou Qi and his entourage, and with Yume as his guide, there should be no significant issues. Yet, he could not forget the formidable experts within the Serpent People tribe, for former Medusas at the peak of their prowess, alongside the Grand Leader, who was not within the tribe. And the current Medusa, summing to 6 peak Dou Emperors in total. Caution remained paramount. Were it not for this, Bou would have simply brought Qing Lin along. A single glare from him would ensure the downfall of all 8 great leaders, and he could single-handedly take on the entire Serpent People tribe without difficulty. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient strength, Bou lamented, as he gestured for Yume to accelerate. Though she cursed inwardly, she flicked her serpent tail, propelling them forward with renewed speed. Half an hour later, they arrived at the holy city of the Serpent People. In a secluded corner, Bou and Yume stealthily approached the temple at the heart of the city. With Yume's presence, Bou deftly evaded the patrolling guards and the Serpentines sent detection, rendering the last of the array's restrictions unnecessary. He held the Serpent People's formations in disdain. However, avoiding confrontation was certainly advantageous. It appeared that Dou Qi and his companions had yet to arrive. Yume nodded at the orderly holy city, noting that all alert forces had been dispatched and were prepared for battle. This was due to her own communications, as the enemy had not yet arrived, and the conflict had not commenced. Here lies the temple, Bou whispered, peering at the towering edifice that pierced the clouds. The holy city of the Serpent People was constructed around a mountain, with the temple established at its summit. I will lead you inside, Yume whispered. Remember your promise. Do not harm Her Majesty the Queen. Yume's expression turned serious. She did not fully trust Bou. Yet she could not fathom what the Serpent People could possess that would attract a 6th-tier alchemist. Coupled with the impending arrival of Dou Qi and his party, she reluctantly placed her trust in Bou to some extent. Moreover, he had openly expressed his intention to use against the Queen, which solidified Yume's belief in him. Bou smirked. Were it not for I would not have come here. As their guide, Yume navigated through the winding paths, skillfully incapacitating numerous vigilant serpents along the way. Due to the heightened state of readiness, a significant portion of the temple's strength had already departed, granting Yume ample opportunity. You seem quite familiar with this place, Bou remarked in surprise. The temple was constructed collaboratively by the 8 great tribes. Yume whispered. There is also a palace of mine here. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. Bou's lips curled into a grin, his spirits notably lifted. Yume, with a darkened expression, pondered whether this was a compliment to her or a boast about himself. At that moment, 2 formidable presences approached from afar, drawing near in unison. Yume's expression shifted subtly as she murmured, "It's Mobas and Yanci." Bou's gaze flickered. Mobas and Yanci were the leaders of the 8 tribes of the Serpent People, figures he recalled as mere pawns. Her Majesty the Queen indeed intends to undertake that endeavor, Yume murmured, and she has yet to appear. Utilizing the for evolution is a gamble that risks her very life. With my protection, she can at least safeguard her soul, Bou replied with a light chuckle. This elucidated why Yume was so obedient. Bou disclosed Medusa's intentions to her and pledged to assist her at a crucial moment to preserve her soul. Ultimately, Medusa would succeed. Bou would incur no losses while reaping the benefits of another's generosity. Having witnessed Bou's mastery over the soul, Yume found solace in this assurance, if not for this, Thus, their relationship was less that of a master and servant and more akin to reluctant business partners engaged in a transactional alliance. As for the soul fire seal that Yume wished to retain, Bou had no interest in it. He aspired to become a Dou Emperor. How could he be attached to a mere charming serpent leader? If he were to enslave someone, it would need to be at least of Medusa's caliber. After expressing his disdain, Yume, with gritted teeth, begrudgingly consented to this unavoidable arrangement. Shortly after the arrival of Mobas and his companions, numerous powerful auras erupted from the distance. Instantly, alarm bells rang throughout the sacred city of the Serpent People, and countless serpent soldiers ascended the battlements. Within the temple, a presence of Dou caliber surged forth. Humans, to trespass into our territory without permission is an affront to our dignity. A voice laced with fury reverberated. As 3 Dou auras soared into the sky. He, I presume you're the leader of the Mo Snake tribe, Mobas? A clear voice followed. I am Dou Qi, honored to meet you, leader. A sixth-tier alchemist holds considerable prestige among neighboring nations, and everyone must accord him some respect. Dou Qi, what is your intention in invading our sacred city? A cold feminine voice interjected, brimming with hostility and an evident desire to eliminate Dou Qi. She was the leader of the temple, the flower serpent, Yume, who managed the restrictions while conversing with Elbow, stating, "She is only accountable to Her Majesty the Queen and treats us with similar disdain. Let us proceed quickly," Elbow said, disinterested in the unfolding drama. However, as his gaze shifted, he noticed a massive storeroom before him, filled with an array of medicinal herbs and scrolls of techniques. This, Elbow gasped in astonishment, elated beyond measure. Could this be a gift from nature? How marvelous! He exclaimed, stepping inside. "Hey, using this path is for convenience, not for you to take things." Yume hastily remarked that if Lu Bo were to pack this place up, it would spell considerable trouble for her. She understood that Lu Bo casually agreed, yet his gaze lingered on the surrounding items. Yume felt a twitch of regret. Perhaps another path would have been wiser. The sand mandrake? Lu Bo paused before a selection of herbs, spotting a box of dried sand mandrakes, 5 in total. This was part of a transaction with Hai Bo Dong, who had helped Lu Bo locate a rare fire in exchange for the sand mandrakes. "Thank you, nature, for your bountiful gifts," Lu Bo exclaimed, unceremoniously stowing them away in his spatial ring. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yume exclaimed in exasperation, glaring at Lu Bo for such shameless behavior. These were clearly treasures from the temple's vault, yet he spoke of them as if they were mere gifts from nature. "I won't do it again, I promise," Lu Bo replied with a serious expression, urging her, "We must hurry. Delays could lead to complications." "Let us go," Yume retorted indignantly. At that moment, Medusa's aura erupted from the temple, manifesting above the holy city, confronting Dou Qi and his companions. "The queen has appeared." Yume rejoiced, wondering if Her Majesty had abandoned her plans of evolving with the rare fire. "Don't be foolish. That's impossible," Lu Bo doused her optimism with cold reality. "That is her energy form. Her true self remains within the temple." Suddenly, Lu Bo raised an eyebrow, as if struck by a revelation. "Is this one of your serpent clan's unique combat techniques?" Yume's expression shifted, her body stiffening as she urgently grasped Lu Bo's hand, pulling him to flee. "No, it's not. Don't ask. We need to find the rare fire quickly. Passing through the vault will lead us to Her Majesty's bamboo grove." "Wait." As they approached a platform, Lu Bo abruptly halted. There, he spotted a grayish-white scroll emanating an unusual spiritual resonance. "What is this?" he inquired, rubbing his hands together and grinning. Medusa's gaze. "It's a mid-level Earth-tier combat technique. You must not touch it." Yume quickly intervened, but Lu Bo had already seized it. "Let's make an exchange." He flicked his fingers, causing a jade vial to land on the stone platform. Yume glanced at it, torn and hesitant. It contained a 6th-grade imperial pill, invaluable to the Serpent Clan, a race incapable of producing alchemists. Yet, the combat technique scroll could be reproduced. It wasn't a major issue. "Marvelous." Lu Bo chuckled, feeling that their visit to the Serpent Clan was not in vain. "Now let's go, stop lingering." Due to Lu Bo's earlier reckless actions, Yume dared not slow down again, hastily pulling him through the vault. Before them appeared a small lake, at the center of which was an island adorned with a bamboo grove, where Queen Medusa resided. Outside the temple, 3 combat kings of the Serpent Clan and the hovering Medusa faced Dou Qi and his 3 companions. In theory, the Serpent Clan was immensely powerful, boasting 8 combat kings and 1 pinnacle combat emperor. In contrast, Dou Qi's side consisted of 2 combat kings and 2 combat emperors. Retreating unscathed seemed implausible. Indeed, there were 2 combat emperors. Aside from Yun Yun, Dou Qi himself was also a combat emperor, though referred to as the King of Dan. He is merely a 6th-tier alchemist, with his combat prowess at the 6th level of Emperor Dou, rather than the expected Dou Wang. The cultivation of the soul is exceedingly challenging. Aside from the exceptional Xiao Yan, few have attained the rank of 6th-tier alchemist at the Dou Wang stage. Dou Qi is similarly positioned. He is an Emperor Dou, albeit lacking in combat skills, his fighting ability barely rivaling that of a peak Dou Wang. Thus, despite the apparent strength of the 6th-peak Emperor Dou of the Serpent Man clan, the royal family of the Gamma Empire, Yunlan sect, and the Alchemist Guild collectively boast at least 5 individuals at the Emperor Dou level, not to mention the numerous clans across the nation, which add up to over 10 or 20 at the Dou Wang level. The Serpent Man clan may attempt to devour the Gamma Empire, but they would inevitably lose several teeth in the process. Subsequently, the forces of Mulan, Luoyan, and the Chuyan Empire would descend upon them, dividing the spoils, leaving the Serpent Man clan with nothing. This illustrates the delicate equilibrium among the 4 nations and 5 factions, as none wish to be consumed, forcing them to endure the distasteful necessity of cohabitation, despite mutual disdain. Medusa's determination to evolve stems from her desire to shatter this balance. To lead the Serpent Man clan out of the desert, a region characterized by scorching temperatures, scarce resources, and inadequate sustenance, far from an ideal habitat. If given the choice, who would wish to remain in this desolate desert, beset by sandstorms? Who does not yearn for verdant mountains, flowing waters, and fertile lands? Yet, they remain oblivious to Medusa's true intentions in seeking them, rendering any potential negotiation futile. Observing the stunning figure poised majestically in the air, Dou Qi felt a pang of regret and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. I am willing to exchange 2 6th-tier Dou Ling pills and 1 7th-tier transformation pill for the... What does your majesty the queen think? Upon hearing this, the 3 Emperor Dou of the Serpent Man clan were instantly invigorated. Dou Ling pills are capable of elevating a Dou Wang's rank without pain or injury, saving immense effort in cultivation. The Serpent Man clan, inherently devoid of alchemists and harboring poor relations with neighboring human tribes, regard pills as true luxuries. Among the 8 leaders, only a couple of high-ranking Dou Wang have ever consumed Dou Ling pills, while the likes of Mobas, Huaxi, and Yin Ci have never tasted them. Nor has Yu Mei, who currently resides within the temple. The proposition was tantalizing. A faint smile graced Medusa's lips, and in an instant, an aura of seduction enveloped the assembly, leaving them momentarily entranced. However, she swiftly shifted her tone, stating coolly, I decline. Why? Dou Qi's expression shifted dramatically, his confusion palpable. He could not comprehend why Medusa would refuse such generous terms. Had she lost her mind? Humph. Medusa cast him a sidelong glance, dismissing him entirely. Huaxi Mobas. See our guest out. With a wave of her hand, she uttered indifferently. Dou Qi's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, ultimately succumbing to a sigh, his face marred by despondency. Medusa's notorious reputation and formidable strength were well known among neighboring nations, beyond the capacity of the 4 of them to contend with. Yet, as Dou Qi motioned for his companions to depart, Yun, seated upon a magical beast, suddenly flickered and appeared behind Medusa, her delicate white hand pressing against Medusa's back. Boldly, she exclaimed, You dare show such disrespect to Her Majesty the Queen. You wretched humans, I shall slay you. The 3 members of the Flower Serpent were instantly enraged, their furious roars cutting through the air as a powerful gust of wind surged forth, only to be intercepted by Dou Qi and his companions. You are not Medusa. Or perhaps not the true form of Medusa, Yun stated coolly. With that, her slender, fair hand trembled violently, unleashing a surge of energy that struck Medusa. With a sharp sound, Medusa shuddered and transformed into countless specks of starlight, vanishing into the ether. Truly worthy of being a Dou Huang. Able to see through my doppelganger, came Medusa's faint voice from above, laced with a chilling intent that sent shivers down the spine. Chapter 50. Typing with both hands to prove innocence. Within the temple, under the guidance of Yu Mei, Lu Bo traversed the small lake and arrived at the island at its heart. In the original narrative, when Xiao Yan crossed this lake, he was struck down by a restriction that prevented his flight, and due to the lake's lethal toxins, he could only rely on the assistance of the elder medic to swim across. Just as he was about to reach the shore, he was beset by the lake's ferocious beasts, expending immense effort to finally make it onto land. Unlike Xiao Yan, Lu Bo had a guide. Yu Mei effortlessly deactivated the restriction, allowing them to soar over the lake, through the bamboo forest, and soon they beheld the enchanting Medusa at the center of the island. Ah, so this is Medusa, Lu Bo exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Before him stood a stunningly beautiful serpent woman, exuding an air of regal confidence. Draped in an elegant lavender robe that accentuated her voluptuous figure, her exquisite and bewitching face was naturally alluring, and her long, slender lavender eyes possessed an enchanting charm that drew one in. Truly, she was the renowned Medusa. At that moment, a flicker of hesitation crossed Medusa's otherwise captivating visage. She was acutely aware of the peril that lay in her actions. Lu Bo's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet he reluctantly shifted his gaze to a nearby ice crystal platform, upon which rested an ice crystal lotus. At the center of the lotus, a pale blue flame gracefully ascended, at times curling into the form of a serpent, and at other moments, transforming into a swirling lotus flower. Is that the? Yu Mei spoke with a tone of astonishment. As a creature of the cold, she would never willingly approach such a scorching entity, yet the sight left her utterly astounded. The heart of the blue lotus fire, ranked 19th. Lu Bo explained with rare enthusiasm, My goal is to claim it. Once your queen has finished using it, I shall take it for myself. Do not forget your promise. If you fail to rescue her soul, you may reminded through gritted teeth. Rest assured, Lu Bo replied nonchalantly, after all, Medusa will succeed. Should I inform you that I am aware of the plot? I am not reassured in the slightest. Yu Mei retorted, her concern palpable. Outside the temple, The battle raged on. "You scoundrels, do not dare trespass into the temple." The cold voice of the flower serpent erupted from outside, causing the three on the Heart Island to stiffen. "I will hold her off. You go inside and find what you seek." A calm female voice emerged, followed by the furious roar of the flower serpent. It was Yun, who had stepped in to block the flower serpent, while the other two leaders were held back by Feng Li and Yin Shi. Yume glanced at Medusa, then outside, her expression fraught with conflict. "Go. I shall keep watch here. Hold off Gu He. This is the task bestowed upon you." Lu Bo chuckled softly. "Curse that scoundrel." Yume spat with disdain, and then, with a swift flick of her serpentine tail, she surged forth into the outside world. At that moment, Medusa's expression hardened. The fleeting hesitation on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by an unwavering resolve, her flawless features now reflecting a hint of determination. Should her evolution succeed, both the humans inside and outside the temple would be eternally consigned to the desert. Lu Bo touched his nose, realizing that this woman had evidently sensed his presence. However, Medusa had no time to acknowledge Lu Bo. With a graceful motion, she swept her hand across her chest, causing her fitted purple silk robe to cascade away, revealing her flawless form to the air. Hiss! Lu Bo inhaled sharply, hastily diverting his gaze as he began to silently recite the Sutra of the Diamond, while simultaneously typing with his hands to prove his innocence. This woman nearly caused him to lose his composure. Lu Bo felt a lingering unease. It was quite a remarkable scene, yet he found himself in no enviable position. Just then, a surge of purple light erupted, and a colossal purple serpent, measuring dozens of yards in length, floated gracefully in the air. Its elongated, elegant body bore faint fiery red patterns hidden beneath its purple scales, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a barely perceptible iridescence. The purple fiery serpent, a rare fire attribute beast among serpentine creatures, was said to possess a trace of bloodline from the ancient behemoth, the seven-colored devouring python. According to the unfolding narrative, it was evident that this was no mere rumor. The serpent's gaze swept over the battle outside and the position of Lu Bo, before it abruptly dove into the pale azure heart of the blue lotus fire. In the process, it annihilated the array controlling and the moment the formation shattered, the heart of the blue lotus fire surged upward, soaring toward the heavens. Simultaneously, the purple fiery serpent plunged in with ferocity. Lu Bo grimaced at the sight. This woman was indeed audacious, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, seeking her own demise. Yet, it was also reminiscent of a phoenix rising from the ashes. A piercing wail erupted from the mouth of the purple fiery serpent, as the azure light clashed with the pale blue flames. However, while entry was easy, exit posed a significant challenge. The heart of the blue lotus fire, a celestial treasure, could not be approached or departed from at will. "Your Majesty." Outside the temple, as she battled against Gu He, Yume's complexion shifted dramatically. Her gaze filled with concern as she glanced towards the center of the lake. "You dare to be distracted while fighting me?" Gu He sneered, unleashing a pillar of blue fire that collided with Yume, sending her crashing into the wall. While his combat prowess was indeed lacking at the Emperor level, he was by no means weak at the King level. "Damn it, I will slay you." Yume, filled with a mix of anger and humiliation, roared with murderous intent, launching a reckless assault against Gu He. "If I can't defeat Lu Bo, do you think I cannot handle you?" But at that moment, the mournful cries began to wane. In just a few breaths, the lamentations turned feeble, then became a whimper, and ultimately ceased altogether. Yume, consumed by fury, suddenly froze. Had Her Majesty failed? Does one think they can toy with? Gu He scoffed, delivering a punch to Yume's face, once more sending her crashing into the wall. "Such a treasure should not be wasted in your hands. Allow me to take care of it." As Gu He spoke with great satisfaction, a sudden chill ran down his spine. The surrounding energy began to boil, and a terrifying aura erupted violently, followed by dark clouds gathering and lightning striking repeatedly. "Your Majesty has succeeded," Yume exclaimed joyfully. "The thunder tribulation of heaven and earth. This is a phenomenon that occurs when a mythical beast emerges. You humans can wait for your doom." Yume continued triumphantly. But suddenly, that overwhelming presence dissipated as swiftly as snow under the scorching sun, vanishing in an instant. "Yume, the reversal is too rapid. I can hardly comprehend it." Gu He chuckled softly and swiftly departed from that place. At the center of the lake island, Lu Bo found himself locked in a gaze with a small, multicolored snake, about 10 centimeters long. Their eyes widened in surprise. When Lu Bo moved left, the snake mirrored him. When he moved right, it followed suit. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lu Bo inhaled sharply. It seemed the creature had taken a liking to him. The vibrant serpent coiled twice before leisurely drifting onto Lu Bo's right hand. Its crystalline eyes filled with longing. Just born, it needed nourishment. Surely, it wouldn't expect him to cook in the kitchen? Chapter 51. Securing the heart fire of the Green Lotus. Rubbing his chin, Lu Bo produced the accompanying purple crystal source and waved it enticingly. Would you like some? The multicolored serpent eagerly nodded, its small face brimming with desire, emitting a soft, pleading hiss. In that case, you can have it. Lu Bo smacked his lips and presented the purple crystal source before it. If you consume my offering, you must accompany me, understood? The serpent eagerly plunged its head into the purple crystal source, greedily taking a large gulp, consuming nearly half the bottle. Lu Bo winced at the sight, feeling a pang in his heart. Burp. The serpent, thoroughly satisfied, let out a contented belch and circled Lu Bo joyfully. Come here. Lu Bo beckoned, parting his garment to invite the small serpent closer. Hiss. The little serpent flicked its tail and nestled into Lu Bo's embrace, curling up with its eyes shut, needing to digest after its feast. Next, it was time to collect the. Lu Bo chuckled softly as he retrieved the heart fire of the Green Lotus, floating in the air. A surge of green light erupted, and the tumultuous heart fire of the Green Lotus transformed into small flames, obediently resting at the center of the Green Lotus seat. With the item secured, it was time to leave. Lu Bo smiled gently, but just then, a figure enveloped in blue flames rushed toward him. Scoundrel! Put down the heart fire of the Green Lotus. Guhi shouted furiously, sprinting toward him. Lu Bo raised an eyebrow. Dan King Guhi? Southeast of the Tagar Desert, a shadow darted past, leaving deep imprints in the sand as it stirred up clouds of dust. My boss mentioned where the green snake's 3 flower eyes are, Baya inquired. Indeed. Baya replied, slightly astonished. Though I already knew, it is still surprising to find that such legendary items truly exist. LV Man suddenly paused and turned to the north. Damn, it's the aura of Medusa, Baya exclaimed, abruptly halting in midair, a mixture of shock and anger overtaking him. What has happened to my wife? Why has her aura changed so drastically? Let's see if you can say that in front of her, Green Man scoffed. Let's go and take a look. White Fang immediately turned around. Hey, what about the green snake and the 3 flower eyes? If something goes wrong, we're finished. It's not a big deal. There are hardly any here who can keep us. And if they can't defeat us, can they outrun us? With that, White Fang flicked his tail, and with a resounding boom, a gust of wind erupted as he vanished from the spot. Green Man didn't object, after all. The green snake with the 3 flower eyes wouldn't run. If they were going to flee, they would have done so earlier. A slight delay is not an issue. Especially as White Fang pointed out, there are few in this area who could contain them. Outside the Snake People's holy city, at the temple, Yun Yun intercepted MOBAS and Yen Ci, as the 2 snake people roared furiously, unleashing a torrent of powerful attacks and venom. Yet, Yun Yun effortlessly neutralized their onslaught, refraining from delivering lethal blows, merely repelling them without causing harm. Her intention was to buy time until Guhi acquired the heart fire of the Azure Lotus. She had no desire to kill. The snake people were formidable. Once provoked, she might not be able to escape unscathed. Meanwhile, the situation mirrored on the other side. Against the desperate assault of the flower snake, Feng Li and Yan Shi stood resolute like boulders amidst a raging storm, unyielding. Together, they prevented the flower snake from advancing or retreating, forcing it to comply with their combat. Although they were aware that Guhi had breached the temple, the 3 could not break free from their immediate foes. Cunning humans, if you have the ability, kill me. The flower snake, enraged, abandoned all defenses, its claws extending menacingly towards Feng Li and Yan Shi. However, both retreated swiftly, simultaneously striking with one hand to deflect her attack. To their surprise, that seemingly light slap broke through the flower snake's defenses and struck towards its chest. Just then, a cerulean serpent tail lunged into their battlefield, snapping taut with force. Bang! Both Yan Shi and Feng Li, powerful combatants of the Gamma Empire, instantly turned red, staggering backward as the unexpected ambush caused them considerable trouble. You may? The flower snake exclaimed, astonished. When did you arrive? I just emerged from the temple. Guhi has already entered, and I could not stop him. Upon mentioning this, the flower snake cast Yume aside, its expression darkening as it gazed toward the temple. Witnessing the enemy ravage the temple was the greatest humiliation for her. The commander of the serpent guards. I don't know. Just continue. Focus on your own tasks. Whether he succeeds or fails is up to him. Boom. At that moment, a violent aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, crashing down upon the souls of all present. Such terrifying soul power. The crowd's expressions turned grave as they instinctively halted, looking toward the temple. Yume's lips twitched. It was Bo. Is it old he? Yan Shi exclaimed, recognizing that only a 6th-tier alchemist could possess such formidable soul power. Boom. A cataclysmic sound erupted from the temple's direction as a blue figure darted forth, moving with incredible speed, crushing the air in its wake. Feng Li's eyes darted as he swiftly positioned himself in the path of the blue figure, then unleashed a powerful gust with both palms, dramatically altering its trajectory. His speed was astonishing. By the time those present reacted, the deed was already accomplished. Goodness, Feng Li. You were something else. Boom. Before Yan Shi could finish his reprimand, the blue figure crashed heavily onto him, sending both of them tumbling backward into the desert, burying half of a sand dune in the process. Apologies, old Yan. Such matters seem more suited to you. Feng Li sincerely apologized. You rascal, this is old he. Yan Shi's muffled curse echoed through the air. Oh, old he. Even better. Feng Li suddenly awakened with a start, realizing there were still formidable enemies present. Upon noticing this unusual development, both sides halted their actions, creating a safe distance while their gazes fixated on the point where Dou He had broken through. At that moment, a young man in white gracefully descended, his face obscured by a plain white mask, concealing his features. Behind him, dark wings fluttered gently as he hovered in midair, holding a green lotus seed aloft, upon which a cluster of azure flames flickered softly. Recognizing the familiar aura and the distinctive flight technique, Yin Yun's eyes twitched beneath her black robe. You little rascal, do you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you're wearing a mask? Chapter 52. I am here to fight you, Heavenly Serpent House. Greetings, I am Dou He, he said, his expression grave. Perhaps you have heard my name. Ah, an alchemist? LV Bu chuckled lightly. Grateful for the compliment. I am known as the Pill King. Dou He replied with a slight bow, his tone nonchalant. As a sixth-tier alchemist, he had ample reason to hold his head high, though that did not extend to the pill tower. Huh, LV Bu sneered, unleashing an overwhelming surge of soul power that swept through the air. What a coincidence, I am as well. The 8 individuals present felt a weight settle upon them, akin to a boulder pressing down. Instinctively, the 6 battle kings lowered their flying altitude, involuntarily sinking a level. Upon hearing this, Dou He's expression darkened, silently cursing his misfortune. After tirelessly searching for the exotic fire for so long, it had been snatched away from him. Such anger was not easily quelled, and the bitterness in his heart left him profoundly unsettled. My lord, how is Her Majesty the Queen? Yu Mei inquired hastily, demonstrating her tact by choosing to ignore LV Bu. At her words, Imo Ba-Si and Huashi also started, quickly glancing at LV Bu. Though they were displeased with his infiltration of the temple, their concern for their queen took precedence. She has successfully evolved, and her strength has ascended to the battle sovereign level, LV Bu declared, eliciting overwhelming joy from the serpent folk, who trembled with excitement, barely restraining themselves from celebrating with cheers and revelry for 3 days. The delegation from the Gamma Empire felt a heavy weight in their hearts, sensing trouble ahead. Yet, Yu Mei, with her keen intellect, did not allow joy to cloud her judgment. But what of Her Majesty? Where has she gone? I do not know. LV Bu lied brazenly. Though she has advanced, she sustained serious injuries. Upon witnessing me acquire she vanished. However, it is true that she is still alive. The elders of your clan should possess the means to ascertain her fate. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 4 serpent folk shifted dramatically. The news that their queen was unharmed was indeed the best news, yet faced with the current predicament, her absence felt akin to death. My lord, I have been in search of this green lotus heart fire for a long time. I humbly request that you grant me this favor and relinquish it to me. Dou He implored, unwilling to concede without a struggle. Laughter erupted as he mocked. You claim it is yours. Why not call out to him and see if he responds? Lu Bo curled his lip disdainfully. Dou He, trembling with rage, felt the blood vessels in his eyes throb. The coveted had been seized by another, leaving him struggling to swallow his indignation. Feng Li and Yan Shi exchanged glances, their fighting spirit reigniting. Dou He grinned, straightening his back as he surveyed his side. 2 and 2. 4 against 1, the advantage is mine. On the opposing side, the 4 of the snake people shared knowing smiles. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. As long as there is profit to be gained, setting aside enmity is not a dilemma. The survival of the snake people amidst formidable foes relied on such strategic insight. Although Lu Bo's intrusion into the temple irked them, the prospect of befriending a 6th-tier alchemist was not entirely unwelcome. With this thought, Yu Mei and her companions grinned menacingly, their fighting spirit surging anew. Mobas bellowed. Dou He, what skill is it to bully the few with the many? Let us have another round. Dou He's complexion fluctuated between green and white, cursing inwardly, realizing these snake people were indeed scoundrels. Just then, before he could finish his retort, he instinctively glanced northward, as did Lu Bo and Yun Yun. Ha ha ha, my dear Medusa. I have come for you. A thunderous voice echoed, and a massive serpentine beast surged forward, a woman clad in green perched upon its back. Beneath his mask, Lu Bo's expression darkened. People from the Tianxi mansion? In his robes, the small's adorably naive gaze flickered with disdain, only to revert to its innocent expression as the previous demeanor vanished. Oh, so many people here. The eight-winged black snake king marveled at the gathering, astonished at the sudden bustle among the snake people. Hey, MOBAS, enlighten me on what transpired, the eight-winged black snake king demanded, nostrils flaring. Boss's face turned ashen. Baya, show some respect. Huh, and you are what? Baya sneered. Where's my wife? I sensed her presence earlier, which is rather peculiar. Silence. Her Majesty has nothing to do with you. The flower snake shrieked. Dare to insult Her Majesty again, and I shall slay you. Huh, with just you few misfits? Baya scoffed, his gaze disdainfully sweeping over the four of the snake people, Yun Yun and her companions, and Lu Bo, revealing no hesitation in his contempt. What? Not convinced, he said, curling his lip. Do you think you're in low tier can challenge me? Not only the four of the snake people, but even Yun Yun's delicate face turned a shade of fury. This beast was insufferable. Yet at that moment, Lu Bo swiftly positioned himself in front of MOBAS, coldly declaring, Serpent Spirit Green Man, Eight-Winged Black Snake King Baya? It seems these two have come for the Azure Scale. Regardless of their intentions, they cannot leave here unscathed today. Beside Qinglin stood Hai Bo Dong and the two-headed fire spirit serpent, and the mere presence of the Mo family posed no threat. As long as the individuals from the Tianxi mansion were dealt with, Qinglin would be safe. Oh, you actually know us. The green barbarian remained silent. But the loquacious eight-winged black serpent king exclaimed in surprise, scrutinizing Lu Bo from head to toe. What a magnificent soul power. Yet what does it mean to hide one's prowess? Baya, be quiet. That fellow seems to harbor hostility towards you. A flicker of concern crossed the green barbarian's eyes as she transmitted her thoughts with a hint of gravity. Baya's gaze fixated on Lu Bo. But in the next moment, his expression shifted drastically. Whoosh! A fierce wind suddenly rose. On the azure lotus platform, a faint green fire serpent surged in size with the wind, howling as it lunged towards Baya. Ah! Baya screeched, hastily unleashing a beam of black light to collide with the fire serpent. However, the fire serpent deftly maneuvered in midair, disregarding Baya and instead targeting the green barbarian. Damn it! The green barbarian's complexion paled. Her fighting spirit was of the wood attribute, inherently restrained by the alien fire. She swiftly propelled herself backward, her form transforming into a streak of lightning, while a verdant light surged forth, conjuring a robust wooden shield before her. Boom! In an instant, the attack arrived, and the azure lotus earth core fire violently struck the shield enveloped in green light. Instantly, the wooden shield splintered into countless fragments, raining down like a storm of wood shavings, which were soon reduced to ashes by the azure fire. Bastard! We are members of the Tianxi mansion. The green barbarian's face turned ashen as she shouted, having already gauged the enemy's strength from their first encounter. Peak Dou Huang. This is beyond what my 5-star Dou Huang can contend with, and even Baya, a 6-star Dou Huang, may not stand a chance. What a fool Baya is. Provoking others for no reason. Tianxi mansion? Ha ha ha. I am here to fight against your Tianxi mansion. Lu Bo chuckled darkly, his footwork patterns swelling as a surge of earthy light shot skyward, enveloping him in protection. Boom. A serpent tail as thick as a water tank struck fiercely against the light pillar, yet the pillar stood unmoved. A mere 6-star Dou Huang could not even shake Lu Bo's defenses. Bastard! You dare to launch a sneak attack! Baya cried out. Baya, don't get close to him. The green barbarian understood the formidable strength of their foe. The protective formation was unscathed, but a fiery assault was imminent. As expected, an invisible shriek erupted from thin air. Within that earthy light pillar, an intangible fire dragon, larger than the 8-winged black serpent king, coiled into existence. The onlookers felt a cold sweat break out. The formless fire dragon was invisible to the naked eye, yet its overwhelming pressure compelled everyone to retreat hastily, fearing for their safety. The 8-winged black serpent king shared the same thoughts. But come as you wish, leave as you please? Not so easily. Lu Bo snorted coldly. The dragon's maw opened wide, lunging fiercely to bite the 8-winged black serpent king. Ah! Baya screamed in agony, black light surging as he attempted to extinguish the intangible flames consuming him. Yet, the spiritual fire was rooted in Lu Bo. It could not be easily doused. In but a moment, the fire dragon entwined itself around Baya, scorching his form with searing wounds that were horrifying to behold. Bastard! Ah, this pain is unbearable. Baya, with a startled cry, Greenman transformed into multiple phantoms, swiftly darting toward Whitefang. Her wood attribute allowed her to heal certain injuries, and she needed to rescue him without delay. Huh, you dare to play such tricks before me? Lu Bo scoffed, disdainfully regarding the situation. Was my soul power merely for show? He brandished the Qinglian platform, unleashing a column of fire that surged toward an empty void. Under the pale blue flames, Greenman's face was etched with terror. Chapter 53. Perhaps he also fancies Medusa. Boom. The colossal fire column swept forward, crushing everything in its path. Greenman let out a wretched scream, akin to a kite severed from its string, plummeting into a sand dune and stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Ancient River and his companions watched in cold sweat, although they were unaware of the identities of the two combatants. One man and one beast were undeniably formidable Dou Emperor-level powers, surpassing Yun in strength. Yet, such powerful beings were unable to withstand a few moves from this masked figure. Fortunately, they had refrained from engaging earlier. Feng Li and Yin Shi exchanged glances, filled with relief. Had they acted impulsively, they might have ended up as mere ashes. The four members of the Serpent Man clan glanced at one another. This individual was currently a friend rather than a foe, which was fortuitous for them. Meanwhile, Greenman struggled to rise from the sand pit. Her once fair arms now charred black, a rich scent of roasted flesh wafting through the air, not from Greenman, but from the fallen eight-winged black serpent king, White Fang. Ensnared by the spiritual fire, he had already succumbed to defeat. This fire, derived from pure soul energy, was precisely what magical beasts struggled against the most. White Fang exerted all his might to unleash his Dou Qi, attempting to dispel the spiritual flames that clung to him. Alas, while there was some effect, it was not sufficient. Nevertheless, Lu Bo refrained from delivering a fatal blow. His aim was merely to prevent them from taking away the Qing Lin. Injuring was permissible, but killing would lead to an irrevocable conflict with the heavenly serpent manor. Of course, his disdain for them played a role as well. Begone. Lu Bo waved his sleeve dismissively. Farewell. Greenman said no more, acutely aware that the opponent had shown restraint. Any further words would surely lead to dire consequences. White Fang grimaced, his 8 wings fluttering gently as his smoldering body began to ascend, following Greenman toward the heavenly serpent manor. Damn it, what a lunatic. What have I done to offend him? Once away from the Serpent Man clan, White Fang could no longer contain his ire. A verdant light enveloped Greenman, gradually mending her burns. While White Fang needed no assistance, he could endure a few more skin shed. Perhaps he also fancies Medusa, Greenman quipped nonchalantly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. White Fang fumed, unwilling to accept such a powerful rival. Did you not hear what he said? He was targeting us, the heavenly serpent manor. This must be a grudge left by the leader or the elders. Just wait, I will surely eliminate that masked man. How come you didn't say that earlier? Greenman retorted disdainfully, inciting White Fang to scream in frustration, yet he knew he was indeed no match for Lu Bo. In the sacred city of the Serpent Man clan, witnessing the desperate retreat of Greenman and White Fang, Ancient River and his companions dared not linger. They beckoned Yun and took flight out of the desert. Yun cast a deep glance at Lu Bo before she mounted her magical beast, and the four of them, along with the beast, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. The Serpent clan exhaled in relief, as their formidable foes had departed, leaving no lingering threat. Lu Bo cast a glance at the 4 combat kings of the Serpent clan, raised his arm, and a jade vial soared through the air, landing in Yume's hand. I apologize for the disturbance. Consider this Dou spirit pill as compensation. Farewell. With that, he unfurled his Ziyun wings and soared away in the direction of Yun and her companions. The 4 members of the Serpent clan gazed at the jade vial in Yume's hand, scratching their heads in bemusement. It could be seen as a consolation prize. At that moment, several piercing sounds sliced through the air, accompanied by an overwhelming momentum. Mobas, Huashi, Yume, and Yin Ci. Where were the enemies? Oh, you have arrived most punctually. Above the desert, Gu He and his companions swept through the void several times, their wild momentum and fierce wind pressure causing the Serpent clan tribes along their path to tremble in fear, mistakenly believing that humans were invading. Just then, Yun's speed began to wane. Yun clan leader? There are enemies pursuing us. Combat emperors of the Serpent clan, she stated nonchalantly, fabricating a tale with her eyes wide open. What? Gu He and his companions gasped in astonishment. You all go ahead. I will hold them off. No way. I am faster. They cannot keep up with me. After a moment of silence, Gu He and the others nodded silently and continued their flight, taking along the beast, which could not match Yun's speed and would only hinder their escape. Meanwhile, Yun halted in place, shedding the black robe that enveloped her, revealing an unusual long sword that appeared in her delicate palm, her expression icy. In the night sky, a flash of azure light suddenly emerged, swiftly followed by a figure. At this juncture, Lu Bo had removed his mask, a smile gracing his features as he sped toward them. What a cheeky grin. Yun scoffed, shaking her sword and aiming it at Lu Bo's eyes, though her speed was lamentably slow. Lu Bo pinched the sword's tip between his fingers, deftly pulling and twisting it to draw Yun into his embrace. Sister Yun, it's been a long time. Did you miss me? Lu Bo chuckled mischievously. If Gu He knew I had not only seized his extraordinary fire, but also held the one he cherishes in my arms, would he not be heartbroken? Yun leaned against Lu Bo for a moment before pushing him away, expressing her disdain. Not at all. Then why do you still wait for me? Lu Bo rolled his eyes, inwardly lamenting how troublesome women could be. He then plastered on a charming smile, showering her with sweet words, which finally coaxed a smile back onto Yun's lovely face. Under his half-teasing, half-coaxing demeanor, she leaned against him once more. However, Lu Bo refrained from discussing his own strength, uncertain of how to present it without deception, so he chose silence instead, gently caressing Yun's slender waist. He raised an eyebrow. Sister, have you broken through to the 4-star combat emperor? Is that not permissible? Yun huffed, for she had been a 3-star combat emperor. Nearing a breakthrough. Was it strange for her to take several months to achieve it? Not at all, Lu Bo replied with a smile, producing a jade vial and presenting it to her. This is the emperor's pill I concocted, perfect for you. Prior to their departure, he had crafted 3 pills for Hai Bo Dong's peace of mind, 2 emperor's pills and 1 Dou spirit pill. This was the last one. After all, Gu He is also an alchemist, Yun remarked, examining the vial. Really? I was just teasing you, Lu Bo said, scratching his head. This time, Gu He promised the reward would be the emperor's pill for coming to the Serpent Clan. Isn't he a member of the Yaman sect? Lu Bo inquired, puzzled. Between him and me, everything is accounted for. Remarkable. Lu Bo chuckled softly, while Yun showed little interest in Gu He. Little Bo, I must take my leave, she whispered, leaning against Lu Bo's chest. If they wait too long, they might come looking for us. Gu He can be rather bothersome. Yun felt her cheeks flush as Lu Bo kissed her, yet upon noticing the grave expression flickering in his eyes, she inexplicably felt a weight in her heart and became solemn. All right, I shall wait for you. With a gentle nod of her head, she sprang into the air, her graceful figure vanishing into the night sky. Lu Bo glanced around, then soared in a different direction, seeking a place to swiftly refine the strange fire into his own possession. The blue lotus heart fire felt precarious in his grasp. Chapter 54. The Ancestral Rune Refining the Strange Fire. On the outskirts of the Tagore Desert, at the junction of the falling Goose Empire and the Gamma Empire. Within a cave nestled in the mountains, Lu Bo waved his sleeve, sending forth 6 yellow array flags that embedded themselves into the surrounding rock walls. The earthy yellow patterns illuminated, intertwining and spreading, enveloping the entire cave in a dense web of formations. This was a defensive and breath-concealing array, designed to obscure his presence while safeguarding himself. Having set up the array, Lu Bo stroked his chin and retrieved 2 objects, a jade box emitting white smoke and a fluid-like blue stone the size of his fingertip. The Ice Spirit Cold Spring and the Spirit Nurturing Stone. These were spoils he had seized from Gutei and Black Rock City, originally intended as a lucrative scheme, yet unexpectedly. Xiao Yan had yet to arrive. Although the reasons behind this delay were unclear, it had become apparent that selling the Ice Spirit Cold Spring was no longer an option. Damn it, a loss of an entire 100 million. Lu Bo lamented, sighing deeply as if countless small coins were flapping their tiny wings and drifting away from him. Enough of this, he thought with a sigh, his expression hardening as he prepared to devour and refine the strange fire. He intended to seize this opportunity to enhance his physique by absorbing the strange fire, thereby elevating his bodily strength to a level sufficient for cultivating the Nirvana golden body. He was merely a step away from that stage. With a flick of his fingers, he summoned the Spirit Nurturing Stone, placing it upon his abdomen, allowing it to merge within him and enter his dantian. Now it's your turn, Lu Bo murmured, gazing at the blue lotus heart fire atop the blue lotus seat. His soul power surged forth, driving the fire away from the blue lotus platform. With a whoosh, the blue lotus heart fire, just freed from the lotus platform, surged upwards fiercely, the array patterns Lu Bo had inscribed flickering erratically, nearly collapsing under the intense heat of the strange fire. Humph! Before me. How dare you act with such arrogance? Lu Bo scoffed, springing onto the blue lotus platform. From above, a mysterious black rune floated up from the Baihui point, occasionally transforming into a swirling black hole. Suppress it, Lu Bo commanded, unleashing the Devouring Ancestral Rune, black light bursting forth as tendrils of devouring power shot out, entwining around the blue lotus heart fire, black threads intermingling with the blue flames. Instantly, the raging heart fire began to shrink rapidly. Lu Bo opened his mouth wide and directly bit down on the blue lotus heart fire. Boom! Lu Bo felt an overwhelming explosion in his mind, as if his internal organs and skeletal structure were being scorched by flames. The process of devouring and refining the exotic fire was far from simple. Did he think he could cause a ruckus in L's mouth, as if he were Xiao Yan? Elbow's face flushed crimson as he coldly snorted, unleashing his soul power to its fullest extent to catalyze the Devouring Ancestral Talisman. Instantly, the talisman radiated a dark light, unleashing a greater force of absorption. The ascending azure lotus earth heart fire was suddenly confined, its power gradually stripped away and consumed, ultimately transforming into glimmers of azure light that infused Elbow's limbs and bones. The tumultuous azure lotus earth heart fire was suppressed by the ancestral talisman, unable to resist as its energy was extracted. Time trickled by, a quarter of an hour, 10 hours, a day. Outside Shimo City, in a valley between sand dunes, the ground was strewn with wind-blown sand, ice, magma, and fragments of corpses and weaponry. Hai Buodong's aged visage was as cold as ice, an aura of frost emanating from him. His palms crystallized. Beside him stood a two-headed fire spirit snake, its massive heads flicking their tongues, while its 4 vertical pupils glared ominously ahead. Qinglin stood behind Hai Buodong and the fire spirit snakes, her beautiful face mirroring the murderous intent of Hai Buodong. Opposite them stood a group of family warriors clad in black robes, led by an elderly man drenched in blood, with a gaping wound on his right chest and disheveled white hair. Damned peak of the Douling, indeed a formidable opponent. Mo Cheng gritted his teeth, contemplating his next move. The Baishi's 3-flower pupils lay before him, a divine artifact that belonged to the virtuous. It was a gift from the heavens, one he could not afford to dismiss. The Mo family of Yinqing, bold indeed, to dare attack me? Hai Buodong remarked coldly. Do they truly believe they can bully me just because my strength has waned? Mo Cheng's face flickered with surprise upon realizing they knew of their presence, but his expression quickly hardened. Having offended him, they could not escape unscathed. Mo ran. I will hold this person off. You must eliminate that beast at the earliest opportunity. Mo Cheng commanded, casting a glance at the more than 10 individuals on the other side. Hold you off? Hai Buodong scoffed. What gives you such confidence? The individual named Mo Ran felt a chill, understanding the elder's intent, and promptly shouted, Yes, elder. However, he discreetly signaled with his left hand behind his back, and one of the great Dou masters quietly detached from the group. Simultaneously, the battle between Mo Cheng and Hai Buodong erupted. Deep crimson Dou Qi surging forth like a volcanic eruption. Mo Cheng shouted as he stepped forward, transforming into a swift arrow, shatter mountain arm. His left arm, concealed within his voluminous robe, suddenly swelled, engulfed in flames, unleashing a ferocious momentum akin to a massive hand descending from the skies. The deep crimson Dou Qi roared and howled, crashing down like a mountain, accompanied by a wild and violent aura. Hai Buodong's expression grew grave. This colossal arm was undoubtedly the manifestation of a Dou Wang-level magical beast, exerting immense pressure upon him. Peak of the Douling? Ha, perish. Mo Cheng sneered. Damn madman. Hai Buodong's face darkened, recognizing that Mo Cheng's malevolent and frenzied expression indicated he was clearly influenced by the beast's physical form. The white chill began to swirl violently, and several sharp white ice blades materialized beside Hai Buodong, spinning rapidly. With a grim expression, he shouted, Xianbing Xian. Ha ha ha, esteemed Dou Ling, you are not merely one person. Mo Cheng laughed maniacally, offering a stark reminder to Hai Buodong. His true aim was never to kill or injure him, but to seize the Baishi San Hua Tong. At the pinnacle of Dou Ling, no matter how formidable you are, you cannot prevent me from acquiring those eyes. Mo Cheng grinned menacingly, adding more force to his attack. Startled, Hai Buodong instinctively glanced at the two-headed fire spirit snake and the Qinglin behind him. Hiss! The two-headed fire spirit snake spat venomous magma, its massive body twisting and turning, yet it could not escape the siege of over a dozen Grand Dou masters. At that moment, a figure clad in earthy yellow Dou Qi armor suddenly leaped from the sand dunes toward Qinglin. Don't worry about me, Hai Lao, eliminate them all, Qinglin exclaimed, quickly sprinting through the valley to evade the grasp of the Grand Dou master. Damn it! Qinglin bit her red lip, tears glistening in her eyes. Wishing she were stronger, Hai Buodong's lips twitched. He understood her sentiment, but the reality was that she could not stop that Grand Dou master. Just then, Mo Cheng's attack descended, striking fiercely against the half-formed offensive that Hai Buodong had just conjured. Boom! Mo Cheng's face flushed as he plummeted like a kite with its string cut into the sand dunes. Cough! How can the pinnacle of Dou Ling be so strong? Mo Cheng spat blood, incredulous. However, as he steadied his gaze, he was taken aback to see Hai Buodong also coughing up blood. Yet, he forcibly redirected his trajectory, lunging towards Qinglin's location, striking a Grand Dou master aside, and whisking Qinglin away. Damn it, stop them! But before he could finish his words, Hai Buodong and Qinglin had already vanished from sight. Chapter 55. Bring it here. Elder, what should we do? A person named Mo Ran rushed to Mo Cheng's side, urgently inquiring. Mo Cheng's expression darkened as he glared at the retreating figures of Hai Bodong and Qing Lin, speaking venomously. Contact the Lord of Shimo City. Instruct him to keep a close watch on those two. They must not escape. Shall we not pursue? Mo Ran asked, scratching his head. Can you take him on? Mo Cheng glared fiercely, retorting, that ice-type Dou Ling is at the pinnacle of Dou Ling, stronger than myself. If he focuses on fleeing, I cannot stop him. What then? Mo Ran was dumbfounded. Are we just letting them go? And what about this beast? Mo Cheng pointed at the two-headed fire spirit snake still besieged by over 10 Grand Dome Masters of the Mo family. I will slay this beast now. Mo Cheng bellowed at the two-headed fire spirit snake. If it weren't for this creature, I would have long since obtained the Baishi San Hua Tong. Boom. The deep red Dou Qi erupted like a volcano as Mo Cheng, with his massive arm, leaped into the air. His aura locking onto the two-headed fire spirit snake ensnared by many Grand Dome Masters. Hiss. Sensing the impending danger, the two-headed fire spirit snake screeched, unleashing all its energy to break free from the encirclement. However, Mo Cheng was already upon it. Beast, you shall not escape. With a thunderous roar, Mo Cheng tore through the fabric of the air, a sound akin to ripping silk echoing around him. A pair of ebony wings unfurled from his back, propelling him skyward with a fierce flap. He swung his mighty arm down upon the two-headed fire spirit serpent with a devastating force. A resounding boom reverberated as dust and sand billowed up, swirling in a tempest of chaos. The serpent emitted a piercing shriek, and a fierce glint flashed across Mo Cheng's face. Suddenly, he trembled, unleashing the deep crimson energy that enveloped his arm. The serpent's agonized cries were abruptly silenced, and with a disdainful snort, Mo Cheng flapped his wings backward, revealing the mangled form of the two-headed fire spirit serpent. Mo Ran chuckled wickedly, drawing a large blade from his spatial ring. With a swift motion, he cleaved the serpent's head in two, probing within the gaping wound. What a stroke of misfortune. Another head remains. He then raised his blade anew, severing the second head, diving into the serpent's brain matter to extract a red-black magic core. A fourth-tier magic core. What a splendid find. Qing Lin, what troubles you? Hai Bodong inquired, clutching his chest and breathing heavily. Although Mo Cheng's cultivation was modest, it did not diminish his formidable combat prowess. The Mo family's method of grafting beast limbs was indeed questionable, yet they still possessed considerable fighting strength. Xiao Ling is dead. Qing Lin's voice trembled as tears streamed down her cheeks. Xiao Ling was the name she had given to the two-headed fire spirit serpent. A heavy silence enveloped Hai Bodong as he contemplated the outcome he had foreseen when he decided to leave with Qing Lin. However, remaining would have led to dire consequences. He could not contend with the madman Mo Cheng while ensuring Qing Lin's safety, nor could he face the meticulously trained assassins of the Mo family. Let us rest for now. We shall depart from the stone desert tomorrow. Just as Hai Bodong spoke, his expression shifted abruptly, his gaze piercing towards the direction of the city outskirts. Old Hai, do we have enemies? Qing Lin's countenance turned pale, her pure white energy surging forth, mirroring Hai Bodong's icy aura. I shall ascertain the situation, Hai Bodong replied, casting a glance at Qing Lin, sighing softly at her remarkable talent. It had been scarcely a month since Lu Bo's departure, and already she had ascended to the rank of fighter. Her speed of advancement left him astounded. The energy condensation technique she wielded was a gift from him. Had she not been so devotedly following Lu Bo, Hai Bodong would have considered taking her as his disciple. At that moment, a swift sound sliced through the air, and a figure materialized in the room. Young master, Qing Lin exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with joy. Lu Bo instinctively embraced Qing Lin, yet his brows furrowed. This was the reaction he desired, yet not in the manner he had envisioned. Young master, Xiao Ling has been slain, Qing Lin cried, her eyes swollen with tears. What transpired? Relate it to me. Lu Bo gently stroked her head, his voice low and firm, casting a glance at Hai Bodong, only to notice his disheveled state. Blood staining the corner of his mouth. Have you secured the items? Hai Bodong asked, wiping his mouth and taking the lead in questioning. Lu Bo paused, then with a flick of his fingers, snapped them, conjuring a flickering azure flame at his fingertips, dancing like a mischievous sprite. Rank 19th, the heart of blue lotus fire. You truly managed to obtain it. Hai Bodong marveled, realizing that seizing an item from Medusa was no trivial task. But that was not all. With a flick of his finger, Elbow produced a sharp, forceful energy that shot forth with a resounding pop. The energy howled and shrieked, striking like lightning. What? Hai Bodong's expression shifted dramatically as he thrust his palm forward, condensing frigid air to manifest an ice shield. Bang! Hai Bodong's body jolted as the ice shield shattered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Why didn't you give me a warning? Hai Bodong fumed. realizing that the force generated by that simple flick was no less potent than his own full-strength assault at the pinnacle of doling. Wait, you didn't utilize soul power? Hebadong wiped the blood from his mouth, momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Elbow had merely flicked his finger casually. All that was derived from sheer physical strength? Goodness. What a monster. Hebadong grimaced, feeling increasingly despondent. He had recently faced humiliation, first being utterly defeated by the gifted Qinglin, then being bullied by the mere 5-star doling. And now, Elbow could incapacitate him with bare hands. So what about your Dou Qi? Hebadong continued, hoping for some consolation. A great Dou master. Elbow replied with a smile, his Dou Qi swirling, the semblance of armor flickering into view before he dispersed it himself. Alas, how difficult it is. Hebadong sighed deeply. Lamenting his own inadequacies at 18, a great Dou master. He had never possessed such capabilities before. Are you injured? Is it serious? Elbow inquired, astonished. His physical prowess had indeed seen considerable enhancement, and with the right opportunity, he could cultivate the Nirvana golden body. Yet, it should not have been severe enough to make Hebadong cough blood, while he appeared to be a doling. In essence, he was a Dou Huang. It's not too severe. Upon uttering this, Hebadong's expression turned grave as he recounted the ambush outside the city in detail. Upon hearing this, Elbow immediately recalled the Mo family from the original text, who had abducted Qinglin. If the Mo family had crossed paths with him, then they were destined for annihilation. Hebadong's spirits soared at this proclamation. Splendid. Hope had finally emerged. The following day, at the San Mercenary Corps base. As the defensive array took shape with the lowering of the array flags, Hebadong was tasked with overseeing the perimeter. Everything was prepared, awaiting Hebadong's medicinal formula. Speak up, Elbow urged, rolling his eyes. The formula, produce the medicinal herbs. I have already prepared the sand mandala. Ah, you alchemists truly evoke envy, Hebadong sighed, his face contorting in pain as he retrieved a roll of yellowed parchment and a considerable number of herbs from his storage ring. I expended significant resources to acquire this. And these herbs were gathered through great effort. Hebadong grimaced, expressing his financial anguish. Thus, all of this now belongs to me. Hand it over. Elbow retorted dismissively, swiftly gathering the items into his possession. Take watch on the rooftop. The remaining matters are no longer your concern. Having said that, Elbow ushered Hebadong away, transforming the training ground of the San Mercenary Corps into an open space. Taking a deep breath, Elbow released his soul power, directing it into the parchment as he began to examine the medicinal formula. Breakthrough Elixir, a 6th-tier formula, capable of dispelling most seals, and upon consumption, it grants resistance against sealing effects. A splendid find indeed. With a playful smile, Lu Bo decided from this day forth to adopt the surname Lu. Gently stroking her chin, she conjured a flickering azure flame with a sudden flourish of her palm. As she beckoned, several medicinal herbs soared into the air, descending gracefully into the heart of the azure flame. A thought crossed Lu Bo's mind, the need for an alchemical cauldron. Although crafting pills by hand appeared impressive, the reality was arduous. Possessing a cauldron would undoubtedly ease the process. Above, Hai Buodong observed the herbs being engulfed by the azure flames, a fervent hope igniting within him as he finally glimpsed the prospect of restoring his strength. Chapter 56, Xiao Sun'er's Investigation. In the northwest of the Gamma Empire, a vast expanse stretched over countless small nations and tribes, a territory devoid of national distinction. Here, chaos, slaughter, and brutality were commonplace, with the daily death toll rivaling that of a battlefield. The Black Corner region, a lawless zone, attracted the most notorious outlaws from across the northwestern continent. In this realm, one could indulge in any desire without the constraints of law, the limitations of rules, or the condemnation of morality. Survival was the only requisite for freedom. Not only the rogues of the northwest, but also those from distant lands traversed great distances seeking refuge here. Yet, while the Black Corner region was rife with disorder, it was not entirely chaotic. At its very core stood Canaan Academy, the sole sanctuary amidst the turmoil, a place that many within the Black Corner would gladly see razed. At the secluded cliffside of the Academy's outer courtyard, a young girl in a pale blue dress stood with grace. Come forth, she whispered, her voice ethereal and melodious, akin to a captivating symphony that resonated deeply. As her words faded, a peculiar green shadow slithered from the shade of the trees, eventually materializing into a humanoid figure. Miss, it intoned. Xiao Sun'er slowly turned, her gaze settling on the figure kneeling before her. With a slight nod, she encouraged, speak. Is young Master Xiao Yan still in the Monster Mountain range? The green figure hesitated before responding. According to Master Ling's deductions, young Master Xiao Yan has discovered a strange fire there. Strange fire? Xiao Sun'er's expression shifted, her lips parting slightly in a mix of concern and trepidation, though she uttered no further words. What of the individual accompanying Brother Xiao Yan? she inquired, a furrow forming on her brow as she posed another question. Oh, you mean the one named Lu Bo? The green figure replied uncertainly, noting that it was Xiao Yan who had intruded upon another's territory. However, upon receiving a piercing glance from Xiao Suner, the figure shivered slightly and hastily added, that person has already departed, heading towards the direction of the Serpent People's Targer Desert. Their spiritual prowess is exceedingly strong, surpassing even that of young Master Xiao Yan's accompanying spirit. Our people cannot approach. According to Master Ling, the other party has already sensed his presence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Suner's delicate brows knitted tightly, recognizing the gravity of the news. Has his identity been uncovered? No, the green figure replied, bowing its head. Within the Gama Empire, many bear that name, but none match the description, not even those from neighboring countries. What? A flicker of indignation surfaced on Xiao Suner's delicate face. You mean to say that you cannot even ascertain this individual's identity? Indeed, miss, we are unable to uncover any information about this person. The green figure bowed his head, hesitant to meet Xiao Suner's gaze. They had diligently searched the household registries of the Jama Empire, the Xinyan Empire, as well as the Luoyan and Mulan empires, yet found no record that matched the name Lu Bo. It was as if he had emerged from the cracks of a stone, leaving no trace of his past. Xiao Suner's anger momentarily faltered. Her subordinates were not the sort to be negligent, and perhaps this truly was an insurmountable mystery. Repeat everything you know about this individual to me, she commanded solemnly. Since the transaction among the three had taken place beneath the waterfall, in broad daylight and outside the cave, Ling Ying was able to easily read their lips and decipher the dialogue. To attain the rank of a 6th-grade alchemist in just a few days? Upon hearing this, Xiao Suner furrowed her brow. Such a claim was utterly preposterous. Moreover, while it appeared that this individual was an ally rather than an adversary, who could guarantee such a notion? Brother Xiao Yan, you truly present me with a conundrum. Xiao Suner sighed heavily, waving her hand dismissively. The green figure, sensing her mood, melted into the shadows and vanished. In a cave within the eastern beast mountain of the Jama Empire, a towering inferno of crimson flames surged and blazed, occasionally morphing into the heads of wolves and tigers, as if a multitude of beasts were galloping forth. Rank 22, the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts. The extraordinary fire of the beast mountain. After half an hour, the crimson flames began to recede, gradually contracting until, shortly thereafter, a bear youth emerged as the flames dissipated. Master, Xiao Yan called softly, his throat tightening. Xiao Yan's expression shifted, and he quickly focused his mind on the bone spirit ring on his finger. Upon discovering the extraordinary fire within the lair of the Winged Lion King, both Xiao Yan and Yao Lao found themselves in a predicament, as they lacked the 3 essential items required to absorb the extraordinary fire, particularly the Ice Spirit Spring. However, they could not simply carry the extraordinary fire in search of the Ice Spirit Spring. The embarrassing scenario they had envisioned had indeed come to pass. Ultimately, Yao Lao resolved to substitute the role of the Ice Spirit Spring, utilizing his soul power to safeguard Xiao Yan's meridians and assist him in refining the extraordinary fire. This undertaking was arduous, requiring constant awareness of Xiao Yan's Dou Qi flow and an unwavering memory of it, not to mention the endurance of the extraordinary fire's searing heat. The former challenge was manageable. Although Yao Lao had not cultivated himself, his years of research had rendered him intimately familiar with the pathways of Dou Qi. The difficulty lay in simultaneously protecting Xiao Yan's meridians while withstanding the extraordinary fire's scorching heat. The process was grueling, yet the outcome was fortunate. Yao Lao succeeded, and Xiao Yan managed to refine the extraordinary fire, but at the cost of Yao Lao falling into a deep slumber, leaving Xiao Yan isolated. Yet, Yao Lao was a cunning and shrewd elder. He had anticipated this outcome when making his decision and had thus charted the path ahead for Xiao Yan. A piece of paper was retrieved from the bone spirit ring by Xiao Yan, inscribed with Yao Lao's words of guidance. Cultivation is an endeavor that demands an immense amount of resources. Absent the guidance of his mentor, Xiao Yan must now seek out medicinal materials on his own, a task that is not only time-consuming but also yields minimal results. Thus, the elder pharmacist proposed an alternative: to join the Alchemist Guild, leveraging the resources within to expedite his cultivation. With the 3-year deadline looming ever closer, Xiao Yan is compelled to act swiftly. Cursing under his breath, he gazed at the letter left by the elder, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Without his teacher's presence, he was left to confront the terrifying might of the Yunlan sect, which was an overwhelming challenge for someone who was merely a 1-star Dou master. With a heavy sigh, he channeled his Dou Qi, his resolve hardening once more. Regardless of the difficulties that lay ahead, he would forge onward without hesitation. Suddenly, a spark of suspicion flickered within him. 4-star Dou master? A surge of joy enveloped Xiao Yan as he realized that the devouring flame, the spirit of 10,000 beasts, had indeed elevated his strength by 3 stars. This was beyond his expectations. He had anticipated starting from a mere 1-star Dou Master. Without further ado, he decided to join the Alchemist Guild and commence his cultivation immediately. With a determined expression, he donned his attire and raced towards the outskirts of the Monster Beast mountain range. His destination set for Blackrock City. This city, the largest within a 1,000-mile radius, would provide the most abundant resources necessary for his cultivation. Chapter 57. The Fragmented Map Acquired. In the Tagore Desert, within the Stone Desert City, the base of the Sand Mercenary Corps, Elbow sat cross-legged in the center of the arena, a large sphere of azure flame dancing before him, his black robe thoroughly soaked in cold sweat. Within the flames, a thumb-sized pale purple pill spun slowly, its peculiar fragrance saturating the training ground. Yet confined by the formation Elbow had established, unable to escape. Indeed, the breaking pill was notoriously difficult to refine. On the rooftop, Hai Buodong wore a grave expression. During the previous days of refining medicinal materials, he had witnessed the azure flames, densely packed and swirling throughout the arena, sending chills down his spine. This special elixir was unlike ordinary ones. Not only were the materials hard to come by, but the refining process was exceedingly arduous as well. Buzz. The pale purple energy ripples erupted, and Elbow exhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening as the blue lotus earth heart fire surged once again. Within the flames, the breaking pill began to rotate rapidly, its pitted surface gradually smoothing into a perfect sphere. A flawless elixir took shape, the energy ripples of a 6th-grade pill blossoming before being sealed once more by the formation. At long last, it was complete. Elbow breathed a sigh of relief. Crafting this pill had proven to be quite a complex task. Payment upon delivery, he declared, tossing the jade vial in his hand. A knowing smile playing on his lips as he regarded Hai Buodong. The fragmented map was an essential objective of his journey through the desert. There was no other. And it even took precedence over the blue lotus earth heart fire, which he had already acquired. Upon hearing this, Hai Buodong's expression faltered, his joy replaced by a pained look. He had paid a considerable price to obtain that map. Elbow did not rush him, simply observing in silence. After a moment, Hai Buodong let out a resigned sigh, flicking his fingers to release a piece of tattered yellowed parchment, which shot forth towards Elbow. Elbow extended his fingers, capturing the moment, while simultaneously pushing with his right hand, sending the jade vial containing the elixir soaring into Hai Buodong's grasp. A transaction of currency exchanged for goods. Elbow surveyed the map in his hand, retrieving the other half, combining it with the first, and noting that the two were nearly identical in size as the one he had acquired within the caverns of the Beast Mountain. Brilliant. Elbow chuckled softly. It was time to seize the opportunity to reclaim the lost map from Xiao Yan. It belongs to me, and shall forever remain mine. I shall activate the formation once more. Here, I will break the seal, Hai Buodong declared. All right then, Elbow mused, stroking his chin, and with a single step, the formation illuminated anew. However, Hai Buodong raised an eyebrow. Elbow had not only set up the previous formation, but an additional one as well. What is this? Hai Buodong inquired, pondering whether Elbow feared the repercussions of his restored strength. He had considered confronting Elbow post-restoration, but decided against it. Prior to his sealing, he had been a 5-star Dou Emperor. Upon breaking the seal, he would be grateful to attain 3 stars, though 2 was more likely. I too require cultivation, Elbow said with a light chuckle, flicking his fingers as 11 earth fire lotus seeds floated into the air. The formation radiated brilliance, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds as all 11 seeds burst, releasing azure golden flames in an instant. Elbow intended to take this opportunity to refine his nirvana golden body, or perhaps the term azure lotus golden body would be more fitting. With a serious expression, Elbow settled into the formation as the azure golden flames enveloped him entirely. Hai Buodong watched in astonishment, but quickly regained his composure, tilting his head back to swallow the elixir, then sitting cross-legged to refine its potency, beginning to confront the seal. In Blackrock City, within the Alchemist Guild building, the vice president, Master Otto, rubbed his hands together. Young brother, I am yet unaware of your name. I am Yan Xiao, Xiao Yan replied with a smile. His reputation from the 3-year agreement had spread widely. While not universally recognized, he was certainly known throughout the nation. Even that reclusive rascal Elbow was aware of him, making it prudent to adopt a pseudonym. And your age? Just a few months shy of 18. A prodigy. Otto and President Frank exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with astonishment. At merely 18, you are already a 3rd-tier alchemist, possessing the azure flame of the celestial fire. Your future is boundless. The president and vice president of the Blackrock City Alchemist Guild marveled as if gazing upon a rare gem. Young lad, what are your plans moving forward? To cultivate. To enhance my strength, and to refine my alchemical skills, Xiao Yan answered with a smile. Excellent. How about remaining here? Our guild will provide you with herbs and various resources. Otto laughed heartily, appreciating the young man's ambition, recognizing that with such drive comes diligence, a quality they, the Alchemist Guild, could nurture. Certainly, what would you have me do? Xiao Yan inquired, aware that nothing in this world comes without a price, neither affection nor animosity. To gain something, one must inevitably give something in return. How about representing our city at the upcoming Alchemist Conference in 2 months? Frank suggested with a grin, eagerly rubbing his hands in anticipation. If I were to emerge as the champion of the Alchemist Guild, or at least secure a commendable position, it would undoubtedly facilitate access to substantial expansion funds and an array of rare medicinal herbs from the headquarters. Oh, I shall give it a try. However, prior to that, could you assist me in sourcing some herbs that can restore spiritual power? Xiao Yan inquired, for while he managed well enough, it was the expertise of his mentor that constituted his greatest asset. He must exhaust all means to summon his teacher, for he could not forget the terrifying might of the 2 Dou Emperors and 2 Dou Zongs from the Yunlan sect. Although it seems somewhat inappropriate, one must always remain vigilant. What if Lu Bo were to learn of his teacher's slumber, abandon his duties, and seize the remaining map? He had no means to resist Lu Bo, thus awakening his teacher was paramount, serving as the cornerstone for engaging in equal dialogue with Lu Bo. It posed a challenge, yet was worth contemplating. Otto and Frank exchanged glances, deciding it prudent to agree for the time being and devise a strategy later. Then I shall reside here, esteemed masters, Xiao Yan declared, a smile gracing his face. Welcome, newcomers. Please inform me of your needs, and arrangements will be made immediately. Frank and Otto laughed heartily. Filled with great joy, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent. Nailin Yinran, what does it matter that you belong to the Yunlan sect? I have my teacher, and now the Alchemist Guild. Chapter 58. The Small Nirvana Golden Body, accomplished. In the martial arena of the Sand Mercenary Corps in Stone Desert City, Qing Lin bit her finger, glancing between Lu Bo, enveloped in azure flames, and Hai Bo Dong, emanating an aura of icy chill. Worry crept into her emerald eyes. It has been nearly a day. Why is he not yet recovered? Buzzing filled the air. As her words faded, a resonating hum erupted from Hai Bo Dong as a ghostly azure serpent pattern appeared upon his forehead, with purple energy surging upward to combat it. After a moment of stalemate, another resonating sound erupted, and the purple light surged, expelling the azure serpent pattern from Hai Bo Dong's body. Instantly, a formidable aura erupted forth, akin to a lion awakening, dominating the realm. Ha! That damned seal has finally dissipated. Hai Bo Dong laughed maniacally, his overwhelming presence crashing against the defensive array in place. The ground beneath him cracked, fissures spreading like a spider's web, yet failing to disturb the formation laid by Lu Bo Elder Hai. Lower your voice. The young master is still in meditation. A sweet, crisp voice admonished. Hai Bo Dong halted abruptly, much like a rooster caught mid-crow, his face flushed with embarrassment. Qing Lin, I have regained my strength. I am now a Dou Emperor. Hai Bo Dong exclaimed earnestly, unfurling his Dou Qi wings, a chilling wind swirling as they flapped. Oh, Qing Lin replied with a gentle nod, then averted her gaze. Oh. Hai Bo Dong was momentarily taken aback. I stand before you as a grand Dou Emperor, and all you can say is oh? Fortunately, I did not take you as my disciple. Otherwise, I would be filled with regret, he thought, feeling discontented by her lack of reaction. He then reined in his aura and directed his gaze toward Lu Bo. Upon catching sight of El Bo, Hai Bo Dong raised an eyebrow. The azure golden flames enveloping this individual had become thin, and his garments had vanished. His exposed skin radiated an azure golden hue, shimmering faintly as the sunlight illuminated his form, exuding a dazzling metallic luster. He appeared akin to a statue of solid gold, sturdy, weighty, and sharp-edged. Was this individual's physique truly this formidable? Hai Bo Dong's expression turned grave. Merely observing him elicited a sense of pressure, particularly given that he was the oppressive force emanating from this corporeal form was comparable to that of a sixth-tier magical beast. Wasn't this fellow an alchemist? Wasn't he adept in soul combat? Hai Bo Dong's lips twitched. Had his decades of seclusion rendered him oblivious to the transformations of the world? At that moment, the azure golden flames receded, gradually being drawn into El Bo's body with each breath, intensifying his azure golden aura to a brilliant radiance. A thunderous explosion erupted, causing Hai Bo Dong's heart to shudder. He extended his hands and bellowed, mysterious ice mirror. A torrent of frigid air surged forth, solidifying into a robust crystalline shield. Umph, did he still consider himself merely A cold chuckle resonated within Hai Bo Dong. With this technique, not even a pampered alchemist or a genuine sixth-tier magical beast could breach his defenses. The azure golden fist cleaved through the air, imbued with terrifying force as it struck the crystalline shield with tremendous impact. Boom! The furious winds howled, and the overwhelming energy battered against the icy barrier. Elbow let out a fierce roar, his arm tensing as the full might of his punch erupted. Bang! The crystalline shield shattered instantaneously, fracturing into numerous shards. Hai Buodong's complexion flushed, and he staggered backward, gritting his teeth to maintain his stance, though a rush of blood surged, leaving a coppery taste in his throat. "Are you all right, Hai Lao?" Elbow inquired with concern, lightly landing on his toes. "I'm perfectly fine," Hai Buodong replied defiantly, his neck stiff and veins bulging on his forehead as he forced the words out. "I am the Ice Emperor. It was just a single punch. I can withstand it." Elbow furrowed his brow, uncertain whether it was his own nascent golden body that was inadequate or if Hai Buodong was simply too formidable. Nonetheless, he mused that he had met the basic requirements for cultivating the Azure Sky Dragon transformation technique. With the remnants of the map and in his possession, his physical strength had reached a level suitable for the practice. His purpose for coming to the desert was nearly fulfilled. "Qinglin, how long has it been since you were attacked?" Elbow asked. "Today marks 10 days, young master," Qinglin replied, counting on her fingers, her brow slightly furrowed. A few days prior, she had accompanied Elbow to locate Xiaoling's remains. Remembering this, Qinglin's expression darkened. She harbored deep feelings for the two-headed fire spirit snake. "Since that is the case, let us set off for the Salt City and the Mo family, Hai Lao. What do you think?" Elbow suggested. With a peculiar expression, Elbow understood that he would not push the old man further. "Let us go, Qinglin. We shall venture out for a bit and procure some delicacies." "Absolutely," Elbow exclaimed, taking Qinglin's hand as they departed from the Sand Mercenary Corps headquarters, heading towards the heart of Stone Desert City. Yinqing, a sprawling metropolis in the eastern province of the Gamma Empire, is comparable in size to the city of Haiyan that Elbow once visited. Standing as a renowned urban center in the eastern region, the Mo family is undoubtedly one of the dominant forces in this city, not only due to their long-standing business operations, but also because of the fortunate connections established by the venerable elder Mo Cheng with the Yunlan sect. Throughout Yinqing, aside from the city lord's estate, none dare to regard the Mo family with disdain. Recently, as Mo Cheng's birthday approaches, the head of the Mo family expressed his gratitude. "Haha, many thanks to my dear niece Yufei. Without your assistance, gathering these supplies in such a short time would have been quite chaotic." He chuckled heartily, aware that any delay might provoke complaints from the elder Mo Cheng. Yufei, modestly responding, stated, "You flatter me. As a businesswoman, it is but my duty. Since the grand celebration for elder Mo Cheng is in just 2 days, why not stay with us and allow the Mo family to extend our hospitality?" The family had proposed, yet Yufei declined, asserting, "There are numerous matters to attend to at the Middle Chamber of Commerce. I truly have no time for rest." It would be quite inappropriate, she thought, for a single woman to stay at the Mo residence without cause. "Very well then, business is business. The final payment shall be arranged by my family," he declared, clapping his hands. A maid approached with a brocade tray bearing a golden card, which Yufei accepted, exchanging pleasantries before taking her leave. The Mo family head watched Yufei's alluring figure depart, a fierce desire igniting within him, akin to wild grass spreading unchecked. Meanwhile, Yufei cast a disdainful glance, noting the head's gaze nearly fixated on her. At that moment, within the Mo castle, Mo Cheng slowly approached Mo Lan. Chapter 59, Stirring Trouble. Simultaneously, at the eastern city gate of Yinqing, Qinglin, her petite head swiveling back and forth, displayed a glimmer of excitement on her youthful face. Having grown up in Shimo City, this was her first visit to such a vibrant locale, and her youthful spirit was invigorated. However, her enthusiasm quickly waned upon noticing the multitude of shops adorned with the Mo family emblem, festooned with colorful decorations. "Interesting, is it nearly New Year's in Yinqing?" she pondered, observing the festive atmosphere. Meanwhile, Heibadong furrowed his brow, slightly taken aback. "A simple inquiry will reveal the truth," Elbow chuckled, realizing that Heibadong's recuperation coincided perfectly with Mo Cheng's birthday celebrations. The trio settled into a nearby inn, and upon casual inquiry, they confirmed that indeed, it was Mo Cheng's birthday. Though unlike the original tale, there were still 2 days remaining until the festivities, and the Mo family had not monopolized all the inns as of yet. "So it is that scoundrel's birthday." Qinglin's face flashed with indignation, remembering that it was this very Mo Cheng who had slain her two-headed fire serpent. "How fortuitous that we arrived early," she mused. "What do you think about taking action now?" Elbow glanced at the sky and inquired. "Now is just right," his eyes shimmering with a murderous intent. "If one wishes to provoke the azure scale, one must be prepared to pay the price." "Very well." The fierce glint in Hai Buodong's eyes flashed. As the Ice Emperor, he never allowed vengeance to linger overnight. "Haha, then let us be on our way." Elbow replied with a glimmer of brilliance in his gaze, a light laugh escaping his lips. In an instant, the three figures flickered and vanished from their original positions. Mo Lan, how is the preparation for the birthday banquet coming along? Mo Chung approached, plopping himself down in the main seat. Mo Chung was a man who relished in face and festivity, thriving in the spotlight, making the birthday banquet one of the finest avenues for such indulgence. It is nearly complete, Mo Lan replied, adopting a serious demeanor. The grandeur that the Mo family enjoyed today was solely due to Mo Chung. He was the pillar of the family, and even the head of the household had to yield to him. Mo Lan, leave the arrangements for the banquet to me. You must immediately assemble 50 Mo guards and ensure they are prepared to depart at a moment's notice. With that, Mo Chung produced an oddly shaped whistle. The Grand Elder? Mo Lan sprang up from his seat, his face filled with astonishment. 50 Mo guards. After over a decade of careful cultivation, the Mo family had only managed to train 70 or 80, and the last time the Grand Elder had suffered losses in Shimo City, several had perished. Now, he was to mobilize 50 more. The opportunity for the Mo family's ascendance is at hand. Do not hesitate over trifles. Mo Chung retorted sharply. Very well. Mo Lan's expression shifted as he nodded reluctantly. Though he did not fully understand, he had no choice but to comply. In the Mo family, Mo Cheng's word was law. And if Mo Lan failed to follow orders, his position as head would be rendered meaningless. Mo guards assemble. As they reached the open space outside the guest hall, resembling a training ground, Mo Lan blew the whistle and bellowed. In an instant, shadows darted forth. Several teams of individuals clad in black surged from various corners of the Mo family estate, swiftly forming ranks, their expressions flat and cold, exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust. The commander of the Mo guards was Mo Ran, the one who had summoned the twin-headed fire spirit serpent. His ability to command the Mo guards was not due to his personal strength, but rather the support of Mo Chung. This unit of Mo guards had but one leader, Mo Chung. Mo Lan was about to speak when Mo Chung, hands clasped behind his back, emerged from the hall. Mo Lan had managed the affairs competently, arranging everything with clarity, freeing Mo Chung from worry. He decided to inquire about the Bai Shi San Hua Tong instead. Mo Lan, take 30 men and proceed to Shimo City, Mo Chung commanded, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. Keep a close watch on those two. Do not let them escape. Understood. Mo Ran snapped to attention. However, at that moment, a faint whoosh echoed as two figures cloaked in black appeared above the castle. Immersed in his own thoughts, Mo Chung failed to notice, but Mo Lan, also a warrior of the doling rank, instinctively looked up and caught sight of the three shadowy figures above. Damn it, enemies! Mo Lan's expression shifted dramatically, a chill rushing to his mind. He surged his battle energy and shouted, "Enemy attack!" The sound reverberated, instantly spreading throughout the Mo family castle and resonating across the entire Salt City. Yet, it was already too late. 4 streaks of yellow light shot forth, and shortly after, a square pillar of yellow light soared into the heavens. What is happening? What has occurred? The unusual occurrence immediately captured the attention of various factions in Yanqing. Intriguingly, could it be that the Mo family has crossed paths with a formidable figure? At the Mo family castle, with a resounding shout from Mo Lan, Mo Chung, Mo Ran, and the Mo guard simultaneously assumed a defensive stance in the training arena. 2 shadowy figures cloaked in black descended from the sky, only for the Mo family to realize upon landing that there were actually 3 individuals, one of whom was a petite figure cradled in the arms of another. How dare these lunatics humiliate the Mo family in such a manner? Mo Cheng's expression darkened instantly. He stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy that surged forth, accompanied by a chilling voice that swept over the 3 intruders. Yet, the trio, clad in black, remained unmoved, their cloaks billowing without a hint of response, rendering Mo Chung's imposing aura as futile as a stone sinking into the ocean. Mo Chung and Mo Lan exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. It seemed these visitors truly possessed some degree of prowess. I have come to the Mo family to accomplish 3 tasks. To kill, and once more, to kill. Mo Lan roared indignantly. How dare you, shameless scoundrels, act so arrogantly? It appears my reputation as a merciless figure in the Mo family is not sufficiently renowned. Mo Chung sneered darkly, the crimson energy surging around him. There were indeed many desperate souls willing to challenge the Mo family fortress, and he had buried more than a few reckless individuals in his time. Suddenly, the clatter of weapons echoed as they fell from trembling hands, and all present were drenched in cold sweat, their combat capabilities evaporating in an instant. The training arena was engulfed in a chilling atmosphere, as the Mo family's warriors felt their hearts plummet into despair. A Dou Huang. This cloaked figure is a Dou Huang. Chapter 60. Mo Chung. half beast, half man, huh? Esteemed gentlemen, I am Mo Chung, the esteemed elder of the Mo family. As the backbone and strongest member of the Mo family, Mo Chung, under the scrutiny of all the higher-ups, could only approach with trepidation, clasping his fists and bowing respectfully. Swallowing hard, Mo Chung gritted his teeth against the immense pressure looming above, stammering, "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" However, despite his submissive demeanor, a flicker of madness glinted within his eyes. The grafting of beastly limbs had bestowed upon him formidable combat strength. Yet it had also allowed his sanity to be gnawed away by his primal instincts. "That old man, I remember you desired my eyes. Now that I have arrived, why do you not look up?" Hearing that somewhat familiar voice, a chill raced down Mo Cheng's spine, his scalp prickling as if about to explode. Instinctively, he glanced up, only to be met with a pair of emerald green eyes, three delicate flowers swirling slowly, an intangible force gripping his heart and leaving him momentarily dazed. Simultaneously, the three figures, Lu Yu and his companions, shed their black cloaks, revealing their true appearances. You. Mo Cheng's complexion drained of color as he instinctively stepped back, gazing at Lu Yu, drenched in sweat. How could this be? That old man was merely at the pinnacle of Dou Ling half a month ago. How could he have ascended to Dou Huang so swiftly? Yet, in the next moment, a surge of crimson filled Mo Cheng's eyes, his once dark pupils transforming into a vivid scarlet. Roar! Mo Cheng erupted with a primal beastly roar, his left arm swelling and expanding, as the crimson energy exploded forth with a deafening roar. Breaking mountain arm. With a sharp howl, Mo Cheng's enormous arm descended like a colossal battering ram, striking fiercely towards Lu Yu. Originally, Hai Buodong had reacted swiftly. Sensing Mo Cheng's full-force assault, he prepared to teach him a lesson. However, he soon realized that Mo Cheng's offensive was directed at Lu Yu. Hai Buodong paused momentarily, then broke into a grin. Interesting. He deliberately slowed his attack and quietly shifted a few steps away. Boom. At the same moment Mo Chung unleashed his strike, Mo Lan similarly erupted with fighting spirit. His hand adorned with a sharp claw that sliced through the air, targeting the head of the azure-scaled beast. The two coordinated seamlessly, simultaneously aiming for the most vulnerable points of Hai Buodong, the Dou Huang. If they could capture these two, the Mo family would have a glimmer of hope. A swift glance revealed the chilling aura radiating from Hai Buodong. Mo Wei, who had intended to join the fray, suddenly froze, his steps faltering as he stood immobilized. Meanwhile, Mo Cheng's eyes glinted with madness. As long as he could defeat that pretty boy, victory would be within reach. This pretty boy was undoubtedly the Dou Huang's weakness. Attacking him would lead to triumph. I have bested him once, and I can do so again. The advantage lies with me. Victory is imminent. Roar! A flicker of excitement ignited in Mo Cheng's crimson, frenzied gaze. The massive beast claw was enveloped in deep red flames. With this strike, even a Dou Huang would momentarily retreat. Smack! Lu Yu spread his 5 fingers wide, catching the beastly claw. "What are you doing?" Lu Yu frowned, puzzled that the attack was not aimed at Hai Buodong, but had unexpectedly turned towards him. What? Mo Cheng's eyes bulged in disbelief. How could this be? This boy had not even unleashed his fighting spirit. How could he possibly catch my devastating blow? Annoying. At that moment, the attack from Mo Lan was upon them, prompting Lu Yu to snort coldly. Mo Chung felt a sudden jolt as an immense force grasped his colossal arm, lifting him uncontrollably, followed by a dizzying spin. "Damn it!" Mo Lan exclaimed as Mo Chung collided forcefully with him. A thunderous crash echoed, and Mo Chung felt his entire head shake violently, dazzling lights flashing before his eyes as he was sent hurtling backward. Rip! His clothing tore apart, and Mo Cheng's eyes were bloodshot and dazed as he flapped his black wings to stabilize himself, taking quite a while to regain his senses. "Damn that pretty boy!" Mo Cheng's expression wavered uncertainly as he dragged his enormous arm, fear evident as he looked at Lu Yu. Something was amiss with this individual. There was no aura of fighting spirit. Yet how could he have flung him away so effortlessly? Disgusting. Lu Yu observed Mo Cheng's appearance with a sneer, disdainfully curling his lip. Although Mo Cheng now soared through the air, his claw, adorned with deep red patterns, dragged along the ground, twitching and squirming, utterly repulsive to behold. "I must eliminate this pretty boy." Mo Cheng's skin twitched. Lu Yu's unabashed scorn pierced his heart. Though he had undergone the transplantation of a magical beast's limb, he did not harbor any genuine affection for such a thing. No one wished to become a monster, and neither did Mo Cheng. But this was the most expedient path to power. "Your Excellency, I acknowledge that there have been some misunderstandings. However, I wish to convey that our Mo clan is supported by the Yunlan sect." Mo Cheng inhaled deeply, suppressing the turbulence and murderous intent within. "The young master of Yunlan sect, Nalin Yunran, is already en route to our Mo clan. I hope you value peace above all else. That ice-type Doling has ascended to the rank of Dohuang. Our Mo clan is utterly incapable of contending with such a formidable foe and must seek assistance from Yunlan's sect. Misunderstanding? How can you speak of misunderstandings when you have slain my two-headed fire spirit serpent? Qinglin gritted her teeth and shouted, the three blossoms within her emerald eyes swirling rapidly due to her agitation. Upon arriving at the valley of sand dunes, she and her companion found nothing but a heap of mangled flesh where the two-headed fire spirit serpent once lay, its head severed and its core missing. Damn it! How did the Grand Elder provoke such a powerful enemy? Hearing this, all the elders of the Mo clan in the training grounds were stricken with terror. Yet just as they contemplated escape, news from the servants arrived. The earth-toned barrier surrounding the Mo clan's castle was impenetrable, leaving them with no avenue for retreat. I said it was a misunderstanding. Our Mo clan shares a profound connection with Yunlan's sect, Mo Chung hastily asserted. Realizing the gravity of the situation and attempting to invoke Yunlan's sect's authority to intimidate Lu Bo and his companions. Enough noise. Lu Bo scoffed, unleashing a powerful palm strike. With a resounding boom, a azure fire serpent surged forth, darting towards Mo Chung with lightning speed. Mo Cheng's expression changed dramatically as he realized that this fire serpent was homed in on his aura, as if no matter how he fled, death was inevitable. Wait, I did not slay the two-headed fire spirit serpent. Mo Chung screamed, flapping his wings and retreating frantically. Lu Bo raised an eyebrow at this revelation. It was not Mo Chung who had slain it. A glimmer of hope surged on Mo Cheng's face. Seizing the moment of Lu Bo's momentary lapse in focus, he thrust the beastly limb connected to his left shoulder to hurl several Mo guards before him. Boom! The azure flames swept past, incinerating both the guards and his shattered arm into ashes. Mo Chung rolled on the ground, clutching his left shoulder, emitting cries of agony. What kind of flame is that? The elders of the Mo clan felt their legs weaken, drenched in sweat. The Grand Elder, a 5-star Doling proficient in fire attribute Dou Qi, was rendered utterly powerless against this azure flame. How is this possible? Speak up. Who killed the two-headed fire spirit serpent? Lu Bo demanded, his fingers flickering with extinguishing flames. It was Mo Ran. He did it. Mo Chung shrieked, the core still in his possession. Among the crowd, Mo Ran, who had quietly hidden behind the Mo guards, suddenly turned pale, realizing disaster was imminent. Chapter 61, A Free Ride. By the roadside in Yinqing, Yafei gazed uncertainly towards the Mo clan's direction, having caught a fleeting glimpse of two shadowy figures that seemed to flit above the Mo clan's castle. Supervisor? A guard cautiously inquired, how shall we proceed? What has transpired at the Mo clan? Yafei furrowed her brows, her abilities modest. Having only been a fighter for a few months, her perceptive skills inferior to the head of the guard beside her. Uncertain, Supervisor, the head guard replied gravely, shaking his head. However, the current situation at the Mo clan does not appear favorable. How so? Yafei raised an eyebrow, a flicker of schadenfreude crossing her delicate features. Her disdain for the Mo family was palpable. The atmosphere emanating from that direction was overwhelmingly oppressive, rendering any thoughts of resistance futile. Particularly when the head of the king-level guards intoned gravely, the Mo family is facing impending doom. At that moment, a faint scream echoed in the distance. Had Yafei not lingered nearby, she might not have heard it at all. Indeed, within the Mo family's castle. No. It wasn't me. Mo Ran exclaimed frantically, waving his hands. The piercing gaze of Lu Bo made him feel as if he could scarcely breathe, an invisible pressure forcing his spine into a hunch. As Lu Bo shifted his gaze, a sigh of relief escaped Mo Chung. The burden upon him lightened considerably. By offering up Mo Ran as a scapegoat, coupled with the backing of the Yunlan sect, he believed he could survive this ordeal. His niece Nalan was still en route, and he must hold out until her arrival. My esteemed lord, the Mo family has indeed erred, and I stand here to acknowledge our faults on your behalf. Mo Chung gasped, his breath ragged. Although the pain from his severed arm was excruciating, the glimmer of survival kindled a renewed vigor within him. The Mo family is willing to surrender the true culprit, Mo Ran, and offer our sincere apologies. We beseech you to show mercy. If there is anything you require, please do not hesitate to demand it. The Mo family and the Yunlan sect are prepared to atone. Mo Wei, apprehend Mo Ran at once. In the face of life and death, Mo Chung forcibly suppressed the encroaching madness of the beastly affliction on his consciousness, speaking rapidly and with conviction. Not only did he invoke the banner of the Yunlan sect, but he also expressed a desire to mitigate the disaster through financial compensation, all while presenting a scapegoat to preserve the dignity of Lu Bo and his companions, thereby securing his own safety. With a decisive command from Mo Chung, the fate of Mo Ran was sealed. Without requiring Mo Wei's intervention, Several peak fighters from the Mo family simultaneously subdued the struggling Mo Ran. Concurrently, an elder delivered a powerful blow to Mo Ran's throat, ensuring he could not utter another word. Yet, all of this was merely the unilateral thinking of the Mo family. Neither Lu Bo nor Hai Buodong harbored any intentions of allowing Mo Chung to survive. Humph. Hai Buodong scoffed coldly, causing the Mo family elders poised to strike Mo Ran to simultaneously spit blood, their faces turning ashen as they collapsed to the ground. The blood they expelled crystallizing into frost and falling with a delicate chime. My lord, do you truly wish to sever ties with the Mo family and the Yamon sect? Mo Chung screamed, incredulous that his overtures were met with such hostility. You overestimate your position. Yun and I share a strong rapport, so while the fish may die, the net shall remain intact, Lu Bo replied nonchalantly, stepping forward with a slight sway. Hai Buodong's pupils constricted. The speed of Lu Bo was astonishing. Even at full strength, he could barely keep pace. Previously, Lu Bo's speed was merely a product of his self-imposed limitations due to his rank, but now, fully restored, he still could not match Lu Bo's swiftness. This fellow's physique must rival that of a 6th-tier beast. Hai Buodong mused inwardly. Despite Lu Bo's cultivation being merely that of a great fighter, and while his soul force was formidable, it could not account for such velocity. The only plausible explanation was his extraordinarily robust physique, capable of engaging in hand-to-hand combat with 6th-tier beasts. Upon hearing Lu Bo's words, Mo Cheng's expression turned momentarily blank. This man had such a close relationship with the Yamon sect. However, in the next moment, a ferocious gust of wind swept in, causing Mo Cheng's expression to change dramatically. His eyes instantaneously transformed into golden vertical pupils, scanning the surroundings with a swift motion. Behind him, his wings flared violently, and with an urgent turn, he exclaimed, "Ah?" A soft sound echoed in the void as Bo's figure gradually materialized in the air. Haha. My azure flame eagle eyes are not to be underestimated. Mo Chung laughed maniacally, intoxicated by his newfound power, the result of numerous beastly transformations that had rendered him almost unrecognizable. The azure flame eagle is a fire attribute flying beast of the king of combat level, from which Bo had drawn the azure fire from Yunyang. Hai Buodong's lips twitched. This fool truly believed that having glimpsed Bo's speed once would allow him to be arrogant? That speed was merely a demonstration of Bo's capabilities. Well then, let us see you try again, came Bo's indifferent voice, laced with cold amusement. In the midst of his wild laughter, Mo Chung felt a sudden chill, instinctively flapping his wings to ascend higher. As he trembled, the air around him erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom! A tremendous force struck down from above, slamming forcefully against Mo Cheng's chest. Wow! The Grand Elder. The members of the Mo family screamed in unison, aghast that the illustrious Grand Elder was rendered powerless before that youth. With a resounding crash, he fell heavily onto the azure stone ground of the Mo fortress, blood gushing from his 7 orifices, saturating his face. If you wish to kill me, you must pay a price. Mo Cheng's dazed pupils suddenly focused, a frenzied vengeance igniting in his implanted beastly eyes. With a powerful flap of his wings, he surged forward like a black streak, lunging towards Qinglin's position. Ha ha! Even in death, I shall take you down with me. Mo Chung shrieked, his deep crimson fighting spirit erupting, the scorching wave of energy crashing against Qinglin. Qinglin's face paled, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of his combat spirit. You have no chance. A calm voice echoed, as a thunderous explosion erupted in the void. A golden-hued fist appeared out of thin air, devoid of fighting spirit or soul fluctuation. Boom! The ground shattered, cracks spreading like a spider's web, as Mo Cheng's crazed visage was forcefully driven into the azure stone pavement by this single punch. Elbow flicked his toes, and a sharp sound pierced the air as a terrifying force struck Mo Cheng's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Mo Chung was sent flying, leaving a long trail on the ground before coming to a halt, half alive. Cough, cough, I truly regret it, Mo Chung wheezed, blood spilling forth as his eagle-like eyes glared fiercely at Bo. Acknowledging the futility of pleading for mercy, he lamented, I should have spared no effort to kill that old man 2 weeks ago and seize the azure snake's 3-hued eyes. His eyes burned with rage, consumed by regret as he reflected on his failure to act decisively 2 weeks prior, when he could have obtained the azure snake's 3-hued eyes in one fell swoop. Stop thinking about it. You are incapable, Bo replied coolly. Had Mo Chung previously acted recklessly, he would have faced death at Hai Buodong's hands. Regrouping and consolidating power would have been the wisest course of action. You are utterly out of chances. Lu Bo spoke softly, flicking his fingers, and a wisp of azure lotus ground fire shot towards Mo Chung. A look of horror spread across Mo Cheng's bloodied face as he gritted his teeth, and flapped his wings with all his might to evade the azure flame while shrieking. Just wait. The Yunlan sect will not spare you. The young sect master Nalan Yanran is already on her way. You fool. I have already stated that my relationship with the sect master of Yunlan is quite amicable, Lu Bo replied with indifference, flicking his fingers once more. A flash of azure light darting by. Mo Chung, having lost all rationality, clung desperately to the idea that the Yunlan sect was his only hope. Had it not been for Yun remaining within the Yunlan sect, Lu Bo would have certainly orchestrated Mo Cheng's demise. In an instant, the azure lotus ground fire latched onto Mo Chung, rapidly swelling into a roaring inferno. Mo Chung writhed on the ground in agony, his heart-wrenching screams echoing as he desperately unleashed his fighting spirit to extinguish the flames engulfing him. Yet, the azure lotus ground fire clung to him like a parasite, utterly inextirpable. The members of the Mo family trembled in fear, their hearts shattered. A fierce glint flashed across Qing Lin's delicate visage as she unsheathed a dagger and approached Mo Ran. The Mo family, stripped of any will to resist, dared not move. The tragic fate of their elder was a grim reminder, and none wished to become the next wretched victim like Mo Chun. No, please, I beg you spare me. Mo Ran cried out, inching backward in terror. With a swift thrust, the dagger glinted coldly as it pierced Mo Ran's heart. She let out a chilling scream, blood gushing forth, her eyes forever closing in death. Lu Bo nodded slightly, remaining silent. He had refrained from coercing Qing Lin until now. But witnessing her pursuit of power brought him a measure of satisfaction. The continent of fighting spirits was no haven of peace. It was a realm rife with bloodshed and conflict, where one could not survive without ruthlessness. Qing Lin retrieved his storage ring, extracting a red-black magic core. Well done. Qing Lin, Hai Bo Dong remarked with a slight nod, as the chill of his fighting spirit spread, covering the stone ground with frost. In an instant, numerous elders and Mo guards were encased in ice, their vitality extinguished, succumbing to a silent death. The Mo family is utterly oblivious. Hai Bo Dong scoffed, curling his lip disdainfully as he flicked his fingers, releasing an invisible force that shattered the ice sculptures of the Mo family members into countless fragments. Let us depart, Lu Bo declared, waving his hand as the flames surged once more, transforming Mo Chung into mere ashes. Onward. Hai Bo Dong nodded, soaring into the air. Where to next? The imperial capital, Lu Bo responded, his brow arching as he gazed northwestward. Chapter 62, The Return of the Guardian. On the roadside, Yafei, gazing at the Mo family fortress, caught sight of a fleeting shadow once more. Have the enemies of the Mo family departed? A hint of surprise flickered in Yafei's charming peach blossom eyes as she sensed the shadow's retreat. However, the radiant barrier sealing the Mo family fortress remained intact, still enveloping the entire estate. The Mo family is finished. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Yafei's lips, her spirits lifted. Though she lamented that the wealth of the Mo family would not be hers to claim. Otherwise, she would have profited immensely. Yes, supervisor. At the Maitel auction house. After some arrangements, Yafei exchanged pleasantries with the head of the Yinqing auction house before boarding the beast-drawn train of Maitel auction house. Maitel auction house possesses its own independent logistics system, capable of transporting both goods and people. Let us depart, commanded Yafei, pleased with the fruitful harvest from Yinqing. The final payment was secured, and the decline of a prominent family was now evident. Under her orders, the beast tamer cracked his whip, urging the magical beasts to run and propel the carriage along the tracks. In the continent of combat Qi, numerous professions abound: fighters, beast tamers, alchemists, physicians, and poison masters, each with distinct specialties. However, the original narrative places excessive emphasis on alchemists, leading many to mistakenly believe that they are the sole practitioners on the continent. Managing an auction house is not an issue. The real challenge lies in expanding its influence. Yafei, delicate fingers massaging her brow, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Suddenly, a shadow flickered through the verdant depths of her gaze. A chill ran down her spine, and instinctively, she prepared to call for her guards. Yet, her body froze as three figures draped in black robes materialized within the carriage, two tall and one short. Your Excellency. Yafei stood rooted in place, swallowing hard, hesitant to make a move, although uncertain and lacking evidence. Her intuition warned her that these three were indeed the ones sealing off the Mo family. You're quite perceptive for a young lady, remarked Hai Buodong as he removed his black robe, revealing his visage. Don't take it off. Don't take it off. I understand the rules. If I see your face, my life is forfeit, Yafei shouted, hastily covering her eyes, though the gaps between her fingers were too wide to block all sight. Elbow's lips twitched. Am I in need of an alarm clock to report to the imperial capital? You are truly amusing, young lady. Behold this, and you shall know my identity. Hai Buodong retorted, tossing a token that struck Yafei's delicate face with a resounding clap. Instinctively, she opened her eyes and grasped the token, gasping, the clan leader's token? The Miter family had no clan leader, only the elder Miter Tingshan. Several within the clan had sought to elevate Elder Tingshan to the position of clan leader, but he steadfastly declined. Many had failed to comprehend his reasoning, yet now Yafei understood. The clan leader of the Miter family was still alive, which explained Tingshan's refusal to claim the title. Yafei's expression turned solemn as she scrutinized the elder before her. Is this truly the leader of the Miter family? We are en route to the imperial capital. Arrange 3 rooms for us, Hai Buodong instructed, indicating that the carriage was not merely a single compartment, but a 2-tiered vehicle with ample accommodations. 2 will suffice. Qinglin immediately interjected, as she was a maid and could not be separated from her young master. Oh, very well, Yafei replied, casting a surprised glance at Qinglin. Proceed, Hai Buodong gestured with a tilt of his chin. As night fell over Yinqing, within the Mo family castle, a wisp of black smoke drifted silently, brushing against the towering wall of yellow light that ascended skyward. You wretched brat, you shall pay for my painstaking cultivation. When I find you, you will know true suffering. The dark mist coalesced, and a palm struck out but halted just before impact. The guardian, sensing something amiss, felt an unsettling aura. Although he had only clashed with the boy once, he knew the adversary was formidable, a potent soul force, capable of incinerating the spirit, accompanied by an endless array of intricate formations. For the past 2 to 3 years, I had searched for him tirelessly, yet uncovered no trace. However, his sudden and brazen appearance now raised significant concerns. Contemplating this, the guardian paused, unperturbed by any potential tricks from the young man, for his cultivation level posed no threat. What troubled him was the fear of alarming the elusive figure. Should he become wary and slip away once more, all efforts would be in vain. With a slight shiver of apprehension, the guardian circled the Mo family castle, meticulously observing and sensing the lingering aura in the vicinity. Strangely, only a trace of icy fighting spirit remained, devoid of the young man's soul energy. No, it was a formation flag. The guardian scrutinized the array closely, his gaze shifting toward the northwest where remnants of icy fighting spirit lingered. Could it be that the young man had not arrived and had merely been associated with this icy fighter? The black mist swayed gently as the guardian's mind raced with 2 possibilities. Either the young man had concealed his aura from detection, or there truly existed only an icy fighter. Regardless of which scenario was true, he turned his attention toward the imperial capital, their ultimate objective. The first possibility would be ideal, allowing him to easily find the young man. However, if the latter was the case, a thorough discussion with the icy fighter would be necessary. A sinister chuckle escaped the guardian's lips as he thought of the Yunlong sect. These inept individuals had finally proven useful. The guardian mused that their weakness would undoubtedly prevent any alarm from being raised in the young man. Ah, young one, he cackled. I have declared that your soul shall be mine. Meanwhile, on the dedicated train, Hai Buodong sat across from Lu Bo, his expression somewhat peculiar. He had initially believed that with the Mo family's affairs concluded, they would part ways, especially since their 2 transactions had been completed. To his surprise, Lu Bo's destination was also the imperial capital. Will we separate upon reaching the capital? Hai Buodong inquired. Not so fast, Lu Bo replied with a smirk. I have a transaction to discuss with you, Elder Hai. Planning to escape? It's not that simple. Hai Buodong, sensing an inexplicable foreboding, remarked, for some reason. I suddenly have a sense of impending doom. Chapter 63, Transactions and Movements of the Celestial Serpent Manor. Dare I ask, Elder Hai, how many star Dou Emperors were unsealed before? Lu Bo inquired with a light chuckle. 5 stars, Hai Buodong replied, his expression darkening. This prideful nature of his had led him into a battle with Medusa, resulting in over a decade of imprisonment. More than 10 years had passed, and instead of progressing, his strength had dwindled. Those who had once competed alongside him had likely reached the pinnacle of the Dou Emperor stage. Oh, and what is your current strength? 2 stars. Hai Buodong retorted tersely. Although the breaking seal pill was commendable, it merely served to remove the seal and not to restore his power. Achieving 2 stars was already commendable under the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo's eyes narrowed with mirth, and with a gesture, a scroll of parchment materialized in his hand, which he gently pushed toward Hai Buodong. Confused, Hai Buodong accepted it, and, upon inspection, his eyes widened in astonishment, trembling with excitement. Is it possible there exists such a pill? Despite having some rapport with Lu Bo, it was not of a nature that would warrant free alchemical services. Moreover, even if offered without charge, Hai Buodong would not dare to accept. A gift without compensation could be tantamount to a life-or-death situation. A month and a half later, I must make a journey to the Cloudlawn sect, and you shall accompany me, Lu Bo smiled. What do you intend to do? Hai Buodong felt a shiver run down his spine. Given Lu Bo's prowess, not only could he easily confront the Cloudlon sect, but he could also hold his own against even the formidable Jiaxing Tian. Now he was being asked to take action himself. Young man, I must warn you, Haibo Dong said seriously. The previous sect master, Yun Shan, was already an 8-star Dou Huang when he passed the mantle to Yun Yun over a decade ago. It is entirely possible that he has since advanced to the Dou Zone realm. Quite the coincidence, for I require you to face none other than Yun Shan. Lu Bo raised an eyebrow, teasingly adding, Fear not, I shall prepare an Emperor's extreme pill for you before we ascend to the Cloudlon sect. What? Haibo Dong exclaimed, leaping up. I am but a 2-star Dou Huang. Even with my utmost effort, I cannot contend with him. Do refrain from overreacting. Lu Bo gestured for him to sit down, smiling. I do not expect you to defeat him. Merely to hold him off will suffice. That is still impossible. Haibo Dong shouted. With the refining of the Revival Spirit Purple Pill and the Emperor's Extreme Pill, I am merely a 6-star Dou Huang. And even against Yun Shan from over a decade ago, I faced more losses than victories, let alone his current self. Do you perceive this matter as perilous? Certainly. Haibo Dong rolled his eyes, exasperated. Isn't that self-evident? I lack the courage to confront a Dou Zong head-on. Do you not have any good friends you wish to involve? Lu Bo smiled subtly, presenting a brilliant idea. Haibo Dong paused, reconsidering and realizing it might indeed be feasible. Suddenly, Haibo Dong's eyes sparkled with mischief, a wicked smile gracing his lips. How could I forget my good brother Jiaxing Tian for such an opportunity? We must involve him. After all, I shall bear no cost. Yes, that shall be our course of action. I am on board. Haibo Dong pounded his chest resolutely, declaring, As long as I have the Revival Spirit Purple Pill and the Emperor's Extreme Pill prepared, traversing Cloudlon Mountain will pose no problem. Prepare the necessary herbs. I can commence pill refining at any time. Lu Bo beamed with satisfaction, sealing the agreement. He promptly produced a list of required materials for the Revival Spirit Purple Pill, handing over all the ingredients he possessed for it. Ha, splendid, my brother. Haibo Dong laughed heartily, cradling a substantial collection of herbs. Once we reach the imperial capital, the materials will be ready at once, rest assured. In the southwestern direction of the Black Corner region, amidst the vast mountains, lay the Tianxi mansion. Observing the sect protected by a formidable formation, the 8-winged Black Snake King and the Green Barbarian exchanged glances, both weariness etched on their faces. We're in trouble. The mere thought of reporting a failed mission to the boss makes my legs tremble, one lamented. Awaken, you have no legs, the Green Barbarian retorted with a smirk. White Fang glared angrily, but the Green Barbarian remained undeterred, stroking his chin contemplatively. White Fang, do you not think our injuries are rather trivial? Trivial? You Haven Tea even treated my wounds. This is for your own good. The Green Barbarian huffed, unperturbed by White Fang's growing ire. The more we suffer, the stronger our enemies appear, and the less blame we incur. How astutely observed. White Fang's eyes lit up, finally finding some merit in the Green Barbarian's words. Hurry, let me assist you. I shall recreate the injuries you previously healed. White Fang twirled excitedly, laughing heartily. Suddenly, the Green Barbarian stiffened, straightening his body, lowering his gaze, and choosing to ignore White Fang. Green Man, speak up. White Fang urged. Get on with it. Let me see the extent of your feigned suffering. A resonant voice echoed from the heavens as a white-bearded old man floated into view, observing the two defeated warriors with a calm demeanor. White Fang felt as if his scalp had exploded, hastily exclaiming, Boss, let me explain. It's not as you think. This is all White Fang's idea. Green Man replied nonchalantly. Not only did he act independently and provoke a formidable foe, leading to the mission's failure, but he also attempted to deceive us with a ruse of self-inflicted pain. What? White Fang's eyes bulged, glaring at Green Man. You treacherous woman. What did you say? Failed. The old man narrowed his eyes, his robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. Why must I always be the one injured? White Fang lamented amidst a cacophony of noise. Green Man covered his eyes, saying, White Fang, you've worked hard. I will ensure you receive proper treatment, so fear not. After a moment, the clamor subsided, leaving the 8-winged black serpent, White Fang, a mere shadow of his former self, groaning on the ground. Speak the truth. Indeed. The matter unfolded as such, Green Man said, his gaze fixed and steady, recounting the events. An hour later, 2 streaks of light soared towards the direction of the Gamma Empire. On a rail train within the Gamma Empire, the sound of knocking echoed. Come in, Lu Bo beckoned. Mr. Lu, here is what you requested, Yafei announced, carrying a tray laden with various white magical cores and chilling ice-related herbs. The sudden disappearance of this individual had not only surprised him, but also revealed their striking appearance. To his astonishment, upon their reunion, this person had already formed a bond with the clan leader of his family, garnering unwavering respect from the leader of the Miter family. Young master, what do you intend to do with these items? At that moment, the practicing Qinglin opened her eyes and squeezed between Yafei and Lu Bo. These are materials prepared for your cultivation, Lu Bo said, patting Qinglin's head with a smile. Qinglin's eyes sparkled, her desire for power intensified, and she felt an urgent need for growth in her abilities. Chapter 64, Earth-Rank Combat Technique, Gaze of Medusa. Within the train compartment, azure flames flickered as ice-type magical cores and herbs were tossed into the fire, releasing a rich fragrance that filled the space. Qinglin propped her chin on her hand, gazing intently at her young master, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Her young master was truly remarkable. Before long, the azure core flame in Lu Bo's hand dissipated, leaving a viscous white liquid suspended in his palm. Observing this, Qinglin hurriedly presented a prepared jade vial, and Lu Bo deftly transferred the substance into it. Young master, what is this? Qinglin inquired, examining the snow-white paste within the vial, her face alight with curiosity. Do you recall the previous blood incineration? Lu Bo replied with a smile. This is the ice-type version, rated at 4. It's quite exceptional. Blood incineration? Oh, I recollect the moment when Qinglin's delicate face flushed crimson. Whenever the young master practiced using that particular elixir, he always required complete nudity and insisted on applying it all over his body himself. Upon this thought, Qinglin's slender figure quivered slightly, her face immediately suffused with a deep blush at such a method of cultivation. Hee. LV Bu rubbed his hands together with a mischievous grin. Come now, Qinglin, dear, do strip off your garments. Allow me to assist you with the application. I. Qinglin stammered, her petite face rosy. Her delicate fingers entwined nervously, drawing circles in the air. The young master was truly insufferable, yet perhaps not entirely so. After all, she harbored no disdain. Qinglin, do speak up, LV Bu urged, producing a jade tablet, his smile growing increasingly charming. I shall. Qinglin's small hands trembled slightly as she reached for the jade vial and tablet he held. Young master, please assist me with the unsealing. Creak. Mr. LV. The ice silkworm mask you requested. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Yafei observed Qinglin's flushed visage, sensing she might have interrupted something delicate. Cough. No, your timing is impeccable, LV Bu replied, clearing his throat, his expression turning serious as he handed the ice shard to Yafei. Please help Qinglin with her application. I shall seek out Hai Lao to discuss certain matters. With that, he took the ice silkworm mask from Yafei and departed directly. Yafei glanced at the item in her hand, then at Qinglin, feeling somewhat awkward. Qinglin shot Yafei an indignant glare, wretched woman. Meanwhile, LV Bu did not seek out Hai Buodong, but instead found a secluded chamber to serve as his training ground. With a fortnight remaining before reaching the imperial capital, he required time to cultivate. I seem to have something else, he mused, stroking his chin as he appeared to recall something. With a flick of his finger, a grayish-white scroll manifested in his palm. The Gaze of Medusa, a mid-tier Earth-grade combat technique. LV Bu scrutinized the scroll, which he had procured from the Serpent Man tribe's treasury in exchange for an imperial essence pill. The reason for acquiring this item was due to the soul fluctuations he sensed within it. Although the Serpent Man tribe lacked innate alchemists, their understanding of the soul was considerable. Yumei had utilized a special combat technique to forge several serpent-type magical beast souls, capable of aiding her in battle at any moment. Yet, when faced with LV Bu, she had not the chance to deploy them before succumbing and becoming a slave. Furthermore, her escape technique, the Serpent's Division, also possessed a soul-splitting effect. However, it was only effective for fleeing from opponents of equal tier. Encountering a foe of a higher rank rendered it futile. LV Bu pressed the scroll against his forehead, beginning to absorb the information contained within. This Earth-grade combat technique represented the pinnacle of his acquisition thus far. After a prolonged moment, he opened his eyes, a grave expression adorning his face. This technique, more aptly termed the Eye of Medusa, was quite straightforward in its function. It concentrated soul power through a unique method to deliver a shock that inflicted a petrifying effect upon the physical body. In the original text, upon her entrance, Medusa from Yunlan delivered an immediate petrification to the Grand Elder Yunling. Had it not been for Yunshan's quick reflexes, Yunling would likely have perished. If his assumptions were correct, this must indeed be that very technique. Simple yet extraordinarily potent. Can one derive the Eye of Ancestor Talisman through this? El Bo stroked his chin, reflecting that the time he had possessed the Ancestor Talisman, when combined with his past life, amounted to merely 5 or 6 years. Unlike Lin Dong, who was exceptionally gifted, El Bo's understanding of the Ancestor Talisman remained superficial, rendering the endeavor of condensing the Eye of Ancestor Talisman exceedingly challenging. Yet, who does not harbor dreams? During the tumultuous era of the Hundred Dynasties War, Elbo had aspired to embrace a martial art akin to the desolate demon Eye to aid in his quest for the Eye of Ancestor talisman, but alas, before he could even escape the chaos of the war, he was vanquished. He resolved to give it a try. If unsuccessful, he would consider other options. Elbo made a firm decision to devote more effort to mastering this combat technique. He promptly closed his eyes to meditate, commencing his training in this skill. In the city of Black Rock, at the Alchemist Guild, ha ha ha, Yin Xiao, if you do not show up soon, I shall come looking for you. Otto laughed heartily, clapping Xiao Yan on the shoulder. How has your training been of late? Any issues? Otto patted his chest proudly, as an 8-star Dou Ling. Guiding you is well within my capabilities. Quite well, I have just advanced a star level, Xiao Yan replied with a smile. Having elevated from a 4-star Dou Master to a 5-star Dou Master within a month. The Dou Master realm differs from that of a Dou practitioner. Despite the support from the Alchemist Guild, achieving such progress in a month speaks volumes of his innate talent. Goodness. I find myself at a loss. Should I advise you to focus on alchemical skills or on cultivating Dou Qi? Otto gasped, astonished by the youth's extraordinary talent. Master Otto, what brings you to me? Xiao Yan deftly shifted the topic. Oh, Xiao Yan, time slips away. The 3-year agreement is now just over a month away. Once he reached the imperial capital, he intended to contact Elbo, hoping he would not be unfaithful to their pact. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan subtly moved his fingers within his sleeve, producing a jade talisman, the long-distance communication talisman between father and son. A slight shudder ran through him. This was indeed a son's talisman. Very well, Master Otto, I understand. I am ready to depart at any moment. Then rest well today, Otto chuckled jovially. Surely. Come and bid farewell to Yin Xiao. Of course, Master, responded a silver-haired maiden, accompanying Xiao Yan as they left the office. Yin Xiao, where are we headed? Huh? Xiao Yan appeared bewildered. Isn't it just a farewell? Do not misunderstand. It is a rare opportunity for me to leave the Master's office. Shirley waved her hand dismissively. Yet her gaze sparkled with affection as it lingered on Xiao Yan. Oh, then shall I head to the trading district? Would you care to join me? Since his initial discovery of a piece of black iron in Wutan City, he had become enamored with the thrill of treasure hunting. Who could say whether he might uncover another gem? Absolutely. Shirley's eyes brightened. She too enjoyed the thrill of treasure hunting, especially when it involved Yin Xiao. As they walked side by side, they soon arrived at their destination. Xiao Yan expanded his spiritual perception, seeking out the source of the peculiar sensation he felt. Before long, a black jade piece emerged within his awareness. With a raised brow, he approached and picked it up. Ah, Mr. Yin Xiao. A middle-aged man rubbed his hands together, chuckling to himself. He was both an alchemist and a merchant, from whom Xiao Yan had purchased numerous items. How much is this item? Hee, a 4th-grade elixir. What? Such an exorbitant price? Shui Li's eyes widened in disbelief at the outrageous cost for what seemed merely a shabby jade fragment. Have you not noticed its uniqueness? The merchant smiled at Yin Xiao. He too recognized the item's distinctiveness, albeit without comprehending its true nature. Thus, he decided to proceed with the transaction, hoping to encounter an unsuspecting buyer. Very well, just the 4th-grade elixir. Xiao Yan rolled his eyes and tossed a vial of viscous potion, blood-burning, a 4th-grade concoction, which proved exceptionally beneficial for fire attribute cultivators when applied to the body. The elder had produced over 10 vials, ample for his own use, so he relinquished it. You truly possess considerable wealth, Shui Li remarked with admiration. Darn it, did I misjudge? Xiao Yan scratched his head, feeling quite disheartened. Chapter 65. The Heavenly Fire Transformation Acquired. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, at the Miter family station, nestled within a small woodland south of the city gate, a relatively luxurious train came to a slow halt. The imperial capital stood as the nucleus of the entire Gamma Empire, with entry permitted solely through the eastern, western, southern, and northern city gates, without exception, particularly for prominent families like the Miters. The current Gamma royal family originated from a significant clan within the former Gamma sacred city, which seized power and dominated the entire Gamma Empire, ultimately being crowned as royalty. Consequently, the royal family remained highly vigilant towards such influential clans, as they were capable of usurping power, just as they had done. Let us proceed into the city, Yafei smiled, stating, Hai Lao, arrangements for your accommodations have already been made in advance. I will personally inform Elder Tengshan of your arrival. Understood, proceed as you see fit. Hai Buodong nodded. Although he was the patriarch of the Miter family, he held little interest in managing such affairs. Since Tengshan had successfully developed the clan to its current stature, he would allow him to continue his governance. Qing Lin scrutinized Lu Bo, noting that her young master wore an ice silkworm mask, altering his appearance from before and rendering him somewhat peculiar. 2 carriages approached, quickly prepared under Yafei's direction. What a decisive and formidable woman, Lu Bo mused. Observing Yafei's graceful figure, her fitted crimson robe accentuated her exquisite silhouette, while her delicate countenance exuded an air of seriousness as she systematically organized everything that needed to be accomplished. Yet, regrettably, those enchanting, alluring peach blossom eyes had a way of captivating others' attention, making it difficult to concentrate. She is indeed a competent woman, but merely competent. Lu Bo had little interest in Yafei. His aspirations dictated that the woman by his side could not be a mere ornamental figure. Upon hearing this, Yafei raised an eyebrow and promptly instructed the coachman to lead them carefully, emphasizing obedience without questions. Hai Boidong paused for a moment before nodding. All right, just don't stir up trouble. Rest assured, Lu Bo chuckled, about to speak when a hearty laugh interrupted him. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Haha. This is a young man of similar age to Yafei, yet his demeanor suggests he is a combat master, with commendable talent within the Maitel family. However, his pallid complexion indicates excessive indulgence, resulting in a significant depletion of his vital energy. It is evident that he will not traverse far on the path of cultivation. Upon sensing the gaze directed at her, a wave of disdain surged across Yafei's face, utterly unmasked. To be so blatantly disregarded by a woman in front of his own attendants made the young man's face twitch, a surge of anger igniting within him. The issue of kidney deficiency, inherently linked to irritability, prompted him to coldly scoff. Apologies, Yafei, but I require these 2 carriages. Please find alternatives. He then gestured, prompting his attendant to step forward, ready to commandeer the carriages meant for Elbow and Hebedong. Old Hai, your kin possesses quite the fragile temperament, Elbow quipped, unabashedly relishing the unfolding drama. Rio, cease this at once. Yafei exclaimed vehemently, what are you attempting to do? Nothing much. My grandfather needs these 2 carriages, replied the youth named Rio, spreading his hands, acknowledging that Yafei held a superior position within her family and had stronger guards. He hastily invoked his grandfather's authority to shield himself from potential repercussions. Spare me your nonsense, Yafei retorted, her delicate face flushed with anger. These carriages have not been reserved at all. Move aside and do not obstruct my path. Such a nuisance, Elbow remarked, digging into his ears, clearly vexed. Who are you, young man, daring to appear within the territory of the Maitel family? Rio sneered, fixing his gaze on Elbow's speak. Are you a spy? Rio, Yafei, exasperated, was on the verge of unleashing a tirade. Old Hai, Qinglin and I shall proceed inside. Do not let anyone disturb us, Elbow said, taking Qinglin's hand and walking toward the carriage. Impudent, seize them, Rio barked, incensed at being disregarded by Yafei and now aggravated by this dandy. With a swift turn, Elbow delivered a resounding slap to his face. Instantly, Rio was sent flying, his teeth and blood spewing forth, crashing half-conscious into a nearby thicket. Let us depart. Our first stop is the Alchemist Guild, Elbow murmured. The coachman, momentarily taken aback, nodded and cracked the whip, guiding the carriage into the city. Bring him along to meet Tingshan, Hebedong instructed Yafei. Understood, Old Hai. Yafei ordered her attendants to extricate the crooked-eyed Rio from the thicket, dragging him onto the carriage. Offending the clan leader would lead to considerable trouble for both Rio and his grandfather, Reina. The Alchemist Guild stood as an expansive complex, bustling with activity. Alchemists, merchants, officials from the Gamma Empire, and members of various noble families from the capital mingled. At this moment, Elbow had donned his distinguished alchemist's robe, taking Qinglin's hand as they entered the guild. Young master, what purpose brings us here? Qinglin inquired, surveying the surroundings with curiosity. The Alchemist Guild is divided into 3 regions, east, west, and south. In the southern direction, a group of novice alchemists practice their craft under the guidance of seasoned alchemists. To the west are several rooms guarded by sentinels, indicating that one must possess certain qualifications to gain entry. The eastern side serves as the trading area, which is the primary destination for Elbow, who seeks to procure a treasure there. With a light chuckle, Elbow allowed his soul energy to gradually expand, swiftly locking onto his target. At the edge of the trading area, he spotted a slightly hunched middle-aged alchemist apprentice seated atop a stone platform, surrounded by various items, among which lay a fragmented piece of black jade. Marvelous. Elbow's eyes gleamed as he approached with Qinglin by his side. Greetings, master. The middle-aged man promptly rose to welcome Elbow upon his arrival. Despite Elbow's youthful appearance, the alchemist's robe indicating his status as a first-tier alchemist commanded respect. Do you wish to exchange or sell this? Elbow inquired directly, picking up the damaged black jade piece. The middle-aged man, whose stooped form and weathered face bore the marks of hardship, wore a faded alchemist apprentice uniform. I would like to trade for a third-tier pill, the man replied sheepishly, aware that the dirty black jade was clearly not worth such a valuable item. Elbow presented a jade vial containing 2 emerald green pills. Here are 2 revitalizing pills. Oh, thank you, master. The middle-aged man's face lit up, rejuvenated as if he had shed years, for he had a family to support. And these 2 pills alleviated his immediate troubles. As Elbow and Qing Lin departed, he rubbed the fragment of black jade in his hand. Master, what is this? Qing Lin asked curiously, knowing her master would never engage in a losing trade. It is a secret method that can temporarily enhance one's power. Elbow replied with a smile. Unfortunately, it is only applicable to fire attribute cultivators. The 3 mystical transformations of heavenly fire, created by Xiao Yan, is a technique to augment power, but alas, what I have is merely a broken version. Oh, Qing Lin nodded. Not fully comprehending, but content as long as her master was pleased. The 2 turned to exit the Alchemist Guild. Indeed, I shall heed your wishes, master. Qing Lin said eagerly, her eyes bright with anticipation, her youthful spirit ever restless. As she imagined the adventures that awaited them, suddenly, she sensed her master had halted. Confused, she looked up to find Elbow gazing intently at a pair approaching from the opposite direction, specifically at the male figure. The duo appeared to be of similar age to Elbow. The woman had long silver hair and was quite beautiful. Yet it was the man who captured Elbow's focus. With black hair and eyes, he emanated the aura of a 5- or 6-star Dou master, unintentionally exuding wisps of fiery energy. Most notably, at the very moment he appeared, Elbow felt the quivering of the azure lotus earth fire within him. This individual possesses. Elbow's eyes sparkled with intensity. Although he did not recognize the man's face, his perception indicated that the individual wore a mask. At this age, possessing. Apart from Xiao Yan, there was undoubtedly no one else. Well, Elbow himself didn't count, as he had forged his own path through perseverance, not merely relying on luck. At the moment Lu Bo discovered Xiao Yan, their gazes interlocked. Just like Lu Bo? The myriad beast spirit fire within Xiao Yan sensed the unusual flames emanating from Lu Bo. The 2 pairs of dark eyes quietly regarded each other, and in that instant, an inexplicable tranquility enveloped them. Lu Bo? A thought stirred within Xiao Yan as he too perceived the extraordinary fire within his counterpart. To possess such rare flames at such a young age, apart from that rascal Lu Bo, there could be no other. As for himself, he had merely relied on a stroke of fortune and the guidance of his mentor. Lu Bo, on the other hand, was simply extraordinary. Yin Xiao, what's wrong? The silver-haired girl, Shuemei, queried with confusion. Her words abruptly shattered the silence between the 2. Lu Bo raised an eyebrow, stepped forward, and struck out with an open palm, gathering azure flames into a small fireball. What the hell? Xiao Yan exclaimed, startled. He quickly raised his own hand, unleashing a palm strike as crimson flames surged forth, forming a wolf's head in an instant. Bang! The azure and crimson hues intertwined and spread, causing Xiao Yan's face to flush as he staggered backward, his right hand throbbing from the impact with Lu Bo's palm. Meanwhile, Lu Bo remained steadfast, undeterred. And with a resigned smirk, he mused to himself that this indeed was Xiao Yan. How have you changed? Lu Bo inquired curiously, observing Xiao Yan's disheveled state. Shuemei promptly gathered her energy, grasping Xiao Yan to help steady him as he faltered. Hiss, it really is you rascal. At the sound of that familiar voice, Xiao Yan grimaced, placing his left hand over his right, where crimson flames erupted, coiling like a serpent around his arm, eventually dispelling a tendril of azure fire. How do you strike like that? Shuemei chastised, glaring at Lu Bo while supporting Xiao Yan. Indeed, it is you, kid, Lu Bo remarked, raising an eyebrow. Indeed it is, Xiao Yan affirmed. Lu Bo responded with a nasal hum. Ahem, do give a warning before you strike next time, Xiao Yan protested with mild dissatisfaction, clenching his fist and clearing his throat. It was you who brought the enemy. Cough. Damn it, you've led me astray, Lu Bo retorted, also coughing lightly, as his words spilled forth. You two know each other? Shuemei looked at Lu Bo, then at Xiao Yan, sensing something peculiar between them. Yes, indeed. We are acquainted, Xiao Yan confirmed eagerly. Lu Bo scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of Ling Ying, likely hiding from the Alchemist Guild's president, which explained why he had not immediately recognized Xiao Yan. It was all this old fool's fault. Shall we find a place to converse? Lu Bo suggested with a smile, intending to discuss their subsequent actions regarding the crucial role that Yao Lao played in dealing with the Wofu. Absolutely. I was just thinking of contacting you these past few days, Xiao Yan exclaimed joyfully, relieved that he no longer needed to use the talisman to communicate. In the northwestern region of the Jiamar Sacred City, a mountain range, previously nameless but now known as Yunlan Mountain due to the presence of the most powerful force in the Jiamar Empire, stood tall, within a central pavilion. Yun sat on the bed, her red lips slightly pursed, fixated on a gentleman's long robe, her gaze distant and somewhat entranced. This is the attire of El Bu. which she wore temporarily in the caves of the Warcraft Mountains due to a sealing spell that rendered her unable to summon her fighting spirit or utilize her spatial ring. Elbu soon forgot about this incident, but little did she know that Yun Yun had preserved the garment until now. "Teacher, are you cultivating?" The voice of Nalan Yinran echoed from outside. Yun Yun's expression shifted slightly as she hastily reached out to stow the clothing into her spatial ring. At that moment, Nalan Yinran pushed open the door and caught sight of her teacher seemingly concealing something. Curiosity piqued. She inquired, "Teacher, what is the matter?" "Cough, nothing of importance." Yun Yun mimicked Elbu's gesture, lightly coughing into her fist. "Yinran, what brings you here?" "Well, if that's the case, I shall take my leave. Please take good care of your grandfather." With a wave, Nalan Yinran turned and exited, closing the door behind her, yet a wave of confusion washed over her. It was the first time she had witnessed her teacher in such a disarray. In a towering edifice, the elder pavilion of the Yunlan sect stood, where the Grand Elder, Yun Ling, presided, assisting the sect leader in managing internal affairs. However, Yun Yun harbored a distaste for such mundane matters, delegating everything to Yun Ling while she focused solely on her cultivation. At the head of the table, Yun Ling held 2 sheets of paper, a pained expression crossing his face. One sheet bore a portrait, the other contained a few lines of text. "How am I supposed to locate a boy with just this scan information, an ice elemental powerhouse?" Yun Ling rubbed his temples, but nonetheless commanded his subordinates to act. Yet, all of this was concealed from Yun Yun for a simple reason. This was not a task from the sect leader, but rather a commission from another influential figure. "Oh, this boy seems somewhat familiar." A glimmer of recognition flickered in Yun Ling's eyes, his demeanor gradually shifting to one of composed authority. In a tranquil chamber, Elbu and Xiao Yan sat across from one another, while Xue Mei and Qing Lin were absent, having been sent out for leisure by Elbu. "Kid, where did you discover this myriad beast spirit fire?" "No, I should be asking how you managed to subdue it," Elbu questioned, perplexed by Xiao Yan. The ice spirit spring was already in his possession. Could it be that Xiao Yan had found another? The notion seemed utterly absurd. Was the protagonist's luck truly that potent? Enough of that. "Have you found any other Do Huang powerhouses?" Xiao Yan grinned, a hint of pride in his expression as he deftly changed the subject. "No. We must address this." Elbu's gaze sharpened, realizing only now that the spiritual fluctuations of Yao Lao seemed to have vanished. The ebony bone spirit ring remained. Yet Yao Lao's presence was entirely undetectable. Xiao Yan's expression twitched. His predicament had been discerned by Elbu with ease. "Humph. Xiao Yan, you had better divulge the entire situation. I might be able to assist you, but if your teacher is absent, I shall not set foot in the Yunlan sect." Furious, Xiao Yan retorted, "Are you refusing to work for your pay? Without Yao Lao, who will act as bait to lure the Guardian? Which Do Zone powerhouse would dare offend the Soul Hall to assist me against the Guardian?" Thus, without Yao Lao, all of Elbu's plans would unravel, rendering any visit to the Yunlan sect pointless. Was he to act merely as Xiao Yan's bodyguard? Laughable, utterly impossible. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yan's face twitched, and he sighed helplessly. "Master has fallen into a deep slumber to assist me in refining the..." Subsequently, he recounted the process of discovering the and the condition of Yao Lao. What? This was actually found in the lair of the? Lu Bo's eyes widened in shock, his heart heavy with regret. "There was once a presented before me, and I failed to cherish it?" "Well, not exactly. The lair of the is merely an entrance. We must delve deeper." Observing Lu Bo's pained expression, Xiao Yan could not help but raise an eyebrow, feeling an unexpected joy at finally having the upper hand over this scoundrel. "It is indeed within this lair." Lu Bo gritted his teeth, recalling that he had sensed something unusual back then, but regrettably did not investigate further, lacking the at that time to facilitate their mutual resonance. Nor did he consider that possibility. "It's all the fault of the for foolishly refining that." Lu Bo grimaced and ground his teeth in lamentation. "Sigh. Such things as belong to those worthy. They cannot be forcibly obtained," Xiao Yan humbly remarked, waving his hand. "Please, I possess my own. The, ranked 19th, far surpasses yours." Lu Bo retorted dismissively. Xiao Yan was momentarily speechless, feeling a wave of displeasure wash over him as he gulped down a glass of water. Conversing with this individual always seemed to elevate his blood pressure. "Now, back to the main topic," Lu Bo stated, rapping the table with authority. "Your master must be awakened. Otherwise, I shan't venture into the, for doing so would be tantamount to seeking death." "Do you have a means to awaken my master?" Xiao Yan inquired, elated. "Indeed. But what do you possess to offer in exchange?" Lu Bo grinned slyly. "Treating ailments does require a consultation fee. I cannot work for free." "You shameless scoundrel!" Xiao Yan exclaimed in fury. "Do you think the restoration of a soul is a simple task?" Lu Bo retorted. "Moreover, we cannot merely awaken your master. We must enhance his strength. Otherwise, venturing into would be disastrous. Young man, you wouldn't comprehend the affairs of a 6th-grade alchemist. Lu Bo continued. Xiao Yan was left speechless by this exchange. Of course, Lu Bo was not deceiving him. He indeed needed to bolster Yao Lao's power. If they were to confront the old man could be captured, and the consequences would be dire. To put it mildly, Xiao Yan would lose a mentor crucial to his journey. To put it more gravely, if they were to disregard their own life and attempt to consume Yao Lao's soul, what could Xiao Yan possibly do to defeat such a foe? What do you desire? Xiao Yan asked with a composed demeanor, willing to sacrifice anything to awaken his master. Lu Bo rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating this very question. Xiao Yan felt an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. You are outrageous. This is nothing short of robbery. Xiao Yan shouted in indignation. Just tell me whether you wish to trade or not. If you don't want to, then neither do I. Lu Bo rolled his eyes, exasperated. Let that old fool sleep. His incessant nagging only serves to hinder young folks like me. Fine, I'll trade. Xiao Yan scowled, tossing forth a tattered, yellowed map, the very one Lu Bo had discovered in the caverns of the. Xiao Yan felt compelled to make this exchange. Yao Lao was his revered teacher, having rescued him from peril on numerous occasions, and had fallen into a deep slumber due to the grave injuries sustained while consuming the for Xiao Yan's sake. At any cost, he was determined to exchange it. For the esteemed master Yao was not only his mentor, but also akin to family. You are quite straightforward, Lu Bo exclaimed, giving a thumbs up as he produced a brush and ink to draft a list. These are the medicinal herbs you need to gather. You, as a member of the Alchemist Guild, should search for them, while I will inquire at the middle auction house. Let us expedite this process. Understood. Xiao Yan solemnly tucked the paper into his storage ring, his expression grave. All right, I am aware. He nodded earnestly. Let us depart. Our discussion is concluded. Lu Bo walked outside, eager to indulge in a delightful meal with Qing Lin. Wait. Xiao Yan seized Lu Bo's arm, slightly exasperated. Didn't you mention seeking strong allies to ascend to the Yunlan sect? Where are they? I found them. Lu Bo rolled his eyes. Have you heard of the Ice Emperor, Haibodong? He is one of the top 10 powerhouses of the former Jiama Empire and the patriarch of the middle family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's spirits soared. With 3 Dou Huangs, their journey to the Yunlan sect was undoubtedly secured. Haha, brother Lu, your efforts are truly commendable. Xiao Yan laughed heartily. Lu Bo smirked. Just a moment ago, you were lamenting that I was pocketing money without fulfilling my duties. Are you certain they are here? Suddenly, raucous sounds erupted outside the quiet chamber. Xiao Yan and Lu Bo exchanged glances before rising to investigate. Lu Bo raised an eyebrow as he spotted Otto, the vice president of the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild, alongside President Faklan. Yan, are you all right? Otto inquired urgently. I heard you were in a fight. Where's the enemy? Faklan, equally anxious, scanned the vicinity for adversaries, disregarding Lu Bo, a mere first-tier alchemist in their eyes, who could hardly compete with the exceptionally talented Yan. They viewed Yan as a treasured gem. Any mishap would be no trivial matter. Lu Bo's lips twitched, caught between confusion and amusement. Masters Otto and Faklan, there's no need for concern. Xiao Yan waved dismissively. A friend of mine was merely jesting. However, Xiao Yan suddenly stiffened, recalling a crucial detail. Lu Bo's cultivation level had seemingly reached that of a great Dou master. Damn it, he sighed, a wave of frustration washing over him. How could he possibly lag behind this fellow? You really are a source of anxiety. Otto huffed, his cheeks puffing in irritation. Outside, Otto and Faklan earnestly expressed their concerns. Masters, we have concluded our discussions and require your assistance with a matter. Xiao Yan promptly followed them. He was keen to distance himself from Lu Bo, feeling dwarfed in both cultivation and alchemy skills, not to mention the pressure of standing next to someone so strikingly handsome. Lu Bo shrugged, his spiritual essence expanding as he quickly located Shirley and Qing Lin, who appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely. Mr. Lu, have you known Yin for a long time? Shirley casually inquired, her gaze occasionally flitting towards Lu Bo's face, eager for insight. Lu Bo rolled his eyes, recognizing yet another beautiful girl ensnared by a scoundrel. I've known him for quite a while, he replied, somewhat disheartened. Why doesn't she ever spare a glance at someone as dashing as me? And what kind of person is he? What does he enjoy? Could you share more? Xuemei, feeling somewhat bashful, inquired. I have a friend who is rather curious. Qing Lin's eyes sparkled as she remarked. This sister is wonderful. She treats her to delectable delights and engaging activities. She is a good woman, unlike that Yafei. Xiao Yan Xiao? Lu Bo sneered, his expression turning sour. He is a lecher, one who is enamored with beautiful girls, particularly relishing in the manipulation of their affections, especially those like you. Xuemei broke into a cold sweat, pondering if this was a friend of Yan Xiao who was prone to trouble. He still has a penchant for treasure hunting, and his luck is extraordinary. He always seems to find hidden gems, utterly detestable. Lu Bo lamented. The mere thought of the myriad beasts' spirit fire caused him heartache. It had once been so close. And had he only dared to explore further, it wouldn't he have fallen into Xiao Yan's grasp. Alas, the pain. Lu Bo sighed deeply. Yet Yin Xiao had a fondness for treasure hunting. Shui Mei's eyes darted as she continued to extract information. He previously unearthed a black jade piece in Blackrock City. Filthy and unrecognizable. Do you, Mr. Lu, have any tales of Yin Xiao's treasure hunting adventures? I am quite curious. Lu Bo raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting as he retrieved the recently acquired heavenly fire transformation from his storage ring. Miss Xuemei, is this the jade piece you speak of? Ah, Xuemei exclaimed, examining the black jade piece in Lu Bo's hand, nodding after a moment. Yes, it is indeed this black jade piece. How do you have one too? Xuemei was astonished. Truly, he was worthy of the protagonist's halo. Envy flickered in Lu Bo's eyes, as if the heavens themselves had bestowed this fortune upon him. This matter could be set aside for now. After all, the item was safely in Xiao Yan's possession and would not be lost. As long as they could obtain it before Yao Lao awoke, all would be well. Cough, cough, Xuemei, Lu Bo said, adopting a serious tone. In truth, the type of girl Yin Xiao is fond of is one who can accompany him on the path of cultivation, whether in alchemy or fighting. As long as you can stand by him through thick and thin, he will come to cherish you. Oh, Xuemei's cheeks flushed slightly. She had always believed she had concealed her feelings well, but she had not spoken falsely. She indeed had a friend named Lin Fei. Also, do not mention that I told you this. He dislikes such discussions. Understood, she replied. With a spring in her step, Xuemei departed, her spirits lifted. Previously, she had only known to foster her relationship with Yin Xiao without any clear direction, but now she felt she had a newfound purpose in pursuing a romantic interest. The driver cracked the whip, guiding the carriage as Lu Bo and she advanced slowly. In the Mitre family's parlor, Hai Buodong sat quietly in the foremost seat, savoring fragrant tea, his gaze calm and unwavering. Let us not dwell on the past, he said, waving his hand dismissively. Tung Shan, you have performed admirably these past years. Continue on this path. I have faith that you are more adept than I in this regard, Hai Buodong remarked. Elder Hai, this does not align with our ancestral teachings. Mitre Tingshan hastily responded. It has changed. That matter is amended henceforth. Hai Buodong declared with a sweeping gesture. The Grand Elder, an elderly man, trembled slightly as he entered. He was alone, his own grandson pitifully lying aside. It was evident that trouble had come knocking, teaching without guidance, arrogance, and tyranny. Mitre Tingshan pointed at Reina with a fierce rebuke. You foolish imbecile, raising an even more foolish grandson. This is one thing. But to dare offend Hai Lao is quite another. Yes, Leo sighed in relief. Fortunately, this punishment is not too severe. Although Yinqing may not compare to the imperial capital, it still holds considerable potential. Take this fool, Leo, and make haste. Yes, great elder. Reina clumsily grabbed his grandson and dragged him out, panicking and almost tripping over the threshold. Yufei, you performed admirably this time. Indeed, great elder. Hai Lao, what are your thoughts? Tung-shan inquired with a smile. You may handle these matters. Hai Buodong waved his hand. Have all the medicinal herbs and materials been prepared? Yes. They are ready. Mitre Tingshan hesitated for a moment before continuing. I heard from Yufei that he is merely a boy of around 10. Hai Lao. It seems quite absurd for a youth of that age to concoct the Emperor's extreme pill. What? Mitre Tingshan's expression changed drastically, for Hai Lao is a Dou Huang expert. The real world does not adhere to the logic of stories. Sometimes, the unexpected occurs, and fortuitous encounters are unpredictable. Make every effort to cultivate a good relationship with him. Do not concern yourself with anything else, Hai Buodong stated solemnly. Indeed, we need not be overly deliberate. Our relationship should be one of equality, treating each other with respect. I understand, Hai Lao. Mitre Tingshan nodded. At that moment, a guard rushed over. Great elder, the young man you summoned has arrived. Please invite him in. I shall go to welcome him. Mitre Tingshan immediately replied, recognizing the importance of personally greeting a Dou Huang expert. Let us go together. Hai Buodong stood up. And while we are at it, you can lead the way. The alchemy requires a tranquil environment. Rest assured, Hai Lao, I have prepared everything. Mitre Tingshan smiled. Chapter 68. Xiao Yan, you understand me. Within the Mitre family estate lies a manor nestled on the mountainside, surrounded by lush greenery. The architectural beauty, with pavilions, corridors, ponds, and bridges, creates a serene and enchanting atmosphere, where winding paths lead to hidden corners. This is the residence arranged for Lu Bo by the Mitre family. The Jiamar Empire operates under a system of aristocratic governance, where numerous families control the resources of the empire, both in cultivation and survival. Although the capital is named the Jiamar Holy City, the private lands of various families are dispersed throughout. The royal family watches helplessly as their power wanes. Despite the dominance of these families, the Jiamar Empire has not succumbed to rigid class conflicts. largely due to internal and external pressures. Externally, the three great empires, Luoyan, Milan, and Shushuan, eyed the Jiamar Empire hungrily, ready to seize their share, while the Serpent people, with 6 Dou Huang and 8 Dou Wang, covet the splendid lands, seeking to expand beyond the desert. Internally, the Yunlan sect exerts overwhelming strength throughout the Jiamar Empire, overshadowing all families. A quiet arms race has emerged, as the royal family and numerous families within the territory not only seek various resources, but also strive to recruit exceptional talents. Thus, the cultivation environment in the Jiamar Empire is relatively favorable. Any display of extraordinary ability attracts attention, and as long as one possesses talent and strength, advancement is a simple matter. In a spacious training room within the manor, Yafei arrived with Mr. L, Qinglin, Heibadong, and Maitel Tingshan. Mr. L, how does it feel here? Yafei inquired with a smile, recognizing that the individuals present held higher status than her. Thus, such trivial introductions were left to her. Quite well, Mr. L nodded. Nestled amidst the mountains and waters, the elevation is modest, yet the forest is dense. Coupled with my formation, there is no need to worry about prying eyes. The Guardian can control the clouds of Yunsan, so he may very well have influence over others in the Yunlan sect. Given the proximity of the imperial capital to the Yunlan sect, it is prudent to remain cautious. I will commence my work here, Mr. L stated as he surveyed the area. Where are the medicinal materials? All prepared, Maitel Tingshan replied, producing a spatial ring and handing it to Mr. L. Mr. L accepted it with one hand, while the other revealed 6 yellow formation flags that floated into his palm. As per our usual practice, a formation must be established for alchemy. Is that truly necessary? Heibadong chuckled, observing the flags in Mr. L's hands. This is the territory of the Maitel family. Few would dare to act recklessly here. Rest assured, Mr. L, even the royal family must regard the Maitel family's reputation with respect, Maitel Tingshan declared confidently, patting his chest. Are you certain? Mr. L raised an eyebrow, teasingly remarking, I have mentioned that one of my enemies is a fighter at the Dozone level, someone I cannot defeat. Both Heibadong and Maitel Tingshan stiffened, exchanging awkward smiles and remaining silent. Mr. L waved his arm, launching the formation flags which embedded themselves in the ground. The intricate patterns rapidly spreading to form a defensive array within the training hall. Truly impressive, Maitel Tingshan thought to himself, struggling to believe that Mr. L was merely a 6th grade alchemist at such a young age, even younger than Yafei. It seemed impossible for someone to reach that level unless they had been practicing alchemy since infancy. If it were not for Elder Hai's unwavering conviction, Maitel Tingshan might have considered expelling him. Fortunately, Elder Hai had a discerning eye for talent. Otherwise, it could have led to significant trouble. Elder Hai, I entrust the formation's core to you. Qinglin, go rest with your sister Yafei. Elder Tingshan, feel free to make yourself comfortable. With that, Mr. L retrieved the medicinal materials, and a heavy medicinal cauldron, emanating a faint red glow, landed with a thud before him. Brother L, this cauldron is quite remarkable, isn't it? Heibadong, seated at the formation's core, laughed heartily. This cauldron is a treasured heirloom of the Maitel family, known as the Liuhua cauldron. Indeed, it is excellent, Mr. L remarked, tapping the cauldron lightly, nodding slightly. This cauldron appeared to be of the 5th tier. It was certainly superior to alchemy conducted barehanded. Medicinal cauldrons, like pills, are categorized from 1 to 9 tiers, with those above 9 being rare treasures listed on the celestial cauldron rankings. The cauldron that Xiao Yan often exploded was likely a common one from the 1st or 2nd tier, whereas the one before him was evidently far superior. All right, let us begin. Mr. L inhaled deeply, his hand waving as the Qinglian earth heart fire surged into existence, transforming into a fiery serpent that darted into the Liuhua cauldron. However, at that moment, Mr. L suddenly raised an eyebrow, halting his movements. A sense of foreboding washed over Heibadong and Maitel Tingshan. Had something gone awry? At present, Maitel Tingshan no longer harbors any doubts about Lu Bo. The formation before them is such that even a Dou Huang would struggle to dismantle it. The person capable of effortlessly setting such a formation is not one to offend, regardless of their status as an alchemist or otherwise. However, Lu Bo's demeanor clearly indicates something amiss. Ignoring the expressions of Hai Buodong and the others, Lu Bo retrieved a 1,000-mile communication talisman and inquired of the Jade Talisman. What is it that you seek from me? The 1,000-mile talisman allows for one-on-one communication, and he had only given it to Xiao Yan, with no others involved. I'm at the Miter family gate and urgently need to find you. Where are you? Xiao Yan's anxious voice came through. Wait a moment, Lu Bo replied, abruptly ending the call. He exchanged a brief greeting with Maitel Tingshan, who then turned to leave. A quarter of an hour later, Maitel Tingshan soared through the air, carrying Xiao Yan with him. Damn it, this fellow is truly thriving, Xiao Yan thought, his eyelids twitching slightly. He had believed it commendable to attract the attention of two fourth-grade alchemists. Yet, in comparison, it was evident that nothing instills fear quite like comparison itself. "What do you need me for?" Lu Bo asked, perplexed, as he was eager to continue his alchemical pursuits. "I cannot locate the 7 illusions Qing Ling saliva." Xiao Yan sighed, explaining, "It is not available at the Alchemist Guild, so I had no choice but to seek you out." 7 illusions Qing Ling saliva. Miter Tingshan raised an eyebrow, recognizing the name. He recalled how that old wretch, Nailan Jie, had suffered greatly from the poison associated with this herb, nearly bringing him to his demise, and now he was on the verge of death. "Do you know about it, old sir?" Xiao Yan asked, his surprise palpable upon seeing Miter Tingshan's expression. "Indeed, it is precisely due to this substance that Nailan Jie has endured such torment," Lu Bo chuckled, taking the narrative forward. Xiao Yan's expression darkened. Nailan Jie was Nailan Yinran's grandfather, and his marriage to Nailan Yinran had been arranged by this very man along with Xiao Yan's late grandfather. "Shaolin, fear not, young lad," Lu Bo chuckled. "If you manage to cure Nailan Jie, the 7 illusions Qing Ling saliva will be yours for the taking." "You truly hold me in high regard," Xiao Yan replied, his lips twitching, feeling a strong aversion to the proposition, both due to Nailan Yinran and the implications surrounding her grandfather. Hai Buodong and Miter Tingshan exchanged glances, both astonished by the capabilities of this second-grade alchemist. How could he possibly contend with the poison? They did not doubt Lu Bo's words. The assertions of a 6th-grade alchemist carried significant weight. Use it to roast the bones and refine it gradually. This method was suggested by Gu He. Lu Bo waved his hand dismissively. "Go on, I leave it to you." The presence in the hands of this second-grade alchemist astonished Hai Buodong and Miter Tingshan. How had become so prevalent all of a sudden? "Why don't you go?" Xiao Yan retorted, exasperated, for he had no interest in the Nailan family and certainly did not wish to treat the old man's injuries. "Xiao Yan, you know me well." Lu Bo shrugged. "If I were to sell it, it would not be Nailan Jie lying in bed, but rather Nailan Yinran." Xiao Yan's face darkened as he muttered indignantly, then turned and strode away. Though 3 years ago he had parted ways with Nailan Yinran, Xiao Yan could not bear the thought of his betrothed entangled with another. At least not until the conclusion of their 3-year agreement. Given the tendencies of the Nailan family and the excellence of El Bo, such a scenario was highly plausible. Chapter 69. Xiao Yan, thankfully, I have come to the Nailan family. "Mr. L, who was that individual just now?" asked Miter Tingshan. The exchange between the two had revealed considerable information. A young man wielding, supported by the esteemed second-grade alchemist El Bo, was hard to overlook. "His name is Yin Xiao. My alchemical skills stem from his teacher," El Bo replied, gesturing dismissively. "If possible, Elder Tingshan, please look after him for me." Upon hearing this, Hai Buodong and Miter Tingshan stood in solemn respect. El Bo's alchemical prowess was derived from Yin Xiao's mentor? What caliber of individual could possess such capabilities? Dou Zun. Regardless, either title warranted the Miter family's utmost attention. "I understand, Mr. L," Miter Tingshan replied earnestly, recognizing that even without considering the mysterious individual El Bo had mentioned, he could not overlook El Bo's esteemed reputation. El Bo nodded, waving his hand as several medicinal herbs soared into the cauldron. The azure lotus heart fire gradually expanded, enveloping and refining the materials. Surprise flickered across Miter Tingshan's face. From the herbs used, El Bo was concocting a 6th-grade Emperor's pill, rather than the 5th-grade revitalizing purple pill. This was quite reasonable. Although the revitalizing purple pill was ranked higher, it required a plethora of materials, and the process was intricate and complex, making it no less challenging than the Emperor's pill. However, the distinction lay in the fact that while the ingredients for the Emperor's pill were precious, they were not rare. More importantly, El Bo had crafted it several times before and thus possessed ample experience, making it simpler to execute. Even elementary students understand the strategy of tackling easier exam questions first, saving the harder ones for later. Hence, El Bo opted to refine the Emperor's pill before attempting the revitalizing purple pill, significantly reducing the time required. As he pondered, one herb after another was cast into the blazing cauldron. The azure lotus heart fire danced nimbly, extracting the essence of each ingredient, with the spiritual energy deftly segregating and moving. Placing the refined materials aside, ready for fusion, a rich and fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and the fluidity of his movements captivated the two onlookers. Miter Tingshan's eyes sparkled with delight. It was his first time observing a 6th-grade alchemist at work from such a close range. In the Garma Empire, there were only a few 5th-grade alchemists. The Alchemist Guild boasted 2, its president and vice president, and perhaps 1 or 2 within the royal family. The remaining families typically possessed only 4th-grade alchemists, while 6th-grade alchemists were represented solely by Gu He. These individuals, aloof and unapproachable, would never allow anyone to observe their alchemical endeavors. Hebadong grinned, his eyes glowing with fervor. The pain of declining strength was all too familiar to him. Just ask Xiao Yan. He had faced scorn and derision, having fallen from great heights to a dismal state, where those who once treated him with deference now sought to trample upon his dignity. Yet, fortunately, he had aligned himself with the right people and made the right choices. The troubles that once plagued him now seemed trivial. In the southern part of the imperial city, a grand and majestic manor stood. Here lies the residence of one of the three illustrious families of the imperial capital, the Nalan clan, presided over by Nalan Jie, the valiant Lionheart Marshal of the Jaimar Empire, a formidable figure wielding significant military power. However, after years of being eroded by the insidious poison, his days are now numbered, rendering the title of Lionheart Marshal little more than a hollow honor. Should he pass away, the Nalan family would lose a vital pillar, likely facing a fate akin to the once mighty Xiao family, who departed the imperial capital in shame. It is inconceivable. Yet, with Nalan Yinji at the helm, the Nalan family would scarcely falter even in the absence of Nalan Jie. After all, she is the esteemed junior master of the Yunlan sect. Who would dare to covet her family's interests? Moreover, it is unlikely that Nalan Jie will meet his end just yet. In the dimly lit chamber, Xiao Yan appeared grave as he carefully extracted the myriad beast spirit fire from within Nalan Jie. Following the guidance of Bo, or rather, that of Gu He, he infused the spirit fire into Nalan Jie's body, allowing the extraordinary flames to sear his bones and purge the poison. How is it, Brother Yaoxiao? Nalan Su inquired anxiously. Xiao Yan glanced at the man who nearly became his father-in-law and nodded slowly. Things are progressing well, but it is impossible to expel the poison all at once. At the current rate, it will take at least a week. That is splendid news. Nalan Su beamed with joy, his eyes nearly disappearing into his smile. It seemed that his elderly father still had a chance at life. Thank you, Mr. Yaoxiao. Nalan Yinji expressed her heartfelt gratitude, unable to contain her delight. Her exquisite and delicate features resembled a blooming flower, enchanting all who beheld her. Dressed in a snow-white, form-fitting robe, she accentuated her alluring figure, embodying the youthful beauty of 17 or 18, an age as vibrant as springtime blossoms. Xiao Yan winced slightly. Had Bo been in his place, perhaps the one lying in bed would indeed have been Nalan Yinji. Damn that scoundrel, he silently cursed. Relieved that once this affair concluded, he could part ways with Bo and set forth for the Canaan Academy. Nalan Yinji was inconsequential. It was Suner who held his heart. Upon reflection, returning that tattered map to him might not be such a bad idea. This way, the man would cease to pester him. In comparison to the elusive legacy of the Dou Saint, Suner remained paramount. Miss Nalan, there is no need for formality. It is merely a transaction, Xiao Yan remarked coolly, his altered visage appearing somewhat stiff and frigid, yet his demeanor radiated an impenetrable distance. Nalan Yinji was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Yaoxiao was the first to regard her with such indifference. How intriguing. A smile played on her lips as she remained silent. Mr. Yaoxiao is truly accomplished at a young age. The extraordinary fire he wields, which even Master Gu He is yet to master, is executed with such finesse. Nalan Su praised repeatedly. Too kind. There are many who surpass me, Xiao Yan replied with a hint of humility. He, no other young talent compares to Mr. Yaoxiao. I dare say your control over the extraordinary fire is already on par with that of a third or fourth tier alchemist, Nalan Jie chuckled. Too much flattery, Xiao Yan grimaced slightly, preferring to remain reticent. I shall arrive punctually tomorrow. Farewell. No need for formalities. Farewell. Xiao Yan's expression darkened as he shook his head and strode toward the door. Thank goodness he had come. Yinji, please see Mr. Yaoxiao off. Nalan paused for a moment, hastily expressing his confusion regarding Yin Xiao's sudden shift in demeanor. What could have caused such an abrupt change? Did I say something amiss? Nalan Su felt somewhat bewildered, yet he harbored no anger. He had encountered many eccentric alchemists, far more peculiar than Yin Xiao. Chapter 70. Bo, Miss Suner, you too are unwilling. In the Miter family's estate, nestled among the mountains, time flowed quietly. And before one knew it, several days had passed. As the golden sun rose, its gentle rays illuminated the grand and magnificent Jiama's city. Within a chamber of the mountain estate, Qinglin sat cross-legged, her body enveloped in a viscous potion of pristine white tinged with a hint of icy blue. Absorbing the energy contained within, Yafei stood by the window, meticulously arranging jade plates and potion vials, casting a worried glance towards the adjacent room. It had been several days. Why had it not yet concluded? Within the formation, Hebadong held a jade vial containing a golden elixir, his gaze fixated on the swirling purple pill within the azure flames. If the royal extreme pill served merely as an embellishment, then the revival purple pill was akin to a timely aid in dire straits. The recovery of his strength hinged not on the royal extreme pill, but rather on the revival purple pill. With a thunderous roar, a column of purple energy surged skyward, shattering the lid of the blazing cauldron. Instantly, energy ripples radiated outward, yet all were effectively thwarted by the formation laid down by Bo Hebadong's body quivered slightly. Although the core of the formation experienced some fluctuation, it remained unbroken. Having had prior experience, he effortlessly stabilized the formation. Bo gestured, and a purple pill adorned with azure patterns soared towards him, which he deftly directed into the jade vial before casting it toward Hebadong. Mission accomplished, all was well. Bo rubbed his temples, a hint of fatigue crossing his features, having tirelessly crafted 2 high-grade pills over several days and nights, which had taken a toll on him. Ha ha ha, my good brother, thank you. Hebadong exclaimed grandly as he received the elixir. Tingshan, please arrange for Brother L to rest. Yes, Elder Hai, Mitre Tingshan replied respectfully, personally escorting Bo to his quarters to honor him. Bo rolled his eyes, mused that it would be preferable to have a different attendant. In a daze, he felt a dampness on his face, as if someone were gently wiping it with a silk cloth. Is that you, Qinglin? Bo murmured, not paying much attention. Preparing to continue his slumber, for the revival purple pill was indeed troublesome and had drained much of his mental energy. Yet, a delicate fragrance wafted gently to Bo's nostrils, distinct from Qinglin's ethereal scent. This aroma was rich and elegant, captivating and soothing, reminiscent of a red rose about to bloom. Instinctively, Bo opened his eyes, only to be met with, well, nothing discernible. His view was obstructed by 2 magnificent forms, rendering everything else invisible. Oh, it's Yafei, Bo exhaled, rubbing his temples. How long have I been asleep? 3 hours, Yafei replied softly, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her tone exceedingly gentle. If you are still weary, feel free to continue your slumber. And Qinglin? She is in meditation. An hour ago, I assisted her with the application of medicine. She should be waking soon. And Elder Hai? He and Elder Tingshan were outside. Lu Bo exclaimed with suspicion. This shouldn't be the case. Hai Boding obtained the elixir. Shouldn't he have consumed it immediately for refinement? Where are they? I shall go and have a look. Please leave me there. The corners of Lu Bo's mouth twitched as he recalled that this manor was vast, with numerous buildings and a complex layout, making even a trip to the restroom a 500-meter endeavor. Very well, follow me, Yafei said with a gentle smile, her charm blooming in an instant, causing Lu Bo to momentarily lose his train of thought. The two walked side by side, meandering through the expansive corridors of the grand estate. Lu Bo, have we met before? Yafei inquired softly, her graceful steps and alluring gaze captivating him. Is that so? Lu Bo pondered, his mind struggling to recall. 3 years ago, on the train to Wutan City, Yafei continued, her eyes sparkling as she reminisced. At that time, Nailin Yinran was withdrawing from the engagement. Had the Soul Emperor been willing to bestow the void devouring flame upon you, I assure you he would have intervened to prevent her withdrawal. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Now that my physical cultivation is nearly complete, once I eliminate the Protector Wu, I can directly employ the Devouring Ancestral Talisman to accelerate my training. Moreover, consuming elixirs seems to expedite the process. I've heard that the 3-pattern Qingling pill is quite remarkable. Coincidentally, Xiao Yan possesses 2 types of extraordinary fire. Refining them together could elevate the grade by at least 3 stars, with the potential to reach 4 stars. I also remember that Master Gunny conversed with you for a considerable time, Yafei remarked with a smile. What happened to you? You vanished so suddenly. Oh, that. Lu Bo mused, uncertain of how to respond. He had sensed someone following him and slipped away, intending to launch a counterattack, only to discover it was Protector Wu. Though he had inflicted some injury, he had also provoked Wu's wrath and nearly failed to escape. This enmity, Lin Bei would remember, and it would be repaid 100-fold. Ah, let us not dwell on the past, Lu Bo said, waving his hand in dismissal. Yafei, how do you remember so clearly? Lu Bo, are you not aware that you leave a profound impression on girls with great ease? Yafei gazed at Lu Bo's face, chuckling lightly. Though he now wore the ice silkworm mask, she had seen his true face on the train to the imperial capital. Had it not been for the surprising emblem of the Maitel family leader, she might have gasped in astonishment. That fleeting glance on the train 3 years ago lingered in her memory. Indeed, your reasoning is quite valid, Lu Bo nodded with a smile. Yafei rolled her eyes playfully. I thought you might deny it. I am handsome. That is a fact, Lu Bo replied, spreading his hands helplessly with a grin. It is simply my nature. Haha. Lu Bo, you are truly amusing, Yafei chuckled, covering her mouth. Before long, as they conversed, Yafei led Lu Bo into the conference hall. Haha, brother Lu, you are awake. Hai Boding boomed with laughter. Old Hai, why did you not consume the elixir for refinement? Would it not be better to restore your strength sooner? Lu Bo seated himself, while Yafei gracefully accepted a cup of fragrant tea from a maid and placed it beside him. I was just about to discuss this matter with you. With a hearty laugh, Hebadong declared, I intend to drag another Dou Huang into the fray. This endeavor is simply too much for me to bear alone. Lu Bo raised an eyebrow, pondering the old fellow's ulterior motives. One must not release the falcon without first spotting the rabbit. A sly grin spread across Hebadong's face as he continued. Imagine, if I were to engage him in battle with my current strength, then consume a medicinal pill before we clash again. Wouldn't the effects be immediately apparent? You old rascal, Lu Bo chuckled, sharing in the mischief. Ha ha. I shall enjoy some delightful antics with my old friend. Hebadong laughed heartily. Await my news. That fellow has an insatiable thirst for high-tier alchemists. It would be exceedingly simple to recruit him into the Yunlan sect. Splendid. Lu Bo replied with a smirk. Does this imply that my dear brother Lu need not concoct any pills in the coming days? Mitre Tingshan, stroking his beard with a grin, suggested. I happen to possess an invitation. Why not take this opportunity to meet a few new acquaintances? As he spoke, Mitre Tingshan produced an invitation and placed it upon the table. What is this about? Who has a cause for celebration? Hebadong inquired, casting a glance at the invitation. While Lu Bo picked it up. The Nalan family? That old fellow has been out of touch with us since his health declined. Ah, I see, Lu Bo mused. Stroking his chin. It was the perfect chance to converse with Xiao Yan and gauge the young lad's intentions regarding the jade piece he possessed. Was it, perhaps, another transformation of the Heavenly Flame's 3 changes? If so, he would be in for a tremendous windfall. Moreover, what if that young man and Nalan Yanran sparked something special? Lu Bo contemplated. If Nalan Yanran were to fall head over heels for Xiao Yan and travel great distances to the Jianan Academy, what would ensue? Xiao Yan, Yanran. Why are you wearing Sunur's clothes? Nalan Yanran. If one is to seek excitement, one must fully commit. Xiao Yan, how bold of you. Amidst a moonlit scene, Xiao Yan held Nalan Yanran close, sharing their innermost thoughts. One recounting his trials, the other sharing her tribulations, their feelings deepening with each moment. In a shadowy corner, Xiao Sunur gritted her teeth, tears welling in her eyes, consumed by a furious envy. At that moment, Lu Bo stealthily approached, taking her hand. Miss Sunur, you surely wouldn't want your Xiao Yan brother to discover you spying, would you? Sunur, you mustn't make a sound. Xiao Yan will notice us. Dear Sister Sunur, how despicable of Xiao Yan to embrace another woman while professing his affection for you. Unlike me, I can only feel sorrow for you. Suddenly, Lu Bo snapped back to reality. Wait, what did their affairs have to do with him? Why was he even involved? Mr. Lu? Mitre Tingshan inquired, puzzled by Lu Bo's momentary distraction. Have you not yet rested? Well then, let us proceed, Lu Bo replied, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. The notion of Nalan Yanran attending the Jianan Academy was an unforeseen twist. He could certainly explore this path. Should Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran fail to connect, he would nudge them toward each other. Thus, a pleasant resolution was reached. Splendid. Mitre Tingshan beamed, his face radiating joy. Brother Lu, since you are unfamiliar with the streets of Jemu City, I shall ensure that Yafei accompanies you. With her by your side, your endeavors will be significantly easier. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo was momentarily taken aback, then rolled his eyes. So that's why Yafei was so talkative earlier. It turns out you old rascal were pulling the strings behind the scenes. Fine, whatever, Lu Bo replied nonchalantly, though he acknowledged that such an occasion indeed necessitated a female companion. Chapter 71, Contacting Yun Yun. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its final rays into the abyss, the night gradually enveloped the entire city of Jama. Soon after, the curfew commenced, the city gates sealed shut, and the bustling streets fell into an eerie silence, the once vibrant outer city now utterly subdued. Yet, regulations are but rigid constructs. There will always be those beyond their reach, particularly in a dynasty like the Jama Empire, governed by noble houses. In the southern part of the inner city, the grand vermilion gates loomed tall, signifying the opulent residence of the Nalan family, where the sounds of revelry and music resonated, heralding the beginning of the elite's nightlife. Clad in a qipao adorned with golden embroidery, the woman exuded an air of regal elegance, draped in a pristine white fox fur. Her alluring charm captivating all with every subtle smile and glance from her enchanting peach blossom eyes. Lu Bo sighed softly at the sight. Had it not been for her lackluster training aptitude, he might have truly lost himself to her allure. Qing Lin is currently in training. Regrettably, she cannot join you, Yafei said with a playful smile, her demeanor reminiscent of a cunning fox. Your timing is impeccable, Lu Bo remarked, rolling his eyes. This woman had managed to persuade Qing Lin to train just 15 minutes before their departure and had even applied medicine on her. Consequently, Qing Lin would remain ensconced in her secluded training chamber for the next hour. I was merely assisting her, Yafei chimed, her brows arched like willows, her laughter light and teasing. Qing Lin hasn't had much rest lately. It's not my fault she insists on training. I barely managed to convince her to take a break during the day, only for her to request my help again in the afternoon. You can't blame me. Qing Lin will be upset, Lu Bo chuckled, shaking his head. Lu Bo, could you perhaps introduce me to that previous fellow, the rock owl? Ye Fei gazed at him eagerly. Introduce him? What for? A flicker of intrigue crossed Lu Bo's eyes. How would Ye Fei react if she knew that was Xiao Yan? You alchemists speak so casually, Ye Fei retorted, her beautiful eyes rolling in exasperation. I manage the auction house, and naturally, I need to cultivate connections and expand my clientele, especially with second and third-tier alchemists. The reason is simple. Those alchemists belong to the mid-tier category within the Jama Empire and are quite eager to sell their pills. Unlike the fourth and fifth-tier alchemists who are considered high-level and generally prefer barter over monetary exchange. Very well, Lu Bo conceded, his brow raising in amusement. What do I stand to gain from this? Using others' generosity to your advantage. How delightfully enterprising. Ye Fei's body stiffened for a moment. It seemed she had nothing to offer except herself. Then I owe you a favor, and you may name your conditions. Ye Fei's cheeks flushed as she boldly proclaimed. This statement was not a mere suggestion, but a blatant proposition. Lu Bo raised an eyebrow, following her lead. That does seem agreeable. Ye Fei's enchanting eyes sparkled slightly. She bore no aversion towards Bo. Certain matters were not entirely unacceptable, especially since they could fulfill the patriarch's proposal. After all, managing a family often necessitated the advantages that the patriarch's identity could confer. As the two conversed, the carriage came to a halt before the Nayland family's residence. Hand in hand, they gracefully entered the premises. How could one not feel a twinge of jealousy to see the woman he adored walking arm in arm with a first-rate alchemist? Yet, those who came here possessed a modicum of intelligence. No one would act rashly before discerning the other's true identity. Who was that person? An exquisite countenance. What? Are you upset seeing the one you fancy so close to another? Why not go over and give him a beating? No rush. There are plenty of people to deal with that lad. Who? Are you the only one interested in Ye Fei? If not you, then who? Have you forgotten that scoundrel from the Mu family? Oh, him? This promises to be entertaining. Ye Fei, sister, I thought you wouldn't come. A clear, melodious voice chimed in. Bo and Ye Fei turned to see Nayland Yanran approaching alongside Yan Xiao, though the latter wore an unusually placid expression. Nayland, sister, it has been a while. You are even more radiant than before, Ye Fei chuckled, covering her mouth. Sister, you are teasing me again, Nayland Yanran replied with a smile. This is Yan Xiao, my friend. Greetings, Mr. Yan Xiao. Ye Fei offered a graceful bow, smiling, which caused Xiao Yan to roll his eyes in exasperation. Given the necessity to conceal his identity, he could not acknowledge Ye Fei, not at this moment, at least. This gentleman Nayland Yanran scrutinized Bo, a look of confusion crossing her delicate features. Bo, my friend, Ye Fei giggled. Hello, Miss Nayland. It is an honor to meet you. Bo extended his hand, seeking a handshake. Hello, Nayland Yanran merely nodded, showing no further reaction, causing Ye Fei to stifle a laugh, offering Bo no courtesy whatsoever. Nayland Yanran felt no particular surprise at this. He was merely a first-rate alchemist, and if everyone were to shake hands with her, she would never be able to keep up. Bo remained unfazed and turned his attention to Xiao Yan. What to do when a handshake is rejected? One of the best ways to alleviate awkwardness is to find a familiar face to shake hands with and pretend as if nothing has occurred. With a resounding clap, Xiao Yan slapped his palm against Bo's, his face alight with schadenfreude. Look at you now? Bo rolled his eyes. You, kid, haven't improved much. But you've certainly learned to kick someone when they're down. He chose to disregard Nayland Yanran. After all, he had a close relationship with Yun Yun. And Nayland Yanran was, in essence, a junior to him. There was no need to take offense. However, he had firmly resolved to facilitate Nayland Yanran's admission to the Canaan Academy, and not even Xiao Suner could thwart his intentions. Where would I have learned that if not from you? Xiao Yan chuckled, taking pride in his mischief. Do you know each other? Nayland Yanran asked, momentarily stunned. Yan Xiao had always been rather aloof towards her, and she had been fretting about how to draw closer to him. Yet now, it seemed she had made a foolish misstep. Of course, I know this rascal, Bo said, smacking his lips and grinning. This lad is a notorious flirt. He snuck in at the age of 5, you scoundrel. Shut your mouth. Xiao Yan, filled with exasperation, unleashed his fighting spirit, and a crimson wolf head lunged forward. Lu Bo laughed heartily, swiftly extinguishing the attack with a casual slap and deftly capturing Xiao Yan. Nayland Yanran's expression shifted. The strength of the rock owl was at least at the 4 or 5-star Dou Master level. Even she could not easily subdue it. So how had Lu Bo accomplished this so effortlessly? This individual was indeed remarkable. Young man, why the anxiety? I haven't even finished speaking, Lu Bo chuckled. Xiao Yan shook his arm, breaking free from Lu Bo's grasp, rolling his eyes in annoyance, unwilling to converse further. "Ah, so your relationship is that close," Nalan Yinran remarked, covering her mouth in astonishment. "No, absolutely not," Xiao Yan vehemently denied. "Is that so? Then I shall take my leave," Lu Bo quipped. Preparing to depart from the holy city of Jamma, Xiao Yan, sensing the urgency of the situation, quickly grasped Lu Bo's arm. If he truly left, it would spell trouble for him. Nalan Yinran's eyes sparkled with intrigue. For some unknown reason, the rock owl had always been rather aloof towards her. Perhaps she could exploit this Lu Bo to deepen her connection with the rock owl. "Ahem, Lu Bo, let us converse. I have matters to discuss with you," Xiao Yan said, his demeanor turning grave. Over the past 3 or 4 days, he had treated Nalan Jia, only to discover that the cursed poison had inexplicably entered his own body. "Ahem, Nalan sister, let us move to another location." Yafei, perceptive as ever, smiled at Nalan Yinran. "It has been ages since we reminisced." "What? The rock owl has been afflicted by cursed poison?" Nalan Yinran exclaimed in disbelief, covering her mouth in shock. Her eyes wide as she looked at Xiao Yan. Yafei, equally astonished, gazed at the rock owl. The horror of cursed poison was evident. Just look at Nalan Jia, a dignified high-level Dou Wang tormented to the brink of death, teetering on the edge of the grave. Had it not been for the rock owl's timely intervention, using otherworldly flames to save him, the Nalan family would not be celebrating but rather mourning, their village filled with lamentations and sorrow. "I must admit, I am curious as to why you are so desperate," Lu Bo mused, subtly glancing at Nalan Yinran before quickly averting his gaze. Seemingly fearful of being discovered by Xiao Yan, Nalan Yinran's heart raced, her fair hand instinctively clenched, her expression shifting dramatically. Xiao Yan scowled, aware of Nalan Yinran's intense gaze upon him. He had long wished to keep his dealings with the Nalan family purely transactional, devoid of any emotional entanglements. Otherwise, how could he fulfill the terms of their 3-year agreement? Yet, Lu Bo's words had deliberately ensnared him. Xiao Yan glared at Lu Bo, realizing that he was intentionally stirring the pot. "What are you staring at?" Lu Bo retorted shamelessly. "Hurry and release the cursed poison for me to see." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded, crimson flames igniting in his palms, coalescing into a vividly lifelike wolf head. The spirit fire of all beasts possessed a natural advantage in shaping beast forms. But that was all. It could not generate overwhelming combat power. Upon the wolf's head, a profound darkness had enveloped its entire visage, an inexplicable malevolence causing the 2 women nearby to instinctively retreat. "How is it? Can it be cured?" Xiao Yan inquired in a deep voice. Nalan Yinran cast a peculiar glance at Xiao Yan and Lu Bo. Even if their relationship was amicable, shouldn't they assess strength? Why would a second-tier alchemist seek counsel from a first-tier one? After scrutinizing the searing poison on the beast spirit flame for a moment, Lu Bo nodded and remarked, "It's not a significant issue. The toxicity has been largely diminished. What you possess is merely a third-hand variant, hardly anything potent. Moreover, with the protection of the searing poison cannot harm you. Rather, Nalan GIS will be beneficial to your cultivation." "Can it be expelled?" Xiao Yan asked hastily. "Just refine it directly," Lu Bo replied. "Ultimately, it's your lack of prowess that prevents you from thoroughly refining it away." Xiao Yan felt a tinge of frustration, even in such a predicament. This fellow did not forget to belittle him. As he spoke, Lu Bo flicked his finger, and the blue lotus earth fire transformed into a fiery serpent, surging forth. With a couple of crisp sounds, the pitch-black hue on the wolf's visage dissipated into a foul-smelling black smoke. Xiao Yan sensed an immediate lightness, as if an invisible pressure had vanished. "What?" Nalan Yinran's expression changed dramatically. The searing poison that had caused her grandfather such torment was effortlessly resolved by this first-tier alchemist? Xiao Yan's face brightened. The crimson flames still surged, yet there was no trace of blackness remaining. In the original text, Xiao Yan had eliminated these searing toxins after enduring the scorching heat of the fallen heart flame in the magma world for a year or 2. Curiously, this young man seemed to have never mentioned the searing poison to Yao Lao. This individual, possessing a handsome visage, though not quite as striking as Lu Bo, certainly surpassed Xiao Yan by a considerable margin. However, it was undeniably challenging for Xiao Yan. This man was Lu Ling, a disciple of the Pill King Gu He, and a third-tier alchemist. Yafei leaned gently towards Lu Bo, her breath fragrant, speaking softly. The intimacy displayed incited a wave of jealousy among those who admired Yafei, wishing to strike Lu Bo, yet no one dared to be the first to act, so they all silently endured. "Gu He, I've encountered him. He feels average. Much like facing Hai Bo Dong. Though I find it more pleasant to spar with you, Mei," Lu Bo remarked, casting a glance at Lu Ling, offering a faint smile. "I sensed the flames earlier. Were you two competing in flames?" Lu Ling, this time, did not focus on Nalan Yinran, but turned his attention to Lu Bo and Xiao Yan. He had arrived a tad late and from a distance, merely catching a glimpse of the fleeting blue and red flames. The blue flame was rather faint. Had he not been watching this direction intently, he might have missed it altogether. Indeed, Lu Bo chuckled heartily, weaving a tale. However, the fire of the rock owl is, so I lost immediately. I see, Mr. Rock Owls is indeed formidable, Lu Ling smiled in response. You two continue your conversation. I shall take a stroll with Yafei, Lu Bo said, leading Yafei away. It seems you are not fond of them? Yafei inquired softly. Not at all. I simply wish not to disturb the interaction between Rock Owl and Nalan Yinran. Lu Bo replied with a grin. Nalan Yinran is truly fortunate to have a considerate master like me, fretting over her marriage. Should I address her as sister-in-law? Never mind. Let's leave it at that. I will refer to Nalan Yinran as sister-in-law, while she will call me master. Lu Bo is increasingly eager for the meeting between her and Xiao Suner. Lu Bo, what mischief are you plotting again? Observing the peculiar smile at the corners of Lu Bo's mouth, Yafei's peach blossom eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue, as if it were quite entertaining. It's nothing much. I just suddenly felt like playing matchmaker. Lu Bo waved his hand dismissively, chuckling to himself. Yafei, how many days until the alchemist conference begins? Lu Bo deftly shifted the topic, denying Yafei the opportunity to inquire further. It starts the day after tomorrow, Yafei replied with a smile. The internal testing just concluded today, and Mr. Yanxiao emerged victorious. Is that so? Lu Bo stroked his chin thoughtfully. With the conference approaching, the 3-year agreement leaves merely a few days. It is time to contact Yun Yun. With a flick of his finger, he retrieved a jade slip from his sleeve, a soft crack resonating as he gently crushed it. He needed to discuss matters with Yun Yun. The protection of the Hohofu could not be accomplished without her assistance. Chapter 72. You have a discerning eye. That young lady. In the training chamber of the Yunlan sect's Master S residence, Yun Yun, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, felt a stirring in her heart and slowly opened her eyes. Has Xiao Tu already arrived in the Imperial City? A flicker of joy crossed her serene and delicate face. With a swift motion, she leapt into the air, changing her loose training attire into a snow-white robe. Her long, flowing hair cascaded down like a waterfall, which she elegantly gathered into an intricate bun, exuding grace akin to that of a celestial being. Then, she soared into the sky, her wings of fighting spirit fluttering gently as she sped toward the Imperial City. At the Elder's Pavilion, Yun Ling stood upon the platform, thoughtfully stroking his beard as he watched the departing Yun Yun with a furrowed brow. What could the sect master be doing in the Imperial City at this hour? Is there unrest concerning the Nalan family? Yun Ling pondered, his gaze flickering. He had made some headway in locating the ice attribute expert he was instructed to find, Hai Buodong of the Maitel family. Yet, Yun Ling remained uncertain. Hai Buodong, having long been renowned for his formidable strength, was not someone to be trifled with. As for that young man, there was no trace of him, neither in the Imperial City nor in the eastern provinces. Alas, if all else fails, I may have to settle for Hai Buodong. Yun Ling sighed softly, contemplating what excuse to concoct. Hai Buodong's movements were elusive, making it impossible to track him down in the eastern provinces. In the southern inner city of the Imperial City, before the Nalan family's estate, the sound of hooves resonated like a torrential downpour, indistinguishable in its intensity. 3 individuals galloped forth, their presence exuding an overwhelming aura. Whoosh! The 3 horses abruptly halted before the Nalan residence, their front hooves rearing high, startling the guards stationed at the entrance. Had they not recognized the trio atop the steeds, they might have collapsed in fright. Haha, keep a close watch on my horse, Mu Zhan exclaimed, flicking his whip directly at the guards. With a hearty laugh, he strode inside, accompanied by his 2 attendants. The guards dared not voice their indignation. The Mu family's young master was indeed excessively arrogant. However, the moment they crossed the threshold, Mu Zhan's expression darkened ominously, the scars on his face twisting into a menacing glare. The guards on either side were momentarily taken aback, initially suspecting that this individual might be up to no good. However, upon reflecting on Mu Zhan's feelings for Yafei, as well as the fact that Yafei had arrived in the company of a man in the same carriage, their anxiety dissipated. A smirk of derision appeared on their faces. After all, Mu Zhan, a master of wooden attribute combat energy, was indeed displaying an enviable naivety. Meanwhile, Elbow, feeling idle, wandered around aimlessly, primarily following Yafei. She was undeniably a shrewd businesswoman, adept at socializing, effortlessly forging connections through mere casual conversation. Though he appeared somewhat inept, akin to a fledgling, he still managed to exhibit a semblance of prowess. In a moment of clarity, Elbow quickly deduced the cause of his unease, likely stemming from the presence of the one called Mu Zhan. What's wrong? Yafei inquired softly, sensing a shift in Elbow's demeanor. Oh, nothing, he replied, discreetly creating distance between them, a playful grin spreading across his lips as he considered teasing Mu Zhan. It seemed it would be quite entertaining. On another side, A keen observer immediately recognized Mu Zhan the instant he entered. Witnessing the fierce aura emanating from him, a smirk of malicious delight crept across their face. Finally, someone is going to teach that brat a lesson. Bring me some wine. No grand performance is complete without a drink, they exclaimed, relishing the unfolding drama. In a secluded corner, Yun descended quietly, her gaze fixed on the raucous scene, feeling somewhat bewildered. However, her expression soon shifted to one of intrigue as she recognized Bo's familiar presence. Spotting him, she noted that he had concealed his appearance. Teacher, what brings you here? Yan Ran exclaimed softly, astonished to find her mentor in her own home. As she scrutinized Yun, she noticed the latter's new hairstyle and subtle makeup, enhancing her beauty. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just here to meet a friend, Yun replied with a smile, her eyes discreetly glancing towards Bo nearby. Xiao Yan raised a glass, savoring the moment, finding the unfolding spectacle worthy of celebration. Meanwhile, Mu Zhan's gaze darkened as he observed Bo and Yafei drawing closer. A sinister intent brewing within him. With a sudden forceful stomp, the ground beneath him cracked as he unleashed a surge of power. In a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of green energy, his fists enveloped in a withered hue. Damn it! Yan Ran's expression shifted drastically. Mu Zhan was intent on delivering a lethal blow, the sharp sound of air being sliced cut through the atmosphere, drawing the attention of all, even those whose focus lay elsewhere. Upon witnessing Mu Zhan, their faces blanched. He was notorious in the imperial capital, fearless and unyielding, indifferent to anyone's authority. With a sudden pivot, Bo raised his hand and caught Mu Zhan's strike with a single palm. What? Mu Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief. This seemingly delicate alchemist had managed to block his attack with just one hand? Glancing at his own hand, he momentarily questioned whether he had exerted sufficient force. With a dismissive smirk, Xiao Yan, a mere 7 or 8-star Dou master, scoffed at the sight. Let us not speak of anything else. Lu Bo's mere proficiency in Dou Qi had already reached the level of a great Dou master. He could easily triumph over such a level of opponent. Let alone Lu Bo himself. Mu Zhan, Yafei exclaimed in alarm. Lu Bo flicked his wrist, unleashing a surge of power as his palm collided lightly with Mu Zhan's fist. Thud! 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 Mu Zhan staggered backward, a dull ache settling in his chest, his face contorted with a grimace. You possess some skill, don't you? Mu Zhan licked his lips, a fierce bloodlust igniting in his eyes. You seem quite resilient, far more so than that cowardly Lu Ling. In the corner, Lu Ling, who had been inadvertently drawn into the fray, twitched at the corners of his mouth. Let them fight. May they both suffer grievously, or better yet, perish. What are you madman trying to do? Yafei shrieked. Ha! Yafei, you truly are destined to be my future wife. You grow increasingly beautiful. Mu Zhan chuckled, his grin wide as he secretly reveled in his discerning taste for such a striking beauty. Your future wife? Lu Bo regarded Mu Zhan with an odd expression. Indeed, young lad. You're new here, aren't you? How dare you lay a hand on my woman? Mu Zhan's countenance darkened, a fierce aura emanating from him. Your future wife is quite alluring, Lu Bo remarked, raising an eyebrow. The surrounding girls flushed, hastily covering their ears and retreating. Yet, not straying too far. They quietly parted their fingers to eavesdrop on the vulgar banter. In the corner, Yun remained composed, her demeanor as tranquil as ever, though her body had stiffened slightly, and the wine glass in her hand had developed several fine cracks in silence. Teacher, is Teacher Nalan angry? Why, boy, are you seeking death? Mu Zhan's Dou Qi erupted violently, the sound reverberating as he transformed into an even more formidable presence. Chapter 73. Brother, are you all right? Do not perish. At the Nalan family estate, atop a grand platform, several elders engaged in idle chatter. Among them were Nalan Jia, Mu Chun from the Mu family, and Mi Tae from the Mi Tae family, 3 high-ranking Dou kings, alongside 2 of the top 10 powerhouses of the Gamma Empire. Tingshan, it appears the individuals from your clan are encountering some difficulties. Will you not descend and investigate? Nalan Jia observed the tumultuous scene below with a grin. Oh, have they begun to clash with our Mu Zhan? Mu Chen's eyes sparkled with interest. Old fellows, who do you think will emerge victorious? Humph, Mi Tae Tingshan scoffed. The prowess of a 6th-grade alchemist is sufficient to overpower you old fools, let alone Mu Zhan, who hasn't he even reached the level of a great Dou master. Yet, this lad has remarkable talent in combat. Fighting beyond his level is not a challenge for him. Nalan Jia stroked his beard, chuckling. As a seasoned veteran, he could discern the fierce aura emanating from Mu Zhan, honed on the battlefield. Lu Bo, in contrast, is merely a pristine alchemist, of little utility beyond his flirtations. Haha, Nalan, your insight is commendable. Mu Chen laughed heartily as he stroked his beard. My Mu Zhan has successfully escaped the encirclement of 3 great Dou masters from the falling Goose Empire and even managed to slay one of them. Among the youth of the entire Gamera Empire, he is undoubtedly a standout, unparalleled in his prowess. As he spoke, Mu Chun cast a glance at Maitel Tingshan, who, among the younger generation of the Maitel family, was notably the weakest. The others chuckled, linking arms and eagerly anticipating the spectacle. The Maitel family was experiencing a decline, with Tingshan being the only one of worth, aside from an aging warrior. Naturally, it was to be expected that a family rooted in commerce would not prioritize martial talent. Yet that hardly deterred others from utilizing it against them. Those two old men are about to clash. Are you watching? Haha. My Mu Zhan is going to thrash someone. Mu Qin pushed Maitel Tingshan aside, causing him to stumble in indignation. These individuals had reached a pinnacle of power and cultivation, leaving them with little amusement aside from the antics of the younger generation. Bang! With a sudden stomp, Mu Zhan created a thunderous sound, his form transforming into a blur as he vanished. Kid, that power was impressive. Let us see more. Mu Zhan grinned menacingly, his arm clenched into a fist, thrusting forward like a spear, the sound of slicing air piercing and sharp. What a fool to provoke Mu Zhan, Lu Ling remarked with a hint of derision. The country bumpkin's friend turned out to be just as rustic, akin to the likes of Lu Bo and Yin Xiao, who had clearly never seen much of the world. The royal princess, endowed with exceptional alchemical talent, was on par with Lu Ling, a disciple of Gu He, and had received substantial support from the royal family, who hoped she would ascend to a 6th grade alchemist or higher. Whether she would achieve that remained to be seen, as the royal family had ample resources to spare. Teacher, should I intervene? Nailin Yinran inquired, having witnessed Lu Bo refine a poison and single-handedly subdue Yin Xiao. Yet, she knew that merely refining poison was trivial. Yin Xiao, though a mere 5 or 6-star warrior, was not particularly formidable. Defeating him did not guarantee victory over Mu Zhan, who fought without mercy, intent on complete annihilation. Do not. Why concern yourself with others' affairs? Yin Yin said coolly. Nailin Yinran paused, realizing this was her territory, thus her responsibility. Was her teacher in a foul mood? In the arena, Mu Zhan let out a thunderous roar, his arms adorned with a withered wood-like hue, appearing exceedingly sturdy. Greenwood thrust. Crack. A fair hand gently lifted, grasping Mu Zhan's fist. What? Mu Zhan's expression changed drastically, disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? On the high platform, 4 elderly men stared wide-eyed, equally incredulous. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Mu Qin shouted. My Mu Zhan is invincible in the capital. Crack. Young man, you're not yet in my league. Lu Bo said with a soft smile, effortlessly breaking his wrist. Mu Zhan's eyes turned crimson, involuntarily crying out in agony. Bastard. The ferocity on Mu Zhan's face intensified. Pain would not deter him, but rather ignite his fighting spirit. With a fierce glare, Mu Zhan raised his knee sharply, striking Lu Bo's calf like a whip. That spot was crucial for balance, an essential conduit for power, and disrupting it would significantly weaken his opponent. Crack. With another sharp crack, Mu Zhan's face turned pale. His calf twisted at an unnatural angle, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word, cold sweat pouring down in torrents. Cough, cough, well you all saw it. Elbow quickly interjected. His broken leg is his own doing. It has nothing to do with me. Brother, are you all right? Please don't die. A profound silence enveloped the scene, the fervent atmosphere frozen to an extreme. Only the sound of Mu Zhan's labored breaths echoed. Hee. My Mu Zhan is invincible in the capital? Miter Tingshan chuckled, stroking his beard while scrutinizing Mu Qin. Mu Qin's aged face fell, his mouth agape, nearly dislodging his false teeth in shock. He, who just claimed that Mu Zhan was going to beat someone up. He even said Mu Zhan was a paragon, unparalleled in his prowess. How amusing. Ha ha ha. Mu Qin, why don't you hurry down and check? Your Mu Zhan is being pleaded with not to die. Listening to the banter of those around him, Mu Qin's face flushed red with fury, his nose crinkled in anger. In the corner, Nailin Yinran glared with wide, beautiful eyes, her expression filled with uncertainty. Mu Zhan was formidable. Even she might struggle to best him in combat. Yet, who was this person? How could he be so powerful? Nailin Yinran gazed at Elbow, her brow furrowing, all previous disdain for him evaporating. Yun Yun's beautiful eyes flickered. How could this rascal be so resilient? She immediately recognized that Elbow possessed exceptional physical strength, far surpassing others. Xiao Yan swirled his wine glass with a gentle smile, intrigued by Yun Yun's forthcoming reaction. This was the true spectacle. Chapter 74. Elbow, Xiao Yan, I congratulate you on your newfound wealth. Elbow swept his gaze and intended to converse with Yafei, but then he caught sight of Xiao Yan's mocking expression, causing a chill to run down his spine. Shifting his gaze, he spotted Yun Yun, elegantly sipping wine in the corner, and instantly, he shuddered. Damn it, I almost forgot about her. Elbow broke into a cold sweat and hurried over. Master Yun. It's been a while. He almost addressed her as Sister Yun, but Yun Yun's fierce glare, directed at Nalan Yanran, made him rethink. Resolutely, he adjusted his approach and slowly approached Yun Yun. How are you? Yun Yun said softly, her tone calm, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable. Elbow took a sharp breath, realizing the precariousness of his situation. He wanted to say a few words, but upon noticing Nalan Yanran beside her, his mouth twitched. Saying anything in her presence would only backfire. Teacher, do you know each other? Nalan Yanran asked, bewildered as she looked at the two. Yes, we've met a few times, Yun Yun replied, nodding gently. She preferred to keep the topic shallow, instinctively reluctant to reveal any role beyond that of a teacher before her disciple, primarily because it was too embarrassing. Elbow and Nalan Yanran were nearly of the same age, just a year or so apart, yet they felt worlds apart in this context. As this thought crossed her mind, Yun Yun's drink trembled slightly, a faint blush touching her fair cheeks. Aren't you going to check on Yafei? Yun Yun inclined her chin toward the distance, where Yafei sat alone by the pond. My Tingshan approached her and exchanged a few words. The previously delicate Yafei, for reasons unknown, suddenly exhibited a resolute demeanor. Her gaze sharp and piercing, as if she had discovered a life as purpose. It seemed unnecessary now. Lu Bo exhaled softly. She appears to have found what she was seeking. Hee. Yun Yun ground her teeth, smiling silently. Nalan Yanran's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Gossip seemed rather entertaining. Teacher. Nalan Yanran was about to speak when, at that moment, two formidable auras surged into the sky. The entire Nalan family instantly changed countenance, turning their gazes toward the northwest of the imperial capital, where two energies clashed violently. Teacher. Nalan Yanran exclaimed, sensing the unfamiliar aura of a Dou Huang. There was no reason for Yun Yun to refrain from engaging. It's Hebadong. He is an old friend of Jia Xingtian, so there should be no issues, Lu Bo remarked with a smile. Oh, it's him, Yun Yun realized, recalling that when she was still a Dou Wang, she had encountered Hebadong, whose chilling Dou Qi was exceptionally formidable. Although she had been at a disadvantage during their contest, she had held her ground commendably. Reflecting on this, a sense of relief washed over Yun Yun. He was not an enemy, and thus she need not intervene. You actually know him? Lu Bo's lips curled into a knowing smile. He has been in seclusion for over a decade. Crack. A faint sound echoed as the wine glass in Yun Yun's hand developed a clearer crack, her smile brightening slightly. Teacher, I shall go take a look. Nalan Yanran exclaimed in surprise, her toes lightly tapping as she soared swiftly toward the northwest of the imperial capital. Not only Nalan Yanran, but at the same moment the aura manifested, my Tingshan, Nalan Jia, along with Lu Ling, Xiao Yan, and a throng of others rushed forth, eager to witness the legendary battle of the Dou Huang. In the blink of an eye, the Nalan residence was left with only Yun Yun, Lu Bo, and the Nalan family guards. Casting a glance at Yun Yun, Lu Bo nodded gently, his shoulders trembling as he unfurled his purple cloud wings. Vanishing into the night sky, Yun Yun remained unresponsive until Lu Bo had completely disappeared before she slowly rose, unleashing her Dou Qi wings and vanishing into the dark expanse above. In the northwest of the imperial capital, a golden and a white luminescent sphere collided ferociously, emitting terrifying blasts of energy that left deep, dark fissures upon the ground. Ha ha, old man Hai, you're losing your touch. A deep, resonant laughter rolled forth from the golden sphere. Your chilling Dou Qi used to compel me to tread carefully. Why does it seem ineffective now? Growing feebler with age. Are we? Ha ha, bah, a petty man reveling in his moment. I merely suffer from physical ailments that hinder my strength, Hebadong retorted, pouting in a manner reminiscent of a child who, having lost a fight, claims to have been deprived of nourishment. Ha ha ha, then do tell me what ails you. My royal family possesses some medicinal herbs I would gladly provide. Jia Xingtian laughed heartily, relishing the feeling of overpowering an old rival. Buzzing, Hebadong remained silent, the enveloping white sphere radiating brilliance. However, the golden sphere struck fiercely, causing Hebadong's white sphere to deflate instantaneously. Add the old man, he won't come. I truly do not feel well, and I cannot defeat you, so I shall not fight. Hai Budong stated with a huff. Very well, you shall rest for 3 days. And after that, we shall practice again. A deep, resonant laughter echoed in the air. All right, after 3 days, I shall surely surprise you. Hai Budong chuckled, rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation. At that moment, 2 streaks of light sped towards them, accompanied by indistinct figures in the background. Upon noticing this, Jia Xingtian and Hai Budong instinctively ceased their sparring, awaiting the arrival of these individuals, whose commotion had drawn considerable attention. Outside the capital, Elbow and Yun Yun walked side by side, their hands firmly clasped together. Although Yun Yun wished it were otherwise, Elbow's physical strength had markedly increased after attaining the small nirvana golden body. Even someone as seasoned as Yun Yun, a veteran Dou Huang, found herself unable to break free from his grasp. Unaware that Elbow had achieved his golden body, she could still sense his formidable physical prowess. Thus, being unable to escape was not a matter of desire but an undeniable reality. Gently holding her soft, jade-like hand, Elbow smiled inwardly and softly inquired, "Sister Yun, it has been a while. Have you missed me?" "Not at all," Yun Yun retorted, exasperated. After receiving the message through the jade slip, she had hurriedly come, even applying some makeup, only to be met with a rather teasing remark. If it weren't for the fact that she could not bear to strike him, she would have surely done so. "Now what is it that you wish to discuss?" Yun Yun's tone was calm, adopting a businesslike demeanor. "Indeed, there is a matter at hand," Elbow replied, stroking his chin as his expression grew serious. "Just get to the point. Are you a fool?" Yun Yun snapped. "I had a confrontation with a protector of the Soul Hall, nearly facing defeat and death. He is currently hiding within the Yunlan sect, possibly linked to your teacher, Yun Shan. Perhaps he has meddled with some affairs concerning the esteemed elder." Elbow spoke in a low voice. What? Yun Yun's face paled in an instant. In the night-shrouded outskirts of the capital, Yun Yun sat on the grass, her expression grave as she attentively listened to Elbow recount the events. After a while, she exhaled slowly. "The protector of the Soul Hall has been hiding within my Yunlan sect for so long without revealing himself?" she murmured, her exquisite and dignified face filled with disbelief. "Not necessarily." Elbow stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Perhaps the elder pavilion of the Yunlan sect has already fallen under his control. It could be one individual or a faction. Then why hasn't he taken control of me?" Yun Yun furrowed her brows, but soon appeared enlightened. Realizing it may be due to her teacher's protection, it could also be due to the intervention of esteemed elder Yun Shan, Elbow added, his gaze flickering. "The opinion of a Dou Zone protector must be heeded. If he acts recklessly, all his efforts would be in vain. This woman, Yun Yun, is not worth such attention. Without her, he could still manipulate the Yunlan sect. Her existence is of little consequence to him. What should we do then?" Anxiety flashed across Yun Yun's delicate face. She was merely a 5-star Dou Huang, having reached this stage relying on a royal-grade pill, and was utterly incapable of contending against the protector. "Since I have brought this to your attention, I naturally have a solution." Elbow took Yun Yun's hand gently and spoke softly. "While I may lack prowess in other areas, I possess a modicum of confidence in formations and restrictions. The control array within Elder Yunshan's soul, when combined with medicinal elixirs, should not pose a significant challenge to resolve or dispel." Feeling the warmth of a reassuring hand, Yun Yun's anxious heart gradually found solace. Elbow's calm and self-assured words instilled great confidence within her. Subconsciously, her delicate hand tightened, an inexplicable turmoil brewed within Yun Yun's emotions. A fleeting thought of persuading Elbow to abandon the endeavor crossed her mind, as maintaining the current state seemed quite satisfactory. Yet, this notion dissipated swiftly. Having served as a sect leader for many years, she understood that the insatiable greed of their enemies could never be quelled, and retreating would only embolden them further. The only viable solution lay in their complete annihilation. "This all requires your cooperation," Elbow smiled. "My plan is as follows. We will proceed in this manner, then that, and finally accomplish this. But hush, walls have ears. Speak not too liberally. Once we eliminate the protector Wu, all our issues will be resolved." Listening to Elbow's strategy, Yun Yun furrowed her brows. While some aspects were acceptable, she queried, "Elbow, will you face Protector Wu alone?" There was uncertainty in her voice, recalling Elbow's previous admission of a near-fatal encounter with the Protector. "No, I will have assistance," Elbow replied with a grin. "Their strength is comparable to that of a Dou Zone. As for who they are, allow me to keep that a mystery." Concern flickered across Yun Yun's face. After a moment of internal conflict, she nodded in agreement. She chose to trust Elbow, who, despite his secrets, had never deceived her. Every word spoken had been the truth. Save for the occasional lecherous comment. "Very well, I shall fully cooperate," Yun Yun declared earnestly. "Indeed, keep an eye on the Elder Pavilion. And see if we can identify those under control," Elbow instructed. "It would be ideal to uncover them, but if not, no matter, do not disturb the grass and alert the snake." As Elbow observed Yun Yun's vanishing figure, he chuckled softly. "You must perish. Your soul shall belong to me." "Oh, and it is time to examine the jade piece in Xiao Yan's possession," Elbow mused, disappearing with a light tap of his toes. The following day, within the secret chamber of the Nalan family brother Yan Xiao, "Is it ready?" Nalan Jie inquired, his complexion pale and his throat hoarse. He was currently being scorched by strange flames, the agony penetrating deep into his bones. As a son, Nalan Su promptly assisted his father in getting comfortable, while Nalan Yanran escorted Xiao Yan out of this place. Their unspoken understanding over the days required no further words. However, as Xiao Yan traversed the Nalan residence, he felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, for beside him, Nalan Yinran's beautiful eyes were fixed upon him, shimmering with an intensity that made him uneasy. He reiterated his sentiment. He wished to keep his dealings with the Nalan family devoid of any emotional entanglements, a wearisome affair. Miss Nalan, is there something you require? Xiao Yan finally could not hold back and inquired, cursing Bo for his schemes. Thank you, Yin Xiao, Nalan Yinran replied with a gentle smile, her radiant countenance illuminating the surroundings as if flowers were blooming in abundance. Xiao Yan clenched his fist within his sleeve, reluctantly acknowledging that the once headstrong girl had blossomed into an enchanting beauty. Even with his resentful heart, he could not help but steal glances at her. No need. It's merely a transaction. I require the 7 illusions spirit nectar. Xiao Yan spoke with an icy demeanor, unable to forget the scene in his own home where he was coerced into breaking off the engagement. You have saved my Nalan family. You are my benefactor. The benefactor of the Nalan clan, Nalan Yinran spoke softly. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. If my grandfather were to pass, the Nalan family would face a perilous threat. We have made many enemies, and they would not spare us. With you here, who would dare to challenge us? Xiao Yan replied calmly. Nalan Yinran, the young master of the Yunlan sect, who would dare show hostility toward her family? Mr. Yanxiao, have you heard about Yinran? Nalan Yinran inquired with a smile. The 3-year agreement is in 7 days. Ah, I fear I shall never forget. Xiao Yan coldly laughed internally, maintaining a neutral expression as he replied, I have heard of it. That was a mistake made in Yinran's youth. Nalan Yinran's delicate hands trembled slightly, her voice quivering as she continued. At that time, my teacher consented but insisted I keep it discreet. Yet, I believe that if I did not make it known, what purpose would my withdrawal serve? Xiao Yan clenched his fist, his jaw tightening in silence. Only now do I realize how much pain this has caused him. Nalan Yinran said, raising her head to gaze at the azure sky, her crimson lips pursed. In these 3 years, he must have endured unbearable suffering. Xiao Yan regarded Nalan Yinran with cool detachment, doubting that this proud young princess could empathize with his plight. He and Nalan Yinran were never on the same path. I am not one to live in luxury. Sensing Yin Xiao's gaze, Nalan Yinran smiled and lifted her delicate hand, parting her neckline to reveal her exquisite collarbone. Xiao Yan's pupils contracted sharply. On that radiant skin, a ghastly scar was faintly visible. Injuries sustained during training, but they are no longer a concern. Nalan Yinran remarked with a smile. I intentionally keep it as a reminder not to underestimate the heroes of the world. Xiao Yan's lips pressed together. Nalan Yinran was not in a significantly easier position than he was. The 3-year agreement in 7 days. If I fail, Mr. Yanxiao may never see me again, Nalan Yinran stated. And if you succeed, I would sever an arm to enter the gate of life and death. Nalan Yinran spoke solemnly. The gate of life and death was the resting place of the past masters of the Yunlan sect, serving as the final trial to become the sect leader. Fraught with peril, where survival was left to fate. However, Yanxiao, you need not worry. I have advanced to the great fighter level, and I possess some confidence in combat. Nalan Yinran said, her face lighting up with a smile as her skirt swirled gracefully while she looked at Xiao Yan. The usually composed Xiao Yan felt a wave of anxiety, on one hand, because of Nalan Yinran's words, and on the other, due to her strength, she had already reached the great fighter level. Before arriving in the imperial capital, he was merely a 5-star fighter. But thanks to Nalan Jie's fighting spirit, he had recently advanced to 6 stars. Yet, facing a great fighter would be a considerable strain. Damn it. Xiao Yan raked his fingers through his hair, pacing restlessly within the room. Just then, a thought struck him. He retrieved a communication talisman from his storage ring, which was flashing brightly. It was Lu Bo trying to contact him. Lu Bo? What is it? Ha! Lu Bo's boisterous laughter echoed from the talisman. Xiao Yan. Congratulations on your newfound wealth. Xiao Yan, this seems troublesome. Chapter 75. Transactions and Movements of Enemies. Within the Miter family's territory, in a mountain manor, Xiao Yan paced anxiously, his mind racing. A call from Lu Bo informed him of a method to bridge the power gap between him and Nalan Yinran. Damn it. Why hasn't this bastard arrived yet? With only a week left, he had to prepare for the alchemist conference competition. Time was of the essence. Xiao Yan. You seem quite flustered, Lu Bo's teasing voice echoed as he entered. Xiao Yan grimaced. This guy had no idea of the pressure he was under. Let us get to the point. What is your solution? He quickly inquired. Have you ever heard of secret techniques? They can significantly enhance one's strength in a short period, Lu Bo said, leisurely sipping his tea. Secret techniques? At the mention, Xiao Yan paused, realization dawning upon him. He recalled that during his time in Wu-Ten City, Sun Er had once used such a technique, only to appear pale and weaken the following day. Had he not known the specifics, he might have thought she had fallen ill. You claim you possess a secret technique? Xiao Yan's expression turned serious as he focused his mind. Indeed. Lu Bo chuckled. Power cannot simply be conjured from thin air. To attain it, one must pay a price. My secret technique is based on making it particularly suitable for you. However, what can you offer in exchange? What do you want? Xiao Yan's face darkened. It seemed he would have to make a significant sacrifice. This rascal had already swindled him out of the remnants of the pure lotus demon fire, akin to taking advantage of a disaster. I've heard you obtained a black jade piece. May I take a look? Lu Bo grinned. How do you know about that? Xiao Yan's expression turned peculiar. He had found that item in Black Rock City, having spent a bottle of burning blood on it. I have my sources of special intelligence. Lu Bo replied with a smirk. Will you trade? Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. Ever since he met Lu Bo, he had never gained an advantage over him. Why would Lu Bo be willing to exchange such a precious secret technique for an unknown black jade piece? Impossible. This fellow was astute and never made unprofitable deals. But, damn it, it seems I have no choice. Xiao Yan, exasperated, realized that Lu Bo always presented him with irresistible offers. Lu Bo remained silent, waiting for Xiao Yan to make a decision. With a sigh, Xiao Yan raised his arm, and a worn, dirt-streaked black jade piece flew forth, landing in Lu Bo's hands. I have one request. I wish to know what is within this, Xiao Yan stated. Lu Bo examined the item closely. It was identical to the piece he had previously obtained, except that his own had melted away, allowing him to read its information. As Lu Bo had surmised, the jade piece he acquired was indeed the first transformation of the Heavenly Fire 3 transformations. Very well. Hearing Xiao Yan's request, Lu Bo chuckled and did not refuse. He then brought his fingers together and tapped Xiao Yan's forehead. Xiao Yan felt a wave of coolness surge into his soul, an influx of information flooding his mind, causing his eyes to involuntarily roll back. Unfazed by Xiao Yan's reaction, Lu Bo summoned igniting the black jade piece. This item served as an extraordinary storage device used by the Burning Flame Valley, and retrieving its contents was straightforward. Simply burn it until the items emerged. As the Azure Lotus Heart fire continued to intensify, the entire room was suddenly engulfed in unbearable heat. Even Hai Buodong, who was sequestered in another chamber, felt an unusual sensation. What could be happening? Before the thought could fully form, the black jade piece melted into a pool of verdant liquid. A surge of green light erupted, swirling to reveal countless streams of textual information that coalesced into a vivid image, prominently displaying 5 distinct characters. Heavenly Fire transformation of the 3 mysteries. As anticipated, joy flooded through Elbow's expression. He extended his fingers, grasping the emerald liquid, and an overwhelming torrent of information surged into his very soul. Elbow narrowed his eyes, silently enduring the deluge of data. Xiao Yan's countenance shifted. He had initially assumed that the Heavenly Fire transformation of the 3 mysteries bestowed upon him by Elbow was merely the first transformation, suspecting the rogue was attempting to deceive him. However, it now appeared that this secret technique had been fragmented, and he had unwittingly exchanged for an entirely different version of the Heavenly Fire transformation. Damning it all, Xiao Yan's lips twitched. Elbow indeed. Never engaged in a transaction that did not benefit him, always managing to ensnare Xiao Yan. After a moment, Elbow slowly opened his eyes, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Truly marvelous. Elbow, what is that? Xiao Yan inquired eagerly. As you surmised, it is the second transformation of the Heavenly Fire transformation. Elbow chuckled. What? Xiao Yan's eyes lit up with delight, exclaiming joyfully. Do you want it? Elbow grinned mischievously. Then offer something in exchange. Xiao Yan's excitement dissipated, the joy fading from his face. What was he so jubilant about? Speak. Elbow urged. Do you want it or not? Yes, but you set the terms, Xiao Yan replied, his expression darkening. This was undoubtedly his possession, and the thought of relinquishing it was disheartening. I recall that the prize for the Alchemist Conference is a formula named Soul Melding Pill, correct? Elbow stroked his chin. I want that, and additionally, I require your assistance in refining a pill. 2 conditions. How does that sound? Just these 2? Xiao Yan was taken aback. He had anticipated that the rogue would demand a 7th or 8th grade pill, but the conditions were surprisingly simple. In truth, Xiao Yan's participation in the Alchemist Conference was a matter of necessity, or rather, a transaction between himself and the Alchemist Guild of Black Rock City. He fought on behalf of the guild, which provided him with various resources for his cultivation. The prizes and rewards were of little significance. But what do you need that for? Xiao Yan asked, puzzled. He couldn't fathom why Elbow had refrained from exploiting this opportunity, especially considering that the moment they met, Elbow had taken his fragment of the. You need not concern yourself with that, Elbow shrugged. The reason he sought the soul melding pill was quite straightforward, to enlist Medusa's aid, to contend with the Guardian Wu. Elbow needed to restore Yao Lao's strength to an even greater extent than before, Otherwise, if the Guardian Wu captured Yao Lao and consumed him, it would spell disaster. Yet, this created another dilemma. He would struggle to contend with Yao Lao, while the old rascal seemed accommodating. Elbow had precisely gauged all of his needs to forge their agreement. The alchemical skills Elbow wielded were not a free gift from Yao Lao. Rather, they were painstakingly exchanged through Elbow's ingenuity. Without the strength to counterbalance, he could not guarantee that Yao Lao would not harbor ulterior motives. Elbow never entrusts his safety to the mercy of others. While the old medicine master may be indifferent, El cannot afford to be unguarded. Very well, I shall comply. Xiao Yan immediately nodded. Elbow chuckled softly, his fingertip pressing against Xiao Yan's brow. Allowing the cultivation method of the second transformation of the heavenly fire 3 mysteries to seep into his soul. Having completed this, Elbow took his leave, intending to refine this second transformation. At the Yunlong sect, before a concealed cave in the back mountain, Yunlong's aged face flickered with hesitation, his steps faltering as he pondered whether to enter. It had already been half a month since he received his orders. He needed to provide some explanation, for failure could lead to dire consequences. Enter. The ethereal, piercing voice suddenly echoed, causing Yunlong to tremble involuntarily, and he obediently stepped into the cave. Inside, the darkness was impenetrable, with visibility reduced to nothing but 2 crimson glimmers suspended in the endless black, exuding an aura of malevolence and terror. Great One, we have leads on the individuals you seek, Yunlong managed to say, steeling himself. Speak, came the command. My subordinates suspect that the ice-type powerhouse is the newly emerged Ice Emperor, Haibuodong. Yunlong's voice quivered slightly as he continued. Their strength is formidable, and I dare not probe too recklessly. Yes, and what else? The youth, I surmise, is a recent figure named Yin Xiao, who wields strange fire and is an alchemist. He frequently visits the middle family and has a close relationship with Haibuodong. Oh, at this revelation, the crimson lights flared with intensity. Chapter 76, Ji Xingtian. Has Haibuodong taken the wrong medicine? Immediately, Yunlong detailed Yin Xiao's circumstances, emphasizing the fact that Xiao Yan concealed his face with a mask, as well as the connection between Xiao Yan and Haibuodong. As for the nature of their relationship, Yunlong could not articulate it. But the law protector did not cast blame upon him. He understood well the boy's strength and cunning, having been deceived himself, let alone someone like Yunlong, whom he deemed inept. Come, take me to see. The law protector commanded decisively, the clinking of iron chains echoing incessantly. My lord, both individuals possess significant status. And with the Alchemist Convention's decisive battle approaching, all eyes in the imperial capital are on them, Yunlong replied cautiously. Powerful figures from all quarters are watching, especially the royalty and the Alchemist Guild. Then we shall act after your Alchemist Convention concludes. The law protector snorted, asserting that under his control, the Yunlong sect's influence extended throughout the Jiamu Empire. Strength was trivial, intelligence was paramount, and this must not falter. He was unaware of why his superiors had issued this command, but the law protector dared not disobey. Is there another issue? The crimson eyes narrowed ominously, and an oppressive aura instantly drained the color from Yunlong's face, causing him to collapse to his knees. After the Alchemist Convention, there is a 3-year pact. At that time, Sect Master Yun will be closely monitoring. My lord, it would not be wise for you to take action. Yunlong forced himself to finish, but the law protector was unyielding. The swirling black mist sent chills down Yunlong's spine, his heart racing in trepidation. Enough, do not intimidate him. A resonant baritone voice interjected, and Yunlong felt an immediate release, the pressure lifting abruptly. A middle-aged man clad in a white robe approached slowly, addressing the law protector. A few days' wait is not a significant issue. Let Yunling keep watch, and when the time comes, I shall join you in action. How does that sound? His crimson eyes flickered slightly, and after a moment of silence, he inquired, Are you in a hurry? Yinshan raised an eyebrow in confusion. It dawned on Yinshan that during this time of the year, the law protector often departed. Never mind, a delay of 7 days will have no substantial impact. The law protector snorted coldly, closing his eyes. With Yinshan's assistance, he felt increasingly confident in capturing that young man's soul. Very well, you may leave. Upon hearing this, Yunling felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, hastily fleeing the cave, while the law protector gradually shut his eyes, his crimson gaze concealed in the enveloping darkness. When he had forcefully attempted a breakthrough at the Dozong level and failed, this man had appeared before him, offering his assistance, capable not only of preserving his life, but also of facilitating his ascension. Yinshan had been reluctant to accept. The man bore an untrustworthy demeanor, and indeed, not all individuals in this world were virtuous. However, with his life hanging by a thread, Yinshan had no choice but to acquiesce. I shall take it one step at a time, he mused, his gaze flickering uncertainly. The sense of being manipulated was truly infuriating. Indeed, something was amiss. On Yun Yun's delicate countenance, a frost settled as she clutched a piece of paper bearing Lu Bu's likeness. This was an official mission order dispatched by Yunling. As far as Yun Yun knew, Xiaobu had long since concealed his true face behind another mask, and this visage had never graced the imperial capital. It was inconceivable for Yunling to be aware. The Yunlan sect had become so unfamiliar. A glint of cold light sparkled in Yun Yun's beautiful eyes as her peculiar longsword trembled slightly, poised and ready, indicative of her waning attentiveness towards her sect. When Xiaobu's plan is set in motion, I must thoroughly cleanse the Yunlan sect, she resolved coldly, gradually closing her eyes to continue her cultivation. The following day, outside the saint city of Jama, amid the vast forest, boom, the sound of explosive bursts echoed as a white sphere emanated an endless chill. Countless ice crystals, forged into long spears of frost, rained down upon the golden sphere. The golden orb trembled violently, as if struck hard, retreating repeatedly until it collided with the mountainside. Damn it, old man Hai, how has your strength surged so abruptly? The incredulous voice of Jia Xingtian rang out, laced with a hint of panic. He could not help but feel alarmed. Just 2 days prior, Hai Buodong had barely reached the 2-star Dohuang level, and now he was at a staggering 6-star. To ascend 4 tiers in just 2 days, especially at the Dohuang level, was an astonishingly terrifying rate of advancement, one that Jia Xingtian had never achieved even at the dojo level. Ha ha ha, did I not mention this to you? I was feeling unwell the other day. Hai Buodong laughed heartily. This is my true strength. You lie, Jia Xingtian retorted, infuriated. Hai Buodong, what devil's medicine have you ingested? Bah, a dog's mouth cannot spit ivory. You are the one who has taken the wrong medicine. Perched atop a tree canopy, Lu Bu stood gracefully, silently observing the 2 old men bickering. Hai Buodong had summoned him here, and it was indeed time to converse with Jia Xingtian. As only a week remained until their 3-year agreement, and the law protector's time was running short, a thunderous rumble echoed, and shortly thereafter, the battle between Hai Buodong and Jia Xingtian concluded, much like before, with Hai Buodong emerging as the loser, yet Jia Xingtian wore a disgruntled expression, thoroughly displeased. Reflecting on Hai Buodong, despite his defeat, he stood with an air of triumph, hands on his hips, laughing heartily, which infuriated Jia Xingtian to the point where his nose contorted in displeasure. Old Hai, pray tell, how has your strength surged so astonishingly? Jia Xingtian grumbled. As the guardian of the royal family and the mightiest of the Gamma Empire, he felt compelled to suppress all clans within the empire. Otherwise, the fate of the previous royal family would befall his own. Surged, you say? I merely consumed a revitalizing purple pill to restore my original prowess. Hai Buodong waved dismissively, unfazed by Jia Xingtian's gaze. I also happened to take a royal extreme pill. Trivial, utterly trivial. Where on earth did you procure such high-tier pills? Jia Xingtian's eyes bulged in disbelief. The middle family may be the richest, but high-tier pills are not as common as cabbages. Naturally, I encountered a remarkable individual. Hai Buodong chuckled, gesturing towards El Bo with a tilt of his chin. Jia Xingtian glanced at El Bo, who was younger than his own eldest princess, with a peculiar expression. Do not tell me he is a high-tier alchemist? Why not see for yourself? Hai Buodong replied with a grin. Old Jia, I recall your family possesses a magical beast in dire need of pills. Do you not require some as well? Jia Xingtian fell silent, observing Hai Buodong, then casting a look at El Bo before finally waving his hand. In the depths of the mountains, 2 shadows flickered and vanished. He certainly would not approach Hai Buodong alone. What if the latter had allies lying in wait? Precaution was necessary. However, the current demeanor of his counterpart seemed to suggest collaboration. A spark of hope ignited within Jia Xingtian. Such an outcome would be most welcome. At that very moment, several streams of yellow light surged forth, embedding themselves into the ground, forming a small defensive array. El Bo gracefully hovered down, his formidable soul power radiating without restraint. Erupting in an instant, the oppressive force surged like a mountain, instantly lowering the altitude of the 2 suspended individuals. Jia Xingtian's expression shifted dramatically. This aura was not at all inferior to his own. Old Jia, shall we strike a deal? El Bo proposed with a light chuckle. You assist me in eliminating an adversary, and I shall concoct a pill for you. What do you think? Jia Xingtian raised an eyebrow, his weathered face betraying a flicker of interest. He desperately needed high-tier pills. Chapter 77, the Hunyuan Bone Sculpting Pill. It seems I might have use for it as well. In a mountainous estate, within a chamber, El Bo sat cross-legged, eyes shut, emitting a faint, colorless glow, with his soul power flickering in and out of visibility. Beside him, Qing Lin cradled a jade vial, using a jade tube to extract a few drops of accompanying purple crystal essence, placing them before a small 7-colored devouring python. The diminutive python peeked from beneath the covers, glancing at Qing Lin with resolute eyes, swiftly darting out to lick up the purple crystal essence before bounding into Elbow's embrace. Sated, it let out a contented burp, curling its long, supple body within Elbow's arms, drifting into slumber. Sensing a disturbance, Elbow opened his eyes and, with a sigh, poked the little python's head. This little creature was proving to be quite mischievous. Elbow, how goes your rest? Old Jia has arrived. Outside, the voice of high boding echoed, revealing a hint of trepidation. After all, a mere 6-star Dou Huang would find it daunting to confront a Dou Zong like Yunshan. Here he comes. LV rose. Addressing Qing Lin. Focus on your cultivation. I must commence alchemy. I understand, Qing Lin replied, nodding. Yet, as she watched LV Bo's receding figure, a shadow of melancholy flickered in her emerald eyes. She felt powerless to assist her master, resigned to the role of a mere maid. Within the martial arts hall, 4 figures were present, including high boding, Jia Xingtian, and a regal young woman adorned with a crown, Princess Yao Yi, the most distinguished among the younger members of the Jaimar royal family. Also present was Xiao Yan, who had come to pay a visit, with the secret technique in hand. He was confident of fulfilling his 3-year pact, as long as he secured victory in the tournament to complete the transaction. Hearing that LV Bo was preparing to refine pills, he decided to observe. While he pondered, LV Bo entered the hall and surveyed the room, surprised to see everyone gathered. Princess Yao Yi lifted her beautiful gaze to meet LV Bo's entrance, her eyes sparkling slightly. Though her appearance was unremarkable, her unique aura suggested she was indeed capable of concocting 6th-grade elixirs. Jia Xingtian remained stoic, yet internally he harbored doubts. Despite witnessing high boding's transformation in strength and feeling the pressure LV Bo exuded, he questioned the reliability of this individual. Where are the herbs and the formula? LV Bo inquired. Jia Xingtian gestured, and a white spatial ring soared towards LV Bo. He caught it and examined its contents. A scroll containing the formula and the necessary herbs for the Hunyuan bone refinement pill, purple ginseng, dragon elephant horn, and bone cleansing flower were all potent healing substances. LV Bo was taken aback. Indeed, these were formidable items prepared from magical beasts. Yet, perhaps they could serve his purpose as well. He raised an eyebrow, considering that his own physique was not inferior to that of a magical beast, and possessing a powerful healing medicine would be advantageous. With a wave of his hand, the array flags soared into the air, swiftly sealing the surroundings. Elder Hai will oversee the array. The rest of you may leave, LV Bo instructed, as the spatial ring in his hand shimmered. And the Liuhua Ding descended with a thud. Seeing this, Jia Xingtian, Yao Yi, and Xiao Yan exited through the gap LV Bo had provided. Standing before the martial arts hall, their eyes fixed intently on him. Unlike the earlier high boding, neither Jia Xingtian nor Yao Yi had witnessed the alchemical process of a 6th-grade alchemist firsthand. This was their first experience. Xiao Yan, too, was transfixed. He had perused the inheritance of the medicinal valley, but had only glimpsed a fraction of it. His alchemical skills were primarily guided by the teachings of Yao Lao, and he was eager to observe LV Bo's accomplishments in the art of alchemy. Xiao Yan never believed himself inferior to others. He felt the disparity between himself and LV Bo lay primarily in their respective spiritual powers, not in other aspects. This was his own conviction. Within the hall, LV Bo paid no heed to the varied thoughts of the 3. Herbs began to rise, floating gracefully in the air, numbering between 20 to 30. Under the command of Bo, the dragon elephant horn was the first to soar into the Dan furnace. The moment it entered, a tumultuous surge of azure flames enveloped it, swiftly engulfing the herb and reducing it to a fine black powder in less than 5 breaths. Subsequently, an array of herbs flowed into the furnace continuously, akin to dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Xiao Yan's gaze flickered. Bo possessed not only formidable soul power, but also exceptional alchemical skills. From his current perspective, he could discern no difference between Bo and his mentor, which was indeed alarming. How had this individual cultivated such prowess? Xiao Yan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Bo's control over his soul power was astonishingly adept. His great-grandfather, Princess Yao Yi, instinctively swallowed hard as she observed. This gentleman is quite remarkable. Although Yao Yi had witnessed others concocting elixirs, the fluidity and ease displayed by her sister and the individual before her rendered her own experiences as clumsy as a child learning to walk. This was undoubtedly a positive development. Jia Xingtian slowly relaxed his anxious heart. The Yuhai serpent beast had hope for salvation, and the royal family's strength was no longer solely reliant on his efforts. However, a shadow flickered in Jia Xingtian's eyes. Yunshan of the Yunlan sect had already broken through to the Dou Zone level, which posed considerable pressure on him. Within the formation, Bo's expression was as calm as water as he meticulously controlled the furnace's heat. The first step of alchemy, the simplest one, involved refining the herbs according to the prescription. Next, he would gradually blend various medicinal liquids in precise proportions. This Hunyuan bone-shaping pill turned out to be unexpectedly simple. Elbow mused with mild surprise. Among the elixirs he had previously concocted, the revitalizing purple pill was undoubtedly the most intricate, comprising nearly 100 different herbs that nearly left him exhausted. The Emperor's extreme pill was somewhat more manageable, consisting of 20 to 30 types of herbs. Yet it was designed for a potent, side-effect-free enhancement of power, with the main ingredient being overwhelmingly dominant, accounting for an astonishing 90% of the composition. In contrast, the Hunyuan bone-shaping pill seemed to disregard the gentleness of the medicinal properties, resembling a robust tonic that aimed to treat relentlessly. This certainly simplified matters, Elbow thought, as he began rapidly segmenting and blending the medicinal liquids. In less than 3 hours, a pockmarked embryonic pill gradually took shape amidst the azure heart fire, its fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Jia Xingtian and Yao Yi exchanged astonished glances, both exceedingly delighted. To think that in just 5 or 6 hours, using only a single batch of herbs, a pill was about to be formed? Was Elbow not exceedingly powerful? With a resounding thud, the lid of the furnace flew open, and a perfectly rounded, ethereal-colored pill soared out, landing into a jade vial. It was completed. Yao Yi could not contain her exclamation. The Yuhai serpent beast's strength would be restored, and the royal family would become increasingly steadfast. This transaction is immensely worthwhile. Jia Xingtian chuckled, stroking his beard. Whether for the elixir or for this individual, he was willing to confront the Yunlan sect. Xiao Yan's gaze flickered with realization. Amidst the flattery he had received over the past few days, he had indeed become somewhat lost. He could not allow this to continue. However, just as Jia Xingtian and the others thought it had concluded, Elbow stroked his chin and glanced at the pill in his hand, and then at the furnace. Ignite the fire, add the herbs, he declared, commencing the refinement of a second Hunyuan bone-shaping pill. What is this? Jia Xingtian and the others were momentarily stunned. Was he about to create another? Chapter 78, the final of the Alchemist Conference. After the passage of 5 hours, Lu Bo withdrew the defensive array, placing 2 mixed Yuan bone sculpting pills before Jia Xingtian, smilingly saying, "Old Jia, please choose one." Jia Xingtian was momentarily speechless. He had hoped for a buy-one-get-one deal. But reality proved such good fortune was merely fanciful. Upon closer inspection, he discerned no significant difference between the 2 pills, and casually grasped the one on the right. "This one will suffice," Jia Xingtian remarked with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Lu. This pill requires a special technique to catalyze its optimal efficacy. Shall I assist you?" Lu Bo inquired with a grin, effortlessly storing the other mixed Yuan bone sculpting pill in his spatial ring. Jia Xingtian glanced at Lu Bo, whose face bore a hint of fatigue. He had hoped for such a scenario, but after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. "Mr. Lu, you have labored long in alchemy. I believe it best that we handle this matter ourselves." "Very well, then we shall meet atop Yunlan Mountain in a few days," Lu Bo replied, bowing slightly with a smile. "I shall certainly arrive on time, and I will not go back on my word," Jia Xingtian declared earnestly, clasping his fists together. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a high-ranking alchemist of the Yunlan sect, and he could not afford to let it slip away. As for Yao Yi and Xiao Yan, they had departed early. Yao Yi, being a royal steward, could not afford to be away from state affairs for too long. Furthermore, the president of the Alchemist Association, Fa Ma, had great expectations of him, even providing 3 patterned Qingling pills and various medicinal materials as support. Victory was imperative for him. Having made substantial preparations, Lu Bo stroked his chin, now only needing to awaken Yao Lao before ascending Yunlan Mountain. However, Xiao Yan had previously mentioned he needed to administer a final detoxification for Nailan Jia to procure the 7 illusions Qingling saliva. With time ticking away, it seemed Xiao Yan's journey to the Yunlan sect had but 3 days remaining. The life of the guardian, Wu, was also limited to 3 days. 3 hours later, at the hour of G, precisely at 9 o'clock in the morning, the venue for the Alchemist Conference was teeming with people. A throng so dense it was akin to a sea of humanity, every seat occupied. The Alchemist Conference, regardless of the empire, was an unparalleled grand event where the nation's foremost alchemical prodigies competed to determine the strongest among them. Countless factions across the empire would offer lucrative conditions to these elite contenders, making it a prime opportunity akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Once accomplished, glory and wealth would come rushing in. At the entrance, a group of 20 to 30 young men and women clad in alchemist robes entered in succession. As they made their appearance, the roar of applause erupted like waves crashing upon the shore. "Look, that second-tier alchemist is Yin Xiao, the best performer from the previous round just a few days ago. He appears to be merely around 20 years old. Truly remarkable." It was he who thwarted the people from the Outcloud Empire. Had it not been for him, we would have lost face. Indeed, indeed. Amidst the cacophony, Xiao Yan paid no heed to the surrounding noise, making his way to the stone platform where he had competed last time, sitting down to cultivate. At that moment, a stirring in his heart prompted him to open his eyes, sensing someone was watching him. Across from him, a youth clad in gray robes sneered coldly, his lips moving silently as he proclaimed, "Kid, this time you are destined to lose." With a confident grin, Xiao Yan raised his thumb and made a gesture across his throat, declaring, "This championship is mine." Instantly, the audience erupted with thunderous applause, acknowledging his bold proclamation. The young man in the gray robe wore a grim expression. Without the home field advantage, his momentum had faltered, leaving him to rely on his true strength to turn the tide. In one corner of the stands, Elbow smacked his lips. Humans are social creatures, and swept up in the fervor around him, he felt a surge of excitement, though it quickly dissipated as he regained his composure. "Elbow, are you interested in participating next?" Hai Buodong teased with a chuckle. "Look at the crowd cheering for you, with so many eyes upon you. Don't you want to give it a try?" Beside him, Nailin Yanran slightly tilted her head, casting a brief glance at Elbow. She had only witnessed Elbow in action twice. Once when he assisted Mr. Yin Xiao in dispelling a toxin, and once during a bout against Mujan. The latter was inconclusive in gauging his alchemical skills, while the former involved a toxin that had already changed hands multiple times, making it difficult to assess Elbow's true abilities. "Nailin Jia, you nearly slipped my notice," the elder remarked with a twinkle in his eye, observing Elbow closely. To discover that this young friend is also an alchemist, albeit at the first rank, is commendable for someone of such youth. Why not participate in this alchemist conference? Engaging with your peers is the wisest choice. Isolation breeds ignorance. Hai Buodong scoffed, noting how Nailin Jia had grown increasingly arrogant since his granddaughter had aligned with the Yunlan sect, seemingly indifferent even to Hai Buodong's presence. Unperturbed, Nailin Jia continued, "Consider Yin Xiao. He stands as a paragon among your generation. Seeking his guidance would be immensely beneficial." Elbow rolled his eyes. "Actually, I don't possess much knowledge in alchemy. I've only been studying for a little over a year, and this attire is borrowed. You young rascal, fabricating tales is unacceptable." Nailin Jia admonished, shaking his head slightly. "Nailin Jia, kindly refrain from speaking," Mitre Tingtian interjected, not out of concern for Elbow, but rather for Nailin Jia, fearing the elder's continued remarks would lead to his own embarrassment. "What? Are your family members so precious that I cannot speak?" Nailin Jia retorted, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Mitre Tingtian shot a disdainful glance at Nailin Jia before turning his attention back to the center of the gathering, dismissing the elder entirely. Nailin Jia, frustrated, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. "Ah, you all are quite spirited today," came the voice of Jia Xingtian, raising eyebrows among the crowd. As he was typically stern and imposing, yet today seemed unusually jovial. "Jia Lao is in high spirits today," Nailin Jia remarked with a respectful nod. Always cautious in the presence of the Empire's mightiest. Indeed, thanks to El Xiao and his assistance in resolving a few minor issues, Jia Xingtian laughed heartily. Nailin Jia's expression shifted slightly, his gaze towards Lu Bo becoming notably more serious. This young man was rather extraordinary. Nailin Yanran glanced at the individuals engaged in conversation and then redirected her attention to the slender figure in the arena, Yin Xiao. The venue was filled with a cacophony of gasps as a white mist enveloped Xiao Yan, an eerie chill unlike that of flames emerging. The once crimson beast spirit fire had now transformed into the chilling bone spirit cold fire. "Mr. Yin Xiao truly never fails to astonish," Nailin Yanran murmured to herself, her beautiful eyes shimmering as they fixated on Xiao Yan's masked visage. Chapter 79. Trouble. Xiao Yan has become a substitute. What is this young man up to? Hai Buodong exclaimed in surprise. Being adept in ice techniques, he was highly sensitive to such an icy presence. Yet, despite its chill, it felt intensely fiery in his perception. Utterly peculiar. "Lu, my young friend, could you enlighten us?" Jia Xingtian inquired, equally intrigued. "It is rather strange to switch flames while concocting a potion." Nailin Jia remained silent, while Jia Xingtian's curiosity revealed that this young man clad in the robes of a first-grade alchemist was likely more complex than he appeared. "Oh, he is refining the three-pattern Qingling pill," Lu Bo casually remarked, resting his chin in his hand. When he exchanged the second transformation of the Heavenly Fire's three mysteries with Xiao Yan, he had stipulated two conditions. One was the formula for the soul fusion pill, and the other was assistance in crafting a particular elixir, leading to this moment. He, Xiao Yan, and Yao Lao each wielded a unique flame, and it remained uncertain if the three flames combined could surpass the prescribed 3-star rating of the formula. Lu Bo's current fighting spirit level was that of a 3-star great fighter, after absorbing the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. He had advanced from a 2-star to a 3-star great fighter in just a few months, diligently pursuing both alchemy and martial training. 3-pattern Qingling pill? Are you suggesting he requires yet another flame? Hai Bodong's eyebrows arched in astonishment. Before his words faded, a grayish-blue flame surged forth from the white mist. Lu Bo smirked, casting his gaze towards a nearby observation platform, the seat of Yunling, the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect. As anticipated, the moment the grayish-blue flame erupted, Yunling's countenance darkened significantly. He recognized this flame all too well. It was the Qingming fire, painstakingly extracted from the body of the Qingyan after a perilous journey. Accompanied by 2 of Yunlan's sect's Do Wang elders. This was the Qingming fire, intricately linked to his son Yun Chun's life. The murderer, Xiao Yan, was indeed the one. The bloodstained memories had once driven him to the brink of madness. Yet, Lord Wu had informed him that this individual was elusive, beyond his grasp. Thus, Yunling had relinquished thoughts of vengeance, accepting his misfortune. However, he never anticipated that the killer of his son would appear before him. Yin Xiao, you are doomed. Yunling clenched his fists tightly, resolute that once the 3-year agreement concluded, he would claim your head as a tribute to my son. Oh dear, I have committed a grave misdeed, Lu Bo mused, a glint of mischief dancing in his eyes, yet he felt no remorse. Yunling was merely a lackey of the Soul Palace, of little consequence. At that moment, the cheers erupted once more. I hereby announce that the champion of this tournament has been determined. It is none other than Yin Xiao. The president of the Alchemist Guild, Fa Ma, stood at a height and announced in a resounding voice. Instantly, a thunderous applause erupted, with countless individuals rising to their feet to applaud and celebrate the valiant efforts of the rock owl below. Na Lan Yin gazed at the crowd's adoration for the rock owl, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. And she couldn't help but join the other spectators in standing and clapping fervently. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, for reasons unknown, instinctively glanced toward the position of Lu Bo, specifically the spot not far from Lu Bo occupied by Na Lan Yin. Observing this scene, Lu Bo couldn't suppress a chuckle. It seemed an odd tension had developed between Na Lan Yin and Xiao Yan. Let us depart. The matters at hand have concluded, Lu Bo said as he patted his backside and left the audience area. The 3-year agreement would officially commence the day after tomorrow. However, before that, Lu Bo needed to awaken Yao Lao from his slumber. In the evening, Xiao Yan rushed to the mountain estate with the 7 illusions blue spirit nectar. His urgency to awaken Yao Lao palpable, for Yao Lao was his most cherished family member and the talisman he desperately needed. Where's my item? Lu Bo asked with a smile. Sai, here you go. Xiao Yan's expression of joy instantly vanished, replaced by frustration as he tossed a black scroll. He had toiled tirelessly all morning, transforming flames and risking explosions, only to discover that the reward was Lu Bo's. With a sly grin, Lu Bo accepted it into his spatial ring. The colorful swallowing sky python in his arms raised its body, observing the soul-merging pill being taken into Lu Bo's ring. Its pink tongue flicked out, and a glimmer of greed flashed in its crystalline eyes before it settled back down, returning to slumber. Xiao Yan, this time you shall anchor the formation while Hai Lao maintains perimeter vigilance. Huh, Hai Bo Dong exclaimed in surprise. There is an irritable old fellow. I fear he may harm you, Lu Bo replied, rolling his eyes, recalling how Yao Lao had once unleashed his wrath directly upon Ling Ying upon awakening. Fine. Though I may not fully understand, I will take my leave. Hai Bo Dong nodded and exited the formation's protective boundary. Lu Bo flicked his fingers, causing nearly 10 medicinal herbs to float in the air, emanating an unusual fragrance. The snow jadebone ginseng, soul nether flower, and crystal grass. Xiao Yan's expression turned grave as he beheld the herbs before him. He had initially contemplated directly refining the 7 illusions blue spirit nectar for Yao Lao, but now it appeared he had acted rashly. Lu Bo paid no heed to Xiao Yan as the fire cauldron descended. One by one, the herbs entered, enveloped and ignited by the ethereal heart of the blue lotus flame, releasing a rich aroma gradually. Some of these herbs were from Lu Bo's own reserves, while others had been generously provided by Jia Xingtian, who was keen to have Lu Bo owe him a favor. Upon hearing Lu Bo's request, he had immediately procured several herbs from the national treasury without hesitation. As the fragrant scent wafted through the air, Xiao Yan felt invigorated, the fatigue of his soul from the day's alchemical endeavors dissipating in an instant. This is effective. Time passed slowly within the fire cauldron. The bone spirit ring rolled in a vibrant concoction of medicinal liquid, the essence gradually permeating into the black bone spirit ring. Xiao Yan's expression of joy deepened as he could distinctly sense the familiar soul energy beginning to awaken. Suddenly, the tranquil bone spirit ring within the alchemical furnace trembled violently, unleashing an overwhelming and terrifying surge of soul power. akin to a tempestuous tide, surging forth and erupting in all directions. Its primary focus was on Lu Bo and the formation he had meticulously laid out. Humph, that old wretch. Lu Bo scoffed. The core of the formation is occupied by Xiao Yan. Without the formation, he will be rendered powerless. The vast and turbulent soul energy abruptly paused, transforming in an instant into a gentle stream, reminiscent of spring rain softening the harshness of winter. A translucent glow emerged, and the figure of Yao Lao gradually floated out from the furnace, his expression far from pleasant. "You rascal, taking advantage of my absence to bully my disciple." Yao Lao referred to the remnants of the pure lotus demon fire. Although he was in slumber, he was not entirely oblivious to the outside world, merely unable to intervene. "It's all business," Lu Bo chuckled, spreading his hands. He had not wished for such an occurrence. Chapter 80. The Yunlan Sect. "You're talking nonsense." Yao Lao, incensed, puffed his cheeks and glared. "Without you, my disciple can still awaken me." The abundant power within his soul coursed through his being, rendering him stronger than before. He could easily contend with a Dou Zone. Although Lu Bo's medicinal elixirs had indeed aided him significantly, they did not outweigh the value of the remnants of the demon saint. As the revered apothecary, he had been duped by Lu Bo, who cunningly extorted a precious ancient alchemical legacy from him. A pale white-boned spirit cold fire slowly ignited in his ethereal palms. Yao Lao intended to teach Lu Bo a lesson. This old fellow was certainly far from compliant. Lu Bo squinted slightly, azure flames igniting in his eyes, refusing to back down as they locked gazes. Strange fire? Yao Lao's eyebrows furrowed in astonishment. Now, he had lost his sole advantage. Outside, Hai Buodong cast a bewildered glance at Hai Buodong, pondering the situation. He had just arrived and had no knowledge of the unfolding events. Who was this soul entity? Hai Buodong appeared equally perplexed, unable to comprehend the circumstances. Were they about to engage in battle? If so, whose side would they take? The two exchanged glances. Aside from assisting Lu Bo, whom else could they aid? They were unfamiliar with this soul entity. In the martial arts hall, as Yao Lao and Lu Bo stood in confrontation, hesitating whether to engage in combat, Lu Bo's clothing shifted, and a small, colorful head emerged. This was the seven-colored sky-devouring python. Yao Lao's hand trembled, a surge of shock coursing through him. How could such an ancient beast still exist? His expression shifted. The strength of that soul was on par with his own. Did this scoundrel possess yet another formidable ally? A smirk played on Lu Bo's lips. All my efforts were not in vain. Exchanging the soul-melting pill formula from Xiao Yan, Medusa had indeed proven to be quite accommodating. How do you like it? Is it worthy of your possession? A shadow shifted slightly among the three, and that young lad had indeed noticed his presence. Gazing at Hai Buodong and Jia Xingtian, Yao Lao's expression darkened. During his slumber, Lu Bo had expanded his influence to an extent that left him at a loss. Not only could he not contend with Lu Bo now, but even if he could, he would refrain from doing so, as these two local tyrants could potentially pose a threat to Xiao Yan's clan. TCH, Lu Bo scoffed. This old fellow is truly stingy. Lu Bo, the soul entity Hai Buodong, inquired with curiosity. Due to the barrier of the formation, neither he nor Jia Xingtian sensed the terrifying aura of Yao Lao. However, from Lu Bo's demeanor, they could roughly guess the situation. Yin Xiao's teacher is now a Dou Zone, and we at Yunlan Sect have a share in it, Lu Bo elucidated. I see. Jia Xingtian's face flickered with hesitation. The timing of their arrival at Yunlan Sect coincided with the much-discussed 3-year agreement, leading him to draw connections. Hai Buodong similarly raised an eyebrow, pondering the same matter. Indeed, that Yin Xiao is none other than Xiao Yan from Wutan City, the protagonist of the 3-year agreement. Lu Bo remarked with a smile. However, this does not concern us greatly. You simply need to join forces to block Yin Shan. There is no necessity to kill or injure him, just to impede his progress. Understood. The two nodded in agreement. With their combined efforts alongside the Yuhai Jiao beast, they should have no difficulty installing a newly ascended Dou Zone like Yin Shan. This would also provide them with a chance to witness the true prowess of a Dou Zone. They refrained from inquiring about Yun Shan's appearance, if they were not mistaken. Lu Bo might have plans for the 3-year agreement. Furthermore, they were aware that Lu Bo had recruited them, but they remained oblivious to whether he had sought assistance from others as well. A 6th-tier alchemist wielded considerable influence and could easily manage it. At Yunlan Sect, Yunling hurriedly arrived at the main hall. Sect Master, why did you not heed my advice to invite numerous heroes to witness this 3-year agreement? Yunling's tone was urgent. Even if we refrain from sending broad invitations, why must our disciples be prohibited from attending? This is an excellent opportunity for the young sect master to gain recognition and prestige. Is it excessive to bar our disciples from entering the Yunlan summit? Faced with Yunling's relentless inquiries, Yun furrowed her brows, her elegant visage gradually cooling. Yunling, let me ask you, who is the sect master, you or I? Yunling, filled with righteous indignation, felt the atmosphere suddenly grow heavy, an invisible pressure descending upon him, causing him to kneel abruptly on the ground. Years of Yun Yun's indifference to governance had granted him unwarranted power, making him forget that decisions within Yunlan's sect were not solely his to dictate. Sectmaster. Cold sweat poured from Yunling as he realized his utter helplessness before Yun Yun, a high-tier Dou Wang. What happened to the teacher? Nalan Yinran's voice resonated from outside as she entered, witnessing this unprecedented scene for the first time. Oh, it's nothing. Yun Yun waved her hand, and the pressure on Yunling dissipated. However, after this incident, he dared not further question the 3-year agreement. He clasped his fists toward Yun Yun and bowed as he exited the main hall. What transpired with Elder Yunling? Nalan Yinran inquired, her brow furrowed, though she was unsure of the specifics, sensing a display of arrogance from him. Yes, teacher, Yun Yun replied with a smile, her gaze drifting toward the imperial capital, eagerly anticipating how Lu Bo would present himself before the guardian of the Soul Hall. 2 days swiftly passed. In an apartment within the imperial capital, Xiao Yan gradually opened his eyes, enveloped in an almost solid crimson veil. Well done. Congratulations on your advancement to the 9-star Dou Master, Yao Lao remarked with a smile. Let us go. It's time to ascend Yunlan Mountain. Xiao Yan hefted the heavy Xianzhong, his voice deep as he opened the door and stepped outside. In the mountainous estate, Elbo donned the unchanging attire of a first-grade alchemist beneath the garb of Qing Lin, all preparations complete. It was time to resolve the entanglement with the guardian of the Wus. Young Master Qing Lin gazed up at Elbo with eager eyes. I must attend to some matters, so stay here with your sister Yafei, Elbo said, affectionately ruffling Qing Lin's hair with a smile. With that, he and Hai Bodong soared towards the direction of Yunlan Mountain. Inside the room, Qing Lin bit her crimson lip, yearning to fight alongside her master. Chapter 81. The first use of the Heavenly Fire 3 transformations. Yunlan Mountain was not merely a single peak, but a mountain range, with its highest summit housing the heart of the Yunlan sect. Enveloped in mist, the sect appeared as if it resided in a realm of immortals. With only 10 individuals seated upon the expansive summit plaza, Yun Yun, her disciples, and 8 elders, including Yunlong. Here, the true strength of the Yunlan sect became evident. Among the 8 elders, the first 4 were Dou Kings, with Yunlong being a high-ranking Dou King, while the remaining 4 were peak Dou spirits, on the brink of ascending to Dou King status. Such power rivaled that of half the Serpent clan. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed softly as Xiao Yan approached, his black Xianzhong slung over his shoulder. Beside a towering ancient tree, Elbo, Jiaxingtian, and Hai Bodong stood shoulder to shoulder, silently observing the scene below. This Xiao Yan is extraordinary, Hai Bodong remarked, his brow raised. Previously, he had not perceived much, but standing beside Elbo, he now recognized the exceptional poise Xiao Yan displayed in facing the upper echelons of the Yunlan sect alone. While he may not rival Elbo, he certainly stood out among the younger generation in the imperial capital. Heh, Nalan's old fellow, is this your esteemed granddaughter's betrothed? Mu Chen chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude, recalling how his own family had faced embarrassment recently. Such demeanor, and you dare call him a waste? Nalan Jie sat in silence, his face darkened. If an old rogue like Mu Chen could discern this, how could he, a member of the Nalan family, remain oblivious? On the main seat, Yun Yun raised an eyebrow, immediately recognizing Xiao Yan as the alchemist from the Beast Mountain range, a familiar face, though not intimately known. Xiao Yan, your entanglement with Yan Ran shall be thoroughly resolved today. The specifics of this contest shall be determined by you both, and neither I nor the Yunlan sect shall intervene. Yun Yun's melodious yet authoritative voice resonated, devoid of any emotion. Life and death, each to their own fate? Xiao Yan looked at Nalan Yan Ran, his tone tranquil. Agreed. Nalan Yan Ran hesitated briefly, but soon nodded in affirmation. She was reluctant to harm Xiao Yan. Yet the stakes involved their 2 families, making this a potentially optimal solution. Let the contest commence, Yun Yun declared flatly. As her words fell, Azure Wind attribute Dou Qi and Fiery Crimson, Dou Qi, surged simultaneously, the swift sword and the heavy black clashing in an instant, and in the blink of an eye. Nalan Yan Ran and Xiao Yan were engulfed in combat. Hey, this boy's cultivation is impressive, Mitre Tingshan observed in astonishment, noting the almost tangible Dou Qi enveloping Xiao Yan, signifying his current cultivation level, 9-star Dou Master. At such a tender age, achieving this level of accomplishment. Aside from Nalan Yanran in the arena, only Mu Zhan stands beside her. This young man is remarkably strong, rivaling my own Mu Zhan. Mu Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Nalan, since you have no use for this son-in-law, the Mu family shall gladly take him. I happen to have a granddaughter, blossoming at the age of 18, waiting in her chamber. Huffed. Whether he desires your granddaughter is still debatable, Nailan Jia retorted, his irritation palpable. Yet he quickly shifted his tone, disdain evident in his expression. Mu Chun chuckled heartily, refraining from a rebuttal, for his words were primarily intended to provoke Nailan Jia. Of course, should Xiao Yan truly join the Mu family, it would not be an unwise choice. Bo and his companions remained silent, with Jia Xingtian and Hai Buodong primarily on guard, as they had come to stir up trouble. They felt a twinge of trepidation at the prospect of confronting the Yunlan sect. The sole silver lining was that the disciples of the Yunlan sect were absent, and the protective formation, smoke and clouds covering the sun, would not be deployed. In truth, it was Bo who had instructed Yun Yun to disperse the disciples. Initially, she had considered rallying the many disciples of the Yunlan sect to form the aforementioned formation, confident in her ability to contend with a peak Dou Emperor like Jia Xingtian. However, Bo opposed this idea, reasoning that the Soul Hall possessed secret methods to devour souls and enhance combat prowess. While ordinary disciples might lack strength, the risk of potential consequences was too great. Moreover, Bo was reluctant to inflict significant harm upon the Yunlan sect due to his own actions. Thus, Yun Yun disbanded the disciples, forbidding them from approaching the main peak. In her ire, Yun Ling confronted Yun Yun, only to be silenced by a single word from her. A sudden realization struck Bo. He had overlooked a crucial concern. What would he say to Yun Yun if Medusa were to appear? A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. If Medusa did show up, whom should he support? Naturally, it would be Yun Yun. Although he slept with the seven-colored sky-devouring serpent each night, his heart belonged to Yun Yun. With that thought, Bo regained his composure. Standing taller and exuding an even greater aura than before, Hai Buodong exchanged glances with Jia Xingtian, puzzled by Bo's peculiar demeanor. Meanwhile, the battle between Nailan Yanran and Xiao Yan intensified. Nailan Yanran had summoned her Dou Qi armor, while Xiao Yan channeled his energy to manifest a faint outline of armor. The two engaged fiercely, their clashes resonating like the sound of metal striking metal as azure winds intertwined with crimson Dou Qi. Yet, it wasn't long before the azure winds gained the upper hand. Xiao Yan's expression grew solemn. This battle was a matter of life and death for him. However, Nailan Yanran matched him blow for blow, her fierce and ruthless combat techniques proving no less effective against him. Indeed, she possessed her own experiences. A weighty realization dawned on Xiao Yan. He had previously regarded Nailan Yanran as a delicate flower sheltered from the storm, even when she revealed her scars. He had not given her the due regard. Yet now, she was his equal. With a sudden clash, the sound of a sword rang out, and a fierce sword aura sliced through the tangible Dou Qi garment enveloping Xiao Yan. Thud! Xiao Yan was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Finally, Nailan Jia exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his granddaughter had emerged victorious. Bo watched with keen interest, sensing that something monumental was about to unfold. The transformation of the heavenly fire was imminent. Yet, something felt amiss. At this moment, Mu Chen's expression was grave, his gaze fixed on the fallen Xiao Yan, whose crimson fighting energy continued to surge, showing no signs of waning. Nailan Yanran gripped her sword tightly, a sense of foreboding rising within her, and indeed, her fears were confirmed. With a thunderous roar, the crimson flames erupted like a volcano, a scorching wave of heat ascending into the heavens. However, in the next instant, the fiery inferno swiftly retracted, vanishing entirely into Xiao Yan's body. Following that, a formidable aura exploded forth as Xiao Yan, enveloped in swirling crimson flames, gradually rose from the ground, his deep black eyes ablaze with the fiery spirit of countless beasts. What has this little fellow done? Has he truly transcended an entire realm? The onlookers gasped in disbelief. The atmosphere within the arena now transcending that of a mere first-stage Dou master, making a one-on-one battle against a Dou Ling seem trivial. Lu Bo stroked his chin, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes. The effects of the Heavenly Fire 3 Mysteries transformation were remarkable, enhancing combat prowess so significantly from the very first transformation. You are Yan Xiao, Nailan Yanran exclaimed, her astonishment at his identity surpassing her shock at his strength. This crimson flame, she had observed from close proximity countless times. She was all too familiar with it. This Xiao Yan was indeed the alchemist Yan Xiao, the one who had captured her heart. You scoundrel! Nailan Yanran recalled the words she had once spoken to Yan Xiao. Her heartfelt confessions now filling her with a wave of embarrassment, shame, and distress, her toes instinctively digging into her shoes. This emotion is commonly known as the fury of humiliation. Proceed, Xiao Yan said indifferently. He possessed a secret technique, and she too had her own. Chapter 82. Xiao Yan, Lu Bo, save me. Where is everyone? To think Yan Xiao is actually Xiao Yan, truly. It was a case of searching far and wide to find something right under one's nose. Yunlong's body trembled slightly, his gaze fierce, teeth clenched tightly. Glaring at Xiao Yan with a vengeful intensity, filled with both rage and excitement, he declared, "Xiao Yan, this time you shall not escape Yunlong Mountain. I, Yunlong, vow it. The enmity for the death of his son must be avenged today, even if it cost him his life." He was determined to keep Xiao Yan on Yunlong Mountain. Wind's extremity, radiant sun, Nalan Yanran shouted coldly, unleashing her most powerful Dou technique. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan remained unfazed. His right hand conjured the spirit fire of all beasts into the shape of a wolf's head, while a surge of bluish-gray flames erupted from his left hand. As he brought his palms together, the crackling sounds echoed, and a wolf of dual-colored flames materialized, emanating a terrifying aura. Such a violent energy. This Dou technique is no trivial matter. Hai Bo Dong's expression turned serious. Being well-versed in ice attribute Dou Qi, he possessed an acute sensitivity to such flames. It has emerged. Lu Bo's eyes narrowed slightly, recognizing the appearance of the fused Dou technique of, though lacking the heavenly lotus earth heart fire. This young man had already devised another form of flame fusion skill. Little Bo truly possesses foresight, observed Yun Yun. A slight smirk gracing her lips as she realized the opportunity to retain Xiao Yan had arrived. According to Lu Bo's plan, this Xiao Yan was of utmost importance and must be forcibly kept on Yunlong Mountain. Yun Yun, though somewhat perplexed, pondered how to justify this retention. One cannot simply exploit their power to create chaos, can they? Below, the battle rages on with two resounding booms as two formidable techniques collide, sending shockwaves through the air and tearing the ground apart. The once smooth and pristine square is suddenly marred by a vast crater. Xiao Yan advances, decisively defeating Nalan Yanran within merely a few exchanges. As he watches Nalan Yanran slowly descend to the ground, he lets out a gentle sigh. It is over, Nalan Yanran. Nalan Yanran stands up slowly, biting her crimson lips. According to our agreement, I am to serve as your slave, but forgive my obstinacy. With that, she sweeps her sword across her neck, prepared to fulfill her vow of death upon defeat. However, Xiao Yan is already aware of her intentions. Swiftly grasping the sword from her hand, I am not interested, and you need not atone with your life. Our affair concludes here. He then forcefully flings the sword away, embedding it in a nearby stone. Farewell. With that, he retrieves the fallen Xian Zhongqi and turns to leave, leaving Nalan Yanran in a daze. Her emotions a tumultuous mix of feelings. She realizes her affection for the enigmatic rock owl, yet grapples with the revelation that the owl is, in fact, Xiao Yan. How is she to face such emotions? Should she bravely confront them or bury them deep within her heart? Mr. Xiao Yan, it seems you cannot depart just yet. Comes the cool and melodious voice of Yun Yun, sharp as a blade. Xiao Yan stiffens, his countenance gradually paling. The time limit of the heavenly fire transformation has expired, and he senses trouble brewing. What is it, sect leader Yin? Xiao Yan inquires, twirling the Xian Zhongqi into his spatial ring. Teacher, my defeat was simply due to a lack of skill. Nalan Yanran exclaims urgently, determined to prevent the Yunlong sect from intervening. If Xiao Yan were to be forcibly detained by them, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Xiao Yan's gaze flickers. Nalan Yanran is not as helpless as he initially believed. Nalan, this matter does not concern you, Yun Yun states. Mr. Xiao Yan, I would appreciate an explanation regarding the grayish flame in your possession. Elbow's eyes glimmer with intrigue, anticipating that Yun Yun would soon compel the alchemist master from Xiao Yan. Let us relocate, Elbow suggests with a soft chuckle, as Hai Bodong and Jia Xingtian vanish silently beside him. Conducting transactions with others, Xiao Yan responds coolly to Yun Yun's inquiry, though he internally grapples with doubt. Could it be that Elbow's flame harbors some sinister secret? Damn it, is this fellow trying to ensnare me again? 3 years prior, the eldest disciple of his sect, Yun Ling, was murdered, and a vital flame was stolen, specifically, the Qing Yin Diao Jihua, the Azure Flame. The perpetrator had left a chilling message on the wall. The murderer is Xiao Hua. Xiao Yan's expression twitches, cursing Elbow inwardly for his treachery. Yun Ling clenches his fists, his gaze fierce and vengeful, the ashen aura of his Dou Qi flickering ominously. He will not let Xiao Yan escape the vengeance for his son's death, no matter the cost. I know not of what you speak. That flame was obtained through exchange with another, and that individual was Elbow. Confront him if you seek answers. Xiao Yan asserts, pointing towards the towering ancient tree at the edge of the square, where Elbow was supposed to be stationed. However, that place is now devoid of his presence. Not only Lu Bo, but even Hai Bodong and Jialing Tian have vanished simultaneously. Where on earth have they gone? Xiao Yan's pupils suddenly constricted, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Damn it, has that scoundrel escaped? A year ago, in Haiyan City, our elder Gu He's brother, Gu Te, was visited by a formidable force, who not only made off with all the treasures within the vault, but also set the entire house ablaze. Yin Yin continued, her voice icy. That person left behind a message. The arsonist is Xiao Huahua. Xiao Yan, do you have an explanation? Yin Yin bellowed, gripping her sword with a piercing gaze. Damn it, that was not my doing. Xiao Yan exclaimed in exasperation, unable to contain his fury. It must have been Lu Bo. He has framed me. From a shadowed corner, Lu Bo rubbed his nose, thinking that this brat had a keen sense of judgment. Humph, you're talking nonsense. Yun Yun snorted coldly, accusing Xiao Bo, and then commanded fiercely, Yun Ling, apprehend him. Boy, return my son's life. Yun Ling, poised for action, suddenly wore a sinister grin, his form soaring like a giant eagle, his withered hand lunging toward Xiao Yan. Clang! A flash of sword light appeared as Nailan Yanran intervened, deflecting Yun Ling's strike. She cried out, Teacher, Elder, there must be some misunderstanding. Let us discuss this calmly and clarify the situation. A fleeting shadow crossed Yun Ling's face, yet he dared not strike Nailan Yanran, instead turning to Yun Yun for guidance. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Yan coughed repeatedly, feeling the after effects of his condition, yet he gazed in astonishment at Nailan Yanran, a prickling sensation creeping over him. The most difficult burden to bear is the kindness of a beautiful woman. He wished to avoid entanglement with Nailan Yanran. Yanran, step back. Yin Yin commanded loudly. Nailan Yanran bit her lip, remaining steadfast. Thank you, but please retreat. Xiao Yan gently patted Nailan Yanran's shoulder, speaking softly. To his surprise, he hadn't anticipated Nailan Yanran would come to his aid. As before, he still wished to keep his distance from her. I will step back. But what will you do? Nailan Yanran retorted, then shifted her tone. If you take me hostage, you could escape. Xiao Yan's countenance shifted, taken aback by Nailan Yanran's willingness to go to such lengths for him. Yun Ling, seize him. Do not hold back. Yin Yun commanded with a cold snort. Yun Ling immediately grinned wickedly. With a swift motion, he struck Nailan Yanran aside and turned to grasp at Xiao Yan once more. Lu Bo, hurry and save me. Xiao Yan screamed, raising the Xian Zhong Qi to shield himself. However, Lu Bo did not appear. Boy, even the King of Heaven cannot save you now. Yun Ling cackled. Return my son's life. Block. Xiao Yan was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a massive rock, his face turning crimson. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, furious that Lu Bo, that scoundrel, was shirking his responsibilities. Xiao Yan, watch out. Suddenly, Nailan Yanran screamed, leaping into Xiao Yan's embrace, shielding him. Yanran, standing firm with her sword drawn, suspended in midair, yet Yun Yun's expression changed drastically, shocked that Nailan Yanran would risk her life for Xiao Yan. Lu Bo, will you intervene? In a corner, Jialing Tian inquired, for if no action was taken, the situation could spiral out of control. Lu Bo clenched his fists, cursing the old medicinal sage for his continued absence. Jialing, shall we act? Lu Yu suddenly came to a halt, a look of joy flashing across his face. Alas, master, please make your move. If you delay any longer, I shall be finished, sighed Xiao Yan, cradling the beauty in his arms. As soon as the words left his lips, a terrifying and tremulous aura erupted from him, akin to a lion awakening from slumber. Humph, the old man has finally taken action. Lu Yu exclaimed, his delight evident. Chapter 83, The Terrifying Might of a Dou Zong Expert. This aura, Yaoshan. In the depths of the dark cave on the back mountain, two crimson lights suddenly illuminated the space, and the law protector, ecstatic as if discovering a treasure, cried out in excitement. Feeling the soul energy emanating from the summit of Yunlan's sect, his scarlet eyes sparkled with brilliance. Yaoshan, Yinshan pondered, sensing that the aura was formidable enough to rival his own. When did the Gamma Empire produce such a powerful being? He furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. Jiahaha, Yunlong, you truly are my lucky star. The law protector laughed heartily, grateful that Yunlong had advised him to stay a few more days. Otherwise, he would have missed the opportunity to seize Yaoshan's significant achievement. Who is Yaoshan? Yinshan inquired. He is the target of my soul palace, and a directive from the higher-ups has been issued. The law protector cackled. Yinshan, I must obtain this soul, but it would be improper for me to act openly in public. This time, you shall assist me in capturing him alive. Very well. Yinshan hesitated briefly, but soon acquiesced. Their relationship was one of cooperation, and agreeing to a few requests was of little consequence. It had been quite some time since he had made a move since his breakthrough. With a swift motion of the Xuanzhong ruler, he unleashed a powerful sweep, shattering the approaching phantom of a long sword and striking Yunlong's aged visage. Crack! The sound echoed sharply as several bloodied teeth were sent flying, and Yunlong fell heavily to the ground with a pained cry. I am unscathed. You rest well. I shall handle the remainder, Xiao Yan remarked with a smile, gently pushing Nailan Yanran aside with his left hand. The moment she touched the ground, Nalan Yinran's expression twisted with concern. She did not wish to witness the impending conflict between Xiao Yan and the sect, along with her master. How could this happen? She fretted, pacing anxiously, yet feeling utterly powerless. As merely a great Dou master, she could not interfere in their battle. In the sky, Yun slowly descended, observing Xiao Yan's heightened aura with a frown. This is not your strength, is it? I can wield it. That over there is my power. Xiao Yan replied coolly. Form a formation and subdue him. Yun commanded sharply, as 3 Dou Wang elders soared into the air behind her, their wings of Dou Qi fluttering as they positioned themselves in 3 distinct directions. With hands forming seals, they simultaneously shouted, "Wind, fire, wood barrier." Instantly, 3 streams of energy surged skyward, intertwining to form a triangular energy barrier that ensnared Xiao Yan within its confines. The flung Yunlong roared in fury, his face smeared with blood as he charged recklessly into the barrier, his body ablaze with Dou Qi. His hands swirled with a powerful, grayish-white Dou Qi, brewing a fierce offensive. Heavy rock strike. Boom. The seemingly dull and blunt rock-type Dou Qi erupted with an unexpected ferocity, its sharpness cutting through the air with lethal intent. A trivial technique. Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh, his 5 fingers grasping as a ghastly white-boned spirit fire materialized from thin air. The chilling and searing energies erupted simultaneously, colliding with the full force of Yunling's attack. A resounding thud echoed as Xiao Yan's shoulder trembled, yet he remained steadfast. The fingers enveloped in the bone spirit fire subtly shifting. In an instant, the bone spirit fire surged forth along the path of his fighting aura, transforming into a fiery serpent that lunged at Yunling. In the blink of an eye, the strange flame drew near. With a clang, the sound of a sword echoed sharply. A gust of wind swept through as the sword's shadow struck before Yunling, abruptly interrupting the momentum of the bone spirit fire. Yunling fell to the ground with a thud, his aged face shifting from red to pale, the aura of a high-ranking Dou Wang instantly waning. The bone spirit fire had not touched him, yet the 2 opposing energies within the flames penetrated into his body, allowing him to experience the chilling contrast of ice and fire. Such terrifying strange fire. Yun's delicate face grew serious. No wonder Xiao Mu had cautioned her to keep her distance from Xiao Yan. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds erupted as the white fire serpent broke through the formation created by 3 Dou Wang of the Yunlan sect. All 3 simultaneously spewed blood, retreating in haste to tend to their injuries. Yun Sectmaster, I bid you farewell. Xiao Yan declared coldly, casting a glance at Nalan Yinran before turning to leave. However, Yun interjected icily. I am afraid you cannot leave yet. You must stay and clarify the situation. Xiao Yan paused, abruptly pivoting to face Yun. His gaze icy. Should he deliver a beating to this woman, compelling that scoundrel Lu Mu to emerge? The mere thought ignited a fierce impulse within him. That rogue had wronged him, and perhaps punishing his woman would not be amiss. Yet at that moment, Yun let out a cold laugh, retrieving a jade flute. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she blew into it. The piercing sound reverberated throughout the entire Yunlan sect's peak, and suddenly, an overwhelming and majestic aura surged forth. Akin to a slumbering dragon awakening, its unmatched pressure causing many who were watching in the forest to drop to their knees. Xiao Yan's expression darkened. Indeed, the strength of a Dou Zong was as fearsome as rumored. Merely a wave of pressure made him feel an invisible weight. The previous sect master, Yin Shan, had indeed emerged. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, his teeth gritted. Damn it, if that scoundrel Lu Mu did not show himself soon, he would truly be finished. Lu Mu. Yin Shan has come forth. Jia Xingtian's face was grave. Indeed, the Dou Zong was terrifying. Should we intervene? Hai Buodong bit his lip, a hint of trepidation in his demeanor. This Yin Shan was formidable. No rush. The actors have yet to take their positions. The grand performance cannot commence just yet. Lu Mu chuckled. At that moment, a white figure flickered in the sky, appearing out of thin air, without wings of fighting aura or flying techniques, merely traversing the void with an unhurried grace. Yet, despite its seemingly slow movements, it was astonishingly swift, in the blink of an eye. The white figure had materialized before them, a middle-aged man clad in a white robe. Master, no need for words. I have already sensed that aura. Yin Shan smiled, his gaze fixed upon Xiao Yan, chuckling softly. You must be Yao Chen? A friend. Yin Shan continued with a smile. Young man, allow your teacher to emerge from within you. You are no match for me. How many identities does this scoundrel possess? Your beloved harbors a soul entity within him. Do you understand? Yun lightly tapped Nalan Yinran's forehead, chuckling. Teacher, I am not. I do not. Nalan Yinran's face flushed crimson, her words tumbling over one another. Xiao Yan cast a glance at Yun, disdain evident in his expression. When the scandal between you and Lu Bo surfaces, let us see how you will hold your head high before Yanran. Then why do you risk your life for him? Yin Yin retorted, still startled by Nalan Yinran's reckless fervor. This matter no longer concerns you. You should leave now. With a gentle push, Yin Yun directed Nalan Yinran towards the tree at the edge of the square, where her grandfather, Nalan Jia, was positioned. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yun Shan's words, Xiao Yan's heart sank to the depths of despair. Teacher, what do we do now? The formidable enemy looms ahead, and none of our allies have arrived. This is truly a dire predicament. Sigh, I'll hold him off. You must depart first. Yao Lao sighed, realizing he had indeed been ensnared by that rascal Lu Bo. With that, the black-bone spirit ring quivered lightly, and Yao Lao's somewhat ethereal figure slowly emerged, a formidable wave of spiritual energy erupting without restraint. Yin Shan narrowed his eyes slightly. You must be Yao Chun, am I correct? On the other side, Lu Bo chuckled, saying, Old Jia, prepare yourselves. It is time to strike. Rest assured, Brother Lu. Jia Xingtian grinned, eager for action. Hai Buodong nodded, a layer of icy blue enveloping his eyes. Remember, you only need to hold Yun Shan back. Do not think of harming him, nor injure yourselves. Understood. Chapter 84, Guardian of the Crane. The advantage is mine. Boom. Yao Lao floated in midair, an aura that rivaled Yun Shan's erupted instantaneously. Although Xiao Yan had acquired his power, he could not truly wield it. This was the moment of his genuine strength. Yun Yun's expression shifted slightly. Lu Bo had mentioned this soul entity, but she had not anticipated such strength, surpassing even that of her teacher. A being of such caliber resided within Xiao Yan. Perched upon the tree, Maitel Tingshan, Mu Chun, and Nalan Jia were all rendered speechless. This level of power could easily obliterate half of the Jimmu Empire. However, a glint of joy flickered across Nalan Jia's face. Fortunately, that lad shared a good rapport with his granddaughter. There remained hope for reconciliation between the two. Maitel Tingshan stroked his chin, recalling that he had heard Lu Bo's alchemy skills were derived from Xiao Yan's teacher. If he was not mistaken, this must be the soul entity in question. Yet, the relationship between the two parties seemed less than intimate. Old Hai had once mentioned that this soul entity nearly clashed with Mr. Lu. How complicated. Truly formidable. A grave expression surfaced on Yun Shan's otherwise calm face. This soul entity had likely possessed strength far exceeding his during its lifetime, and its combat prowess now might not be inferior to his. Yao Lao's countenance darkened. He had misjudged once again, deceived most woefully by that scoundrel Lu Bo, who had swindled his invaluable soul cultivation techniques. However, if he intended to flee, why expend effort in courting those two Do Huang to witness his performance? If not a mere farce, or did that rascal harbor ulterior motives? In a moment of intense focus, the expression on the aged alchemist's face grew increasingly frigid. Regardless of Elbow's actions, his foremost priority was to escort his disciple away from Yunlon Mountain. Are you certain we must engage in battle? The alchemist inquired solemnly. As the bone spirit cold fire began to rise, radiating both searing heat and an icy chill, its murderous intent unmistakable. Yun Shan narrowed his eyes. This adversary was formidable indeed. Yun Yun hovered gracefully behind Yun Shan, her delicate brows furrowed. She had fulfilled Xiao Bo's request by drawing out Xiao Yan's hidden strengths. What shall I do next according to our plan? Yun Yun pondered, recalling Xiao Bo's words about fulfilling the responsibilities of the Yunlon sect's leader. So then, that means I should fight alongside my master. Yet, it appears I am unable to lend a hand. Indeed, he is quite powerful, Yun Shan acknowledged with a nod. His voice grave. If possible, I wish to avoid a direct confrontation with you, but there are those who covet your soul, making a clash unavoidable. Very well, then let it commence. The alchemist retorted coldly. Yun Shan's expression remained unchanged as he prepared to step forward. Just then, a resounding roar from a beast echoed across the sky. Roar. The tremendous sound surged forth, accompanied by three formidable auras. What is that? Bing Huang Haibo Dong. The royal family and Jia Xingtian? How did they end up together? He mused. And what is that monstrous beast? It is the sacred guardian beast of the nation. The royal family's Yu Hai Jiao beast. Is it truly him? Wasn't he said to be gravely ill? Being ill does not equate to death. There are always means for healing. The situation was growing increasingly bizarre. First, the former sect leader, then, the soul of a Dou Zong, and now, members of the royal family and the Miter family were inexplicably involved. What an entertaining spectacle we have here. Some murmured, already contemplating their escape. At the back mountain of Yunlon sect, within the swirling black mist, a crimson glow suddenly intensified, exuding a chilling brilliance. What audacity! Who dares to disrupt my guardian's affairs? Clank, clank. The sound of clashing iron chains rang out, causing the guardian to grow increasingly agitated. Yao Chen must not escape. If I capture him, I shall undoubtedly earn the elder's favor, and a myriad of resources will be within my grasp, allowing me to restore my physical body. Therefore, Yao Chen cannot be allowed to flee. His scarlet eyes flickered with determination. He was resolute in claiming Yao Chen's soul. Yet, as a dignified Douzong, alongside a Dou Huang disciple and a Dou Huang elder to assist him, the odds were in his favor. Thus, there was no need for haste. He would observe the situation and act only when the time was ripe. In the plaza, Xiao Yan's face lit up with joy. That rascal elbow has finally made his appearance. Yao Chen's expression eased slightly. Although he was uncertain of the young man's intentions, he was relieved that he had taken action. Ha ha ha, Yin Shan, it has been quite some time. Hai Bo Dong laughed heartily, his icy wings fluttering, as the mist enveloping him transformed into falling ice crystals. Hai Bo Dong, Jia Xingtian. Yin Shan narrowed his eyes. What is the meaning of your presence? Hearing of the Yun Shan sect leader's breakthrough to Douzong, we have come today to seek your guidance, Jia Xingtian declared, radiating golden light. While the Yuhai Jiao beast beneath him ignited with a ghostly blue flame, its massive tongue licking its lips in anticipation. After years of recuperation, he was eager for action. Xiao Yan gazed at the azure flame, his expression shifting slightly. He recognized this flame. It was the same one used by the little princess during the alchemist convention. While it may not rival his own extraordinary fire, it certainly stood out among the best at the gathering. I feel the same. Hai Bodong clasped his hands and laughed heartily. Jia Xingtian, I have pressing matters to attend to today. We shall discuss this later. Yun Shan's countenance darkened. He could not disregard the request of the protector, as that soul entity must be captured. That may not be feasible, Jia Xingtian chuckled. Yun Shan, it has been ages since we last met. Why not engage in a friendly duel? Just so happens that my royal sea serpent has recently regained its strength. Is it not a splendid opportunity to test our abilities? Indeed, I feel the same. Yun Shan's brows gradually furrowed. These two were here to stir trouble. Likely aligned with the soul entity. But why did they not reveal themselves earlier? Had they appeared, his disciple, Yun, would not have had it so easy. If that is the case, then let us face you together. Yun Shan shouted coldly. Hai Bodong, do you intend to disregard my presence? Yun bellowed, her fingertip lightly touching her sword, which emitted a soft chime as the clear wind sword chi abruptly formed and struck towards Hai Bodong. Xiao Yan recalled his mentor's words, realizing it was time to fulfill his responsibilities as the leader of the Yunlong sect. He needed to share the burden of his teacher, who faced formidable foes. Haha, excellent, Sect Master Yun. I eagerly await your teachings. Hai Bodong laughed heartily. As an icy crystal spear swiftly materialized in his grasp, the tip shimmered with a chilling aura, aimed directly at Yun's sword chi. Come on, Yin Shan. Jia Xingtian also laughed boisterously, golden energy surging forth, while beneath him, the royal sea serpent opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of golden and azure flames. If you seek a fight, I shall oblige. Yun Shan's face hardened, and with a sudden gesture, he shouted, Space, solidify. The oncoming golden and azure flames seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, halting abruptly in midair. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. In the square, Xiao Yan's blood surged with excitement. Teacher, when do we strike? Not a chance. The medicine elder retorted. While they are engaged in battle, let us make our escape. With that, he seized Xiao Yan and leapt into the air, soaring towards the outskirts. This crafty old man would not allow himself to be embroiled in a conflict for the sake of Hai Bodong and his companions. Lu Bo had just played him a trick. He would not concern himself with Lu Bo's fate or that of these individuals. Thank you, esteemed ones. I, Xiao Yan, will remember your kindness today and will repay it in the future. A clear voice rang out as Xiao Yan clasped his fists towards Hai Bodong and Jia Xingtian from a distance. However, at that moment, the medicine elder suddenly halted. Within the white mist enveloping the peak of Yunlong Mountain, a dark and profound shadow flickered. Teacher? There's an enemy. Medicine Dust spoke somberly, too familiar with the foul stench associated with the Soul Palace. Before he finished speaking, a chilling, ghastly laughter echoed from the mist. Medicine Dust. Today you shall not escape. The sound of clanking iron chains rang out, as the once pristine white mist morphed into a strange, eerie black fog, within which glowed a pair of crimson eyes. Damn it, here comes Yao Chun, his face dark enough to drip water. Chapter 85, The Guardian of the Wool. It has indeed been a long time. Clang. A thunderous explosion erupted from the black mist, and a chain as dark as ink shot forth like a serpent emerging from its lair, lunging towards Yao Chun. The air was torn apart, accompanied by a piercing shriek that sent chills down the spine. Yao Chen's pupils constricted sharply as he grasped the Xianzhong ruler, enveloped in the chilling bone spirit cold fire, and struck fiercely. The Soul Hall possesses a peculiar restraint against soul power. To combat them, one must rely on other means or forces. It was precisely this bone spirit cold fire that enabled his escape years ago. Bang! A resounding clang reverberated, causing both the black mist and Yao Lao to retreat simultaneously. What on earth is that? Yun Yun's expression changed dramatically. Could it be the individual from the Soul Hall that Xiaobo mentioned? How bizarre. It is evident that this is no benign entity. What is it? It appears to be anything but a good thing. Isn't it obvious? I mean, how could such a creature, neither human nor ghost, exist within the Yunlan sect, and yet possess such formidable strength, nearly rivaling that of a Dou zone-level soul? The situation grows increasingly enigmatic. Initially, it was merely about observing the 3-year agreement, yet now it has devolved into chaos, the emergence of a soul body, followed by a Dou zone engaging in battle. And now the royal family and the middle family are also intervening, culminating in the appearance of this otherworldly being. Retreat. We must leave immediately. This spectacle is no longer worth witnessing. Yes, let us depart at once. There are 3 Dou zone present, far beyond our capacity to observe. With that, several figures swiftly darted away towards the mountain's edge. Those who had arrived here were the pillars of great families. Should they fall, their clans would be overwhelmed and utterly devoured. They cannot afford to be harmed. In the blink of an eye, sensing the dire predicament, some individuals had already slipped away, leaving only a few spectators behind, including Middle Tingshan, Mu Chun, and Nailin Jia. Such entities exist within the sect? Nailin Yinran gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. The situation has grown increasingly complex. The 3 Dou Wang exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave. In the air, Yao Chun and the Wu Guardian stabilized themselves after exchanging blows. Yao Lao's countenance was one of profound seriousness. The Soul Hall exerted an overwhelming restraint upon him, necessitating utmost caution with every move. Had it not been for the excellent recovery elixir provided by Elbow, he would have long been defeated in a single strike. Hee. Yao Chun, I never expected that despite your long demise, you would still possess such strength. The Wu Guardian's black mist swirled, his crimson eyes reflecting a grave intensity. Truly, a figure that even the elder cannot subdue. Were I at my peak, I fear I wouldn't withstand even a single blow from him. Hee. I am the Wu Guardian. Today, your soul shall be mine. The Wu Guardian cackled, proclaiming, it is time for me to advance further. The soul that even the elder cannot conquer shall be captured by me today. Humph, if you wish to claim my soul, we shall see if you possess the capability. Yao Lao retorted coldly, raising his hand to hurl Xiao Yan towards the direction of Haibo Dong. Haibo Dong was momentarily taken aback, quickly catching the boy, and then with a push of his palm, sent Xiao Yan towards Middle Tingshan, the esteemed leader of the Yun Yun sect. With a character as luminous as his integrity, has earned my utmost admiration. Haibo Dong clasped his fists and chuckled, noting that Yun Yun had refrained from launching an attack during that flurry of movements, which was somewhat contrary to his expectations. Yun Yun remained silent, standing firm with her sword, yet her mind was tumultuous. That matter must be resolved, for otherwise, Yunlan's sect, her master, and herself would face peril. When will you emerge, Xiaoyu? Yun Yun bit her crimson lips slightly, a fleeting hint of anxiety crossing her previously tranquil countenance. Ha, Yun sect leader. Do you dare to be distracted while battling me? Haibo Dong laughed heartily, his icy crystal spear thrusting forth, the chilling aura instantly rousing Yun Yun from her thoughts. He had no intention of inflicting severe harm upon her. His aim was to restrain the Yunshan disciples, not to engage in a lethal confrontation. Yun Yun's delicate features turned frosty, and the winds surged around her, the sound of her sword's aura howling as icy rays shot towards Haibo Dong. Ha, splendid. Haibo Dong roared with laughter, brandishing his spear and swiftly suppressing Yun Yun's offensive. Wasn't his seal just broken in vain? From Mo City to the imperial capital, he had endured much, and now he finally relished the glory befitting a Dou Huang. In the forest beyond the plaza, the 5 members of the Maitel Tingshan stood watching the 3 battlefields above, momentarily at a loss. Xiao Yan, what is that mass of black mist? Nailin Yinran inquired softly, her voice, though quiet, resonating as clearly as any normal conversation before the keen ears of the Dou Wang level experts. Instantly, all eyes converged on Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan swallowed hard. He wished to be resolute and ignore Nailin Yinran, keeping their relationship at the level of mutual enmity it had once been. Yet, Nailin Yinran had risked her life to save him, and he could not summon the heart to dismiss her. One step at a time, Xiao Yan sighed inwardly, relieved that he would soon be heading to the Jian Academy and would not have to encounter her again. It must be the Soul Palace's people. Xiao Yan spoke solemnly, a mysterious force dedicated to collecting souls. The 3 from Maitel Tingshan exchanged glances, astonished that such a force had extended its tendrils into the Jiama Empire, yet they remained oblivious to it. They were, after all, the pinnacle figures commanding the majority of the empire's power. Yunshan, hasten to act and assist me in capturing Yao Chun, the guardian protector urged. Recalling the reason for saving Yunshan in the first place, merely to find a capable ally, and now the time had come. Humph, guardian protector, is it? The garbage of the Soul Palace, prepare to meet your end. Yao Chun sneered coldly, seeking assistance? Have you consulted me first? The chilling bone spirit's cold fire suddenly transformed into an intensely blazing and violent flame, surging forth in a tempest of heat, overwhelming the guardian protector. The latter gasped in alarm, realizing the trouble. Such extraordinary fire could yield astonishing effects on anyone. Meanwhile, upon hearing the call, Yunshan's figure flickered as he sought to evade joining forces with Jia Xingtian and the guardian protector. Ha ha, Yunshan, do you think I can be disregarded? Jia Xingtian bellowed with laughter, golden Dou Qi surging forth, unleashing a brilliant strike into the void. The Yuhai Jiao beast roared, waves of blue light expanding, the air suddenly thickening, causing Yunshan's swiftly darting figure to falter. Boom. The golden light erupted, a tremendous roar resounding through the sky, as a white silhouette staggered, struggling for balance for quite some time before managing to stabilize itself. Jia Xingtian, you possess an audacity most remarkable. Yunshan's countenance darkened abruptly, his voice resonating like the chilling winds of the underworld. Forgive me, old friend, but I have been entrusted to restrain you. Jia Xingtian shrugged nonchalantly. Let us not interfere with matters over there. Stay here with me. As he spoke, Jia Xingtian adopted a cunning strategy. Whenever Yunshan attempted to flee, he would strike, denying Yunshan the chance to reunite with the protector Wu. As Yunshan gathered his offensive, Jia Xingtian would evade, striking and retreating with alacrity, offering Yunshan no respite whatsoever. Although the abyssal sea serpent beneath them was colossal, it moved with remarkable speed and agility. After several rounds of entanglement, Yunshan was incensed. He knew that unless he dealt with this man and beast, he could not coordinate with the protector Wu. Jia Xingtian, if that is the case, let us engage in a proper battle. The wind attribute energy surged explosively from Yunshan, and as his momentum ascended, the space around them began to warp gradually. Jia Xingtian's expression shifted slightly. He realized that his adversary had begun to take him seriously. Alas, it seems I must fight with all my might. Jia Xingtian sighed softly, golden light radiating from him, reflecting upon the difficult reward promised by Elbu. Elbu, if you do not intervene soon, I may not endure much longer. Jia Xingtian lamented. What are you scheming, Yunshan? Protector Wu bellowed, unable to counter the onslaught of Yao Hua, yet finding it impossible to subdue him in the short term. Prolonging this battle would only lead to further complications. Yao Hua must be dealt with promptly. Ignoring Protector Wu, Yunshan focused intently on Jia Xingtian. If he did not resolve this confrontation, any attempt to assist would be unsatisfying. Cursed Protector Wu. He cursed silently, a nuisance who always faltered at critical moments. Then I shall rely on myself. Protector Wu retreated swiftly, and simultaneously, 3 souls emerged from the black mist. The 3 souls gazed around in confusion, bewildered. Yet in the next moment, the black mist enveloped them once more, followed by the ominous sounds of gnashing and the anguished cries of the souls. Not good, Yao Hua exclaimed, the bizarre scene sending shivers down his spine as his bone spirit fire surged towards Protector Wu. Jia Xingtian, it is too late. Protector Wu cackled, his voice sharp and grating. The secret arts of my soul palace are beyond the capabilities of a bodiless wretch like you. 9 forests, 100 devouring souls. The black mist swirled and coalesced instantly, and a figure clad in dark armor materialized, exuding a dreadfully chilling aura, reminiscent of the abyss beneath the 9 springs, emanating despair, fear, and destruction. What in the world is that? Heibadong retreated repeatedly, his face stricken with horror as he glanced towards Yao Hua and Protector Wu. This. Yunyan's complexion paled, the overwhelming aura extinguishing any desire for resistance within her. Cursed Protector Wu. Yunshan's expression soured. His Yunlan sect was about to bear the ignominious reputation of an evil sect. Yao Hua, prepare to meet your end. Protector Wu gripped the dark iron chains, reveling in Yao Hua's fearful expression. However, at that moment, the mist swirling around the peak of Yunlan Mountain began to churn silently, and a glimmer of surprise crossed Yunyan's delicate features as she sensed a familiar presence within the fog. Yunshan furrowed his brow. Was there yet another formidable opponent? However, the expression on Yao Chen's face suddenly changed, revealing a blend of fear and a hint of delight. The protector, Wu, furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was far from simple. Boom! A searing wave of fire erupted abruptly behind Wu, as a white figure darted swiftly from the mist. As swift as lightning. Thud! An eerie sound pierced the air, as a pale hand penetrated through Wu's chest, engulfed in an invisible, colorless flame. You. The black mist surrounding Wu began to rise ominously, swaying in terror, while waves of excruciating pain surged through his soul, driving him to the brink of fear. Struggling to gather his thoughts, he turned to glance at the assailant behind him, only to find a seemingly ordinary young man clad in white. He Wu. It has been quite a long time. Lu Yu raised his hand and gently brushed away the icy silkworm mask from his face. As the mask fell away, a remarkably handsome visage emerged, with sharp brows and bright eyes. "It's you?" Wu shrieked, his soul radiating shock and terror. This face was all too familiar to him. It belonged to the very boy he had been in search of. Damn it! Damn it! Was this his carefully laid trap?